Master Mu-san suddenly spoke up. You say you want to know about why Yonho. So Myung beside him nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. I'm gathering materials to record his history. Hearing that, the old man burst out laughing in surprise. Why Yonho? His face took on a peculiar look as he remarked, that person is exceedingly benevolent, upright, and radiant, like someone sent by the Buddha to save sentient beings. At that, So Myung's face immediately lit up with interest. So that's so, what does he usually look like? The question made Mu-san tremble oddly. He mumbled, what he usually looks like, what he usually looks like. It seems I've completely lost patience, he said. I really have no way to deal with this damned matter. His reaction left So Myung utterly bewildered. Yes, sir. The scene shifts to the Hubei Ping clan, where poor So Myung is immediately driven out. Ping Dojek was furious, shouting insults non-stop. Why Yonho, you're a damned name, a walking curse. Not only that, other places also kept banishing him. Where did a ragged beggar like you crawl out from to cause trouble? They even threw salt in So Myung's face. Bring a bucket of salt here, sprinkle it out there for me. The tale spread that Wai Yonho was a mythical figure who had ended the world's calamities. A gentleman of great stature, a great hero praised by all. Some called him the greatest person of all time, others the greatest swordsman in history. This made So Myung very curious and puzzled. Why, after all, would people react with fear when I mentioned such a great man? Tiu Ming found everyone's reaction utterly baffling. As a historian recording events. His gaze suddenly grew serious. I have the duty to record even the hidden corners behind this history. The scene shifts to a dilapidated house. He made up his mind. Perhaps today is the day I'll learn that reason. On the other side, Supreme Beggar Sect Chief, Divine Mad Dog, suddenly laughed aloud with excitement. So you went to Shaolin and the Hubei Ping clan and got thrown out. Though helpless, So Myung sighed and recounted, yes, that's right. I also visited many other places, but their reactions were the same. Just mention Wai Yonho's story and it's like that. The man's face broke into a satisfied smile. Of course they'd react, because that name is a scum of humanity. Those words left So Myung deeply perplexed. He immediately recounted an old story, that fellow back 100 years ago at Guangdong Wai clan. It seems he knew some truth about the person Tiu Ming sought, truly a bona fide scoundrel. This young man was Wai Yonho at 12 years old. He smiled with delight and said, I want to become the greatest person under heaven. His ambition was overwhelming. Here was a youth with dreams of ruling all under heaven. He turned his face forward with interest. A youth born into a martial family, raised learning the righteous ways of a warrior. No one knew what Wai Yonho was thinking. To become the greatest person, this youth already knew the quickest path to that goal. It was. As time passed, Yonho's hands became terrifyingly calloused from relentless effort. He sighed as if resigned. Of course, no matter how much innate talent one has, nothing is achieved without hard work. Sweat trickled down Yonho's face, yet for a youth with such determination, there was a tiny problem. He still said with relish, only effort is the right path. So Yonho stretched out comfortably at home, staring at the sky growing late. Today is already too late. He suddenly sat up, looking into the space before him, his face becoming pensive and thoughtful. A second later, he displayed an impressive skill by rolling over and lying down again. It seemed he rather enjoyed his current life of leisure. What a pity, today I meant to lay the foundation to become the greatest person under heaven. Well, sleep now soundly, train tomorrow. As Yonho was about to drift off, the silhouette of a man appeared. He didn't hesitate and walked straight toward the sleeping boy. Seeing his current state, the man grew even more displeased. Get up immediately. When Yonho didn't respond, the man shouted again, I told you to get up right now. With no other choice, he flustered and crawled up. Father's here. This man was the righteous sword, head of the Guangdong Wai clan, Wai Jianghan. He said with annoyance, do you know the sun is about to set? He smiled, sat up and scratched his head. I see it. Jianghan looked at him with irritation. And yet you still lie there, Yonho replied innocently. Because the sun's about to set, isn't it? The more they talked, the angrier Jianghan became. Do you know how long you've been holed up in your room and just lying there? He sighed and answered, 2 days ago or 3 days ago. 2 days maybe. Unable to bear it, Jianghan thrust his hand toward him and shouted, 4 days, 4 days. You little bastard, for 4 whole days you've buried yourself in that corner, wrapped in a blanket rolling about. The more he scolded, the angrier Jianghan grew. Don't you feel stiff? Even a bear lying 3 days straight would toss and turn from sweat soaking its back. At that, Yonho immediately grinned confidently. So sometimes I do sit up before lying down again. Father, you worry yourself to white teeth. Seeing his furious face startled him a bit, and his attitude changed at once. Didn't I really intend to cultivate? Curious now, are you? Yonho smiled to explain, but every time I open my eyes the sun has already set. Jianghin's gaze grew angrier so. He didn't hesitate to reply, when the sun sets you should sleep, of course. That way you can wake early tomorrow to train. Unable to take it any longer, Jianghin lifted the bed and aimed it straight at him. That brat. Today I'll cure you of that lazy habit for good. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Guangdongwei clan, the sun lowering as Jianghin's scolding echoed, while he planned to also punish that insolent attitude. In the study, Jianghin felt utterly exhausted. Chief Steward Zhou Bang smiled and stepped forward to ask, "Are you worried about the second young master's matters?" He sighed helplessly and nodded. "If he weren't like this, why would I be worried?" Zhou Bang comforted him. "The young master will grow up soon enough. This only makes you more anxious. It's all my fault." The story returned to the past. When Wei Yonho was 2 years old, Wei Jianghin began his martial tour. At that time, Han Sang-ah, along with 3 children, Wei Sanho, Wei Yonho, and Wei Suryun, still in their mother's womb, saw him off at the door with sorrowful eyes. Perhaps then Jianghin did not expect matters to turn out differently. He assumed the journey would last at most 2 years, but he was drawn into countless events across the martial world. Time passed. It took him as long as 8 years before he could return home. Things gradually improved with his fame, earning him the nickname beyond his reach, the Righteous Sword. But the sight that met him at home froze him in place. He had lost so much. Sang-ah looked at him with displeasure. The gentle wife he once knew had turned into someone more fearsome than a tiger. She smiled and asked her husband, 8 years. Jianghin continued to recall his beloved little child, the child he once cherished like his own flesh. The current scene left him helpless. The child had become so lazy he couldn't even look at him straight on. Thinking this, Jianghin sighed, sweating with frustration. Zhou Bang, hearing this, smiled reassuringly. "Please don't worry too much, there will surely be a way." He was surprised. "What way?" Zhou Bang nodded confidently. "Yes, have you forgotten? He's about to return." Jianghin suddenly grew puzzled. As if remembering something, his face broke into a delighted smile. "That's right, I remember now. After 3 years of hard work at the martial school, he's coming back today." His expression instantly turned calculating. Indeed, that brat Yonho seemed to be revealing himself as an important figure, the only person Yonho was afraid of. Over here, Yonho still didn't know anything. He suddenly felt a chill. "Why do I feel cold all of a sudden?" He turned back confusedly to look behind him, and what met his eyes was Wei Sanho, eldest son of the Guangdongwei clan. His voice trembled. "Big brother." He looked at him coldly and asked, "How many watches have you slept through?" He sat up in a panic. "When did you get here?" Sanho's face was stern as he retorted, "I'm the one asking first." Yonho scratched his head in confusion, stammering, that. His stammering only annoyed Sanho more. With no choice, he hurriedly made up an excuse. "No, it's not like that, big brother. This morning I trained, I overdid it and was exhausted, so I just nodded off for a bit." "Really?" Yonho thought to himself in a panic. "Damn, when did he get back?" Sanho kept looking at him, expecting him to say he'd trained. Yonho quickly nodded. "Yes." After a moment of silence, Sanho pointed forward. "Then use a move to slice that candle in 2 for me." This left him stunned. "Yes." Sanho's face was deadly serious. "Let's see how much you've improved in the 3 years I was away." So Yonho had to take the sword and stand before the candle. Seeing his hesitation, Sanho urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it." He startled and turned back, "But it's indoors and dangerous." Before he could finish, Sanho cut him off. "I'll take care of that, don't be ridiculous, show me your form." Yonho forced a grin. "I know, I'm sweating buckets, whatever happens, happens." He stepped forward 1 step at a time. Sword in hand, eyes fixed, point of the blade aimed straight ahead. He moved like a gust of wind, a flourish looking extremely impressive. Sanho, witnessing this, froze. In an instant, Yonho performed the fake attack, Soaring Dragon, Flying Immortal. He slowly turned his head to pose, only to find the candle still burning as if nothing had happened. This made him realize his luck was about to be completely ruined. After a moment of silence, Sanho finally spoke. 3 years have passed. He fixed a strange look on him. 3 years is enough time to master a sword technique, enough to break through a realm. And yet you seem very disappointing. You're worse than 3 years ago. Late at night in the main hall, the 5 of them sat together eating. Yonho thought wearily to himself that he had indigestion coming. He would definitely have indigestion. Jianghin turned to ask his eldest son, "How's life at the martial school?" Sanho smiled. "It's fine. Father, don't worry, I'm not having any trouble." He nodded. "If training isn't difficult, it's not training. I think those are things you must overcome yourself. Spare your father." Those words pleased him greatly. "While I was away, you've worked hard." Sanho replied, "Father, you're the one who suffered from the long journey." Jianghin continued, "All right, is there anything else you want to tell the family?" Hearing that, he suddenly slammed his chopsticks down on the table, his face becoming resolute. Yes, there is one thing. Sang-ah looked puzzled. What is it? His voice rang out, it's about Yonho. Jianghan immediately turned to look at him. Sang-ah was sweating. What's wrong with Yonho? Yonho looked at him fearfully. What's wrong with me? Sanho's voice was deliberate but firm under the family's gaze. I'll take him to the martial school. The declaration made his inner self scream in despair. That. Back in the present, Divine Mad Dog kept narrating, whether Master Mu-san or Ping Dojuk, just hearing the name Wai Yonho was enough to make them grind their teeth. That was the beginning of a great history. At that moment, Yonho picked up the sword. His face was calm, but he didn't want anyone to know that. The lazy youth riding the horse behind Sanho would later become a master who shook the world. Thinking of the painful days ahead, he lamented helplessly, "Big brother, can't we rest a bit before continuing?" Reluctantly, Yonho set off for the martial school. Although the family felt some regret and sadness, no one stopped him. Little sister Wai Suryun cried, clutching his hand and sobbing, "Second brother, don't go." Wai Jianghan showed obvious delight, speaking as if giving an assignment. "Only when you become a man who stands tall and strong will you be allowed to return." Han Sang-ah worriedly kept advising, "You two be careful on the road." Yonho waved goodbye sadly, trying to reassure everyone. Sang-ah then turned to gently chide her husband. "Enough, stop smiling already." The two brothers urged their horses onward. The journey proceeded smoothly for the time being. Of course, from Sanho's point of view. For Yonho, it was him sprawled on the horse's back, miserable-faced and complaining non-stop. "Are we far yet, seriously?" Sanho rode ahead nonchalantly. "Just 10 more days' travel and we'll arrive." Yonho's eyes widened. 10 days, really? Sanho reminded him that if he rode properly it would only take 5 days. Yonho frowned. "I've said I never learned to ride since I was a kid." Sanho replied warmly, "I'm not blaming you." Yonho was annoyed, though it was obvious his brother was blaming him. Sanho remained calm. "You asked, so I answered." Yonho sulked and muttered, "Can't we rest a bit before moving on? Do you know how steep this hill is? My back is killing me. My butt feels like it's about to explode." He pointed toward a tree nearby. "Look, those people must be so tired they just collapsed on the ground to rest." Sanho followed his pointing finger. His expression changed at once. He leapt down from his horse immediately. Yonho, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Sanho didn't answer. He quietly moved toward those people. Yonho followed curiously. "What are you doing?" Sanho sighed heavily. "It's late. They're all dead." Hearing that, Yonho panicked, breaking out in cold sweats. What did you say?" Sanho picked up something and called Yonho closer. He, dressed in white like a masked man, pointed to the wound in the chest and explained, "This is a technique called Passion Flower Pierce." Yonho doubted. "Passion Flower Pierce? Do you mean like a floral passion thing?" Sanho explained that its original name is Red Flower Pierce, but because a pervert named Seo Ju-ak used it to commit countless crimes, people renamed it Passion Flower Pierce. Yonho immediately interrupted, "Wait, a pervert? You mean that guy is around here?" Sanho nodded. "Seo Ju-ak doesn't strike inside courtesan houses. He preys on women traveling alone along lonely mountain paths. That a victim here was hit by the Passion Flower Pierce means he acted recently. Very likely he's targeting some woman nearby." Saying that, Sanho wasted no time and sped off like a lightning bolt. "I'm going. I'll be back right away. You wait here." Yonho screamed in alarm. "You're leaving me here alone to look after the horses with these corpses. Big brother, don't joke like that." But despite his shouting, Sanho's figure had already vanished over the horizon. Left alone, Yonho turned pale and cautiously scanned the nearby bodies. The two warhorses were panting heavily, and the corpses lay there strewn about. The more Yonho looked, the colder his spine felt. It's really over. After who knew how long, the light began to fade and the scene shifted into a gloomy dusk. Yonho stood there, looked up at the sky and shouted, "You deceptive jerk, why haven't you come back yet? If that's the case, you should have taken me along from the start." But then he grew serious and thoughtful. Could something have happened to his brother? If not, why the delay? Just then a strong wind held through. Yonho immediately grabbed the reins and held tight to the saddle to keep the horse from bolting. He had to think of something. Standing here dawdling would make him wolf food one day. Moments later, a streak of lightning tore across the sky, making him scream in panic. Then the rain poured down in sheets. Yonho stood rooted, staring up at the sky. His face drained of color, not a drop of blood left. "It's really over." His yell echoed through the downpour. Gritting his teeth, Yonho heaved and pushed the warhorse, trying to help it climb the slope. Not clear what he planned to do, only that he loaded all the corpses onto the horse and quietly rode off. "Damn it, if we leave them here they'll become a feast for wild beasts. I can't just ignore that." He was about to look for a proper burial place when the rain started again, so he hurriedly thought he must find shelter fast. Just then the warhorse suddenly stopped. Yonho pushed from behind and snapped, "What's wrong with this horse now? it really won't listen to anything. He had reached the edge of a stream, and just as a lightning bolt struck, the warhorse reared and kicked Yonho off. With no time to react, he tumbled head over heels down below. He fell straight into a thorn bush and lay there groaning in pain. Lying there, he groaned in agony. After a while, he finally crawled up, his back aching unbearably. Oh my God, my back, this blasted young horse deserves to die. But as soon as he sat up, his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Is this a cave? He burst out laughing as if mad with joy. Perfect, I found shelter from the rain. He turned and saw the two warhorses still standing there. So he hurriedly tied their reins to a rock near the cave to keep them from running off. When he was done, he sighed at them. After all, he couldn't bring himself to beat them. Then he looked down at his tattered clothes and shook his head in disgust. What a sight. No wonder people say leaving home is entering a sea of suffering. I left a mark at the cave entrance. Big Brother should be able to find it. Thinking that, he flopped onto the ground and told himself to forget it for now and get some sleep. But even lying still, he couldn't close his eyes. Big Brother should be fine, right? He should be. With his skills, he'll come back. Thinking that, he finally began to drift off to sleep. While he slept deeply, the two warhorses somehow slipped their reins and wandered off. Dawn came quickly, but Yonho slept like the dead, showing no sign of waking. Days passed into nights, and he still didn't wake, sleeping straight through for 2 days. Suddenly, a strange blue light began to spread around his body, quickly enveloping him completely. Even as that energy lifted him into the air, Yonho slept on unaware, totally unconscious. The light quietly carried him deeper into the cave, and strangely, it passed through the rock walls, leading him into a deep inner chamber. In the blink of an eye, Yonho had completely vanished from that place. After who knows how long, he slowly awoke in a dazed state. He stared blankly straight ahead. Where on earth is this? The cave looks strange, seems like the same cavern as before, only now I'm deeper inside. Or did I roll all the way here while sleeping? Just then, a strange voice rang out, "Oh, fortunate one." That line made Yonho jump in fright. What the hell is this? Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, biting his teeth from the pain. But his gaze was then drawn to a strange object. A blue orb of light hovering in midair. The strange sound had come from that very place. Welcome, fortunate one who by fate has come to this place. Oh, my descendant, the white light from the orb shines without cease. Yonho asked warily, wait, is that glowing thing talking to me? The voice confirmed, yes, fortunate one, I have long since left physical constraints. I crossed time and space to pass my will to you. Now accept this will and pacify the world. Unexpectedly, Yonho screamed in panic. A ghost, a spirit, or something. The voice hurried to reassure him, do not be afraid, I have ascended to immortality long ago. What remains here is but a fragment of thought I left for the fortunate ones to come. Therefore do not doubt, accept my will. Yonho still felt suspicious. Wait, this situation sounds familiar. A mysterious empty cave, housing the thought of an extraordinary predecessor. This is exactly like the legends I've heard. He immediately burst out laughing, overjoyed. Ha ha, what a fortunate encounter. Really, heaven rewards the good. Living an honest life finally pays off. With this, I'll surely get stronger fast, no more need for the martial school. Seeing him suddenly so excited, the voice spoke again. Time is short. O fortunate one, receive my sword technique and use it to restore justice to the world. I will pass you the radiant sword style. Fortunate one, you must continually cultivate to perfect yourself. If you truly carry my bloodline, talent will be undeniable. Diligent training here for 30 years will allow you to grasp part of my power. At those words, Yonho's face fell, black as a pit. 30 years. The voice confirmed firmly, yes, just train for 30 full years. Yonho immediately waved his hands in a fluster. Wait. I think we're not fated for this. Please find someone more suitable. The voice seemed stunned and fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed in utter surprise, what did you say? Yonho smiled and explained, well, a destiny that costs 30 years of life. I must politely refuse to keep my conscience clear. But that very meeting, seemingly rejected, became the starting point. The beginning of the arduous journey that would turn the fool Yonho into the greatest person under heaven. After refusing outright, Yonho spun and ran. Then I'll be off, but how could you possibly let me leave so easily? After only a few steps, a voice rang out to stop him. I told you to wait a moment, didn't I? The speaker was none other than Limitless White. Yonho halted and turned to glance at him warily. I guessed right, you really are a con artist. Hearing that, his face turned purple with anger. A fraud? What kind of person do you think I am to say something like that? Yonho refused to back down either, pointing at him and shouting, you put on all these mysterious tricks. If it fails, you'll reveal your true form, won't you? Limitless White snapped in irritation. I'm not putting on a show. I truly am a fragment of thought that has escaped the body. Yonho stood there with his arms crossed and chin raised, clearly unbelieving. A thought escaped the body, really. Immediately after, he swung a fist as if to teach the old man a lesson. But the punch went straight through him without making contact, sending Yonho sprawling flat to the ground. Watching him tumble, the old man asked in puzzlement, "What on earth are you doing?" Yonho panicked and yelled, "Sorcery is clearly witchcraft." Limitless White exploded, "You dare call me a demon? This is a technique called the thought transmigration art, something only masters who have reached the pinnacle can perform." But Yonho remained nonchalant. "I've decided, call you a demon from now on." That remark made the old man furious enough to burst. "I told you I'm not." Cut to the two divine mad dog. And so Yonho met his master. The youth asked in doubt, "Thought transmigration art, you mean such a technique really exists?" Divine Mad Dog nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's a secret art that only martial artists who reach an unimaginable height can perform." The youth was still confused. So who exactly is the martial artist capable of such an extraordinary feat? Divine Mad Dog asked sternly in return, "Have you ever heard of the Sword Emperor?" The youth widened his eyes. "How could I not have heard of him? He's the one known as the greatest person of ancient and modern times. A master from the myriad Sword Beak clan whose name is recorded in martial history." Divine Mad Dog smiled and nodded. "Indeed, the radiant Sword Beak Muhan, praised by the world as the Sword Emperor, is the master of the radiant supreme martial art." Hearing this, the youth was stunned and couldn't believe it. "Really? But wasn't he someone who lived 300 years ago?" Divine Mad Dog explained gently, "Yes, he was a great man from an era forgotten by history. But regardless, him meeting Yonho is true." The youth sighed, calling it a fateful encounter, then speculated, "So after learning the truth, Radiant Supreme Martial Art must have immediately sought to take him as a disciple, right?" Divine Mad Dog laughed with some amusement. Yonho, quite the opposite. Realizing that for 300 years no one from the Beak clan had come, the Sword Emperor was determined at all costs to accept a disciple. He looked at Yonho and loudly declared, "You must become my disciple." Yonho put his hands behind his back, face full of indifference, and headed toward the cave entrance. "Oh, come on, why are you suddenly angry? I'm not even of the Beak clan and I really can't learn this. I'm leaving now." The old man raised his hand and shouted, "Do you think I'll let you leave here so easily?" Immediately, a gigantic boulder thundered down and blocked the exit. Yonho gaped at the enormous rock, frozen in place. Behind him, the old man chuckled with delight, exclaiming, "See, this is a stone gate a full zhang thick. With your current strength, don't even think about lifting or breaking it." He continued to entice, "But if you learn my martial art, that stone gate will be like mud, one move and it's shattered." Yonho fell silent for a long moment, then sighed helplessly. He put his hand into his coat and fumbled around looking for something, resigning himself to go along with it. Seeing he still refused to accept him as master, the old man bellowed, "I told you, at your current strength you can't break the stone gate." But Yonho didn't care. He drew his sword, sat down casually, and began chipping at the rock. That action left the old man stunned. "What the hell are you doing?" Yonho replied bluntly. "Can't you tell? I'm digging a dog burrow. No matter how hard it is, it's still rock, and rock wears down if you scratch at it. A year or two and it'll be hollowed through." The old man gaped and sighed. "You really plan to sit there and pound on stone for 2 years?" But the boy kept industriously chipping away, replying as he worked, "You're the one who told me to train for 30 years. Pushed to madness, the old man trembled with rage at this damned brat he couldn't even beat to death. After a moment of restraint, he softened his tone and coaxed again, "Don't be like that, try learning once, I guarantee you won't be disappointed." But Yonho only shook his head coldly. "I'm not very interested." The old man refused to give up and continued bargaining. "Then how about I help you break the stone gate in 20 years? Is that okay?" Yonho stretched out on the ground, shaking his head wearily. 20 is still too long. If it were 3 years, I might consider it a bit." Anger surged in the old man, but he forced himself to stay calm and pasted on a pleasant smile. "You mean you want to learn all my martial art in just 3 years? Even if Zhang Sanfeng came back to life, he couldn't pull that off." Yonho didn't bother to react, continuing to tap the rock rhythmically. "Then suppose we have no fate." Finally, the old man couldn't stand it any longer. He ground his teeth and creaked. "Fine, 5 years. Within 5 years, by any means necessary, I will turn you into the greatest person under heaven." Hearing that, Yonho began to waver slightly. 5 years to become the greatest under heaven. A person able to exist as a thought yet remain so vivid, no one I'd heard of before. Maybe it's just not been passed down. What if half of what he says is true? Then it's very possible this old man really might be the top master under heaven. Good, if that's the case, I should seize this chance to become a master too. Only 5 years, what a bargain. With that thought, he decisively tossed the sword aside and announced, "All right, I'll give it a try." Of course, at that moment, Yonho had no idea the man before him was the Sword Emperor. But pitifully, the Sword Emperor, a supreme sage, had to encounter someone like him in his final moments. Seeing Yonho still sleeping like the dead, the old man roared at the top of his lungs, "Wake up, you damn useless brat." Yonho groggily opened his eyes and mumbled, "I'm so sleepy I could die." "You don't need sleep." "Oh right, you're dead, so why sleep?" "I'm alive though, the living should sleep." Beak Muhen trembled with anger but tried to restrain himself. I know I'm at fault, okay? But now you must endure and train." Inside, he kept cursing heaven for making him meet such an unbelievably lazy disciple in his final moments. Yonho yawned and replied, "Training right after waking up. Sleeping all day, and even when you train you only go through the motions." The old man roared in fury, "At this rate don't talk about 5 years, even 50 years won't finish your training." Yonho asked lazily, "Isn't there any easier method?" The old man was so furious he nearly lost his mind. He wished the brat would just shut up. Yonho sighed and shook his head. That's why people need a master with real ability. Every word he spoke made listeners so furious they'd spit blood. If the old man still had a body, he'd have gone mad and burst a vein by now. He sighed inwardly, "I no longer crave glory or wealth. I only hoped to pass on a bit of martial skill, yet it ended up like this." Thinking that if he still had a body, he would have given this disciple a proper thrashing, he felt even more regretful. At that moment, Yonho rolled over and asked, "Master, when you collapsed that stone gate, how did you do it? Couldn't you just use that power to control my body and teach me martial arts directly?" He answered, "At that time, I only activated the mechanisms already present by pulling the cords." Yonho grew more puzzled. How could a thought without a body pull anything? He explained that it had nothing to do with a body. It was using chi guided through the void to manipulate objects. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he laughed like a madman. Why didn't I realize this sooner?" Seeing his expression, Yonho wondered, "What's wrong? Are you unwell, or have you gone already?" He kept smiling with satisfaction, baffled at why he had held the prejudice that he no longer had a body. Perhaps after maintaining a thought for 300 years, his mind had grown foggy. He nodded and exclaimed, "But thanks to you, I've achieved a great enlightenment." Yonho was frightened. "Old sir, what nonsense are you spouting?" Just then he sensed something unusual, turned his head and saw the stone wall behind them beginning to crack. Meanwhile, the old man kept grinning with delight. "Thank you. Because of you, I've realized that even without a body, I can freely control these stones at any time." Yonho asked anxiously, "What are you planning to do?" The old man stared at him, a cryptic smile forming. "If I can control the stones, then I can do things like this." Yonho broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait, old sir, no, master, listen to me." But despite his shouting, the man excitedly sent the stones crashing toward him. Yonho's terrified scream echoed through the cave. From that day, the training between Beak Muhen and Yonho officially began, continuing day and night. By day, the two never stopped practicing swordwork, not pausing for a moment. And by night, they continued to discuss swordsmanship. Even while sleeping, Yonho had to train through the special cultivation method, heavenly matchless dream refining spirit technique taught by Beak Muhen. His daily life became inseparable from the sword. His body was sword, his mind was sword, his breath was sword. There was no moment left for idleness. Thus the 5-year period flew by in a blink, and then that day finally arrived. Yonho personally opened the stone gate and stepped out. He raised his head to the sky, inhaled a lungful of free air, and the one who would overturn the world had officially returned. He curled a sly smirk and declared, "I'm back." Cut to the day before Yonho left the cave. He was sound asleep when he heard his master calling. He sighed softly, "Let me sleep a little longer." Yet the old man kept calling without stop, leaving him no choice but to sit up, half asleep. "Honestly, I told you to let me sleep a bit longer. Don't you trust me at all?" But immediately afterward, he sensed something was off. The old man sat there with an unusually serious expression and softly called, "Come here for a moment." Seeing him so grave, Yonho abandoned his teasing tone. "What is it?" The old man sighed. Master Vai spent his whole life cultivating the martial way. The only thing he ever longed for was to witness the ultimate limit of martial arts. Because of that pursuit, he abandoned everything else and ended up in his old age as an eccentric elder whom the clan both revered and feared, and gradually was shunned. Yonho listened, puzzled. "What's wrong with you today, master? Unlike any other day." The old man remined Chinese letter and continued to reminisce. "In hindsight, it's natural that the later generations of the Beak clan didn't seek me out. Before martial art, I chose to abandon both descendants and close ties." He once thought that if he could touch the ultimate limit of the sword path, everything would be fulfilled. But in the end, he realized martial arts are created by people. If you don't walk the ordinary path of life, even seeing the end of the sword path loses its meaning. He smiled. You are the one who helped Master Vi understand that. This is the first time he has taught anyone. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he went mad. But as he watched Yonho improve step by step, he came to understand what joy is and felt the two words affection and duty. Yonho frowned anxiously. Master, what's wrong with you? You speak as if we won't meet again. The old man nodded, his voice gentle. Yes, the time has come. Yonho was startled, agitated. What do you mean? The time for what? Do you think saying that will make me believe you? You were the one who initially said I must train 30 years. It's only been 5. The old man did not deny it. It was true that Master Vi had said that. But the energy to sustain my thought I have already given to you as an inner elixir so you could survive here without eating. Keeping it stable is not as easy as you think. Now Master Vi's strength is completely exhausted. I think the time has come for us to part. Yonho choked up. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known, I could have gone out to get something to eat and come back to keep training. The old man thought silently. If you left, who knows whether you'd return. But he didn't say that aloud, only smiled gently. Very well, Master Vi understands your heart. After all, the time living with you has made Master Vi very happy. He looked at his disciple with affectionate eyes. He once wanted to see you roam the world a bit longer, but this is enough. In his eyes now, the image of his disciple ranging across the world was vivid and clear. Look at the whole world, take the world into yourself. If you can do that, other things will come to you. He paused a moment, then added in a voice like the breeze, but before you set your sights on the world, learn to see through people. Master Vi had once been so intent on gazing at the peak that he forgot the small things right under his feet. The old man advised in a low voice, do not follow Master Vi's mistaken path. Even if Master Vi cannot meet you again, even if no one in the world remembers me, it is enough that in every swing of your arm, every one of your sword moves still carries a trace of my shadow. He smiled kindly, so you don't need to become extraordinary, nor do you need to be grand. Yonho's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice full of pain. Master, you can't go like this. There are still so many things I haven't learned. But then, as if consoling himself, he choked and continued, no, I don't need any more lessons, really, just a little more time. Even one more day would do. But the old man had by now dissolved into a wisp of smoke. His last words were that as long as his disciple is happy, that is enough. The cave was plunged into darkness, leaving only Yonho standing there. He stared blankly around and in pain blurted, Master. Tears pouring down like rain. He choked out an accusation. If only you had told me a little earlier, it would have been better. Cut to the present, Yonho's face contorted, blue veins bulging with anger. So this was why the man left without saying a word. He clenched his fist and shouted, hey, when did you write all this, huh, damn old man? If you're gone, then rest in peace. What's with this stunt? Before disappearing, Baek Murim left a handwritten note hidden in the garments Yonho still kept. The contents summarized as follows. The martial arts Yonho had rushed to learn in 1 year were actually still incomplete. Baek Murim knew that if he vanished, his disciple would likely stop training, so he secretly implanted a restriction into Yonho's body. That restriction uses the inner core of Baek Murim that Yonho swallowed earlier as its center. Thanks to it, the martial skills within him will automatically develop over time. It sounds neat, but it's not that simple. If Yonho's martial knowledge and insights fall behind the growth rate of the inner core, then conversely his internal energy will be siphoned back into the core, and he will die from a backlash. In short, be lazy and you die. Reading this, Yonho ground his teeth in fury. Damn old man pulling tricks again. The message continued, therefore, go travel the world, observe the mortal realm. Only by observing the world can you feel it, and only by feeling can you comprehend. Don't stay hidden in a corner. Don't be content with being ordinary. Look upon greatness and become a great man. Your first destination is Murim. Seek out the renowned grand scholar of the realm and stay by his side. You will sense something there. And not just Murim, he listed a whole series of other places. Yonho held the letter and shouted at the top of his lungs. Damn you, master, exactly how many places do you plan to make me go? He then began to stretch his legs and arms, muttering, I was going to go straight home at first. Brother should be fine, right? Then, facing the cave entrance, he performed a solemn bow and said, Parents, please don't worry too much. I'll return soon, but there are things I must do now. Finally, he bowed deeply at the cave mouth and softly said, Know this. I won't be coming back here again. Why would you make my life hard even at the very end? Ah, but wait, where on earth is Murim anyway? Not long after he left, the old man's figure appeared again outside the cave. He stood there, wearing a wickedly delighted smile. You naive brat. Did you really believe that if you didn't go roam the world you'd be siphoned dry and die? There's no such bizarre martial art in this world. He laughed loudly. Are you planning to live cooped up in a corner your whole life? I couldn't let that happen, so I had to trick you. The old man looked up at the sky, his eyes full of warmth. Child, the world is vast, and I also grieve for the martial art I taught you. He murmured softly, his tone full of affection. You rotten kids, thanks to you I've been very happy, so you must live happily too. At that, he finally completely vanished from the mortal world. As Yonho walked on, he suddenly caught a faint, pleasant scent. Why was there a gentle floral fragrance all of a sudden? Time went on like that, and one day in Kaifeng, Yonho, gaunt and worn, stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, is this the beggar sect?" Opposite him stood the branch chief, Jang Il of the beggar sect. He glanced at Yonho with suspicion. What is it? That's a strange smell, isn't it? When Yonho continued, I'm here because I have questions to ask. I've heard you have to pay for information, right? He squinted, studied him, and replied, of course. Nothing in this world is free. He shot a sidelong look, thinking the fellow looked like one of their kind, but appeared to be over 50. He went on, you look like you're from the gang, so I'd love to give you a pass, but we have principles. Yonho looked puzzled. He explained, even a beggar must take pride in his trade. Yonho snapped angrily, do I look like a beggar to you? He answered bluntly, sizing him up as a beggar all over. Then he added, if you have no money, you get no information, so scram and come back when you have funds. Yonho fumed, I told you I'm not a beggar. What are you whining about? Jang Il regarded him seriously. It's not that you're a beggar so you beg, it's because you beg that you become a beggar. With that look, put out a basket and customers will line up. Why waste that talent? Having said that, he suddenly grabbed Yonho's hand and tempted, want to go into business with me? And so Yonho agreed to team up with him to beg. He actually managed to get a lot of money. Looking at the pile of coins before them, Jang Il trembled with excitement. In half a day, they had enough to cover the branch's living expenses for half a year. Outside, the beggars buzzed with gossip. What's going on? A real beggar has shown up. Jang Il in the room went pale. Okay, what do you want to ask? Yonho answered immediately, a list of the realm's famous grand scholars, where they live, their likes, their specialties. Then he proceeded to ask about various other fields. Jang Il was stunned and wanted to know everything. I've promised, so I'll find it for you. Come back in 7 days for the information. Yonho sighed, I have nowhere to go and nothing to do, so I'll just stay here. Jang Il frowned, you're saying you'll stay? Yeah, fine by me, he replied. Not long after, Jang Il regretted it. A panicked beggar rushed in. Branch chief, big trouble. Jang Il snapped, what are you lot making a racket about? The man replied, the brothers of the beggar sect are about to starve. Jang Il was stunned. And when he ran outside, he saw townspeople berating beggars like Yonho. How dare those who don't even look the part come here to beg? They were throwing coins at his face while advising, kid, go buy a few fried beans with shrimp paste and eat. Jang Il stood by, mouth agape. Yonho smiled faintly, making money is pretty easy, huh? Thus begins Yonho's takeover of the beggar sect. After returning, Yonho didn't bother to sit up. He stretched out on his back and called loudly, I'm so thirsty. Jang Il beside him, hearing that, panicked and barked, what's wrong? Are you in pain? Bring water here quickly. Yonho opened his eyes to look at the cup of water in his hand and sighed wearily. What kind of bowl is this? So dirty. Jang Il, hearing that, angrily leaped at the subordinate who had brought the water and scolded. How many times have I told you to take clean water from the mountain? Why do you always bring such a filthy bowl? The thoughtless beggar was shouted at until stunned. Yonho continued to complain, the water should be warm, then it's right, how can I drink it like this? Jang Il, furious, struck him again and said sternly, I've told you many times to bring pure, clean spring water from the mountain, why don't you ever understand? Yonho sneered, lying flat on the floor is so comfortable, this is already very good. Jang Il stood watching, so furious he trembled, but didn't dare utter a word, only muttering curses silently under his breath. Damn it, I'm the sex division chief, and I'm being ordered around like a servant by that beggar. Quickly send that information over here. Not long after, someone outside called, Branch Chief, the information's here. Jang Il, like he'd found gold, gleefully rushed out to receive the information and brought it in for Yonho to see. Yonho skimmed it and grimaced, is this all the information? Do you consider this enough to buy and sell with? Jang Il awkwardly held the paper. What do you mean by that? Give it here so I can check again. He squinted and read. His expression changed into something ugly. Those bastards intend for our division to starve to death or what? This skimpy information won't do. Yonho stood up, voice suspicious. Or did I not pay enough, so you only sent a little? I'll go find more money and come back. Jang Il hastily grabbed him, worried. Before that beggar caused trouble again, he'd have to think of another plan. He led Yonho out onto the street. A noble like you shouldn't be struggling like this. Please come in, we can provide information. then they guided him to a hidden place. Jang Il faced a woman and clasped his hands in salute. "Greetings, Dao Master." Yonho from behind muttered, worried about the derogatory nickname the woman had used earlier. The nickname sounded like trash. Jang Il felt anxious inside but kept his composure. "I have come to request information." The woman, Lady Gui Nangnang, smiled. How strange. The branch chief of the beggar sect actually came to the intelligence organization to ask the Hao clan for information. Don't tell me you don't know how clan and beggar sect are like cats and dogs. Jang Il quickly explained, "This wasn't requested by the beggar sect, I only guided the guest here." Gui Nangnang frowned. "Are you joking with me? If it wasn't requested by the beggar sect, then who was it? You entrusted this to a beggar of the beggar sect. Now you're mocking the Hao clan. Do you too want to provoke us? We have no information to sell to the beggar sect." Hearing Gui Nangnang's words, Yonho's face immediately darkened. He answered solemnly, "But I'm not a member of the beggar sect." Gui Nangnang, no longer interested, turned to leave and said coldly, "If you keep playing games, I won't let it go. At least show some mutual respect." Yonho asked, "Isn't the Hao clan an intelligence organization? And yet you don't even know whether I'm with the beggar sect and you're selling information to get by? That's extremely unprofessional." Hearing that, Gui Nangnang's forehead pulsed with a blue vein. She turned back with a cold glare and snapped that they'd continue only if someone answered her question. When asked about the beggar sect's identity, a voice confirmed that he was not a member of that gang. Upon hearing that, Gui Nangnang exhaled in annoyance. Yonho spread his arms. "See, now you can sell the information, right?" She snorted derisively and replied, "Sell it? Why would I? I'm done. I'm not selling anything. Get out of here." Yonho didn't get angry. He only smiled sarcastically. "The Hao clan is really declining, huh? I said I'd pay, yet you still stubbornly refuse to sell, miss. At this rate, the Hao clan's downfall isn't far off." Gui Nangnang turned away and warned coldly that if they didn't want their limbs and organizational structure chopped up, they'd better clamp that mouth shut. Yonho remained unperturbed. "Oh, did I say something wrong, sir?" The remark struck Gui Nangnang's pride like a blade. She snapped angrily, "Are you trying to insult the Hao clan?" Yonho replied nonchalantly, still whistling, "I'm just stating the truth." Gui Nangnang shouted in anger, "Gongmu, teach him a lesson." The assassin named Gongmu appeared in a flash and attacked toward Yonho. Jang Il cried out no, but Yonho quickly covered his mouth, and with his other hand slapped Gongmu straight on the head, knocking him out. Gui Nangnang and Jang Il stared in astonishment at the scene. Yonho dealt with him with a light, feather-like punch that was enough to take down the assassin. She knelt with hands clasped. "Sorry, honored master has graced us with his presence. Please forgive this demon lady." Yonho, puzzled, "What are you saying? Haven't we been talking for a while now?" Gui Nangnang frowned, "But now it seems your purpose in coming here isn't very honorable, is it?" Jang Il flinched when named. "What do you mean?" He hurriedly explained, "Gui Nangnang, I don't know if you'll believe me, but I truly have no ill intent. It's just some information people need. Since the beggar sect can't handle it, I came to ask for your help." Gui Nangnang frowned and asked again, "So that's why you brought him here? You let a tiger into the rabbit's den and expect us to simply help?" While they argued, Yonho was pulling Gongmu back, voice cold, "You're injured, so step back." After a moment of discussion between Gui Nangnang and Jang Il, Gui Nangnang replied sternly, "Fine, I'll try to trust the beggar sect's branch chief and see." Jang Il breathed a sigh of relief and clasped his hands in thanks. But Gui Nangnang continued, "Providing information is one thing. The fact that he injured one of our people is another. So the Hao clan wants him to pay an appropriate price for that action." Yonho asked suspiciously, "What price?" She smiled wickedly. "In the underworld, there's only one price, blood for blood, life for life." No sooner had she finished than 4 shadows appeared beside her. Yonho was unfazed. "People here sure like dramatic entrances, don't they?" Gui Nangnang said sternly, "I don't know your motives, but if you've hurt our people, don't expect to leave here alive." Yonho sighed in exasperation. "Honestly, no matter how much I explain, you won't get it. I didn't mean to. He tried to hit me first, so I reflexively gave him a light touch." Gui Nangnang's face darkened with indignation. That skinny, skeleton-like fellow was truly loathsome. Then she added, "Our underworld methods are simple. If someone has an arm chopped off, we chop off both their arm and leg. If someone gets slapped, we slap that person's cheek back." Yonho laughed sarcastically. "That calculation is exactly like those loan shark shops, isn't it?" Jang Il trembled and warned, "I told you to shut up already." Gui Nangnang snorted coldly, "This time I'll go easy. I'll only gouge a bit of flesh from your face." Yonho waved his hand. "Allow me to interrupt a moment. But where on my face is there any flesh to gouge? I've not been eating well lately. I'm skinny as it is." Gui Nangnang couldn't contain her anger any longer and ordered the 4 shadows to finish him off. Yonho faced the grim situation and nonchalantly scratched his head. She just said she'd flay my face, and now she wants to kill me outright. Starting to charge interest already, compound interest indeed. But the foreshadows are nothing to me. After you strike, no one saw how he did it. Only the foreshadows and the weapons went flying in chaos. Gui Nangnang was once again stunned by Yonho's words and left speechless. Yonho said finally, "Everyone stay still. I don't feel like killing anyone just yet." Jang Il was once more struck dumb by the boy's terrifying power. A surge of fear rose in Gui Nangnang's chest. What was this overwhelming aura? Yonho continued, "Master, I've said it before. Someone who dares to strike me twice will likely do it a third or fourth time, so you must never leave a future threat behind." Though I hate that old man, I must admit he was never wrong about that. Upon hearing this, Gui Nangnang grew even more uneasy. I've really provoked the wrong person. This one isn't someone the Hao clan can afford to mess with. I must keep my head very clear. One slip and the Hao clan's Kaifeng branch could be wiped out today. Thinking that, she cleared her throat and asked, "So what exactly do you want from us?" Jang Il immediately stepped forward. "We're just here for information. See the paper I'm holding? There's plenty of empty space. You just need to fill it in." Gui Nangnang took the paper, still shaken. "That's all. Just because they couldn't handle this themselves, that bastard dragged a monster all the way to the Hao clan." After a few seconds' thought, she continued, "This isn't too difficult, but I need some time to look up the information. Can you wait?" Hearing Yonho's reply, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Then please wait a moment. And branch chief of the beggar sect, would you accompany me for a moment?" A while later, Jang Il returned to where Yonho was. The moment he saw him, the boy couldn't help but burst into a wicked laugh. "Your face is swollen like a steamed bun. Getting beat up, are we? Ha ha ha, what kind of beggar sect reputation is this, getting roughed up by the Hao clan?" Jang Il angrily gestured and shouted, "That woman isn't an ordinary disciple of the Hao clan. She is the daughter of the Hao clan leader, the next successor. She grew up with spiritual medicines and takes pills like their meals. Do you expect me to handle that?" Just then, Gui Nangnang appeared behind him and spoke up. "I've brought the information you need." Jang Il recoiled in shock, while Yonho cheerfully stood and clasped his hands in thanks. The three of them sat down to talk, but Gui Nangnang also had her own rules. Seeing Yonho seemed not to understand, Jang Il subtly reminded him about the information fee. The boy immediately asked, "So how much?" She didn't hesitate to give a number. 5,000 taels. Yonho casually produced 5 coins. "Is this enough? Take it." Seeing that, Jang Il hurriedly reminded, "It's taels, do you hear me? Taels." Yonho widened his eyes. "What the hell, the info fee is that much?" Gui Nangnang calmly explained, "Because it contains first-rate information, the price is that high." Yonho sighed, "Can't help it, what else can I do?" Just as he stood to leave, Jang Il called out and yanked him back. "Where do you think you're going?" Yonho replied, "Where else? If I don't have tails, I'll have to go out and earn some money." Jang Il panicked, ran up, and grabbed his leg to hold him back. "No, you bastard, why did I bring you here then?" Yonho frowned in confusion. "Why not? So what do you want me to do now?" Jang Il flailed about trying to stop him. He couldn't let him go beg on the streets. In the end, Jang Il scraped together all the money Yonho had made before, added his hidden petty fund, and put the rest on an IOU to reach the full 5,000 taels. Watching him hand over the money while wailing pitifully, Yonho laughed and asked, "Ho-oh, are you crying?" Jang Il screamed in misery, "You bastard, you emptied my secret fund and you act like it's nothing." Yonho paid little heed, continued reading the information, and exclaimed, "It's really detailed, far beyond those pauper-level informants the Hao clan's class shows. Oh, and by the way, I also want to send a letter to Guangdong. You ask if the postage is expensive." She answered that it would cost more than a courier, but just answering a few questions would suffice. Consider it in lieu of postage. Then she began asking his name and age. When she learned he was only 17, Jang Il froze speechless. "What? You're younger than me." Gui Nangnang broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, 17? How could someone so young possess such terrifying strength? She fell silent, pondering the name Wai Yonho, and after a moment she gasped. "Guangdong Wai Yonho, could he be the 5th young master of the Wai clan in Guangdong?" Yonho was slightly surprised. "You know me," she explained. "Of course we know. The Wai clan in Guangdong once asked us to trace your whereabouts." Jang Il couldn't hide his astonishment. "The 5th of the Wai clan, Wai Yonho, are you the younger brother of Wai Sanho?" Yonho was equally surprised. "Even my big brother, you know him too?" Jang Il shouted. "Of course I know, he and I are friends." Gui Nangnang continued, "You want to send a letter to Guangdong? The fastest it will take about 10 days to arrive." Yonho nodded. "That's fine, I waited 5 years, what's 10 more days?" She then took out a small item and handed it to him. please accept this. This is a token proving you are an honored guest of the Hao clan. Hang it at your lodging and our informants will come to contact you. She thought inwardly that a 17-year-old who could defeat Gongmu and the Four Shadows in a single strike, if anyone with such power established ties early, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Yonho took the cloth and asked curiously, "So each time I use this I'm exempt from fees, right?" She hurriedly shook her head. "No, that's not the case." Yonho sighed. "Then isn't it useless?" She quickly covered. "Well then, only the next time, just the one next time, I will waive the intelligence fee for you. This is a special favor reserved for you because I don't want the relationship between the Hao clan and you to be damaged over a few small misunderstandings." Yonho smiled lightly. "It's not that big a deal, why make a fuss?" Jang Il beside him scowled like thunder. "I came here and you emptied my secret fund, my eye is bruised purple and you say it's not a big deal." Yonho chuckled to himself. "It's nothing unusual. Who told you to be a street mutt?" Jang Il shouted. "How many times must I say I'm not?" Then the two of them left the Hao clan together. On the way, Jang Il kept complaining about money matters. Yonho glanced inside. "Money that exists will run out, and when it's gone you can earn more. Besides, a beggar like you shouldn't be greedy, live according to your station." Jang Il felt bitter inside. This bastard was truly his nemesis, yet he couldn't bring himself to kill him right then. Then he shrugged and turned. "You've squeezed out all the info you need, right? So you have no reason to linger in Kaifeng anymore, do you?" But unexpectedly, the boy reached out and held him back. "Wait, I'm not finished yet. I don't have any travel money left." Jang Il's face went ashen, veins bulging with fury, but he dared not show anger at the youth before him and could only throw his head back and wail pitifully to the sky. Damn it, really? Inside the Hao clan, Gui Nangnang was standing on the top floor at that moment, silently observing them. After a moment of thought, she turned and ordered Gongmu to immediately send word to Arsak, reporting that the second young master who vanished years ago of the Guangdong Wai clan has reappeared in the Jianghu as a master. Scene shifts to Songlan Hanlin Great Academy, where beside a lake someone sat enjoying tea and the view. That person was none other than third grand scholar Mun Yuhuan, who had just taken a sip of tea and mentioned the ninefold ceremony. Just then, a young woman approached from behind and softly called, "Father, there's a guest to visit." The girl was his daughter, Mu Yunji. Mun Yuhuan asked in surprise, "I don't have any appointments today." Yunji explained, "They said they wish to play a game with you, father." Hearing that, his face immediately brightened. Playing a game, that meant Go, the board game he was passionately fond of. A little while later, Yunji returned. "Father, I've brought the guest." The guest was none other than Yonho. He still looked shabby and bowed his head, asking, "I hope this sudden visit isn't a bother to you." Mun Yuhuan promptly gestured him in. "What bother? Receiving guests like this is a refined pleasure for me. So you truly wish to play a game of Go with me?" He sat opposite and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, because it's the only thing I know." Mun Yuhuan nodded delightedly. "Very well, let's try a match. I'll take white, please. You may go first." Without hesitation, Yonho picked up a stone. "Then I will begin." But seeing his awkward way of holding the stone, Mun Yuhuan couldn't help feeling disappointed. He thought to himself that at this look there was little hope for the boy's skill. Perhaps he only came to beg a meal. He resolved to play light and find a way to help him. Yet moments later, Yonho solemnly placed the first stone on the board. That posture made him involuntarily freeze. "Not at all like a novice. Good, let's see what your real strength is." The two began playing back and forth, and before long Mun Yuhuan fell into deep thought. Is he of the speed Go school? But the way he applied formations far exceeded his age. They continued their uninterrupted match the more they played. The sweat on Mun Yuhuan's brow poured down like rain. His hand trembled as he held a stone, clearly shaken. "What the hell is this? This has surpassed the speed Go school's level." This style, he looked up, eyes filled with shock. Wasn't it like a demon? A player with an aggressive, fierce style like a devil rampaging across a battlefield. Seeing him hesitate, the boy smiled and asked, "You're not going to continue?" Mun Yuhuan stared at the board, inwardly astonished and truly impressed. His presence surged like a violent wave. Even though it was only a game and not real combat, he attacked relentlessly, ferocious as if standing in the middle of a brutal battlefield. The moment he spotted the smallest flaw, he instantly became a fiend, lunging in to tear the opponent apart mercilessly. He truly was a war demon. At this point, the man clasped his hands in praise. "That was a magnificent match. You truly possess a rare aura." The boy politely replied, "Thank you for your kind words. Actually, it's because my master was a strict disciplinarian since I was young." Hearing that, the man was a little surprised. "You have a master?" At that moment, memories of the cave flashed through Yonho's mind. If you lose, you must train 10 times harder. If your master loses, he gets 3 days off. Recalling this, he sighed softly. Yes, I do have a master, an old grump of a man. If you don't mind, I'd like to stay here for a while. It's my master's instruction. He told me to go to Murim and learn for a time. Hearing that, the man seemed to wake as if remembering something. So you're fulfilling your master's last wishes? Of course I'll help. I'll prepare a proper room. Stay as long as you like. Then he turned to his daughter. Prepare lodging and clothes for this guest. First, take him to the bath. Yonho hurriedly waved his hand. But I have no money. Mun Yuwen laughed heartily. How could I demand that of a guest? If you didn't intend to stay, I was about to invite you anyway. Just play a few games of Go with me, or my other guests from time to time. Yonho scratched his head and nodded. I think I can do that. Then with your permission, Yoonji motioned for him to follow. Very quickly he was soaking in a hot bath. Wonderful. I used to hate bathing so much. I don't know if it's the water here, but I look much better now. It's all because of that damned old man, and now I'm so blissful I could cry. A moment later, Yoonji returned holding a set of clothes. She was deeply puzzled, unable to understand why her father would accept someone like him into the estate. Just then, Yonho nonchalantly stepped out of the bath stark naked. She immediately screamed, hastily offering him the clothes. I thought you were a ghost. Please cover yourself. Yonho took the clothes, his face full of curiosity. Yoonji, blushing, stole glances at him after his bath. He actually looked rather handsome. His body muscular, clearly showing a solid six-pack. After dressing, he looked at her and asked, is this okay? Yoonji jumped and blurted, who are you? Not long after, a few days passed. Yoonji ran to her father, face full of discontent. Please tell that man something for me, father. She meant the new guest at the estate. Since arriving, he spends all day lying in his room, only getting up to eat and then sleeping again. It's been 7 days and nights like this. Mun Yuwen heard this and slightly furrowed his brows as if something suddenly came to mind. You just reminded me and I suddenly remembered. I still haven't asked what his name is. She wouldn't let it go and continued to accuse. Father, didn't you always teach us that laziness is a sin? You always emphasize living diligently and working hard. So why are you turning a blind eye to his laziness? Even if he's a guest, he can't be the reason the whole estate's atmosphere becomes so stifling. He replied calmly, Yoonji, your father loves Go because through the matches I can understand an opponent's inner self. Words can be measured, expressions can be hidden, but one's aura cannot be concealed. A hurried person cannot play a leisurely game, and a carefree person cannot truly relish a fierce battle. Through someone's aura, their life and character are revealed. He continued, as for him, his aura is extremely rough, hot-tempered in a way I've never seen. That one proves he's not the lazy or idle type. Perhaps he once lived a harsh life, an ordeal we can hardly imagine. The harsher the sun, the deeper the shadow. If he seems lazy today, it's only because he suffered too much before. No one scolds a bird for huddling under an eave in the rain, nor asks why it doesn't fly. So can't you let him rest a little longer? Yoonji listened to her father's lecture and sighed. I understand. Though she said that, her mind thought otherwise. When she reached Yonho's door, she couldn't stand it any longer. Her father had definitely been fooled by him. Someone that lazy cannot possibly be the potential he claimed to be. I must drive him out, she decided. She stepped forward and called for him to wake up. Yonho lazily asked. She angrily pulled the blanket up. I told you to get up, the sun is at its peak. He had no choice and sat up. Oh, why not wait until sunset to call me? She snapped irritably, what kind of person are you? Shameless enough to lie around for 7 days and nights while others work hard to study. He glanced at her lazily, your studying is your business. I sleep because I want to, what's wrong with that? She was so angry she shouted, stop that nonsense. No matter the reason, I can't stand you lying there for 7 days without washing. Do you know who has to yank the blanket off you? No one here lives idle and eats for free. Even if you're a scholar in training, I might cut you some slack, but this estate doesn't have spare rice to support a freeloader. He looked bewildered. Wait, clearly her father hadn't finished speaking before she interrupted. I'm the one who manages the finances here. Yonho could only sigh, so what do you want me to do now? She led him outside, just wash this entire pile of clothes. He eyed the heap and asked, all of this, is this the price for the meal I ate? Am I eating gold mixed rice or what? Yoonji turned away, pleased and sighed. Then it's on you, remember to wash them thoroughly. If any aren't clean, I'll make you wash them again, so best do a good job. She walked off, secretly delighted. This time you'll taste real misery, there's no way you'll finish today. But just an hour later, she was utterly shocked. Everything had been washed clean and neatly hung on the rack. She couldn't believe her eyes. How did you manage to wash all of this so fast? Are his legs naturally that color? How on earth did you do it? She grit her teeth. She couldn't let him keep being so smug. Just wait and see. Straight away, she dragged him to the wood yard. Yonho looked at the huge pile of logs and asked, you want me to chop all of this? She flashed a malicious grin and replied, I'll give you a week. Can you do it? Inwardly she smirked. A week, you won't last a day before running away. But when she returned, she found him fast asleep and the wood neatly stacked. What the hell was going on? This pile would take 10 laborers 10 days to finish. Next task like washing the dishes, sweeping the yard, all of it was also tidied by him in an instant. Yoonji ground her teeth in fury. How could he finish everything so effortlessly? And so, Wai Yonho's life at Murim officially began. But taking Wai Yonho into the estate turned out to be a grave mistake by the third virtuous grand scholar. He should never have let him stay. A youth, surprised, asked, "Why do you say that?" The solemn scholar replied, "Because I can be certain of one thing, wherever he goes, trouble follows. Even if it's not his intention, wherever he sets foot, waves will rise." And Murim is no exception. The youth grew more curious. What exactly happened? He answered, all the trouble began with the Go matches. One day, Yonho was sitting and playing Go, musing, how did things turn out like this? I thought being a guest here meant just playing a few games. But by then, a long line of people had formed outside the estate, all gossiping. It seems everyone received an invitation. If the third virtuous scholar had to send a personal invitation, the opponent must be a master with an extremely unusual style. I was curious too, so I rushed here to see. Another person commented, a stone left standing will wither. The base is gone, now it's just waiting for its owner. The moment has come, everyone please come and observe. When they witnessed Yonho's style of play, everyone was aghast. What kind of domineering play is this? Anyone who faced him was defeated without mercy. And from then on, at Hanlin Great Academy, a new Go prodigy officially emerged. Wai Yonho had just placed his piece, and his opponent immediately found himself in a checkmate-like bind. What on earth did that move mean? Could it really be a move that deliberately put him in danger? A mistake? That's impossible. If it were an ordinary person, maybe, but his opponent was someone who had repeatedly defeated a string of famous players across the land. The more Hanlin Go champion thought, the more sweat ran down his forehead. Just as he suspected, that move must hide some intent. It was a trap, a lure to bait him into death. He immediately backed away. Yes, keeping distance is safe. Yonho, trembling with tension, suddenly froze, his face turned ashen. Why retreat right at that spot? I made a dangerous move on purpose to lose. He muttered, if I don't lose, this endless game will never end. Bite the bait, I will lose within 10 moves, please just bite. But unexpectedly, his opponent stood up and conceded. Even as the victor. Wai Yonho still wept, feeling an indescribable rush of emotion. After who knows how long, he dragged himself back to his room, exhausted. I tried to play an absurd move to lose easily, so why did my opponent panic and run? If this keeps up, more and more people will come crowding in. Knowing that, I'd rather stay and wash clothes. Oh, my back. Just then, he heard a voice say, I told you I don't want it. Wai Yonho peeked out secretly, and saw Nak Mukpung, decked in glittering gold and silver, standing before Mu Yoonji. You truly don't want to marry me. Mu Yoonji's face was full of displeasure as she replied firmly, yes, your proposal isn't worth considering. Nak Mukpung warned coldly that she would regret this decision. Yoonji was resolute, I won't regret it, that won't happen. He didn't give up, continued to persuade her to reconsider. I've never let anything I wanted slip away. If I desire something, I'll take it at all costs. I'm still patient enough to persuade you now, but if you remain stubborn, next time I won't use words. He went on coldly, would she really let Hanlin Great Academy, an institution of proud history, fall because of herself? Yoonji raised a hand to stop him, eyes steely. Do as you wish, Hanlin Great Academy isn't that easily toppled. He still persisted, perhaps not, but if it were me, it's entirely possible, you know that. Yoonji's expression darkened further. What I hate most about you is that you think everything must go your way. Nak Mukpung shrugged, it's not entirely impossible. Yoonji snapped angrily, no way, I will never marry you. That would be one thing you couldn't do. Having said that, she turned to leave, but just then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her back. She screamed in panic, let go, won't you release me? Nak Mukpung's veins bulged, he said coldly, you'd better not provoke me. So, if I force myself on you now, would you still be so outspoken? Yoonji trembled all over with terror at his words. At that moment, Wai Yonho stepped forward and said, that's not the sort of thing you say when visiting someone else's manor. Seeing someone appear, Nak Mukpung immediately released Yoonji. She immediately ran toward Yonho, asking as she went, why are you here? And what about the dirty clothes and firewood I told you to handle? Wai Yonho glanced at her still slightly trembling arm and replied nonchalantly, I've been playing Go this whole time. Then he turned with a teasing tone, what nonsense is the young lady spouting? Lend me your hair ribbon for a moment. He didn't wait for her to react. He unfastened her hair ribbon and used it to tie up his own hair. His face darkened now, his gaze revealing a frightening edge. Nak Mukpung frowned and said angrily, don't you think eavesdropping on others' conversations is extremely rude? Yonho answered calmly, Forgive me, young master, for I am a man who knows nothing of etiquette. But to be honest, you are hardly in a position to lecture on manners. Would someone who truly values propriety behave as you just did? Nok Mukpung now recognized him. I thought he might be someone else. Turns out he's the one they call the Hanlin Go champion. Yonho smiled faintly. Thank you, young master, for knowing my name, but I'm afraid I don't know who you are. Before the other could introduce himself, Yonho shrugged and turned away, feigning indifference. No need, I'm not that curious. Knowing wouldn't be all that interesting anyway. That attitude angered Nok Mukpung until his face turned purple, veins bulging in fury. Hanlin Go champion, is it? If you'd stayed content playing Go, I wouldn't have paid you any mind. Yonho smiled and pointed at himself. Well then, pity for you, young master, I'm simply too conspicuous. Trying not to notice me is practically impossible, as you just found out. The remark sent Nok Mukpung into a furious rage, his features contorted with anger. That wretched just then. Rapid footsteps pounded approaching, and a group of people arrived cheerfully. Are members of the Nok clan here to discuss Go as well? Lord Y, may I request a game with you tomorrow? Seeing so many people crowding in, Nok Mukpung gritted his teeth and turned to leave. That's enough for today. But remember my words, if she doesn't come to see me within 3 days, I will handle everything in my own way. Yonho stood silently, watching his retreating back, and waited until he was completely out of sight, then turned to ask Yunji who that man was. She bowed her head side and explained, he's Nok Mukpung, the adopted son of Nok Gonggong, a eunuch. His real name is Nok Gi, the man who holds great power within the imperial court. Yonho tilted his head. So what did that man propose to the young lady? Yunji frowned. He asked me to marry him. I've refused several times, but he keeps asking. It's so annoying it drives me mad. Yonho shrugged. I don't think he's so bad. Good family background, looks like a devoted sort. Yunji snapped angrily. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He doesn't want to marry me out of love. He wants to use me. You may not know, but in the Murim circles, my father has great prestige, respected by many, even considered fit to be a prime minister. She continued. You're not living reclusively because you tired of politics, but because the eunuch factions in the palace constantly oppress my father and threaten this manner. Yonho listened and nodded slightly. So it all stems from the Go board, right? Yunji shook her head. No, it's not like that. The real reason is that the eunuchs are suppressing power, not allowing this manor to lift its head. Yunji explained earnestly that this was no ordinary manor. Songlin Hanlin Great Academy is entirely different from the usual Murim forces. Because the academy belongs to no faction, it's hard to build a power base. Ironically, that very independence has allowed my father to nurture connections and maintain close ties with many other powers. The reason the court cannot eliminate the eunuchs even though they are treacherous is that the Murim forces, those who could restrain them, cannot unify. Yunji said that if my father could mobilize Murim forces from within the military. Yonho snapped to attention at that. The ones in greatest danger would be the eunuchs. Yunji nodded in confirmation that was indeed the case. That's why Nok Gonggong risked preventing my father from entering the military. Recently, he found another method that both eased the worry about Murim unity and could connect him to a key Murim figure, through a marriage between me and Nok Mukpung. Cut to Nok Mukpung, who is now kneeling on the floor again, looking repentant. I'm sorry, foster father. Because a figure called the Hanlin Go champion appeared at Songlin Hanlin Great Academy, the plan seemed likely to face obstacles. Nok Gi looked slightly surprised at that. Nok Mukpung explained that the Hanlin Go champion himself wasn't the problem, but because so many domestic powers came pouring in to play Go with him. Our movements became heavily monitored and restricted. If we act without care, we could be counterattacked. Nok Gi exclaimed that if that was so, he could understand why the man hesitated. Nok Mukpung bowed his head, lamenting his uselessness. Hearing that, sweat poured down Nok Mukpung's face like rain. Nok Gi raised a hand to explain that seizing control of the throne was a task assigned by that very person, and failing to complete that task was unacceptable, for both you and me. I fear disappointing that person even more than I fear death, Nok Mukpung replied in panic. Nok Mukpung trembled. Yes, I understand fully. Nok Gi glanced at him once more and reminded him that sometimes harsher measures must be used. Nok Mukpung was doubtful, and Nok Gi answered with a ferocious smile before saying that sometimes one must act even more ruthlessly. Kill them all, even that Hanlin Go champion. Cut to Hanlin. At this moment Yi Chuanjia, the emperor's younger brother, was present and asked, You still have no intention of entering official service? Mun Yuwen shook his head slightly. I beg your pardon. Yi Chuanjia sighed. Why don't you understand that without maintaining balance at court, how can we stop Nok Gi's schemes? seeing Mun Yuwen silent. He continued to complain, Yuwen. Recently, their movements have been very unusual. Even within the military and the literary circles, signs of unrest have begun to appear. Nakgi is gradually pulling quite a few people to his side. Hearing that, Yuwen sighed softly and could only utter one helpless word. But Yi Chuanjia went on, you're wondering why a eunuch who cannot have heirs would want to rebel, right? Mun Yuwen nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Yi Chuanjia asked sternly again, what if he is actually serving another master? What do you think? The hidden struggle among the eunuchs is far fiercer than I imagined. Yet Nakgi, a man with no obvious backing, managed to surpass them all and climb to his current position. It doesn't make sense, does it? Those who opposed him all died in accidents, and those who did not resist often suddenly succumbed to strange illnesses, as if someone was clearing the path for him. Hearing this, Yuwen could only close his eyes and sigh, perhaps it's just coincidence. Yi Chuanjia nodded. At first I thought the same, but after closely watching his every move, I began to wonder if someone is backing him up. That's precisely why I need you to unite the Murim circles into a single block. Only then will we have the strength to resist that power. Yuwen replied, I will give this matter careful thought. Yi Chuanjia, seeing that, did not press. Then let's leave that for later. Who is this talent you mentioned? At the mention, Yuwen's face immediately brightened. He's extraordinarily gifted, but seems deliberately to be hiding his true ability. Yi Chuanjia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hiding his strength, you seem to think highly of him. Which makes me curious too. When can I meet him? Yuwen glanced to the side. No need for you to wait long. Yunji is currently out inviting him. No sooner had he finished than a voice called for Yunji's father from outside. Yuwen turned back cheerfully and laughed. Oh, he's here. Bring him in quickly. Yonho, dripping wet, hurried inside. You summoned me, sir. Both men saw his soaking appearance and showed brief signs of awkwardness on their faces. Yuwen stepped forward to ask, sorry to trouble you so early. Did you sleep well? Yonho smiled. Yes, I slept very well. It would have been even better if no one had splashed cold water on my face while I was sleeping. Yuwen laughed. Is that so? Still, hearing you slept soundly puts me somewhat at ease. I called you here to introduce someone. Yi Chuanjia also smiled and winked. I'm just an old man passing through. No need to fuss. That's enough to know. Yonho cupped his hands in salute. The introduction sounded like it hid many interesting things. May I ask why you sought me out? Yi Chuanjia continued. You ask what's the matter? If I personally came to the Hanlin Go champion, besides playing a game with you, what else could it be? At that, Yonho immediately declined. Ah, that's not convenient. Yi Chuanjia looked puzzled. Not convenient? Don't you play Go every day with those who come to that manor? Yonho explained, it's not that I don't want to, but the old gentleman must follow order. There are people ahead of you, please be patient and wait your turn. Yi Chuanjia laughed heartily. If that's all, it's easy. I can tell the others to step aside. Yonho frowned. That wouldn't be a solution. That would be coercion. Yi Chuanjia and Yuwen both darkened slightly at being spoken to so bluntly, but Yonho calmly went on. It seems your status is not ordinary. When you speak, those people will naturally show face, but even so they won't be truly convinced. I too have my principles and my honor. Yi Chuanjia fell silent, thinking to himself that this fellow was more stubborn than he expected. Truly troublesome. After a moment, he spoke up. Is there no other way? Yonho smiled. I've said it, just wait your turn. At that moment, Yunji spoke. I think I can handle this, father. Yuwen looked surprised and turned to his daughter, Yu. In her heart, Yunji thought coldly, principles and honor, what a performance, truly a theatrical display. She stepped forward and patted Yonho's shoulder. Just play this game and I'll cancel all your scheduled matches for today so you can rest. Yonho heard that and spun around excitedly. What, are you serious? But then he realized he had overreacted and awkwardly said, though the offer is tempting, I still have my principles. However, before he could finish, Yunji cut him off. Not all of tomorrow, that's not allowed. If you want to rest today, then don't leave the game, no negotiation. Decide now. Yonho didn't hesitate a second, immediately sat at the board and smiled, then let's play. I request permission to begin. Yi Chuanjia, seeing him shift so quickly, could only helplessly turn to Yuwen. After a moment he sighed and thought to himself, brother, this one really is silver-tongued. I had intended to get up and leave, but once it's started, you have to play it through to the end. I also want to see what kind of person he really is. So he began to make his moves, and before long night had fallen. Yuwen stepped forward and asked with puzzlement, are you not satisfied with this game? Yi Chuanjia stroked his beard and quietly studied the board, internally assessing that such a ferocious style of play might not even appear in games set on battlefield. What kind of circumstances did that brat brat grow up in after all? Yet whether it was the violent momentum at the board or his usual languid demeanor, he didn't fit the mold of the talent the king was seeking. Thinking this, Yi Chuanjia could only sigh, "What a waste of time. I truly don't understand why you value him so highly." Yu Wen replied calmly, "Because I have seen something you have not." Ye Chuanjia frowned. "What did you see?" Yu Wen glanced down at the board and said, "When I was fighting him, there was a moment I played a move that felt otherworldly. Even I praised it to myself as a truly brilliant move. Thinking the game was decided, I inadvertently looked away from the board and glanced across. There appeared something that only someone who has reached the extreme would partially reveal. A face marked by selfless emptiness. And the two of them then left the pavilion together. Still suspicious, Yi Chuanjia asked, "Could it be that you misrecognized what you saw?" Yu Wen, with a determined expression, answered, "There's no way I misread it, sir." Yi Chuanjia sighed upon hearing this and muttered, "In any case, I have no intention of employing that person." Yu Wen smiled and replied, "Really? He looks so dejected, what a waste of time." "Ah no, meeting you like this is worthwhile, not entirely wasted. After all, tomorrow I must set off early." Yu Wen asked, somewhat surprised, "Is your side really that busy still?" Yi Chuanjia explained, "I already said so." The atmosphere in the court grew even heavier. Yu Wen nodded, "I understand." Yi Chuanjia looked up at the sky, sighed, and said, "What a pity. But on second thought, this was indeed a perfect night. Nothing to regret at all." Cut to another scene. A killer lightly nudged Nok Mukpung's ear to report, "All prepared, my lord." Nok Mukpung stood watching from afar, then nodded and said, "Good work, subdue them all quickly." The killers behind him immediately took the order and rushed forward. A servant was drowsily sweeping the courtyard inside, completely unaware that a group of assassins had just rushed up behind him. Only when he sensed something amiss did he turn his head to look back, and fresh blood sprayed immediately. Nok Mukpung slowly pushed the door and stepped into the inner courtyard. Advanced further into the inner compound. Before them was a group of scholar students rounded up and forced to kneel in one spot. Nok Mukpung entered, smiling maliciously, and said, "I told you, you should have listened to me sooner. Round them all up for me. Tonight, at Songlan Hanlin Great Academy, not a single mouse will be allowed to slip out." Even though outside the Songlan Hanlin Great Academy, the situation was in turmoil. Yonho slept like the dead in his room, dreaming of Yoonji's image. "Today, I will definitely crush that proud look off her face." Very soon after, Yoonji and her father were seized, forced to kneel in the courtyard. Mun Yuwen angrily shouted, "Young Master Nok Mukpung, what on earth do you think you're doing?" Nok Mukpung replied calmly, "We received a tip that your Songlan Hanlin Great Academy has been engaging in suspicious activities, and moreover there are recent rumors that key underworld figures have been frequenting this place." Mun Yuwen retorted angrily, "How is that suspicious?" Nok Mukpung chuckled smugly, "People who hold both military power and political clout gathering in one place like this. What else would you think? Clearly a rebellion." Those around Yuwen went pale at this, and no one could find words. Yuwen shouted again, "What are you saying? Rebellion? Those people were only here to play Go." Nok Mukpung smiled wickedly. "Do you think I believe they gathered here just to play Go?" Yuwen persisted in explaining, "It's true." "Haven't you heard of the Hanlin Go champion, young master?" Nok Mukpung sneered. "Everyone's heard the rumors, but rumors are easy to fabricate, aren't they?" Just then he seemed to remember something and asked, "Ah, right, where is that fellow?" An underling stepped forward and asked suspiciously, "Who do you mean, sir?" "The one called the Hanlin Go champion, where is he?" The man answered, "Everyone in Songlan Hanlin Great Academy has been brought here. There's no one else left." Nok Mukpung surveyed the scene and sighed, "Escaped? The two left before I arrived. If he intended to flee when we showed up, that would be impossible. Then he must have gone earlier, one lucky bastard. In any case, if you are truly innocent, you'll be released after investigation and properly compensated." Moments later, another man ran out and reported, "Young master, we found this." Nok Mukpung took the notebook, opened it, and couldn't help exclaiming, "A signed indictment listing the conspirators' signatures." Yuwen was horrified and couldn't believe it, stammering, "This is the first I've heard of such a thing." Nok Mukpung snorted coldly and held the notebook up before him. The evidence was right there. What was left to deny? Only then did Yuwen realize with shock the truth. We had been set up from the very beginning. The kneeling scholar students beside them began to panic and shout, "Not us, we're innocent, we know nothing about this. It's not the reason I came here." Just then, Yi Chuanjia suddenly stood up. "Nok Mukpung, the little show you're putting on is actually quite entertaining." Seeing him appear, Nok Mukpung's face immediately changed, tension apparent. "You're Yi Chuanjia." The old man sternly growled, "You should address me as Inspector General, not you." The scholar students behind erupted when they saw Yi Chuanjia appear. Inspector General, we're saved, truly saved. He witnessed everything himself. He'll surely know we're innocent. Nok Mukpung lightly clasped his hands in a mock courteous manner. Had I known the Inspector General would grace us with his presence, I wouldn't have acted so crude. Hwangia replied calmly, I am not the type to hold grudges over trifles, but you will immediately unbind them and let me hear their explanations. Unexpectedly, Nok Mukpung stepped closer, smiled faintly and asked, but first, I have one question. Why are you plotting rebellion? Hwangia, do you really think I didn't know you were here? Hwangia sprang up in anger. Who do you think you are? What are you insinuating? He was forced to his knees by 2 assassins. Nok Mukpung stood there unflinching, voice cold. A rebellion must have a mastermind, and a Hanlon Grand Scholar like Mun Yuwen cannot be that person. In other words, the royal family member among those here is the center of this plot, namely you, Yi Hwangia. The old man roared in fury, you insolent bastard, how dare you accuse me of treason? Do you think you can leave here alive? I will not allow a single one of you to survive. Nok Mukpung remained nonchalant. It seems you still haven't grasped what's happening. You will not be able to report this to His Majesty anymore, because you will never see His Majesty again. Treason means immediate execution. All of you will die here. At Songlan Hanlon Great Academy, you and countless nobles have been caught red-handed plotting rebellion. The evidence is the signed indictment we found. What do you think His Majesty will believe when he hears this? To anyone's eyes, this is the very embodiment of treason. Hwangia roared again in refusal. You fiend, heaven will not let you escape your crimes. Nok Mukpung sneered. By all means, cling to that belief. He glanced at Yunji, his smile growing colder, but one person would have to die first. He stepped slowly in front of her, his voice low. I warned you I would handle things my way. This is the result of your daring to refuse me. Thanks to you, everyone here will lose their lives. So what now? Before he finished, Yunji spat squarely in his face. I'd rather die here than marry someone like you. Nok Mukpung was unperturbed. Instead, he licked his lips and reached out to touch Yunji's face. Don't worry, I won't kill her. Instead, I'll make her life worse than death. Imagine the worst fate she can endure. I will inflict suffering on her 10s of times more terrible than that. Yunji snorted coldly, showing no weakness. You think I'll let myself suffer that? I'd rather die than bear humiliation from you. Nok Mukpung gave an "oh" and chuckled softly. If she kills herself, her father will bear that shame in her stead. And if her father also takes his own life, the others here will suffer in his place. Don't think that dealing with those here will be enough. The crime of treason will implicate the entire clans of all of you. If she wants to commit suicide, go ahead. Let others bear the punishment she should face. At that, Nok Mukpung stepped forward, grabbed Yunji by the hair, voice taunting, Go on and kill yourself, I'll wait and see. Her death would mean nothing, there are many others who can entertain me, heh. Mun Yuwen, seeing his daughter in such a state, frantically shouted. But Nok Mukpung, uninterested, continued to toy with her. So shall we begin now? Yunji felt desperate, silently praying, Please someone, anyone save me. She was truly powerless, closing her eyes and waiting for the worst. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Her face immediately went pale. In the distance, she saw a familiar figure. Wei Yonho was sneaking up onto the roof. Before he could get very far, someone shouted his name loudly. Startled, Yonho turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. Momentarily at a loss for words, Yunji snapped angrily, What the hell are you doing? Yonho answered nonchalantly, Can't you see, miss? I'm trying to run away. Yunji couldn't believe it. You really said you're going to flee? Yonho nodded. So what? Am I not allowed to tell the truth that I'm running away? Or do you think I'm so refined I have to cloak it in the 36 stratagems? Yunji yelled in fury, You should be helping us instead. Yonho grimaced, Help, I'm still worried about saving myself. Despite being furious, Yunji tried to contain her anger. You have martial skills, can't you at least do something? Yonho gave a faint laugh and waved his hand. With my little bit of flashy technique, if I rushed in, we'd just die sooner. In a situation like this, playing blind and deaf is the best way to live longer. I really don't see anything, carry on without me. Those around, seeing his shameless act, all thought the same. What a useless bastard. At that moment, Nok Mukpung shouted, stopping them in their tracks. You're part of the rebellion too. The whole realm will hunt you. There's nowhere you can hide. Yonho scratched his head, trying to look unconcerned. I'll try that and then we'll see, right? Nok Mukpung snapped, Fool, the world is vast, but nowhere escapes the Imperial Army's reach. Catching you is only a matter of time. Yonho turned, waving his hand. All right, I'm off. Take your time tracking me down later. Nok Mukpung ordered his men to block him. Immediately, an assassin lunged forward, pointing a sword straight at Yonho. Even still angry, Yunji couldn't help shouting, Run now. Those words made Yonho hesitate. A corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched upward. At first you begged me to help, now you're telling me to run. "So miss, what exactly do you want me to do?" The assassin dashed in but couldn't reach him. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Yonho struck with a powerful elbow, smashing the attacker's head down to the ground. He struck a cool pose and let out an exclamation. "Just as I thought. The young lady really is a strange woman." His ultra-cool display made everyone below widen their eyes in unison. Nok Mukpung unexpectedly broke out in a cold sweat. "What on earth is happening? Didn't expect this kid to have some skill, huh?" Yonho scratched his head, grinning. "Thanks for the compliment." Nok Mukpung growled, "When did I praise you?" Yonho kept smiling innocently. "I was just being polite and saying thanks." Nok Mukpung's expression darkened as he turned and called to those behind him. "How much longer must I endure this farce?" The man stiffened at once. "My fault, I'll deal with him immediately." Nok Mukpung reminded them to spare Yonho's life. "That brat, I want to rip him apart with my own hands to feel satisfied." Before long, the second assassin stepped forward. Yonho suddenly raised his hand in a signal to stop. "Wait a moment," putting the assassin on alert as he instantly took a ready fighting stance. "What trick is he planning now?" Yonho pointed to the side. "I need a sword, could you wait a bit?" "Seems like you left it inside," the assassin sneered mockingly. "What a lunatic." Yonho curled his lip. "What's the matter? You're not exactly young either, yet you show irritation just because I asked to fetch a sword. Just last year the world wasn't this changed. I don't know how hearts turned so cold in such a short time." He grabbed a broom and surprised the assassin. "What the hell are you going to do with that?" Yonho replied nonchalantly. "Do what needs doing. If I can't take a sword, I'll make do with this." The assassin's veins began to bulge. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Yonho replied with exasperation. "Then let me fetch the sword. Why are you suddenly furious at me?" The assassin growled angrily and drew his blade. "I won't kill you quickly. I'll make you taste pain so bad that death would be mercy, even if you plead and cry." Yonho stretched and yawned. All right, I get it. Can we start now? I just woke up so I'm a bit groggy." His words detonated the assassin's rage. He no longer hesitated, rushing like lightning, and in an instant he was in front of Yonho. But even as the blade neared, Yonho stood as if nothing was happening. Yet before the sword could strike, the assassin was knocked with a broom to the head. He was flung back, his mask shattered, falling flat on his back. Even after being sent flying, he still couldn't comprehend how a single blow had felled him. The crowd fell silent once more. Yonho raised the broom triumphantly and remarked, "Indeed, if you want to sweep up trash, the broom remains the optimal weapon." A moment later, the broomed assassin groggily sat up, holding his head, bewildered. "What the hell just happened?" Yonho looked at him coldly and said, "I was holding back. You'd be a dried husk by now if my master had struck. Why rush in without sizing up your opponent first?" Looking at him, he said coldly, "I was holding back. You'd be a dried husk by now if my master had struck. Why rush in without sizing up your opponent first?" Seeing the man still stubborn, Yonho didn't bother to say more and swung the broom to pummel him again. "I was polite enough to explain. What's with the attitude?" The young man taking the beating couldn't defend himself and sighed in helplessness. How did everything happen so fast? After a while, he voluntarily stepped back, widening the distance between them. "Though annoyed, I must admit one thing. It sounds absurd, but that kid clearly isn't just talk fight material. Still, in real combat, the strong don't always win. Today I'll teach you that lesson." He took out a vial of poison and released the 7-part soul-seeking or 7-step pursuit toxin. Yonho let out an astonished, "Oh, poison, going for dirty tricks, are we?" The assassin snorted coldly. "Go ahead and ridicule me." Yonho remained unruffled, his tone calm. "But that stuff won't work on me." The assassin frowned in doubt. "You mean I've reached the realm of being immune to 100 poisons?" Yonho shook his head. "No, I'm not some millennia ginseng eater who's immune to poison. It's not that the poison has no effect. How should I put it correctly?" At that, he suddenly lunged forward. The assassin was so startled he couldn't react in time, and only saw Yonho's broom sweep his weapon away. Seeing Yonho keep attacking, the only thought in his head was that he had to stop him. Yonho curled his lip in a cold smile, reading his thought. "You aren't thinking you should stop him, are you?" Then he swung his arm and attacked wildly. The assassin had no chance left. He could only stand there, taking the blows. After a while, he was beaten until blood streamed everywhere. He was covered in gore. The students around once more gaped, speechless when he had beaten his fill. Yonho finally stopped. At this point, the assassin was completely unconscious. Just like the one who'd been beaten earlier, Yonho stood, stretching and loosening his hands. "Master, I once said, if you sense the enemy preparing a secret move, don't hesitate, rush up and smash him down." Nok Mukpung's face was slick with sweat. He couldn't believe he was so easily defeated by Hukal. Isn't that the leader of the shadow group, whom his sworn father had painstakingly raised for decades? Yonho glanced at him and said, "If you back down right now, it'll save both sides the trouble." Nok Mukpung suddenly applauded, an action that surprised Yonho as well. He beamed a radiant smile and praised without restraint. Wonderful. For your age to have such martial skill, truly excellent. Yonho awkwardly scratched his head, grinning broadly. You're not wrong, Yoonji nearby chided. What's got you so pleased? Yonho replied nonchalantly. Someone was praising me, that's all. Nok Mukpung wore a sly smile, thinking to himself. Look at that innocent look, he continued, flattering. It's a pity you couldn't be defeated. From my perspective. But on second thought, seeing a master like you in person is worth the price. So, interested in serving under me. Yonho froze on hearing that, while Yoonji cried out in alarm. What scheme are you plotting to leave again? Nok Mukpung continued to woo. Join my side and I'll give you things you can't even imagine. Power to rule the world. And a boundless treasure trove. Yonho replied casually, if one is sensible and lives by common sense. Who would be fooled by such sweet talk? Yoonji was stunned by that, secretly thinking he was cool. But she was quickly disappointed by him. But I might be tempted. Try telling me specifically how much. Yoonji's face darkened as she shouted, Why Yonho, go to hell. Her father, standing behind her, saw her agitation and quickly stepped forward to restrain her. Hwanjia on the other side couldn't help shouting, What are you talking about? Is power and money really that important to you? Yonho paused before replying. Important. Yoonji, though indignant inside, had to admit it. It truly is important. Hwanjia, sweating profusely, stammered, important. Of course it's important, but how much can he give you? How much power, how much wealth? To have me as your benefactor would be enough. After all, we're the royal family. Hearing that, Yonho softly uttered an oh. Nok Mukpung immediately glanced at him and sneered. What do you think he'd give you? Suddenly becoming the emperor's royal brother, but he's already given up all splendor and riches. At best, he could only arrange you a post in the censorate, but my benefactor is different. Hearing this, Yonho lowered his head and looked at Hwanjia. It seemed your side was a bit weaker now. Hwanjia fell silent, not knowing how to rebut. At that moment, Mun Yuwen spoke up, condemning collusion with rebels and exposing the plot to rebel. Do you know these two things can't be compared like that? Master, didn't you teach what righteousness is? Yonho blinked in surprise. Master, Mun Yuwen nodded in affirmation. Yes, what did your master teach in a situation like this? Did he leave any instructions? Although loud in speech, he was inwardly calculating. Given how he constantly mentioned his master, he surely treated those teachings as a life guide, and no master would teach their disciple wrong things. Surely the master had passed on words of righteousness favorable to our side. Yonho calmly spoke from across. My master once said, in a situation like this, Mun Yuwen impatiently cut in, what did he tell you? Thinking he'd caught the rhythm, he fell silent when Yonho's next line stunned him. He told me to choose whichever side has more money and go with them. My master said that no matter how grand moral righteousness or principles sound, they cannot fill an empty stomach. He warned not to try to live nobly, but to seize everything you can. That is the true principle of life. Mun Yuwen could only stand there stunned, lamenting inwardly. What kind of master exists like that? Nok Mukpung exclaimed with delight. Exactly. As your master said, what's the use of righteousness or human kindness? My benefactor is someone who always remembers those who help him. Tell me, do you want to come work for my benefactor? Yonho frowned at him, annoyed. Work? Still have to work? Yoonji jumped in. I won't make you do anything. I'll prepare delicious food for you, a luxury room, and make sure you lack nothing all day. Hearing that, Yonho immediately showed interest in lying around all day. Really? Nok Mukpung quickly chimed in to lure him. I've thought it through. If you don't want to work, that's fine. The reward I promised before will still be given in full. Yonho turned to him, eyes bright, asking, seriously? The young master is certainly overly generous. He looks like a true gentleman. Nok Mukpung just waved his hand. How dare I compare to the young hero? Watching the two chat happily. Yoonji and the others all thought to themselves that these two were probably putting on a show. Immediately after, Yonho asked, so what do I need to do now? Nok Mukpung instantly gave a sly smile. First, could you kill all the people standing in front of you? They are traitors and must suffer the Chu Dai 9 clan punishment. Yonho pointed at Nok Mukpung and told Yoonji, that's what he said. Yoonji turned purple with anger and shouted, what do you mean by that? What is this? Yonho scratched his head and laughed. So when exactly did you become rebels? Yoonji hurriedly protested. We never did anything. It's all fabricated by him. You still believe such tangled lies? Yonho briefly assessed the awkward situation. Even an accusation was ready. Still, I don't intend to kill anyone, and besides, I've never killed anyone before. Nok Mukpung, after hearing that, wasn't angry either. Then step aside and let me do it. Bring the sword here. I don't want to get my hands dirty, but if we're enforcing the law of the land, there can be no softness. Mun Yuwen cried out in alarm. You were taught about loyalty and righteousness too. As someone living off the court's favor, how can you betray those principles like this? Nok Mukpung gave a cold laugh, raised his sword high. What I'm doing now is exactly loyalty and righteousness. Yunji shut her eyes and helpless called out twice, Father. And Mun Yuwen could only sigh heavily with resentment. Father, I'm sorry, Yunji. Just then Yonho reached out and grabbed the sword. Stop, that's enough. Nok Mukpung was momentarily stunned. What is this strength? Yonho still smiled and reminded him, have you forgotten our conversation a moment ago? Yonho narrowed his eyes and grinned, how could I forget, but I can only hum along with you up to a point. Do you know the prerequisite for living a comfortably lazy life? It's not doing anything that makes you suffer or squirm. I once broke my father's treasured inkstone. Unluckily, he wasn't home at the time. He only returned 3 days later, and those 3 days were worse than death for me. When he came back, although I was beaten senseless, after that I slept soundly without worries. Huangjia muttered under his breath, you should have killed him back then and been done with it. Nok Mukpung blinked in confusion. Hanlin go champion, what's that? Why suddenly go dull like that? Yonho continued, my master also told me this. Never forget debts of gratitude and grievance, but even more, never neglect obligations of kindness. Those who don't repay what they've received will one day have to pay a price far greater than what they once got. Before that favor accrues interest and becomes a burden 10 or 100 times over, you must repay the debt in full. And it seems now is precisely the time for me to do that. After hearing those words, Yunji and the others looked at Yonho with completely different eyes. Nok Mukpung seemed to have an epiphany. So that's it, sounds grand, but in the end you're just trying to block my path, aren't you? He suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. Then his gaze grew dark and terrifying, staring daggers at Yonho. Do you think I'm trying to recruit you because I'm afraid of you? Yonho calmly shook his head. Not exactly. I don't see you as someone who's afraid either. Nok Mukpung raised his hand to channel his chi, his vital energy gathering. He still knows how to be reasonable. Let me show you, once I've decided killing someone like you is nothing. He still knows how to be reasonable. Let me show you, once I've decided killing someone like you is nothing. On Huanjia's side, everyone felt the pressure surging from him, tension tightening in each of their hearts. He knows martial arts too. Both of Nok Mukpung's hands carried terrible force as he dashed toward Yonho like lightning. Facing that powerful attack, Yonho stood still and unmoved, his face without the slightest change. Nok Mukpung gave a cold, murderous laugh. Let me give you one piece of advice. In your next life, drop that lazy habit and live a bit more active. Yet Yonho still didn't bother to care, as if it had nothing to do with him. The scholars around held their breath, watching with tense, worried faces. Only then did Yonho slowly speak. Funny, I feel like I've seen this move somewhere before. Nok Mukpung snorted coldly, thinking to himself, is that so? Seeing you had some skill, I unleashed my ultimate move from the start, yet you didn't react at all. But immediately after that, Yonho executed a strange footwork technique, effortlessly dodging every one of his moves. Leaving Nok Mukpung unable to believe it, he blurted out, how can this be? Yonho suddenly appeared right behind him, face cold and murderous. Is that the end of it? Nok Mukpung panicked and spun around. How did you? How did I? Yonho didn't strike, answering calmly. You saw everything clearly, so why ask? Having said that, he raised his foot. Before Nok Mukpung could say another word, he was met with a straight kick. His body shot up like a kite with a snapped string. Yonho stood there smiling gently. I told you, one hit is enough. The atmosphere instantly fell into an eerie silence. Yonho stepped forward and began untying the ropes for that group. Huangjia worriedly asked, is he dead? Yonho shook his head. No, I only used a light touch, and besides he's tough. Look, he's still alive. Sure enough, Nok Mukpung was now scrambling to sit up again. Yonho approached, popped his shoulder, and warmed up. Shall we continue the unfinished business then? Nok Mukpung hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, panicked. Wait, or can we pretend nothing happened? The onlookers heard this and all looked puzzled, not knowing what he was thinking. Annoyed, Huangjia stepped forward, pointed, and shouted orders wildly. Guards, arrest him at once for me. Nok Mukpung stood up and pleaded urgently, please let me go. Huangjia remained firm. Have you ever seen an imperial censor spare a traitor? Nok Mukpung said solemnly, if I don't return, my benefactor will surely notice something is wrong. Then he'll play his final card. Whatever the outcome, the royal family will be the one to suffer heavy losses. At these words, Huangjia's face darkened. That crafty fellow shook him inwardly, the implication being that if I don't release him, the royal house will soon be swept into turmoil. Even if preparations are made now, with the Nok family's power they could still spark a major uprising. and the Nok clan would surely resort to despicable tricks I can't anticipate. Thinking that, he grit his teeth and said, "You mean I should stand by and watch you traitors rampage in the palace?" Nok Mukpung replied calmly, "That's the nature of the political battlefield, Lord Hwangia. Consider that today the censorate has uncovered a weakness in Dongcheng and traded it for temporary peace." Hwangia put on a stern sneer. "No wonder people liken schemers to rats that always dig 10 holes to hide in. Get out of my sight." Saying that, he stormed back inside in a huff. Yonho stood aside as Nok Mukpung's group left, not forgetting to offer a bit of advice. "Oh, I should give you one tip, right? The soft family fist is indeed formidable, but if used together with the bone-shaking technique, its power will naturally be reduced. If you truly want to fight me, you'd better drop that Yikyang skill." Hearing this, Nok Mukpung was momentarily surprised, then gave Yonho a cold, sidelong glance, warning him to mind himself. "Next time we meet," but before he could finish, Yonho cut him off. "I'm not interested in meeting you again." Nok Mukpung snorted coldly. "Fine, you'll meet me soon enough." Of course, not in his current state. Yonho twitched his brow as if pondering something. He stood there watching the backs of Nok Mukpung's group fade away, then sighed with a hint of admiration. "Anyway, it's all over now, huh?" Everyone around Yunji was now looking at him. Yonho immediately put on an indifferent face. "Yeah, I'm going to sleep now. You lot handle the rest yourselves." Yunji shouted angrily, "You're going to sleep again?" Yonho asked, half innocent. "I've been fed all day, hasn't that earned me a rest? Miss, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? And remember, don't wake me." "I'm serious, I'm going to sleep straight through until morning, so nobody wake me up." Yunji despaired. How can such a person exist? The two old men behind her agreed aloud. "We were wondering the same thing." From that day on, Yonho's daily life flowed in utter leisure. Hwangia and Yuhun were buried in work dealing with the aftermaths. Those matters clearly had nothing to do with Yonho. Every meal of delicious food was delivered to his room. No one minded his constant sleeping. For him, his current life was nothing short of a paradise on earth. One day while he was sleeping, the door to his room suddenly cracked open, and someone quietly stepped inside. Yunji stood by the bed shivering and tried to wake him, but Yonho did not move at all. He slept on as if dead to the world. Yunji yelled in frustration, "I know you're awake, stop pretending and get up now." Yonho sat up, eyes sleepy, and asked, "What is it?" Yunji replied, "Father, I'm calling you." Yonho pouted, "What about my day off?" Yunji shrugged, "I'm not the one who called you. If there's something, go ask him yourself. After lazing around for a week, don't tell me you can't move." Yonho sighed, "Such a hassle. Can't miss say it can't wait." Yunji snapped, grabbed his leg to pull him up, and ordered, "Get up now." A short while later, she led Yonho to the door of her father's room. "Father, I brought him here." Both of them then stepped inside. Yuhun gave a warm smile. "He's wagered for you, step back for now." The two of them bowed in unison to him. Seeing Yonho about to leave, Hwangia roared, "I didn't call you." Yonho pointed at Yunji and said, "Miss, he asked you to stay." Hwangia was so furious he trembled all over at Yonho's antics. Yonho, shameless, strode straight to the table and sat down. Yuhun had to lean in and soothe Hwangia at the ear before the older man could regain composure. He then pulled something out from inside his robe. Seeing Yuhun still worried, he reassured him, "I know." Then he placed the object on the table and told Yonho to take it. Without asking what it was, he snatched it up and stuffed it into his clothes. Hwangia frowned and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Yonho casually shook his head. "No." The old man sighed in helplessness. "Then why did you accept it without asking?" Yonho grinned brightly and replied, "Because it looks expensive." "Master, as I was taught, if something looks valuable, take it first and ask questions later. And once you give a gift, you can't take it back, okay?" Seeing Hwangia stumbling over his words, Yonho cut in. "Surely someone of your stature, Hwangia, wouldn't renege on a gift right after giving it back to me, would you? Are you really going to do that?" Hwangia shook his head repeatedly. "No, my meaning is..." But Yonho grabbed the line, "I've already spat on it, consider it marked, it's mine now." Hwangia couldn't hold it any longer and shouted in anger, "You little bastard, let me finish. The sword token of the Chu Dai 9 clan is the Inspectorate's insignia. Holding it, wherever you go, people will treat you as they would treat me." Hearing that, Yonho frowned and examined more closely the item he just stuffed into his clothes. Seeing his expression, Hwangia asked, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Yonho's disappointment was plain. "Is that all? I mean, don't you have anything more practically useful, like buying food or a house?" "If someone were sensible, they wouldn't do this. I also did great service that day. If you intend to use this trinket to wrap things up, it's awkward for me. In life, the basic rule is reciprocity. These days, what's valuable is something tangible, material things. Honestly, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this to you directly." Hwangia slammed the table in fury. "You mean to skip the Inspectorate token and just want me to give you money?" Yonho smiled broadly in confirmation. To be frank, I'm a bit shy to say it. After all, I'm educated and know my manners. Hwanjia was so angry he threw an object straight at him. Yonho caught it, glanced at it, and grinned. Are you giving this too? Looks quite valuable. The item was the inkstone Mun Yuwen treasured most, which made him startle. Hwanjia drew a deep breath to steady himself, then spoke sternly. Let me make it clear, that is the inspectorate's token. Holding it, wherever you travel through the provinces, people will receive you as they would receive me. Understand? Yonho frowned and asked, so in other words, the responsibilities go up too, right? Hwanjia growled, it grants you official authority. Yonho, bored, thought the two phrases were essentially the same. What's the difference? Hwanjia hardened his face. They're different, and when I say so, that's that. Yonho sighed. Out of courtesy, one should respect one's elders, so I'll pretend it's different. Mun Yuwen then spoke up. Historically, the inspectorate often sent undercover supervisory envoys to the Central Plains. That post has been vacant for a while. If you now agree to take it, that would be excellent. Yonho raised the sheathed short sword and asked, you mean rely on just this? Hwanjia slammed the table again. This isn't something trivial. I will reward you handsomely, even if I must sell my mansion to do it, you cowardly thing. Yonho folded his arms with a sly smile. That's perfect, otherwise I might have caused a big problem. Caused what? Hwanjia asked suspiciously. Yonho shook his head. No, nothing, I only intended to. The two men read his manner and began to grasp the idea. You plan to sell it, don't you? Hwanjia pressed on. So what is your family background after all? Master, who are you? Yonho shook his head. I cannot disclose that. While they spoke, Mun Yuwen quietly tucked the inkstone back into his robe and hid it carefully. Hwanjia wouldn't give up and continued to probe. Is it because you don't trust me that you refuse to speak? Even though you know who I am, you still won't say. Do you intend to keep hiding forever? Yonho replied seriously. It's not about identity, but that I cannot trust someone who clearly has martial skill, yet pretends to be weak and stages such an obvious performance in front of me. Hwanjia, how long would it take you to subdue Nakmukpung? 5 seconds or 3. Being toyed with right on one's own chessboard is something I utterly detest. Hwanjia couldn't control himself and sweat poured down his forehead. You've realized this lord knows martial arts. Yonho explained patiently. At first I just felt something was off. Even if some people truly love playing Go, traveling thousands of miles here just to play a single game is really unreasonable. Yet far too many used the game's excuse to gather here. Clearly you had planned ahead while I only appeared by chance, and became a convenient pretext for that plan, whatever the real reason was. When Nakmukpung showed up and the incident happened, I had to choose which side to take. Hwanjia asked suspiciously, isn't it obvious you'd choose to side with us? Yonho explained calmly, but from what I observed, the likelihood that Nakmukpung's words were true was higher. Even if that petition was fake, it's true that someone of the royal line like Yi Hwanjia was secretly gathering forces across the realm at this manner. It's hard to believe that it was all just to make friends. The most likely aim was rebellion. Hwanjia, hearing that, asked again, you considered that and still chose to help us? Yonho replied nonchalantly, because that girl called me. If she hadn't called, I probably would have slipped away quietly. But she knew nothing at all, so I couldn't be suspicious. My master taught that ideals matter, but worldly affairs can't be ignored. If you can't see through people's hearts, all great wisdom is empty. Hwanjia seemed to awaken, so your dubious actions back then were actually to probe this lord's reaction. Yonho shook his head. Not exactly, rather I just felt uneasy. Then he looked straight at the prince and asked seriously, by the way, are you actually plotting rebellion? Hwanjia asked back, if I said yes, what would you do? Yonho smiled, then I could relax and stretch my legs and sleep well. Hwanjia was surprised. Even if I truly am plotting rebellion, they kept trading words like that, until Yonho concluded. If forced to choose, I would support Hwanjia. At least you gave me something. Hearing that, Hwanjia laughed out loud. This lord always knew you were not simple, but I didn't expect you to exceed imagination. He continued, what you say makes sense, but I can stake my life on it. We are not plotting rebellion. We're only gathering forces to fight Nakgi. But that matter has already been discovered by him. He looked at Yonho with a serious gaze. Do you know why Nakgi sent Nakmukpung here? Because he wanted Nakmukpung to die by this lord's hand. He didn't need to capture me, he needed me to kill someone. If I struck, he'd have an excuse to say I was hiding martial skill, and from there expose that I was secretly recruiting forces. Tomorrow when you made your move. If that made you uncomfortable, then I apologize, but that game of Go wasn't arranged on purpose. At least in the moment facing Nakmukpung, both Yuwen and I truly risked life and death. Yonho nodded slightly. I understand. Hwanjia tried to persuade, believe this lord. Yonho still stopped short. I said I understood already. Hwangjia continued, so do you intend to accept the post of Covert Action Inspector? Yonho looked at him grimly. I'll tell you now, I absolutely won't willingly take on that burden. Hwangjia smiled. That's fine, because even if you don't want to, this world won't leave you alone. Yonho pulled a face. Are you cursing me? Hwangjia shook his head. No, that's the path of a great hero. Yonho hurriedly waved his hand. Then allow me to decline in advance. Hwangjia continued gently, fate is something you cannot refuse. Yonho immediately stood up, turned his back and began to walk away. Then allow me to take my leave. Hwangjia did not give up. Fine, decide that then. Today this lord will also depart from here. Yonho did not look back, only waved his hand. I truly hope never to see you again. Hwangjia's face was full of confidence. For some reason, this lord had a hunch that we would meet again soon. Yonho left, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, Mun Yuwen spoke up. What do you make of it, sir? Hwangjia replied solemnly, it truly exceeded imagination. This lord knew his martial skill was not ordinary, but did not expect it to be so high as to see through me. We thought we'd gained a divine dragon, but it turned out to be a monster, one that could swallow you at any moment. Mun Yuwen nodded. If it's that dangerous, all the more reason for us to take a gamble. Hwangjia analyzed slowly. If it were only martial skill, that would be one thing, but his scheming mind is even more frightening. He grasped everything yet remained silent until the final moment. He is not merely a strong man, but something beyond the norm. Who trained someone like that? In any case, investigate him thoroughly. Even if you can't find his late master, you must uncover his family roots. Understood. As dusk fell, Yonho lay alone on the roof, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, a voice rose from below. Are you planning to leave? You're the one who appears, none other than Mun Yuwen. Yonho scratched his head, a bit hesitant. Ah, with someone who's fed and housed me like you, how could I leave without saying hello? Mun Yuwen asked further, even if not now, you must have planned to leave before, right? Yonho did not hide it and nodded calmly. Yes. I've seen and felt enough here, so I've decided to go. Mun Yuwen asked, so what did you feel? Yonho answered slowly, if I must pick the two most important things. One, no matter how many sage texts you read, people cannot live exactly as the books prescribe. And two, this place called Murim is far more frightening than I imagined. Mun Yuwen stroked his chin. Frightening is it? Yonho explained, I didn't expect that person to be in Murim. Since I first set foot in the martial world, he is the strongest master I have ever met. Mun Yuwen nodded in agreement. Hwangjia's martial skill is indeed extraordinary. Yonho narrowed his eyes, smiled half a grin, and looked straight at him. So what if I ask you to stop the performance? A vague aura of internal energy suddenly flowed around Mun Yuwen. He sighed softly. You've noticed as well. Yonho scratched his head to confirm. Yes, I noticed from the start. Mun Yuwen heaved a sigh of relief. Then it's a bit troublesome. May I ask you a favor? Yonho replied. I will not reveal this to anyone. He breathed out, then it's in your hands. I still prefer to live on as a scholar. Yonho raised a hand to stop him instead. Please tell me one thing. My master told me to come to Murim to contemplate the world. I thought this place would help me feel righteousness or the spirit of a gentleman. But what I saw instead was the dark side of the world. Mun Yuwen explained slowly. Everyone pursues learning and holds an ideal in their heart. But ideals come in countless forms. When ideals clash, people realize that to realize an ideal, they must first overcome reality. Everyone wants to untie life's tangled knots, but to undo them takes too much time and no one can be sure effort will succeed. So the impatient choose to cut them loose instead. Actions that oppress others, sacrificing their lives and pushing sworn heirs into death are products of those schemes. That is deceit, the stain of the world. Yonho said in a low voice, so this world was like this all along. Mun Yuwen nodded. The imperial court is harsher, but other places aren't much better. Yonho looked up at the sky. I really don't understand. What exactly did my master want me to see? Time turns too quickly and I'm lazy. How could I possibly see, feel, and understand all that? Mun Yuwen replied, isn't that all the better? If this world moves too fast, then you should walk slowly. The diligent may see many things, but who knows? The lazy might feel them more deeply. If you've already decided in your head what you must see or feel, then what meaning does the experience have? Walk to the beat of your own feet, look at the world with your own eyes, then the world will show you the path to take. Yonho was astonished. So you mean to see the world as it truly is using my own self? Saying that, he closed his eyes and sat in meditation to ponder. The world as it is, feeling it truly with himself, the vital energy around him began to spread. Mun Yuwen on the roof looked up, smiled, and suddenly his figure flashed. Standing on the neighboring roof beside Yonho, Time passed without them noticing. Only then did Yonho gradually open his eyes. Mun Yuwen still stood there in thought and then softly asked, "Have you realized anything?" Yonho scratched his head. "To be honest, I still don't quite understand." Mun Yuwen burst into hearty laughter. "That's good then, just feel it with your heart and that's enough." He descended to the ground lightly. "I also hope that one day you will find your own answer." With that he left, his figure gradually fading away. Yonho stood watching him go, his thoughts unreadable. After a while he flopped back down, lazy as before. "I think I just felt something." Then he looked up at the sky and mumbled, "Maybe it's the inner pill my master gave me kicking in." In his heart the image of his master slowly appeared, hazy in the moonlight. "Did you just realize something?" "But I still don't quite understand, master." The next morning, Mun Yuwen came to Yonho's room and found him sleeping like the dead. "Didn't you say you were about to leave?" Yonho sat up groggily, scratched his head. "It's late today, so I'll leave tomorrow." Mun Yuwen frowned. "You've been saying that for half a month." Yonho chuckled. "Leaving a bit late won't hurt." Mun Yuwen nodded. "Fair enough." But at that moment a commotion rose outside. "Thank you for trusting Dragon Escort Agency. We are the oldest escort lodge in this region." "So what's the cargo this time?" a customer's voice asked. Yoonji, standing nearby, pointed into the room. "It's this one." What she pointed to was none other than Yonho, which left everyone present stunned. The escort master frowned in doubt. "But that looks so much like a person." Yoonji replied nonchalantly, "Only the appearance is like a person. In essence, it's exactly like a piece of luggage." The escort master, embarrassed, pointed at Yonho. "Young lady, we do escort people, but we prepare a separate carriage. This trip is for goods, no passengers allowed." Yoonji immediately cut in. "Don't worry, that cart carries oxen, cows, chickens, and ducks anyway. He's not much different, just toss him onto the pile and feed him 3 meals. He won't complain or cause trouble." She concluded, "I'll pay the shipping fee." "Ah, make it double." The escort master hesitated a bit. Despite the young lady's words, after some bargaining, the two sides agreed on 4 times the price. The escort master cheerfully stepped forward and called to Yonho, "This way, young sir, please." Yonho was startled and shouted toward Yoonji, Miss, are you shipping me off like cargo?" Yoonji felt a twinge of guilt. "A bit harsh, isn't it?" Mun Yuwen awkwardly asked, "Yoonji, what's the meaning of this?" She replied matter-of-factly, "We should hurry and clean out this useless fellow as soon as possible, father." Yonho shouted again, "Heavens, the code of the Jianghu is gone to ruin, but to be this heartless? I'm the benefactor who saved this place, and yet I'm betrayed and tossed away like merchandise." Mun Yuwen nodded slightly. "All right then, Yoonji, after all, he's a benefactor. Let him do as he wishes. Consider it repaying a debt." Yoonji sighed. "If left as is, he'll just loaf until next year. And besides, this is helping him." Hearing that while lying down, Yonho sprang up. "Help with what?" Yoonji explained, "Weren't you planning to go to Xiangsujang in Hubei? This escort trip is also heading to Hubei. You didn't want to walk there yourself, so I arranged a carriage for you to ride in." "What was wrong with that?" Yonho was a little swayed. "Well, it's true, but..." Yoonji, grinning at the edge of her mouth, settled it. "You get a comfortable carriage seat. The escort office gladly took the money, and we're happy to see you off. It's a 3-way win." Yonho stood there like a statue, somehow finding it utterly convincing. Mun Yuwen spoke up counselingly, "Then don't say more, just go with them." Yonho sat up groggily, scratched his head. "But my mother told me not to go off with strangers." Yoonji reassured him, "It's fine, these people are trustworthy, their identities are clear, just follow them." And so Yonho was officially checked out with the escort office. "I take my leave," he said, not expecting to depart so suddenly. Yoonji and her father stood at the gate to see him off. "Travel safely, take care of your health." Yonho glanced at Yoonji. Why did the young lady look so pleased? Yoonji's face was bright, openly cheerful. Yonho muttered listlessly, bored, then shouted loudly, "Let's depart." Then he flopped down onto the roof of the escort cart. The caravan quickly set off, while sunning himself on the cart's roof. Suddenly Yonho heard someone call and turned his head. Yoonji stood behind, waving, "Farewell, take care." Yonho winced, half punching and half rubbing himself. "Wouldn't it have been better to kick me out from the start?" Yoonji added, "You should fix that lazy streak of yours." Yonho, helpless, waved goodbye and lay back down. As the carriage pulled away, Mun Yuwen turned to his daughter. "Come inside." Yoonji smiled and nodded. "Yes, father." The two of them went back into the manor. Yoonji glanced back over her shoulder, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly, bidding farewell to the odd, lazy fellow. At the escort team's side, escort leader Gok Biheng looked utterly helpless. "So the cargo that Songlin Hanlin Great Academy sent us is that?" The cargo was snug under a blanket, sleeping soundly on the cart roof, not caring about a thing. Escort master confirms. "Yes, that's right," Gok Biheng frowned. Are you kidding me? Don't you realize how much trouble an extra person could cause for an escort? The escort master tried to explain, we don't want to take him either, sir, but this is a request from Songlan Hanlin Great Academy. We dare not disobey orders. Gok Beheng asked on, when did he start sleeping? Right after leaving the academy, he fell asleep. Gok Beheng folded his arms and pondered, lying like that, doesn't he get tired? Still, you have to admit that's a kind of talent, the escort master added. The young lady at Hanlin said, just feed him 3 meals a day and treat him like oxen or poultry and he'll behave, won't cause trouble at all. Gok Beheng sighed, truly beyond understanding. He then stepped forward and knocked sharply on the cart a few times. Hey! At last it roused Yonho, who lazily asked, what is it? Gok Beheng pointed to himself. I am Gok Beheng, escort leader in charge of this trip. Yonho, bleary-eyed, asked back, and he explained sternly, this is a goods transport, not a people escort. If a brother comes along, it might be quite inconvenient. Yonho smiled to reassure him, don't worry, I'm registered as cargo, not a human. Gok Beheng still wasn't comfortable. Travel would be hard. Yonho remained nonchalant, just a bit inconvenient, I can bear it. They said if I lie still they'll take me all the way there, what could be better? Gok Beheng shook his head, helpless. The young fellow's optimism was enough to scare people. He waved, then let's depart. Yonho flopped back onto the cart roof, waved, please look after me on the road, I'll sleep first. Time passed like that. He sat up, yawned, and mumbled. It was already the 5th day since leaving Songlan Hanlin Great Academy. This whole day in a cart thing really wasn't made for humans. Awake, he was sleepy. And when sleeping, his master appeared in dreams, forcing him to practice as if it were torture. When will this infernal training dream end? Must I endure this forever? Ah, whatever, let it be. Just then, as the caravan sped on, Gok Beheng suddenly signaled to halt. His gaze sharpening toward the thicket ahead, he called out, not sure which gentleman was hiding there. I am Gok Beheng of Dragon Escort Agency, may I pay my respects? Yonho sat up, but were those mountain bandits? The bushes remained still, making Gok Beheng even more uneasy. No one answered. This situation was bad. Either ordinary bandits were flustered, or a dangerous master was preparing to act. And with the aura flickering like that, it was clearly not a bunch of rookies. He said gravely, I repeat, I am Gok Beheng, escort leader of Dragon Escort Agency. Hidden Master, please show yourself, otherwise I must treat you as hostile to Dragon Escort Agency. Sure enough, the bushes began to stir, and a tall figure stepped out. Gok Beheng broke into a cold sweat at the sight. The man planted a large saber into the ground, clasped his hands, and saluted. I am Peng Dojuk of the Peng clan Hubei. Gok Beheng immediately returned the salute. I am Gok Beheng of Dragon Escort Agency. May I ask what brings a Peng clan descendant here? Peng Dojuk stated plainly, I am being pursued by enemies. Alone I cannot escape. I beg your assistance. This is not merely personal, it is a grave threat to the martial world. Looking at Peng Dojuk before them, Gok Beheng thought, these people use muscle where their brains should be. This place hides heroes and talents no less than anywhere else. If someone from there spoke like that, it must be serious. Gok Beheng asked aloud, so what should we do? Peng Dojuk pressed a hand to his chest and replied, someone is hunting me. If you help me get off this mountain, I will repay you. Gok Beheng went to the cargo cart, pointed at the wooden chest, and said, I'll help first. Quickly hide inside that pile of goods. Suddenly, Peng Dojak's gaze flicked over, noticing something. It was the young man Yonho, propped on his elbow on the cart, staring at him with a vacant look. Gok Beheng opened the wooden chest lid and said, please get in here. Peng Dojuk hurriedly responded, thank you. Gok Beheng instructed, absolutely no noise. Peng Dojuk inside the chest softly replied, I understand. Lying on the cart, Yonho cracked one eye and glanced back, thinking, truly a meddlesome fellow. But that trait wasn't entirely unpleasant. The caravan moved on. Inside the chest, Peng Dojuk spoke, I'm sorry for dragging you into danger because of me. If things go well this time, I will repay everyone here. With his eyes closed on the cart, the protagonist asked, if we're dead, what use is your repayment? Peng Dojuk stammered a reply. About that, the protagonist continued, do you have no conscience? Pushing all these people into danger, at least have the decency to pretend you didn't see. All right, stop nagging, I'm going to rest now, Peng Dojuk answered. Fine. Sitting in front, Gok Beheng folded his arms and wore a solemn expression, thinking they were almost off the mountain. Luckily, no one has traced Peng Dojak's whereabouts yet, so far so good. Suddenly, a man in green clothes with a green scarf covering his face appeared and blocked the cart. shouting so sharply everyone jolted to a halt. Immediately, a group similarly dressed rushed out and surrounded the cart. They brandished gleaming long blades, their eyes flashing murderous intent as they stared at Gok Beheng's men. Seeing this, Gok Beheng frowned and wondered, "Who are they, Green Forest?" He stepped down from the cart and spoke in a low voice, "I am Gok Beheng, escort leader of Dragon Escort Agency. Greetings to the heroes of Green Forest." The scar-faced Green Forest member asked, "Have you seen a young man in red clothing?" Gok Beheng stammered, "Red clothing? We haven't seen anyone like that." The scar-faced man asked suspiciously again, "Really? If you dare lie, you may not live to see another day." Gok Beheng hurriedly replied, "I don't know what you're talking about, but we have no reason to lie. The Dragon Escort Agency has long maintained good relations with Green Forest. Why would we hide the whereabouts of a stranger? We don't even know him. Why invite Green Forest's wrath?" The scar-faced man pointed at Yonho and asked, "Who is that on the cart?" Yonho turned and answered, "Just cargo." The whole crowd looked baffled. The scar-faced man curiously asked, "What the heck is that?" Gok Beheng leaned in and whispered, "That one. He's mentally ill and not fully sane, so we took him to a clinic. You needn't pay any mind." The scar-faced man asked again, "So what did you just say? That you have no reason to anger Green Forest?" Gok Beheng replied, "Yes, exactly. Why would we do such a foolish thing?" The scar-faced man murmured in agreement. "Yes, truly no reason. But the problem is the disaster has already happened, and it's all because of the one lying on that cart. I clearly saw whether there was a man in red or not, didn't I?" The protagonist pulled his shirt open and said in surprise, "I'm not wearing red clothing." Gok Beheng also pointed at Yonho and asked the scar-faced man, "Isn't he the one wearing red?" The scar-faced man drew his sword to Gok Beheng's throat and shouted, "Are you mocking me?" Gok Beheng suddenly became bewildered. Did they already know everything? That Peng Dojuk was hiding here. The scar-faced sword said, "Then we'll do it like this. Kill one. If no one confesses, kill another. One by one they'll fall. Let's see how long you keep silent." "I'm sure of it. Before the third is killed, someone will surely admit they've seen him." Gok Beheng blurted in shock, "What did you say?" One Green Forest man turned to a courier and asked, "Fine, who shall we kill first? Answer quickly. Did you see a young man in red clothing?" The escort stammered in fear, The Green Forest man pressed on, "This answer decides your life or death." The trembling escort replied, "I saw nothing." The Green Forest man drew his sword and lunged, shouting, "Then you may die." Gok Beheng gripped the sword hilt, ready to act and shout, "Damn it!" But he was quickly stopped as another Green Forest member closed in to block him. Suddenly a voice rang out, "He's here." Gok Beheng startled and turned to look. The scar-faced man was also surprised and turned to look. The Green Forest men and the escort paused and glanced to the rear. Everyone froze and looked toward the protagonist. Yonho had already put on a green jacket and was sitting cross-legged with his arms folded on the cart. The scar-faced man asked, "What did you just say?" Yonho put his foot on the box where Peng Dojuk was hiding and replied, "He's right here. The one you're looking for, Peng Dojuk. What are you standing there for?" Gok Beheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" The protagonist replied, "Enough. No one in Dragon Escort Agency is foolish enough to trade their life for someone else. What are you waiting for, that idiot? Planning to wait until everyone here is dead before showing himself." At that moment, Peng Dojuk began pushing the lid and climbed out of the wooden chest. He climbed out, looked at the people around him, and sighed. The scar-faced Green Forest man said, "If you'd run away, you might have had a chance. Instead, you foolishly crawl out like this." Peng Dojuk stepped down, eyes wide, and replied, "If I hadn't, you would have slaughtered everyone here." The scar-faced man continued, "Now you pretend to be a chivalrous hero, I suppose." Peng Dojuk shouted, "I may be a rogue, not a hero, but I'm not so base that I'd sit and watch innocents die for me." Then he turned and clasped his hands to thank Gok Beheng. "Thank you all for helping, but this is my matter to handle. Please continue on your way. Their target is only me. If I separate from you, Dragon Escort Agency won't be implicated." Gok Beheng was flustered, but before he could reply, Peng Dojuk interrupted, "I'm fine. After all, I can't avoid them forever." Gok Beheng fell into a thoughtful sigh. He climbed into the cart and prepared to continue the journey, saying, "Then may the young hero be safe. Let's go." Suddenly Yonho spoke up, "Wait, no, that's not acceptable." Gok Beheng asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" The protagonist continued, "You're heading toward Green Forest, right? Clearly they'll rush in swinging blades and everyone will die." Gok Beheng asked in shock, "You mean those Green Forest will attack us?" The protagonist stuck his head out and said, "Oh, for heaven's sake, Chief Escort, how can you be so slow to understand? No matter how fierce Green Forest is, they wouldn't want to get directly entangled with the Peng clan. If we survive and spread word that Peng clan members were cut down by Green Forest, what then? Peng clan folk would draw their swords and scour the whole mountain. At that point, they'd just slaughter us to tidy things up. The scar-faced green forest man raised his sword and said, "Indeed, I hadn't thought that far, but it makes sense." Yonho gaped at them and asked, "So you never thought of that?" Gok Beheng spun to glare at the protagonist and cursed, "This lunatic." Peng Dojuk glanced back and cried out, "Whoever started this has to deal with it. I caused this mess, so I'll handle it. Let me stop them right here." Yonho snorted up and said, "He's ridiculous. He crawled into this escort caravan and caused trouble, and now he demands to shoulder it himself. Like someone who shoved others off a cliff and then tosses them a rope as if doing them a favor. He couldn't stand it and ran off at first. Now he thinks he can stretch things out. He's like a water demon dragging others to their deaths. No, that's unfair to water demons. At least they don't haul so many down. What should we even call him? And if we run, what then?" They've already learned this is the Dragon Escort Agency. Before the news reaches Peng Clan, the Dragon Escort Agency will likely be crushed. Gok Beheng asked worriedly, "So what should we do?" The protagonist answered, "We have to fight." "Are you sure Gok Beheng should panic with them?" The protagonist analyzed further. "If we flee, just the escort guards can hold them off a bit, but if we fight now with that water demon fellow's help, we gain extra strength." Gok Beheng spoke up, "You really intend not to let us leave? Don't state the obvious, of course not." The Scarface man snarled and ordered them killed. Then they surged forward, shouting loudly, "If we die, don't blame anyone." Kang, the scar-faced man, brought his blade down. Peng Dojuk immediately raised his sword with both hands to block. Peng Dojuk frowned and reflected. "They say the martial world is vast. If I'd known how wide and dangerous the world is, I never would have been swept into this. From the moment I was hailed as a rising star, a thought one I didn't even notice quietly snuck into my chest like a spreading poison. It's all because of me, those here." Suddenly, a green forest man rushed forward and shouted, "It's over, the inexperienced one." Peng Dojuk squeezed his eyes shut and lamented, "Everyone, I'm sorry." Suddenly, a blue flash streaked forward. A bowl flew and struck the green forest man's ribs, sending him flying. He lay clutching his ribs in pain, while the bowl rolled a few times and did not break. Peng Dojuk went pale, mouth agape, staring in astonishment. Then he glanced back at the cart and saw the protagonist juggling the bowl in his hand. Yonho kept tossing the bowl in his hand, eyes cold as he said, "Ridiculous." Peng Dojuk started, looked toward the man the bowl had knocked away and wondered, "What the?" A green forest man standing there also peeped in amazement and blurted, "What's that?" Cold sweat ran down Peng Dojak's brow as he thought in panic, "What's going on here? Wasn't the thing that felled that green forest man just a rice bowl?" Sitting on the cargo cart, Yonho tossed the bowl in his hand, then looked at Peng Dojuk and said, "You're fighting and you dare to be careless. Leading enemy after enemy to this spot, and now you're distracted and not doing your part. Do you want to die here? You really are a devil, a proper devil." Then the young man turned to look again. Gok Beheng was struggling to parry an attack from a green forest man, poked his head up and said, "Tusk tusk, Uncle Gok, at this rate you'll get yourself killed." No sooner had he finished than the protagonist whacked that green forest man in the gut with a bowl, sending him flying out from in front of Gok Beheng. Not stopping there, the protagonist tossed another bowl elsewhere and called out, "And you, big uncle, what on earth are you doing over there?" Before Peng Dojuk stood three green forest men, hands gripping swords as they crept forward. Peng Dojuk thought to himself like this, "No, I need to stay sharp. This isn't the time to indulge my curiosity. What I can do right now is..." Then he swung a blade. A phantom fierce tiger appeared behind him and shouted, "5 tigers gate-cleaving blade." While fighting Peng Dojuk, he thought, "In this standoff I need to hold back one more opponent to ease the pressure on the escort team." But suddenly Peng Dojuk was startled by a realization. He saw the slashes of sword chi coming and the green forest men immediately and lightly dodging them. Peng Dojuk froze and thought, of course, this isn't a formal duel, so they don't need to confront the fierce sword chi I just released. While he was still stunned, the 3 green forest men quickly rushed in, gripping their swords and slashing. Clang, clang, clang! At that moment, 3 more bowls flew over and knocked the 3 green forest men backward. Yonho turned to Peng Dojuk and scolded, "You idiot, cling to that sword and go die, just die already." Meanwhile, Gok Beheng was attacked by another bandit. He struggled to defend and shouted, "Stop sitting up there, get down and give a hand." The protagonist innocently turned and asked, "Why, I'm cargo, you know." Peng Dojuk, sweating, thought, when did that lunatic ever stop jabbering like this? Gok Beheng blurted, "You're not wrong, but now's not the time to quibble over that." Peng Dojuk grew even more baffled. "What do you mean by you're not wrong?" Yonho sighed and said, "Before I came, that venomous girl from the Mun clan warned me. If anything happens, don't cause trouble and don't get down from the cargo cart." She even said if anyone complained that I acted rude or harmed the Songlin Hanlin Great Academy's reputation, she'd chase me to the ends of hell to punish me. Gok Beheng, being driven back against the cart, anxiously threw his head back and shouted, "I'll take responsibility for all your actions, so please help." The mischief-making youngster Yonho continued innocently like a fairy. "That's awkward. Once I promise something, I'm inclined to keep my word." Gok Beheng shouted, "If we die, you won't get to where you want to go in comfort either." The protagonist complained, "It's hardly comfortable right now, is it?" Gok Beheng hurriedly sweet-talked, "Exactly, being stuck on the cart is so inconvenient for you. If you sort this out nicely, when we reach the next village, we'll stop at an inn for about 2 days." The protagonist asked, unimpressed. 2 days. Gok Beheng continued the offer, "And food too, eat as much as you like." The protagonist looked surprised and asked, "Food too?" Gok Beheng, sweating and annoyed, replied, "Yes, so please lend a hand." The stubborn jerk like a mule. Peng Dojuk squinted at them and wondered in confusion, what kind of bizarre conversation is this? Seeing Gok Beheng forced to the ground, the protagonist slowly stood, holding a wooden box in his right hand, and said, "I'll take that as your promise then." Gok Beheng shouted, "Of course." The box in the protagonist's hand was tossed up. When the lid opened, several lacquered bowls popped out of the box. The protagonist's hand was as quick as a blade, snatching each bowl one by one, his gaze still fixed forward. And as a result, those bowls all flew out at once and knocked the green forest men in front of Peng Dojuk away. Peng Dojuk stood frozen, mouth agape, thinking, what the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the green forest group writhed on the ground, pain etched across their faces. The scar-faced green forest leader wiped his brow in disbelief, thinking a master. Yonho jumped down from the cargo cart to the ground. Hands resting on his knees from the fall, he slowly approached, sneering, "Hey." Peng Dojuk turned around in confusion and replied, "Yes." The protagonist glanced at him and said, "You're the one who led them here, so if you still have any conscience, shouldn't you at least try to be a little useful?" Then the young man continued to criticize Peng Dojuk. "You caused this trouble and led the lot of them here, yet when it's time to fight, you do nothing. With your pathetic skill, I could forgive you if you had at least tried your hardest. But you were so careless you got nicked by a sword. What's wrong with you? Use your brain and think for once. Now listen carefully. Your blade is overpowering, right? What does that mean? It means it's heavy and strong, but slow. Why are you swinging that slow, heavy blade into a crowd, planning to kill those two and die with them?" Peng Dojuk stammered, "And no, sir." Yonho kept lecturing. "You have to pick the right moment to strike or at least finish off a single opponent cleanly. That move you just used, why waste it swinging into empty air?" Suddenly, the protagonist stepped forward, snatched the blade from Peng Dojuk's hand, startling him, and said, "You should do it like this." Peng Dojuk looked at his hand in shock, sweat beading, thinking, did he take my sword before I even reacted? Whoosh, the protagonist slashed a few wild cuts and said, "What you were trying to do should be like this." The young man sliced several times and instantly seemed to cage the green forest man inside, like trapping him with bars. Peng Dojuk was even more stunned, thinking, 5 Tigers Gate-Cleaving Blade. How can this person perform the 5 Tigers Gate-Cleaving Blade? Could he reproduce a move just by watching it once? The protagonist turned back, holding the blade aloft, pointed his finger at Peng Dojuk and said, "To handle many foes, you need to swing faster. Even if the force gathered in the blade is a bit less, having the enemy hit and lying in a corner is still better, right?" Peng Dojuk stammered, yes, that's better." Then the protagonist slashed again, continuing to demonstrate for Peng Dojuk. Depending on the situation, sometimes you reduce power and swing very fast, and other times you must thrust stronger and concentrate force more. That green forest man became a demo target for the protagonist. He gripped his sword tightly but didn't dare move. Around him, the arcs of blade chi the protagonist had cut still roared like a storm. Facing him, the protagonist turned to remind Peng Dojuk, such simple logic, how do you not get it? Peng Dojuk, sweating like he'd been bathed, hurriedly said, I'm sorry." Then he froze, thinking, wait, why am I apologizing to him? The protagonist handed the blade back and Peng Dojuk caught it with both hands. The protagonist instructed, "Now do it properly yourself." After that, Peng Dojuk gripped the blade and turned toward the remaining green forest man. The young man closed his eyes briefly, recalling Yonho's words. Even if power gathered in the blade is reduced, it's enough as long as the move is faster and cleaner. Having thought that, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Come on, take this." But suddenly that green forest man turned and fled into the woods, shouting as he ran, "You guys just wait and see." Peng Dojuk muttered, sweating, "Oh look, the protagonist's back and has resumed sprawling on the cart." He sighed. So annoying, really annoying. A while later, the protagonist approached Gok Beheng, clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, uncle, for looking after me on the road." Gok Beheng also clasped his hands and replied, "No need to thank me, I was just paid to do a job." The protagonist continued, "Anyway, thanks to you we arrived safely." Gok Beheng's face brightened as he smiled. "We are very grateful too. Young hero saved our lives, we will never forget it." Yonho scratched his head and laughed. "Just a bit of thanks is fine. I'm joking, as for repayment, later I'll just collect it from that Peng fellow." Gok Beheng curiously asked, "May I ask why young hero treats him so coldly?" "You didn't need to shoo him away like that either. He's not actually a demon or anything." The protagonist closed his eyes slightly and replied, "Uncle Gok, if I hadn't been there just now you'd be dead for sure. Not just you, others would have died too. And all that happened because of that one man." Gok Beheng smiled and replied, "That's true, but considering the situation he was carrying out an important mission related to the martial world. He got into that mess because he was upholding chivalry." The protagonist glanced at Gok Beheng and asked, "Chivalry?" Gok Beheng answered, "Yes." Yonho said, "So is chivalry a reason to recklessly throw yourself into death?" "Master, I've said before there's nothing more foolish than risking your life for matters that don't concern you. Whatever you do, you must survive first before you can think of others. There are those who cherish notions like honor or righteousness, but if those ideals demand someone's sacrifice, then it's better not to have such so-called great righteousness at all. I must be happy for others to be happy. So the person who must be prioritized is always myself. Besides, to protect that man, you all suffered heavy losses too." Gok Beheng laughed. "Ha, before he left he said he'd compensate for the damaged goods and send some fighters to the Dragon Escort Agency as a precaution. Moreover, since this involves Green Forest, the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance will step in to handle it directly. That puts our minds at ease somewhat." Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, the alliance of the 5 great clans and the 10 sects. Yonho clasped his hands and bowed, relieved everything had been settled. "Then I hope there's some reason for us to meet again in the future." Gok Beheng smiled and replied, "I don't think that'll happen." He thought to himself, "Do you know how ominous that sounded?" The protagonist turned and walked away, waving as he went. "Then I take my leave." Gok Beheng stood motionless, closed his eyes and muttered, "If only he were a bit more diligent, then how much better it would be." The protagonist's gaze looked resolutely ahead. He let out a small sigh of relief. They finally arrived. Lustful hand grounds. At the same time, at the Guangdong Y clan. The protagonist's parents were talking to each other, saying they still couldn't find him. He's surely alive somewhere. So where on earth is our child Yonho? As they were talking, a servant suddenly burst in, panicked, calling, "Master, Master, Lord Yonho is asking, is something the matter?" The other servant replied, "There's a letter that arrived. It's a letter from young Master Y Yonho. Young Master has sent a letter." Yonho's father's face went pale and frozen as he muttered, "A letter from Yonho, ah." Scene shifts to a room. Nakgi is now propped on his elbow, eyes cold as he looks down and says, Tusk, even a plan this simple and you failed. Are you that afraid of dying?" The one kneeling on the ground is Nok Mukpung. His voice trembles as he replies, "No, sir. If I had died at Ehwanjia's hands back then, my death might have had some meaning, but the person who fought me wasn't him. So even if I died, it wouldn't harm Ehwanjia at all. I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to die in vain. I want to dedicate my life to something more useful, father." Lying on the bed, Nakgi warns, "Remember this. I don't keep useless dogs. If you want to stay by my side, you must train your abilities. Even if all you can bring back is a bone, you must become more useful." Nok Mukpung hurriedly bows his head and replies, "I will engrave that in my heart." Nakgi waves his hand lightly and says, "Leave." Nok Mukpung stands up, clasps his hands hurriedly, and answers, "Yes, sir." A rakish aura radiates from Nakgi as he smiles maliciously and utters a threat. "Remember well, a useless pig with big ambitions will eventually be shown the trough." Nok Mukpung is bitter but powerless. He only dare glance subtly and lets out a soft huff as if to release his anger. On his way back, he mutters under his breath as he walks, "That eunuch is truly shameless." Suddenly, a masked subordinate appears behind him and speaks up. Because Nakgi still has exploitable value, he said he must be kept alive. Nok Mukpung turns and says, "You're back." What follows is Nok Mukpung and that subordinate whispering, "Exploitable value? Now that the force is exposed, what use is it?" He says that merely his existence is enough to hold the royal family back. "If that's the case, I'll do it myself, won't I? How long must I indulge that eunuch's whims? I have more important duties to finish." There is a summons from the main family. The order requires your immediate presence at the family estate as soon as possible. Hearing that, Nok Mukpung looks pleased, smiles slightly and mutters, "Hem." Then he tilts his face up to the sky and laughs out loud. Finally, I can escape this disgusting situation. After all, Nakgi will be discarded once he loses his usefulness. Leave him be until he's completely worthless. Then everything Nakgi built will be mine. There's no rush on the royal side. But I wonder what my brothers are up to. The subordinate walking behind answers, not sure exactly, but I've heard they've lately started meddling in the medical clan. Nok Mukpung suspects. Oh, the medical clan, huh? Scene changes to the lustful hand grounds. At that moment, the male lead has gone to meet the shopmaster and hands him a piece of paper. The shopmaster reads it and says, "You've come to the wrong place." Yonho exclaims in surprise, "Huh." The shopmaster continues, "This is a recommendation letter addressed to Seongsujang. A little note for you, lustful hand grounds and Seongsujang sound the same in Korean, so they are pronounced identically." Yonho was lazy and didn't read the letter, so he got confused, heh heh. The shopmaster adds, "Our place is the lustful hand ground." At this mention, Wai Yonho remembers Mun Yuhun's earlier words. "You said you wanted to visit the medical clan, right? Seongsujang in Hubei is a place famed for medical arts across the land. As luck has it, I know the current head of Seongsujang, so I'll write a letter of introduction. If he sees this letter, that old friend will surely treat you just like he treats me." Back to the present, Yonho, unsettled, asks the shopmaster, "Brother, didn't you just say this place isn't Seongsujang?" The shopmaster replies, "This place used to belong to Seongsujang, but that Seongsujang went bankrupt and moved away. If you cross the street and go down the alley opposite, you'll find the Seongsujang you're looking for. But I warn you, you may end up disappointed even if you go." And so the male lead turns away to look for Seongsujang, holding the paper as he walks and muttering, "What on earth is going on?" Suddenly, the male lead heard a pleading voice, "Master, I beg you, please save my wife's life." On this side, two people were kneeling and begging a medical clan member, "I will definitely pay the money back. If you don't help, my father will die." The medical clan man arrogantly ignored them and replied, "I told you, no money, no treatment." Hearing that, Yonho was very surprised, thinking to himself that at a medical clan, they'd surely put the patient's health first, right? So there are cases where people turn a blind eye for money. Truly, in this world, money comes first. The man told him to just cross the street and go down the alley. Then his gaze happened to fall on something on the ground. It was a signboard propped against the outer wall, bearing the three characters Seongsujang. Standing before a small gate, Yonho was stunned and thought, "So this is Seongsujang with a century-old medical lineage." The male lead pushed the gate open, stepped inside, and called out loudly, "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, a child wearing an apron peered out and asked, "Yes, what is it?" Holding the paper, the male lead asked, "I have some business here. Is the head of the house present?" The child replied, "Yes." Yonho added, "May I see the head for a moment?" The child replied nonchalantly, "Young master, just speak." Yonho glanced around and seeing no one asked, "I said I wanted to meet the head. What do you mean by just speak? Is your father not at home?" The child answered, "My father passed away last year, so now I am the current head of Seongsujang. Let me introduce myself. This child is Jin Soa, head of Seongsujang." Yonho exclaimed in surprise, You are the head." Then he ruffled his hair as if losing his mind and pondered, "Right, with my rotten luck there's no way I'll be treated nicely. Just walking the streets without getting beaten is lucky enough. Ah, that damned master made me do this. I want to go home." Suddenly, a warm, gentle female voice asked, "What's the matter, Jin Soa?" Jin Soa turned to her and replied, "Sister, there's a guest. This young master wishes to pay respects to the late founder." A slender foot stepped forward and the woman asked, "Young master, do you seek the late founder of our house?" Seeing this girl, Yonho was dumbstruck, eyes wide and mouth agape. The girl's lovely face looked at the male lead and then asked, "May I ask what this is regarding?" "Let me introduce her. This young lady is Jin Yuran." The male lead's face flushed and he stammered awkwardly, "Ah yes." Then he handed Yuran the paper and embarrassed said, "This." Yuran took the paper, read it for a moment, and showed a little surprise. After a while, she looked at the male lead and said, "Although this place is still lacking and crude, please stay a few days." Yonho scratched his head and replied, "That works for me." Yuran continued, "As you can see, Seongsujang hasn't yet regained its full stature. However, I cannot let someone recommended by Mun Yuhun leave in vain. Though this place is humble, please stay a few days." Hearing that, Yonho quickly waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I don't mind, I can find somewhere else. If we're a bother, I'll leave now." Yuran smiled and said, "How could we do that? If I sent away a guest sent by Mun Yuhun, people would mock Seongsujang forever." Yonho grinned and agreed, "If you say so, then I'll stay." Yuran happily replied, "That's the right thing to do." After that, Yuran led the male lead and assigned him a room that looked fairly clean and tidy. Sitting in the room, Yonho sighed and thought, from the moment that young lady called the stiff, stone-faced scholar uncle, I should have realized her personality is just as sharp. Oh well, whatever medical clan is medical clan, staying here a few days won't hurt. With that thought, the young man flopped down again to get ready for sleep. Just then there was a knock at the door. Yonho glanced over and said, "Please come in." The one who entered was Yurin. She carried a tray piled with delicacies and came forward. She set it down in front of the male lead and said, "I thought you might be hungry, so I prepared dinner. It's not too lavish, please enjoy." Seeing the spread, Yonho drooled in astonishment and thought, "This is not lavish. I couldn't finish this in 3 days." As Yurin stepped back, Yonho hurriedly called, "Wait, miss, won't you eat with me?" Yurin bashfully replied, "I've already eaten. Please, young master, help yourself and don't mind me." Looking at the food before him, the male lead thought to himself that they weren't as poor as he had assumed. But thanks to his inner training, the male lead accidentally overheard the conversation between Yurin and her brother. "Sister, where did that entire table of food come from?" "Be quiet, a guest is eating. How could he possibly hear from that far? We're out of rice. Where did you get money for all that food? As a man, you shouldn't worry about household affairs, focus on medicine. I've tried not to pry. But sister, did you pawn the pendant? I only put it away temporarily." "That's mother's keepsake. Since she died you never took it off. And now you tell me you put it away. Did you sell it?" Hearing this, Yonho froze and muttered, "What the?" "Mother's keepsake?" The two siblings continued, "I only pawned it at Silver River to borrow a little. When things are better I'll redeem it. Even if he's an honored guest, why sell a mother's keepsake to feed him?" "What are you saying? That young master was recommended here by Uncle Mun to seek the late founder. Someone like that shouldn't be treated carelessly." Hearing this, Yonho looked at the food and smiled awkwardly, wondering how he could possibly swallow it all. "Sin change." Not long after, Yurin entered the male lead's room to tidy up. Seeing the food untouched, she bent forward in surprise and asked, "Oh, is the food not to your taste? I'll bring out something else. Please wait a moment." The male lead quickly waved his hand. "No, it's not that I'm unhappy with it." He thought to himself, "If I could trade this food for cash right now, would that be possible?" Cut to the next morning, the male lead went out into the street, stomach still full. Sweating, he sighed and thought he'd finally managed to finish the whole table. It still feels like it's not fully digested. Honestly, if they're short on funds, just treat guests plainly. Why make a poor fellow feel so pressured? Silver River Exchange, right? The male lead stepped inside and was immediately greeted. "May I ask what business the guest has?" The male lead replied, "I'm here to look for an item." The attendant hurriedly gestured him in and asked, "If it's an item, what exactly are you looking for?" Yonho answered, "I'm here to find the jade pendant that the young lady from Seongsujang pawned here yesterday." The attendant said, "Please come inside to discuss." The man was Hei Dibung, branch manager of the Silver River Exchange. Hei Dibung smiled and continued, "I'm sorry, but that item wasn't sold. It was pawned and consigned here by Seongsujang. If you are not from Seongsujang, I cannot release it to you." Yonho sat down opposite Hei Dibung, folded his arms and said, "I am from Seongsujang." Hei Dibung asked suspiciously, "I believe this is our first meeting." The male lead replied, "I only arrived there yesterday." Yonho tossed a pouch onto the table and asked Hei Dibung, "Is this amount enough?" Hei Dibung opened it and saw 2 silver ingots and some coins inside. He said, "It's still not enough." Yonho asked in surprise, "There are more than 2 yang of silver in there and it's still not enough." Hei Dibung smiled, held up 3 fingers and said, "Of course. The amount the young lady pawned that pendant for was 1 yang of silver. By pawnshop rules, to redeem an item you must pay 3 times the borrowed amount. And if it's not redeemed within 3 months, that sum triples again." The male lead asked angrily, "You lot are usurers, huh?" Hei Dibung calmly replied, "Not at all. That's the rule here at the Silver River Exchange. If you don't want that, you can choose to sell the item outright." The male lead continued, "So this money of mine isn't enough to redeem the item, right?" Hei Dibung answered, "I'm afraid so, yes. Seongsujang is so impoverished they're down to their last rice." Saying that, the male lead sighed softly and thought it meant Miss Jin Yurin certainly couldn't possibly afford to come back and redeem the pendant. There's no way she wouldn't understand that, so why did she? Thinking that, the male lead reached into his shirt, pulled out something and said, "Then could you accept this item of mine as collateral to cover the shortfall?" Hei Dibung replied, "Of course. If you can repay 3 times the corresponding amount within 3 months, I will return it to you." Yonho placed the item on the table and firmly said, "Fine, then use this to make up the missing amount. It's made of gold, so it's worth a good bit." Hei Dibung picked up a knife, slowly drew it from its sheath, and exclaimed, "Oh ho, it really is made of gold, splendid. With an item like this, I can lend you a whole yang of gold. However, the redemption price would be 3 yang of gold." Suddenly, his face went pale when he noticed something on the knife. He stammered, this. On the blade were two characters, NG letter 1EF1, S letter 1EED, and there was also a dragon motif. Opposite him, the male lead hadn't realized He Dibung was sweating bullets. He calmly asked, "Is that so? 3 yang of gold, huh?" He Dibung was still in a panic, babbling to himself, "I'm doomed. Damn, Yonho actually pawned the knife Hwanjia gave him, brothers." Cut to somewhere else. A middle-aged man wearing a white hat was standing with hands clasped, reporting to an old scar-faced man. "A problem has arisen. Our plan to seize the palace has failed." The scar-faced old man asked, surprised, "The palace? Did Nakgi disobey orders?" The white-hatted man replied, "Not exactly. The Imperial Physician faction has started tightening pressure, and Nakgi's position has been gradually narrowed. Perhaps we must abandon the plan to meddle in the palace." The old man said, "Is that so?" The white-hatted man continued, "And there's a small issue with Green Forest as well. While we were taking Green Forest, a pesky fly from the Hubei Ping clan interfered." The old man frowned and glanced over, asking, "Did the Ping clan sniff out our move?" The white-hatted man answered, "Considering the situation, it seems not the Ping clan but the Orthodox Murim alliance intervened. It appears they didn't learn our plan in advance to send him. Rather, he happened upon the foolish group we planted while marching to punish mountain bandits on behalf of the Orthodox Murim alliance." The old man spoke up, "To build a great enterprise, it's normal for one problem after another to arise. The important thing is how to resolve them." The white-hatted man clasped his hands and hurriedly replied, "Your subordinate will remember this well." The old man exhaled a small, relieved breath and continued, "Fortunately, matters related to the medical clan are progressing without a hitch. The others too, it's almost time to reap the rewards. After that person retired, we went through hard times, but now we've built enough strength that we needn't worry about the vacancy they left. Soon we can show the whole martial world that once oppressed us just how fearsome our sword is." Cut back to the Silver River Exchange. When he saw the knife drawn, He Dibung's face went rigid and he stammered, "This is the Imperial Physician's golden sword." Wai Yonho scratched his cheek lightly, glanced at He Dibung and asked, "Is that so? 3 yang of gold?" Meanwhile, He Dibung was still trembling and sweating, thinking he was surely done for. Immediately after, he hurriedly knelt, beat his head on the floor before the male lead and blurted, "My lord, I am blind and foolish. I was mad to speak recklessly before you." At that moment, the young master put on an imposing expression, his gaze cold as he glanced down at He Dibung on the floor. He Dibung's face was still sweaty and anxious. He wondered which problem to handle first. Had he underpriced the B letter 1EA1CH and G letter 1ECDC, TH letter 1EA1CH pendant worth 10 yang down to 1 yang, or had his usurious lending caused the debt to triple in just 3 months? Thinking that, he clasped his hands and said with a tremor, "My lord, the interest rate I set is a bit high, but because so many people pawned items and never redeemed them, this was an unavoidable measure to cover losses. Moreover, if calculated with compound interest, the rate I set is only 4 PH letter 1EA7N Li. My lord, note that 4 PH letter 1EA7N Li means 45%. Hearing that, Yonho asked in surprise, 45% interest? Only the head's share is 45%. What about the yearly rate? He Dibung forced a wry smile and replied, "It's not that large. At most it's 600 PH letter 1EA7N. The male lead stared at He Dibung, voice a little angry. "The annual interest is 600 PH letter 1EA7N. Not 40 PH letter 1EA7N or 50 PH letter 1EA7N, but 60 times 600 PH letter 1EA7N. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've heard the phrase 600 parts." He Dibung hurriedly waved his hands and replied, "But considering the value of that item, the interest wouldn't reach that. That white silver pendant is worth at least 10 yang of silver, my lord. Calculated again and again, the interest is only about 60 PH letter 1EA7N. Yonho pursed his lips, angered. "Old man, you just said you allowed it to be pawned for 1 yang of silver. Now you say 10 yang. He Dibung stammered in fear, that matter." What happened next you can guess from the shouting. "Close the door. Today I'll settle this properly here. Don't, my lord, for heaven's sake." Scene cuts back to Xiang Sujing. Jin Yuren was sitting in her room writing something when she suddenly heard a noise outside. She opened the door, puzzled. Who had come by at this hour? But to her surprise, she saw a necklace placed on a sheet of paper on the floor. Looking at it, she froze as she recognized it as her own pendant. She muttered to herself, "This is it." She picked up the necklace, hugged it to her chest with both hands, and called softly, "Mother." But then Yuren glanced left and right and saw no one. She wondered who left this here. At that moment, Yonho was lying on the roof just above Jin Yuren. He was the one who had taken it from He Dibung. Lying on the roof, Yonho idly scratched his cheek and thought, Consider that I paid for their meals with this then. Cut to Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. Peng Dojuk appeared there, sitting inside a council chamber with a battle map spread on the table before him. Peng Dojuk wondered to himself why he was there. Had he done something wrong? No, even if he'd made many mistakes. But while he was still doubting life, someone entered the room. He immediately stood up properly. The newcomer said, "Relax, young hero." Peng Dojuk cupped his hands and bowed quickly, "Yes, yes." And the one who had entered was the Orthodox Murim Alliance's strategist, the divine technician monk Zhou Haiyan. Sitting opposite Zhou Haiyan, Peng Dojuk worried, wondering why the chief strategist had personally summoned him. Zhou Haiyan said, "I've heard about what happened at Green Forest. They say you encountered the 10 swords of Green Forest." Peng Dojuk started stammering, "Damn it, the 10 swords of Green Forest." Zhou Haiyan lightly tapped his fan against his hand and replied, "Exactly. The bandits who chased you were the 10 swords of Green Forest. That you're safe is truly heaven-sent luck." Hearing that, Peng Dojuk broke into a sweat, recalling why they were so fearsome. Zhou Haiyan continued, "I'll handle the matter involving the Dragon Escort Agency myself. Thanks to you, young hero, I was able to clear up a major knot." The point was the youth had helped the young hero escape danger. Zhou Haiyan pondered silently. The 10 swords of Green Forest are elite forces of Green Forest. Even Peng Dojuk, valued as a prodigy, would find it hard to deal with just one of them. Yet that youth supposedly single-handedly defeated all 10. How could that be? "What is the young hero's name?" Peng Dojuk answered. "His name is Wai Yonho." Zhou Haiyan muttered, "Wai Yonho." He thought over it. He'd seen that name in the information sent by the beggar sect. Could the second young master of the Guangdong Wai clan really have returned, and in just 5 years acquired such martial skill? If the eldest son Wai Sanho, wielder of the red demon sword, was remarkable, now even the younger Wai Yonho was too. The Guangdong Wai clan might become the storm center of the martial world. Thinking this, Zhou Haiyan stood and asked, "Where did he go afterwards?" Peng Dojuk replied, "He said he was heading to Xiangsuzheng." Zhou Haiyan was even more puzzled. A man missing for 5 years finally appears, yet instead of returning home he heads to Hubei. Zhou Haiyan patted Peng Dojuk on the shoulder and said, "It seems we need more information about that youth, but right now only the young hero can recognize his face. Can the young hero help me find him? I truly can only rely on the young hero." Peng Dojuk immediately knelt, clasped his hands, and quickly replied, "I am more than willing." Peng Dojak's face was sweating. He thought inwardly, "We meet again, Wai Yonho." Cut to Xiangsuzheng. The sun was up, yet the young man Wai Yonho was still sleeping soundly like a rosebud on the roof. Below, Jin Soa, Jin Yuren's little brother, passed by and stopped in surprise to stare. In his head, he wondered curiously, who climbs onto a roof like that? Is that person even a martial artist? But looking like a beggar who sleeps anywhere, how could he have learned proper martial arts? The boy sighed, probably just picked up a few moves by eavesdropping somewhere, he guessed. Suddenly outside the gate, a group of people were banging their hands and shouting loudly, "Is anyone inside?" Jin Soa ran out and opened the gate to see a crowd carrying several wounded people. They hurriedly said, "We are laborers from the quarry. A sudden rockslide injured several brothers badly. We've brought those still breathing here. We have no money, that's why we came. Please help us." Hearing they had no money, Jin Soa hesitated, thinking it over. Suddenly Jin Yuren rushed out from inside and shouted, "What are you standing there for?" Jin Soa, quickly bring the patients in. Sort the patients. Those not in critical condition go to the outer room immediately, then quickly check the ones who look serious. Jin Soa immediately led them in and hurriedly replied, "Yes, sis." Jin Yuren continued, "Take that patient and that one out to the outer room and prepare hot water to bring here." Sleeping on the roof, Wai Yonho heard the commotion, sat up and mumbled dazedly, "What's going on?" Below, Jin Yuren was taking a pulse for someone, constantly reminding others that critical patients should be laid on the floor at once. Then she rolled up her sleeves, took a strip of cloth and tied it across her collar to keep her sleeves out of the way. She drew a gleaming silver needle from her right hand, without hesitation, and immediately performed acupuncture on the critically ill patient. Instantly, the man sprayed a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto Jin Yuren's chest and neck, but she neither flinched nor showed the slightest disgust. While continuing to needle, Jin Yuren urged Jin Soa, "Hurry up, don't you see the other patients are unstable? Are you going to let them all die?" Jin Soa, who was giving first aid to another person, hurriedly replied, "Ah, I'm almost done here." Seeing someone else nearby also in agonizing danger, Jin Soa gritted his teeth, thinking there weren't enough hands. He looked up at Yonho on the roof and called out, "Please give us a hand. You're a martial artist, so you must know about acupoints, right? Please help me strike the acupoints on the patient beside me quickly. The male lead jumped down beside the man and replied, I only learned the basics, so I'm not very skilled. What should I do? Jin Soa raised a finger and said hastily, press the Tian Du point with half the usual force, then press the Zhang Fu point with full force. The male lead poked 2 fingers into the man's chest, muttering, so Tian Du at half strength, Zhang Fu at full strength. But when the man began foaming at the mouth, Yonho murmured confusedly, wait, why is his reaction so strange? Jin Soa turned, astonished, asking, you did Tian Du at half force and Zhang Fu at full force, right? The male lead innocently asked back, isn't that here? Jin Soa snapped in anger, are you dumber than a dog? That's the Zhang Fu point. Zhang Fu is lower, press it again, quickly. The male lead grumbled, I told you I'm not skilled. Looking down and seeing the man gasping, Yonho was surprised and said, oh, it seems he's breathing again. Jin Soa turned to explain, that's just because his airway opened. You have to make the patient vomit the blood and phlegm from inside. It's urgent now. Young hero, use your mouth to suck it out. Yonho's face twisted in disgust as he replied, what did you say? Do you mean I have to kiss him? Isn't there any other way? Jin Soa answered, there's no other way. Hurry up. If you don't, the patient will die. Yonho muttered angrily, just pull whatever's stuck in his throat out already. Why didn't you say that from the start? Why make me do useless acupoints and turn me into someone even more useless than a dog? Then Yonho covered the patient's mouth and nose with one hand while pressing an acupoint under the patient's neck with his thumb with the other hand. Jin Soa turned, staring in shock, and asked, what are you doing? The male lead slapped both hands hard against the man's chest. Then his left hand swiftly used foot chi to draw the pooled blood from the man's throat out through the Zhang Qiu point. This scene left Jin Soa pale and speechless, mouth agape. Yonho glanced at Jin Soa and snapped angrily, can't you see? I'm saving him. Cut scene. Now a young man clutched something in one hand and held a letter in the other, his face intent as he read the contents. This man was Wei Sanho, Yonho's big brother. Wei Sanho murmured in surprise, mother sent a letter. The letter read, to my beloved Wei Sanho, my cherished eldest son. I would ask after you first, but because of an extremely urgent matter, I will come straight to the point. Yonho, your younger brother, is still alive. After 5 long years, we received a letter sent by Yonho. The burden on your heart can now be eased a little. Because in the letter, Yonho wrote that he was being restrained by them and temporarily couldn't return home. Mother didn't know what was happening. Father angrily exclaimed, how dare they put restrictions on my son? How dare they? Mother turned and snapped, while your man is shouting over there, hurry and pack your things. Father replied, yes. Therefore, Mother decided she and your father would set out immediately to find Yonho. Before we left, I hurriedly sent word to you. Yonho's letter was sent from the Kaifeng branch of the Hao clan, so we'll go to Kaifeng first. After reading the letter, Sanho was moved. His hands trembled as he quietly looked up to heaven and thought with joy, he's still alive. No, this isn't the time to drown in feelings. If it's Kaifeng then, it's the territory of Zhang Il. Thinking that, Sanho sprang up and rushed off, likely planning to head to the Hao clan to trace his beloved brother's whereabouts. Cut to Xiangsuzheng. Jin Soa went to the door of Yonho's room and softly called, young hero, are you asleep? Jin Soa entered and saw Yonho lying on the bed with his back turned out, saying, sleeping. Jin Soa said in surprise, you don't look asleep at all. The male lead replied sulkily, I don't understand. How can someone who doesn't trust others like you practice medicine? Jin Soa bowed his head slightly and said, you've worked hard today, young hero. Thanks to you, things went a bit more smoothly here. Yonho asked in mild surprise, I tried everything from striking acupoints to pulling out blood and phlegm to save the patient, and that was only a little. Jin Soa sighed and said, you helped a great deal. The male lead puffed up proudly, that's right. Jin Soa said awkwardly, also, young Master Y is a bit blunt, but what do you see as the problem with this clinic? The male lead remained lying on the bed and replied, problems? This place has more than 1 or 2 issues, why ask about that now? Jin Soa said gently, I want to restore Xiangsuzheng, which was inherited from my late father, so I want to hear the truth from an outsider's perspective. Like yours, young Master Y. Hearing this, Yonho sat up facing Jin Soa and said, there are many problems, but if you ask for the biggest one. The male lead raised his hand and nailed it, money. Jin Soa looked at him in surprise and asked, what? Yonho raised a finger and repeated, I'm talking about money. Jin Soa was stunned and asked back, but in a clinic isn't medical skill the most important thing? Isn't money just a secondary issue? The male lead answered, let's start from the beginning. Why did this clinic collapse? I heard the large drugstore down the street originally belonged to Xiangsuzheng. Hearing Yonho say that, Jin Soa bowed his head, sighed, and gripped the apron at his waist. He recounted, my late father was a good man among good men, so good he had almost no enemies. He treated the poor for free, just as my sister and I are doing now. Even if treatment cost thousands of gold, my father would not take a single coin from the poor. Fortunately, savings from previous generations made that possible. But sometime after I was born, the family's wealth began to dwindle. By the time I grew old enough to understand, both the family's wealth and the granary were empty. Back then, Xiangsuzhang still hired many physicians, so even if they borrowed money, the funds vanished at a speed nothing now can compare to. Still, Xiangsuzhang's debts were manageable. After all, my father had reputation and talent, so earnings were not insignificant. But at some point, he seemed to think this couldn't continue, and he devised a way to pay off all the debts at once. Suddenly, Yonho asked, so did he go to Cambodia to dig for fire, or to assassinate someone named Thayer? Jinsoa, helpless but respectful, replied, that sounds ridiculous, young hero. You've been reading a bit too many novels. Here's what happened next. My late father used a method that, if he lost, would ruin him utterly, but if he won, could elevate him to the top in one step. It was gambling and dice games. Yonho asked in surprise, so you mean he gambled to pay the debts and ended up ruined, but his goal was to strike it rich in one go? Jinsoa replied, yes, my father kept trying again and again. During his time lost in the gambling mat, he stopped eating and only turned to alcohol, and he died from malnutrition and the poison of drink. Yonho looked at Jinsoa, puzzled, thinking, what kind of man was your father, really? Yonho continued, so what you want to ask is how to revive Xiangsuzhang, right? What do you think I am to be asking me about this? Jinsoa replied, you brought a letter of introduction from my uncle Mun Yuhuan, one of the 3 great scholars. If the young hero vouched for you, you can't be an ordinary person. Yonho stroked his chin and said, this time you're mistaken, I'm just an ordinary person. So for matters like this, you should ask an expert. Cut to the next day, the male lead brought Jinsoa to meet He Dibeng. He Dibeng, sweating profusely, still smiled and said, ask an apothecary about prescriptions, a physician about diagnoses, and about money, so your excellency imperial physician. Are you saying I should invest in Xiangsuzhang? The male lead answered, yes, that's right. Think about it, if you managed Xiangsuzhang, would it have ended up like this? He Dibeng quickly waved his hand, no, never. The male lead lightly brought his 2 index fingers together and continued, this place has medical skill but lacks management ability. If combined with your management skills, wouldn't that be perfect? Hearing that, He Dibeng, smelling profit, murmured with interest, that truly is a money-making combination. But Jinsoa, sitting beside them, refused, I really have no intention of partnering with him. Yonho turned angrily and said, you don't have the right to choose now, you can only worry whether they'll accept. Who do you think you are to pick and choose? Jinsoa sulked, what did I do wrong to deserve such harsh scolding? The male lead replied, being broke is a crime. Jinsoa looked at He Dibeng and timidly said, after all, my family has a reputation we've built for generations. To have to cooperate with a loan shark. He Dibeng, hearing this, snapped angrily. What? A loan shark? You lot who only know how to squander your ancestors' savings should be ashamed. At least I know how to make money grow. The male lead, sitting beside Jinsoa, chimed in, that prestigious clan of yours, where did that grand reputation come from? If your ancestors had given everything away like you do now, do you think the Saint Healer Hall would have lasted 10 years? Look at the mansion that was yours, so magnificent. Whatever you say, the ancestors you boast about also treated patients and took payment to build the family business. Jinsoa seemed enlightened and asked, was it really like that? The male lead replied, of course. From the start, the reason you were proud of your clan was that it was a famous medical clan, right? Then you must make money, make a big show so people see it as successful, yes. Aren't the families called great medical clans in the land all wealthy landlords? He Dibeng added, they are extremely rich. When a patient's life hangs by a thread, who would begrudge spending money? Yonho looked at Jinsoa and said, see, you idiot. Jinsoa stammered, well. Jinsoa still hesitated, thinking, but isn't medicine about people? Cut back to Xiangsuzhang, the atmosphere remained quiet as ever. No patients came for consultations. Meanwhile, Yonho was remembering Jinsoa's image at the Silver River Exchange. Lying under the blanket, he closed his eyes and thought to himself that he might have been too blunt. So it seemed that each day the kid became more discouraged. Ah, whatever, none of my business. While dozing off, a sudden shout made Yonho start up and sit bolt upright. I told you lot to come out here. Irritated, the male lead shot an unfriendly glance out the door, thinking to himself, what now? What's happened this time? Outside in the yard, a big, burly man was grabbing someone by the collar, lifting him off the ground and shouting, bring out the owner of this place. Where's Jin Yurin? Where's the head of the household? The tall, scarred man was named Jwa Jeol from the Black Spider Den. No sooner had he spoken than Jin Yurin came running up, yelling, "What kind of rude behavior is this? How dare you drag a patient out of their room?" Jwa Jeol turned and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you're Jin Yurin." Jin Yurin, still angry, shouted, "Don't you have any compassion for patients?" He glared and replied, "Compassion? You have that and still dodge your debts. Your father borrowed money under Xiangsujing's name, so either take down the Xiangsujing sign or pay the debt. Those are the things you should do." Jin Yurin shouted back, "If there's an issue, speak to the person involved. I'm right here. What have the patients done to deserve this?" Jwa Jeol threw the man to the ground and answered coldly, "Oh, you want me to talk to the person involved." With that, he grabbed Jin Yurin's wrist and yanked her roughly toward him. He leaned his face close to Jin Yurin and continued, "I didn't want to use such a noisy method, but if the debtor insists on resolving things, they must come speak for themselves. With a face that beautiful, selling you to a pleasure house would surely clear the debt. With your looks, 10 years would be enough. Wouldn't that be a fine solution?" Suddenly, Jin Soa came running from nowhere, punched Jwa Jeol in the back and yelled, "Let go of her right now." Jwa Jeol still held Jin Yurin's wrist and kicked up, knocking Jin Soa sprawling to the ground. Seeing his brother hit, Jin Yurin anxiously turned and called for Jin Soa. Jwa Jeol glanced at Jin Yurin and baring his teeth said, "Even your panicked look is beautiful. Looks like you'll pay off the debt faster than I thought. Instead of worrying about that brother of yours, worry about your first client." Suddenly the patients inside ran out, grabbing Jwa Jeol and shouting, "No, you bastard, don't touch the young maiden healer, take us instead, we'd rather that. You damned bastard, may heaven and earth destroy you." Another patient bit down hard on Jwa Jeol's hand and shouted, "I'm going to die anyway, can't I take someone like you along with me?" Jwa Jeol jerked his hand free. A purplish welt formed on the man's head who bit him, and he muttered angrily, "These people are really." Jin Yurin sat on the ground and worriedly cried out, "Stop, this isn't something everyone should interfere in." Then she knelt and begged, "Please don't touch the patients, I'll go with you." Jwa Jeol laughed in delight, "Ka, sensible of you." Jin Soa cried out in panic, "Sister, what do you mean by that?" Jin Yurin smiled at Jin Soa and replied, "I'll repay this debt by any means. Don't worry about me, just think about restoring the family name." Then she followed Jwa Jeol and walked out the gate. Jin Soa and the patients burst into tears, calling, "Sister, young maiden healer." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey you big useless oaf, wait a minute." A man stepped forward and added, "You can't take that young lady away." Hearing this, Jwa Jeol turned to glare at the newcomer and asked, "What sort of noble name are you?" Whoa, so the male lead still has the blanket wrapped around him, turns and walks out barefoot. Now that's imposing. Wai Yonho's expression was nonchalant as he replied, your dad's name is Wai Yonho." Wai Yonho still had the blanket wrapped around him, his cold eyes fixed on Jwa Jeol as he said, "You will not take that young lady away." Jwa Jeol sneered at the male lead and scoffed, "And who the hell are you this time?" Wai Yonho kept his indifferent, cold expression and replied, "My name is Wai Yonho." Immediately, the front yard of Xiangsujing fell silent at the male lead's words. Everyone turned to look at him with surprise and a hint of worry. Jwa Jeol thought to himself, what the hell, is this guy brain damaged, or is he still high or something? After thinking that, he grabbed Yurin's hand and urged, "Let's go." But what annoyed him was that Wai Yonho followed, poked his head up to look at him and said, "You idiot, I already told you not to take that young lady away." Jwa Jeol's face started to look irritated and bothered. He glanced at the male lead and thought, who the hell is this bastard to be causing such a ruckus? Seeing Jwa Jeol silent, Wai Yonho continued to explain, "If you do that, who will cook for me?" Jwa Jeol asked in surprise, "What?" Wai Yonho went on, "If that young lady is taken away, there will be no one left to cook for me." Jwa Jeol pointed a finger at Yurin, then looked at the male lead and asked, "Is this woman the one who cooks for you?" The male lead answered, "Yes." Jwa Jeol asked why, and Yonho replied that it's because I'm a guest here. "Why do you have to ask pointless questions like that?" The enraged Jwa Jeol ground his teeth and cursed, calling the man every name in the book. He immediately used force, clenching his right hand and lunging at Yonho while shouting, "From today on, I'll make sure you can't even get a mouthful of rice into your mouth." Yurin, standing beside them, was terrified and shouted, "No." But to everyone's surprise, the truth was shocking. Yonho slipped one hand out from under the blanket and punched Jwa square in the face, sending him tumbling forward and smashing his face into the ground. Yuren, of course, was frozen in stunned disbelief and couldn't move. The sick men sprang up from the yard, staring at Jwa face down in the dirt. His body hit the ground hard enough to make a large dent in the courtyard. On top of that, young Yonho put on an innocent, guilty-looking expression and scratched his head to explain, "Ah, are you okay? I didn't mean to, it was just reflex." At that moment, Jwa came to with a start, frantically pushing himself up and thinking, a master. He quickly stood up, stepped back, sweat beading on his face, and watched Yonho warily. He addressed him respectfully, "Where does your skill come from, sir?" The male lead pulled the blanket up with both hands and replied casually, "I'm no grand master or anything." Jwa in a humble and cautious tone continued, "Then you shouldn't meddle in other people's personal affairs. Besides, there's a clear debt contract between us and Xiangsujeng. If you sue at the magistrate's office, they'll side with us." The male lead responded, "That does seem to be the case." Jwa, sweating, probed further, "Then please, from now on, don't interfere." Yonho replied, "That might be difficult. I already said, without that young lady, there won't be anyone to cook for me." Hearing the male lead, Jwa mused to himself, "Cooking is just an excuse. Helping Xiangsujeng is your real aim, isn't it?" He asked aloud, "Do you intend to ruin Black Spider Den's affairs completely?" Yonho tilted his head and asked in return, "Black Spider Den," Jwa answered, "That's my gang, and it's also the place Xiangsujeng owes money to." The male lead said, "I have no intention of sabotaging anything. After all, the issue between you and Xiangsujeng is just money, isn't it?" Jwa asked curiously, "When you say that, do you mean you intend to repay Xiangsujeng's debt on their behalf?" "I have no money, but I'll earn the money to pay it back, so you go on ahead. In half a month, I'll pay it all." Hearing the male lead, Jwa remained very skeptical. He pondered for a moment and didn't dare act rashly since the person before him was a true master. Then he said, "Fine, I believe you will keep your promise." Cut to a silver-haired man with many moles on his face biting into a chunk of meat. Between bites he asked, "A master showed up at Xiangsujeng?" Jwa stood before him and answered seriously, "Yes, that's right." The man claimed to be a guest of the place. The man, holding the slab of meat in one hand and lifting a fish with the other, asked in surprise, "A guest, and he's the leader of Black Spider Den, Guak Dawson." He continued, "A guest, an acquaintance of the late Xiangsujeng head. If so, things are about to get complicated." "And you saw that master and immediately ran away?" Jwa hurriedly replied, "Boss, I'm no coward like that." He explained that the master had promised to repay the money within half a month, so he intended to observe the situation for now. Guak Dawson angrily barked, "You idiot, I never told you to collect the debt." He slapped the meat into Jwa's face and scolded, "I told you to use the debt as an excuse, take down Xiangsujeng's signboard and crush them so they can't get back up. But you listened to that ridiculous promise and pulled back." Jwa clutched his head and stammered, "WL, for now I thought buying time to confirm that Master's true identity was the right move." Guak Dawson angrily stomped on the table of food, rose up and shouted, "You long-winded bean sprout, why so wordy? Want me to cut out your tongue, you dumb, clumsy fool? If things go south, they'll be furious. Then this whole Black Spider Den will turn into a puddle of blood." Jwa trembled and asked, "So should we deal with him right away?" Guak Dawson ground his teeth and sneered, "No, we shouldn't poke that hornet's nest we can't handle. For now, do as you said, observe and see, then act according to the situation." Cut back to Xiangsujeng, where the daily business continued, sleeping, while Yonho lay on the bed while Jin Soa sat on a chair beside him. Jin Soa bowed and asked, "So what is the young hero planning to do?" The male lead asked, puzzled, "Do what?" Jin Soa replied, "Didn't you say you'd repay Xiangsujeng's debt within half a month?" The male lead replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Jin Soa anxiously blurted, "Have you come up with a plan to solve that?" "What do you mean, is that so?" Why Yonho turned and answered, "A plan, of course. I'll use the best method handed down since ancient times. When debt collectors come knocking, there's no better way than this." Jin Soa asked seriously, "And what method is that?" The male lead teasingly answered, "Have you heard of it? People call it a midnight escape." Jin Soa, furious, stepped forward and punched Yonho repeatedly, shouting, "You really say that now?" He trembled with anger and scolded, "I can't believe I trusted someone like you." Yonho raised a finger and asked, "But how much is your debt anyway?" Jin Soa calmly sat back down and replied, "I don't know the exact amount, I only know it's about 20 taels of gold." The male lead, surprised, asked, that comes to 2,000 taels of silver. Can anyone realistically carry such a debt? Jinsoa sighed and answered, it was originally over 100 taels of gold. We sold off our assets to pay some of it, so only that much remains. The male lead sounded discouraged. Ha, utterly hopeless. Jinsoa replied sadly, yes, everyone says the same. The male lead stood up, sighed, and said, sigh, nothing to be done. Jinsoa asked confusedly, so where to? The male lead answered, to make money, of course. Where? To the place that caused all this trouble, to earn the money there. Jinsoa asked suspiciously, what do you mean by that, young hero? Yonho bared his teeth in a grin and replied, I mean the place we're about to go to make money. Cut 2. Jinsoa has disguised himself as a little servant boy following a young master. He said, it's the place that ruined your father's fortune. It's a gambling den, a secret gambling den. Jumwujeng. Inside the command room, the villa head Jumwujeng, Kang Chunrip, sat with a heavy sigh. Nothing again today. The rumor that this place strips gullible fools clean has spread too far, hasn't it? Maybe last time I went a bit too far and stripped Xiangsujang's head dry. Suddenly someone burst into the workshop calling for the head. Kang Chunrip startled and asked, what's going on? Did the magistrate send people to collect? The man replied, they're here, they're here. Kang Chunrip anxiously asked, who is it? The man answered, a gullible mark. The gullibles arrived. Cut back outside the gambling den, watching the crowded tables and gamblers eyeing each other. The male lead asked in surprise, this is the gambling den? Jinsoa, trailing behind, answered, yes, so please, young master, don't look around too much. Following the male lead, Jinsoa worriedly thought, will this really work? Recovering what's been lost to gambling, and at the very den where it happened. Suddenly a man in green ran over to greet them cheerfully. Ah, young master, what breeze blew you into this shabby place? Yonho turned and asked in surprise, you know me? The man in green rubbed his palms together and smiled with narrowed eyes, of course. Aren't you a guest here to enjoy the pleasures of the place? The male lead asked, and to enjoy such pleasures, what would I be here for? The man in green replied, oh my young master, please don't be so polite with a lowly servant like me. The male lead asked again, very well, what games should I play here? The man in green spread his left arm to introduce. Here we lowly folks have everything from 9-card bets and bone cards to dice masters, tonki, huliang pai, and more. If it's a game of staking money to win money, we can provide anything. This way, young master, this way, this game's one you must see yourself. He led the male lead to a table where 2 cups sat and 5 small shiny silver beads gleamed, saying, this is the thing, sir. Yonho studied them for a moment and asked curiously, what is this? Looks like dice, doesn't it? The man in green laughed and replied, this is a game called Yin Yang, the most popular game in our gambling den, and the rules are extremely simple. You put those iron beads into the 2 cups and shake them up. When those beads are shaken inside the 2 cups, they'll split between the 2 sides. Then, when one of the cups is set down on the table, you, young master, only need to guess whether the number of beads inside is even or odd. The male lead asked in surprise, is it really that simple? The man in green still smiled and replied, because it's simple, that's why people like it even more. Gambling games each have their own complex rules, but a game that allows quick bets and has a 50-50 guessing chance surely suits the bold temperament of our young master. Hearing the explanation, Yonho feigned interest and said, makes sense, I'm really not one for wasting time. Good, then I'll try this game. Inside the command room, Kang Chunrip, having heard a gullible mark had arrived, immediately left the room and went down to check the situation. He descended the stairs, glancing toward the male lead as he thought to himself, well done, luring a gullible mark is as easy as turning your hand. Let him lose a bit, then win a bit, then let him score a big win and repeat that cycle. Eventually he'll be addicted before he knows it. It seems the prey has already started to drunkenly lose money. Ha ha ha. Suddenly someone exclaimed, making Kang Chunrip immediately turn to look at the pile of silver on the table. How much is that in total? Jumhujang has been cleaned out today. Staring at the gleaming pile of silver, Kang Chunrip thought to himself in astonishment. Oh fate, in front of the male lead was the pile of winnings. Kang Chunrip blurted out in panic, what the hell is going on? In a cluttered junk room, a beggar was whistling as he lay there. He was branch chief Jang Il. Muttering to himself, he thought that Yonho had disappeared and the branch chief's income had returned to normal. Jang Il glanced at the newly fitted window and secretly rejoiced, thinking it was fortunate to have found a discarded door just before winter. Today was truly a lucky day. Before the thought left him, his luck shattered. The newly fitted door suddenly exploded inward. A man appeared and asked coldly, "You beggar, is that true?" The newcomer was Wai Sanho, Yonho's big brother. Jang Il broke into a cold sweat, fearful, stammering, "Why you why?" Without wasting words, Wai Sanho lunged forward, grabbed Jang Il by the collar, hoisted him up, and shouted, "Damn you, Jang Il, I'm asking if my little brother Hao is really still alive." Jang Il's face twisted in fear as he stammered, Oh, it's true. You should calm down, put your hand down, and we'll talk." Only then did Sanho calm slightly and ask, "He's really alive. Where is my Yonho now?" Jang Il clutched his collar and coughed a few times, replying that information is only with the Hao clan, go ask them. In his head, Jang Il cursed, "Damn heaven and earth, last year you got news your brother survived, so someone magnanimous like me won't haggle over this with you." Suddenly Sanho stepped forward, grabbing his shoulder like lifting a puppy, and said, "Let's go." Jang Il awkwardly asked, "Huh, go where?" Sanho answered, "To the Hao clan, where else? You imbecile, lead the way or I'll cut it off, don't cry about it." Hearing that, Jang Il's face changed with bitterness as he thought, damn, these two crazy brothers are such a pain. Cut to the Hao clan in Kaifeng. Jang Il had led Sanho to meet Gui Nangnang. After everything settled, whatever Sanho did had upset Gui Nangnang. She angrily raised her hand, veins bulging, glared at Jang Il and snarled, "Jang Il, you damned fool, how dare you bring Sanho, the strongest of the orthodox disciples, to the Hao clan?" Jang Il forced a smile and replied, "No, I didn't mean to." Gui Nangnang grew angrier and shouted, "Shut up, you mangy whelp, today I'll settle this life or death with you." Jang Il, now bewildered, touched his ear and hurriedly said, "I told you I didn't want this either." Cut back to the gambling den. Now a large crowd of gamblers had gathered around Yonho's table, buzzing in astonishment. "If he wins again, how much will he get?" One person answered, 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels? Another couldn't help exclaiming, 1,000 taels, that's 10 taels of gold when exchanged, right? As for the dealer, sweat dotted his face. Anxious and angry, he muttered, "Damn, who is this guy anyway?" Two other gamblers behind the dealer stood nervously curious, thinking, the stakes are huge, this looks like the biggest round yet. Opposite them, Yonho sat propping one hand on the table, raised a finger with the other, and called out, "Even," to settle it. The dealer clenched the cup and slammed it down on the table, his hand trembling slightly. He fretted, he'd won 9 straight rounds. Could it be that this time too? When he lifted the cup, indeed 4 beads lay on the table. Everyone there gasped, "For even, it's even." Immediately the crowd erupted in cheers. 1,000 taels, a god of gambling has descended. I can't believe I'm witnessing such a dramatic showdown. While everyone else was still stunned, Jin Soa leaned in and whispered to the male lead, "Young master, we've won, we've won." Yonho sat by the gleaming pile of silver, wearing a smug little grin. The male lead remembered his earlier days training in the cave. He was the sort of person who could hear a pebble fly at him even while asleep and dodge it. "So this is nothing. With each clack of the beads, I can tell by the sound whether it's even or odd. This is truly the ultimate way to make money. It's a shame, but maybe it's time to go rest. Just one more round and I'll reach the 20-tael gold target." But at that moment, Kang Chunrip, the Jumwujang housemaster, suddenly appeared and caught Yonho's attention. He stood with hands clasped and bowed slightly, saying, "A distinguished guest has visited this place. It's my blind eye that failed to recognize you." The crowd around him murmured in surprise at his arrival. Lord Kang Chunrip, head of Jumwujang. Yonho showed no delight. He glanced disdainfully at Kang Chunrip and replied, "What distinguished guest? I'm not that sort of person." Kang Chunrip kept smiling and rubbing his hands. "Ha ha, in this gambling hall, anyone who can make exciting bets is a distinguished guest." The male lead continued to sneer, "I don't see anything interesting here." Kang Chunrip's veins began to bulge, probably a bit angry, but he still smiled. "Ha ha, indeed the aura of a distinguished guest is extraordinary." Inwardly he thought, damn it, this guy sits here and wins 1,000 taels and still dares to say it's not interesting. Thinking that, he began his plan and loudly said, "A distinguished guest must have the class of a distinguished guest. How about a bigger round?" Hearing that, the male lead asked in surprise, "A bigger round?" Kang Chunrip solemnly introduced, "Yes, not a small round like this, but a proper high-stakes match. That's where the real duel happens, and the pleasure gained will be many times deeper." Hearing Kang Chunrip, Yonho only gave a cold chuckle. Then he stood up and shot back bluntly, "No thanks, I don't like it, okay." He ordered Jin Soa to stuff the silver into a bag, pack up, and leave. Seeing this, Kang Chunrip gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself to offer 10 taels and then slip away. Ha, do you think I'll let you go that easily? With that thought, he stepped behind the male lead, holding up a money pouch in one hand and placing the other on the young master's shoulder, smiling. Oh ho, young master, if you just walk off, what are we to do? If you agree to the bigger round, I'll gift you 5 tails. Yonho asked in surprise. You're giving me 5 tails for free? Kang Chunrip replied, yes, of course. Yonho then smirked and asked, how about 10? Kang Chunrip could only force a smile. Shut up, this one is greedy. He fumed inwardly about the madman, but despite his irritation he still smiled and said, fine, I'll give you 10 taels, but in return the match will continue until one side is completely broke. Hearing that, Yonho pondered if he had to come back tomorrow it'd be troublesome. Having thought it through, Yonho resolved to go big and said, all right, give me 10 taels and I'll play. Kang Chunrip hurriedly replied, excellent, you've considered it thoroughly. He chuckled inwardly, got him, what an idiot. Then he turned to the right, waved for someone and said with a smile, the opponent has accepted, now let them come forward. Immediately a man in colored robes stepped out. He was a thin, gaunt man with a long scar crossing his right cheek and eye, holding several dice in his hand. At his appearance, people gasped, is that Dokbai? Dokbai has appeared. He was Dokbai, nicknamed the Gambling King with the poison hand. Dokbai stepped closer, looked at Yonho and thought, did he win that much silver by himself from Yin Yang? He didn't look much like a gambler though. Oh well, whoever wins on the gambling mat is the gambler. What difference does it make? When Yonho saw Dokbai sit at the table, he spoke up. Is my opponent the elder uncle? Dokbai replied, yes. Yonho asked, so what are we playing now? Dokbai tossed the dice in his hand onto the table and said, the gambling game I propose is this. The crowd around them buzzed. Dice, isn't that too plain? But it's the most certain method. Dice are the kind of gamble where skill differences show up most clearly. How could that brat stand against Dokbai? Is there any gambler here who can handle Dokbai? Compared to complicated games, dice are much fairer. Dokbai explained simply, the side with the higher total score wins. Young master, any objections? Yonho narrowed his eyes coldly and replied, no. Dokbai also narrowed his eyes and set the condition. The match won't end until one side has taken the other's very last coin. Kang Chunrip also chuckled excitedly and added, the stakes will double after each round. If you lose all your money, you may post additional stakes. But in that case, the winner of the previous round has the right to decide whether the match continues. What does the young master think? Yonho answered calmly and nonchalantly, fine. Immediately, Kang Chunrip raised both hands and declared loudly, then the match will begin. Jin Soa and the gamblers gathered around were full of confidence in the male lead. Jin Soa squeezed his shoulder and encouraged him, you can do it, young master, right? Yonho smiled slightly and replied, what do you see that I can't do? But shortly after, from the pile of silver on the table, there were only 4 ingots left. Jin Soa gritted his teeth, anxious and worried. Meanwhile, Yonho was sweating profusely, and the other gamblers gradually drifted away, no longer interested. Jin Soa raised both hands to remind him, you've lost 10 rounds in a row. Yonho maintained his composure and calmly replied, is that so? Jin Soa panicked and asked, what do you mean, is that so? You told me to trust you. This guy, the male lead replied. Well, yes. Jin Soa, frantic, continued, at this rate we'll go bankrupt, you idiot. Meanwhile, Dokbai smugly juggled the dice in his hand and said this looked like the final round. The stakes for these 2 rounds were 2,000 taels. The surrounding gamblers laughed and buzzed. He had burned through the money he'd just earned in an instant. If he lost again, wouldn't he owe 10 taels of gold? That's why bratty kids shouldn't mess with gambling. The male lead's face went blank as he shot Dokbai a glare like, you dog. Just you wait, 2 by con til letter 1 ef7 who. Dokbai grinned scornfully, tossed the dice in his hand and said, then I'll begin. Yonho kept the same expression, looking utterly uninterested, as if saying whatever in the most stylish way. As in previous rounds, Dokbai's dice rolls all came up the maximum of 6. The gamblers around shifted to cheering for Dokbai, shouting, perfect score, 666. Amazing. I can't believe we're seeing a perfect roll with 6 dice, no wonder it's Dokbai. Dokbai still held his hand up, glanced at the male lead and asked, well, do you want to continue? Yonho asked back, any reason not to keep playing? Dokbai replied, I think the outcome is obvious. Yonho added, that's not certain yet. Jin Soa anxiously blurted, no, young master. Sweating with worry, the male lead still asked Jin Soa, do you trust me? Jin Soa nodded like a hammer. Of course, I trust you. If I don't trust the young master, who else would I trust? Yonho turned and placed a hand on Jin Soa's head, exclaiming, in all my life, this is the first time I've heard words like that. Saying that, Yonho looked at the dice in his palm and let out a soft sigh. He squinted, stared ahead and thought, If I win this round, I'll get 40 taels of gold. With his mind made up, Yonho tossed the pile of dice in his hand onto the table, looking fairly confident. Dokbai was equally confident. His face was serious and a bit tense as he watched the dice fall. The gamblers surrounding them did the same, eyes wide as they followed every roll. But unlike Dokbai, Yonho rolled all ones, the absolute minimum score. Yonho's face went rigid and he was speechless, while Jin Soa stood behind him screaming curses, "You bastard." Cut to some room where a man sat in the dark and asked, "Who is it?" "You kneel there, it's Guak Dawson, leader of the Black Spider Den," he hurriedly replied. "I still can't identify his exact identity." The mysterious figure asked further, a young prodigy of uncertain background. Guak Dawson looked up and the mysterious man snapped one word, "Kill." "Leave no variables, kill him," Guak Dawson quickly asked, "but we still don't know how skilled he actually is." The mysterious man smiled and scolded, "Useless, I'll send some capable people to help you. No need to drag this out, go in now and kill him for me." At that moment, every gambler in the room gaped, holding their breath and staring at the 6 dice Yonho had just rolled onto the table. Good heavens, 6 dice, each showing a different face. Of all the unlikely things, the rarest one shows up. Yonho showed no fear or worry, instead he smiled calmly as if he'd foreseen it all. In complete contrast, Jin Soa went pale and frantically cursed, "You bastard." Opposite him, Dokbai squinted, looked at the male lead with a sinister grin, and sneered, "You're downright unlucky." Yonho turned to Kang Chinrip in a steady voice, "So now that it's come to this, what's next?" Meanwhile, Jin Soa kept clutching his head and muttering, we're done for, we're really done for." Kang Chinrip smiled and answered gently, as if everything were going according to his plan, "The young master has no more stake money, so now you only need to repay the 10 taels I lent you at the start." Yonho remained calm and even-toned, "No, that's not what I mean." He looked Kang Chinrip straight in the eye and continued, "I mean how much money is needed to continue the match?" Kang Chinrip hesitated a beat, then still forced a smile. "Ah yes, 40 taels of silver." Yonho raised an eyebrow and asked each word clearly, "You mean I only need 40 taels to keep playing, right?" Kang Chinrip nodded in confirmation, his voice a little faltering but controlled. "The casino has the right to decide whether to rematch. However, if the young master can produce that sum, I will agree. If you bring the money, we'll rematch immediately." Inwardly he chuckled, finally losing his patience. "Good, this time I'll strip him bare." Yonho narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, "Can you guarantee that?" Kang Chinrip clasped his hands as if proving his sincerity and smiled, "Of course. A gambling house can't exist without trust. The guests here can vouch for us." As soon as he finished, the surrounding gamblers immediately chimed in loudly, "That's right, no lie." Yonho nodded, looking pleased with the promise. Jin Soa stood beside him, inwardly in turmoil. He stared at the male lead with obvious doubt. How could he stay so calm? Just then the outer door of the gambling hall opened and a few people walked in. Seeing that, Yonho called out clearly, "Come in." Leading them was none other than Hei Dibung, head of the Silver River Exchange. He entered with 2 large guards, flashing several bright gold ingots that made the whole room gleam. Hei Dibung smiled happily. "Who is it, young master? Pardon me, I'm a bit late." Yonho shouted, pretending to be angry, "Why are you so late? I nearly went broke and was about to be dragged off as a slave." Hei Dibung laughed and waved his hand. "You're joking. Who is the young master? How could I let you end up in that situation?" Kang Chinrip stood nearby, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and asked, "Aren't you Hei Dibung of the Silver River Exchange?" "Why?" Hei Dibung turned, still smiling politely. "Pleased to meet you, host Kang. I simply brought the stakes that the Silver River patron requested. Since he asked to convert everything into gold, preparing it took a bit longer." Yonho looked back at Kang Chinrip, his voice clear. "You promised that if I brought enough money, we'd rematch immediately and the minimum stake would be double the previous round, right? But I'd like to raise the stakes a bit more." Hearing that, Kang Chinrip felt danger closing in. His face went pale and cold sweat poured down. "What?" Yonho slowly raised a finger and grinned wickedly. "The stake for the next round will be 100 taels." Kang Chinrip forced a smile, his voice cracking. "Did you just say 100 taels?" The male lead chuckled softly, eyes teasing. "Scared?" Kang Chinrip didn't answer, but his mind was in knots and his heart pounding. "Of course I'm scared, you monster." He quickly leaned in and whispered to Dokbai, "Dokbai, what do you think? Can you win?" Dokbai remained composed, radiating the confidence of someone used to the upper hand. He half closed his eyes and asked softly, "Are you doubting this kingly fellow?" Kang Chinrip forced a laugh, trying to hide his tension. "Doubt what? Don't talk nonsense." After saying that, he stepped back, stood behind Dokbai, patted his shoulder lightly and instructed, "I'm counting on you." Then he cleared his throat and announced to everyone, "Then the match will restart now. Dokbai glanced at Yonho and said as he did so, in the blink of an eye, he doubled the stakes. Was that part of your plan too? Yonho feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Dokbai pressed on with a skeptical look. I mean, you threw the previous round on purpose, didn't you? The male lead shook his head and smiled softly. Who would do such a crazy thing? I don't have that kind of extra money. Dokbai continued to interrogate. Then why did you tip off the head of the Silver River Exchange to bring money? Yonho shrugged nonchalantly and replied, my mother taught me that whether gambling or showing courage, having lots of money isn't a bad thing. So I just told him to be ready, that's all. Dokbai fell silent with nothing more to say. He vaguely felt that something very wrong was quietly unfolding. Seeing him say nothing more, Yonho urged, all right, shall I start now? With that, he immediately tossed the dice into the air, eyes tracking every motion. The gamblers in the room fell completely silent. No one dared break the tense atmosphere. All eyes followed the dice, hearts beating as anxiously as the players. Clack, 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 the dice hit the table and rolled across the polished wood. 5 had stopped, each showing 6s, lined up neatly as if arranged. The last one kept spinning on the table as if teasing them. The crowd couldn't hide their excitement and muttered, 5 6s already, the last one will be. A miss, the final die stopped, showing a 5 for a total of 35 points. The gamblers immediately erupted, both thrilled and regretful, shouting, 5 is 5, 35 points. Too bad, it should have been a 6, but that's still deadly. Even Dokbai with 35 points faces a tough challenge. Dokbai remained composed, eyes fixed on Yonho with a hint of contempt. You're a bit short on luck again. At this rate, your carefully arranged match will fail. Yonho showed no anger and replied calmly, I really haven't understood what you're trying to imply. Besides, sir, 35 points is a very high number. Dokbai squinted, his voice cold. Fine, whatever scheme you have won't change anything. You've underestimated me. With that, he swept his hand and tossed 6 dice onto the table, his tone brimming with confidence. I'll show you why I'm called the Dice King. 5 of the 6 dice immediately stopped, each showing 6s, 30 points in total, while the last die kept rolling undecided. The gamblers around turned pale with tension, sweat beading on their brows, whispering, could Dokbai roll 6 6s again? Truly worthy of the Dice King, this match will be legendary, a historic wager. While the dice still spun on the table, Jin Soa fidgeted anxiously and leaned toward the male lead, whispering, what do we do? Young master, Yonho replied casually. What do you mean by what to do? Jinsoa, frantic, answered, how can you stay so calm at a time like this? If we lose here, we'll be wiped out. Are you confident you can beat him? Yonho looked at him with a mischievous grin and shot back, hey, are you any good at singing and dancing? If you get sold off, you might get hired straight into the theater. Hearing that, Jinsoa flew into a rage and yelled, you bastard, what did you just say? At that moment, there was a crisp click as the final die settled on the table and the whole hall seemed to hold its breath. All eyes snapped to the betting table, no one dared blink. The tension spread, especially across Dokbai's face, which was no longer composed. Everyone knew the die couldn't show a 5, since the 5 face was already exposed on one side. The air seemed to freeze as dim light glinted off the die's surface. People tried to make out whether the 2 rows of pips were 4 or 6. A second passed like a century. Then suddenly a shout ripped through the silence. 4, it's 4. The crowd froze, then instantly erupted in cheers. All eyes turned to Yonho. 34 points, the kid won. Jinsoa burst into tears of joy and shouted, 100 taels. He won 100 taels. I can't believe a gamble this crazy exists. The gamblers around kept exclaiming in admiration. This match would surely become legend. Who would have thought someone could win 100 taels right here at Jumwujang? Unable to contain his excitement, Jinsoa leapt forward and hugged Yonho tightly, shouting with joy, young master, you won 100 taels, we really won. Grabbed by Jinsoa's fierce embrace, Yonho winced in annoyance and ribbed, get off me, you were calling me names just a moment ago. While the gamblers continued their relentless praise, Kang Chunrip stood nearby tearing at his hair, his face darkening as an incredulous thought echoed in his head. Lost, really lost. He spun toward Dokbai full of bitterness. Hey Dokbai, you said you were certain to win. Dokbai sighed, shut his eyes and exhaled heavily. Even if I'm the Dice King, it seems today the Dice God has descended on the other side. Kang Chunrip's face flushed purple with rage. Grinding his teeth, he spat, damn it, you can still say that at a time like this. We're doomed, the entire assets of Jumwujang. Just then, Hei Debung stepped up to Kang Chunrip with a beaming smile and loudly declared, everyone, pay attention. Through this match, the debt between Jumwujang and young Master Yonho has been fully settled. This fierce contest and its outcome, Hei Debung and everyone present here will be witnesses. The gamblers shouted in unison, "Yes, we are all witnesses." At that point, Dokbai stepped forward to Yonho, bowed respectfully, and said sincerely, "That was truly an excellent match." Yonho showed no arrogance either. He pressed his palms together in salute and bowed in return, showing respect to his opponent. Hei Dibung turned to the male lead and said, "Then I'll take this money back to the Silver River Exchange." Yonho nodded, "Very well." Jin Soa hurried over, panting, his face still tense. Gambling clearly didn't suit him, just watching had exhausted him. "What about the missing night? All good." Yonho smiled faintly, "I'm just a bit tired." With that, he turned his back and started walking, saying as he went, "Leave the money to Hei Dibung. For now, let's go home, have a really good meal, and then sleep soundly." Jin Soa immediately scampered behind him, cheerfully, "Ah, I know a tavern that cooks wonderfully. I'll treat the whole place so you can eat your fill." As he ran and jabbered, not watching where he was going, Jin Soa barreled into the belly of a large man. He hurriedly stepped back and bowed to apologize. "Oh my, sorry." But then an unexpected incident occurred. The newcomer was none other than Guak Dawson, the leader of the Black Spider Den, accompanied by several tall henchmen with cold, hard stares. Yonho glanced at them and immediately realized these people were absolutely not here with good intentions. Behind him, Hei Dibung broke out in a cold sweat and murmured a warning. Judging by the pattern on their clothes, they seemed to be from the Black Spider Den. Yonho raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "Black Spider Den?" Guak Dawson scratched his head and looked ahead, his voice icy. "Who is Yonho? Where is that kid?" Scene change. At that moment, Mun Yuwen's daughter asked in surprise, "Someone just mentioned Why Yonho. Are you saying he is young master's elder brother?" Why Sanho, the man, stepped forward with Jang Il, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Yes, that's right. Pray tell, where is your younger brother now?" Mun Yuwen's daughter answered gently, "Why Yonho is not here. He is left with the Dragon Escort Agency's convoy heading to Hubei." Upon hearing this, Wai Sanho clasped his hands and replied politely, "Thank you, miss. Then I will take my leave." He turned to call his companion. "Let's go." Jang Il, hearing this, looked stunned and asked irritably, "Go where?" Wai Sanho kept a straight face and answered tersely, "Hubei." Jang Il's expression drained, sweat poured down, and he yelled, "What? Who said we're going?" Without waiting for anyone to react, he flopped down on the ground and threw a childish tantrum. I'm not going anywhere, rather have you kill me. You bastard, I ran all the way from Kaifeng without a single sip of water. Now in the dead of night, you tell me to head straight to Hubei? Kill me, just kill me." Mun Yuwen's daughter sighed, exhaustion clear on her face. Sigh. Then she said softly, "Please stay one night and set out in the morning." Sanho shook his head to refuse. "No, I can't trouble everyone." Jang Il sprang up, eyes wide. "Why not? Please bother them for us." Sanho. Mun Yuwen's daughter gently explained, "If I let guests who arrived at this hour leave at once, Songlin Hanlin Great Academy would be mocked. I'll prepare food and a bath. Rest and regain your strength, then continue your journey." Jang Il resumed his signature rolling about tantrum and yelled, "I'd rather die than go. Kill me instead." Sanho could only sigh wearily, truly out of options. "Then I will trouble you to stay." Scene shifts to a spacious bathing room, thick steam rising in a haze. Sanho and Jang Il, both stripped, were soaking in a warm tub. Jang Il felt utterly relaxed, his face blissful as if escaped from hell. He raised his hand boastfully. "A beggar sect girl's life can be this luxurious. If Mistress Wang saw this, she'd foam at the mouth." Sanho stood up, revealing a tall back of rock-hard muscles carved in relief. The front equally powerful with bulging sinews, but most striking was a long scar running from chest to belly, dark like a testament to a life-or-death fight. Jang Il's eyes widened in admiration. "Aya, your body is no ordinary thing. That wound, it's from when you hunted the tailless phantom demon, right?" Sanho muttered as if recalling a distant memory. "The tailless phantom demon?" Jang Il nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, I heard you almost died back then." Sanho turned around, his voice calm. "Compared to this scar, that wound was just a scratch." Jang Il froze, bewildered, and asked, "What?" He hurriedly grabbed his clothes and ran after him, asking, "So who caused that wound? Could there really be a demon strong enough to be the world's top post-rebirth star?" Sanho nearly fainted from the battle. Sanho gave a faint smile and closed his eyes as if looking into a distant past. In his mind appeared the image of a boy bawling and calling his name. "Big brother, please wake up." Big brother, Sanho thought, a demon? Then he quietly continued inwardly, "Back when I didn't yet know how terrifying a sword could be, this scar was the result of my own recklessness." Guak Dawson scratched his head, the corner of his mouth curling in a challenging smirk as he asked, "Who the hell is Wai Yonho?" Wai Yonho pointed to his own face and answered bluntly, "It's your father." Upon hearing that, Guak Dawson's expression turned cold and he said nothing more. He turned to JWA Jeol and asked, "Is it that brat?" JWA Jeol, sweating faintly, nodded, "Yes, that's him." Guak Dawson snarled in his face, "Too young, far too young." JWA Jeol hunched and muttered, "My men did say he was young." Guak Dawson stamped his foot in anger and continued, "I was told he was some great expert, so I inflated the report. Turns out he's a snot-nosed kid." He signaled with his hand and his men stepped forward with weapons. Guak Dawson ground his teeth. "HMPH, even if he's just a brat, he'll pay for daring to ruin our business." Yonho raised a finger, "Wait a moment." At that moment, Hei Dibung handed Jin Soa a contract and a brush. Yonho turned back and urged, "Just sign it." Jin Soa, flustered, asked, "Yes, should I sign my name?" Yonho replied, "Just sign it now, I'll explain later." Jin Soa stammered, "I understand." After signing, Yonho asked the Black Spider Den straight out, "Exactly how much does Seongsujang owe you?" Guak Dawson answered, 20 taels of gold and 50 taels of silver. Two henchmen immediately set 2 trunks down. When the lids were opened, the flash of gold stunned Guak Dawson into shouting, What is this?" Yonho said calmly, "This is the money Seongsujang owed you. From today on, the debt is settled. Please write a promissory note and take the money and go." Guak Dawson took the gold ingot, his mind seeming to open, and laughed, "Ho ho, well, it certainly appears so." Just as he was daydreaming over the gold, JWA Joel bent down and whispered into his ear, "Boss, you forgot that what that person wanted wasn't the money but Seongsujang itself. If Seongsujang regains freedom and rebuilds, what will you do then?" Guak Dawson froze and hesitated. He looked up at Yonho, his tone changing, "You brat, we'll discuss the debt between Seongsujang and us later. What's more important is I can't just let you lot get away after ruining our business." Yonho stepped forward, his eyes darkening, and said, "So basically you want to fight me, right?" Guak Dawson bared his teeth in a cold smile. "Fight? This is more like punishment." He flicked his hand and shouted, "Bring me his head." The henchmen lunged in unison. "Yes, Kang." They all swung their blades but missed their target. Yonho had vanished. His voice rang out icy cold, "Punish me. You'll regret it." Immediately after, Yonho dropped down from above and nonchalantly sat astride the very points of the Black Spider Den henchmen's swords. The nearest man hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when a shadow lunged at him. Whack! He was kicked squarely on the left cheek. His head snapped and slammed into his comrade. Another man who couldn't dodge in time felt Yonho's hand crash down on his face with a crisp smack that stunned the whole group. When a different thug rushed in, Yonho drove his elbow straight into the man's throat. He collapsed without a chance to fight back. In moments, Guak Dawson's henchmen were flung in all directions like sacks of grain. JWA Jeol's face was drenched in sweat, his lips pressed tight. Guak Dawson, seeing this for the first time, gaped and asked, what is going on?" JWA Jeol hurriedly made excuses, saying that's why his men had reported the fellow wasn't ordinary. Guak Dawson clenched both fists and cursed through his teeth. "Damn it." Across from them, Yonho pointed and said, "Hey, this is getting troublesome. Bring out the ones hiding in the back." Guak Dawson flinched, his teeth grinding, but then he curled a small smile. How could he not have noticed? Immediately, a few masked men in black silently stepped forward. Guak Dawson's face changed to one of glee. "Aha, now we must rely on these benefactors to lend a hand." The 5 black-clad men said nothing. They gripped their swords coldly and advanced toward Yonho, one measured step at a time. He stayed composed, his voice flat. "What is this? Why do you look so familiar? Haven't we met somewhere before?" No sooner had he finished when a gleaming blade thrust straight at his face. Reacting in a flash, Wai Yonho tilted his head back as far as he could so the sword just grazed past. He sprang back, flipped once, and slid to the rear, gripping his sword. His face went serious as he ground out, "Hugh, that startled me." He looked at the attacker, inwardly surprised. He'd approached without any visible intent. "I thought it was just posturing." Yet in an instant the blade had been swung. Could that be a hidden sword technique? At that moment his master's words rang in his head. "There is a style of swordplay in this world used solely to kill, an assassin's blade meant to take life without leaving traces. How should you face them? Those people are merciless killers. You must never show mercy or underestimate them. Remember this, once you detect them, you must wipe them out immediately." Remembering that, the killing intent in Yonho surged as if a switch had been flipped. He narrowed his eyes and thought, if Master warned that strongly, I can't handle this sloppily. With that he called over, "Master Hei Dibung, may I borrow a sword?" Hei Dibung hugged a blade and hustled over. "Yes, is this for the young master?" Yonho took the sword, drew it from its scabbard and said, things might get a bit noisy from here on. He shrugged off his outer coat, lifted the sword with his right hand, and said coldly, "Everyone, step back." At that moment, the assassin who had struck spoke up, his tone even but the killing intent obvious. "You avoided my strike, you're no ordinary person." Then he barked to his comrades, "The opponent is a master. Drop your arrogance and coordinate your attack immediately." Facing them, Yonho slowly raised his left hand to grip the sword's hilt along with his right. His eyes closed slightly, and all his other senses were instantly pushed to their limit. While Yonho focused on sensing the enemy's presence, the assassins suddenly appeared directly above him, ready to unleash a killing strike. But one of them suddenly went pale as a flash of white light flickered right in front of him. In that instant, Master's teaching echoed in Yonho's mind. "Do not be obsessed with techniques." He answered softly inwardly, "I know, start by stilling the mind. Don't let it waver just because the enemy's blade approaches. You must hold the sword with a heart as cold as ice to handle any situation." Yonho's left foot lifted slightly and then took a long step forward, lowering his center of gravity. The first assassin's slash glanced off his body to the attacker's shock. The second assassin lunged and slashed right in front of him. Yonho spun, turning his back, looped the sword over his head to the rear, and precisely parried that strike. He recalled his master's words again. "Even if the sword you hold is merely a piece of iron. If you don't entrust yourself to that piece of iron, the true way of the sword cannot begin. And a sword to which you have entrusted your whole soul can even cleave Mount Tai in two. And a sword to which you have entrusted your whole soul can even cleave Mount Tai in two. Like a river flowing naturally along the ground, let it be distributed into your sword strikes without force." What Master taught is not a crude technique but a seed. Perfect swordsmanship is created by your mind. Forge your own path of the sword. Yonho's face was icy now, void of excess emotion. He relaxed his mind to let the way of the sword operate freely to its utmost. Streams of sword light appeared around him like stars in a black sky, and at the center was Yonho, directing the whole galaxy of sword chi. He raised his sword high, his entire being radiated killing intent that made onlookers tremble at the sight. Then Yonho swung down in a powerful arc toward the assassins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades of light rained down from above like a shower of sparks, allowing no one to escape. The ground shook, chunks of rock shattered, the assassins writhed, and anguished groans rose in chaos. Jin Soa and Hei Dibung gaped. This was the first time they'd seen such terrifying power. Yonho's cuts formed a large X on the floor, and all the assassins lay strewn motionless. Behind him, reflected light took the shape of an old stern master, the image of his teacher in memory. Yonho looked at the fallen assassins and said coldly, "I've severed your meridians and crippled your martial arts, so from now on you can no longer wield a sword. No matter how you lived before, you will not be able to harm others again. Pay for abusing your strength to oppress others." He glanced at a nearby assassin and mused, somehow these faces seem familiar. He muttered, one day I'll know why." On the other side, Guak Dawson was drenched in sweat, his face frozen, too afraid to speak. He tried to turn away to avoid him, but was suddenly called back by Yonho. Wait, what about you? Didn't you just say someone would be punished?" After dealing with those assassins, Yonho brushed dust lightly from his coat and shot a keen glance at Guak Dawson, who stood trembling. He laughed meaningfully, then strolled closer, his voice gliding over the surface like a blade. "Didn't someone say they would punish someone?" Guak Dawson's face drained of color instantly, his lips trembling, his words stumbling as if someone were choking his throat. "Young master." The male lead stepped forward, each of his footsteps seemed to press down on Guak Dawson's mind. He stopped right in front of him and spoke in a low voice, each word as clear as if carved in stone. His master had taught him, "To forgive those who offend me is to insult my master. I always strive to follow my master's teachings." Those words struck his face like a whip. Guak Dawson was so terrified his legs went limp. He immediately collapsed into a heap, banging his head repeatedly, stammering with a hoarse throat as if about to cry. "Who hasn't made mistakes at some point? If you, sir, forgive me, I vow to reform and live an honest life." Yonho stood with his arms folded, the lights reflecting off his face making his smile even more vicious. He raised an eyebrow, his tone full of sarcasm. "Reforming, of course that's good, but who would believe someone who's been feeding on ordinary people's blood and flesh?" Guak Dawson trembled and looked up, eyes full of despair, his voice choking. "Then what must I do?" The male lead tilted his head, his tone calm to the point of coldness. "Killing is too much, just do it the old way." Guak Dawson became even more flustered, his whole body shaking the old way. His gaze flicked to the group of assassins Yonho had just taken down, and suddenly comprehension hit. His face went ashen and cold sweat poured down him. He turned to the male lead in horror, stammering, Did you mean to cripple my martial arts?" The male lead gave a faint smile, part satisfaction, part chill. You catch on quickly. I like people who understand. Guak Dawson's face contorted as if about to cry. Was there truly no other way? Yonho then revealed that warped, gleeful smile of his, intertwining two fingers like a gesture that could not be refused. Inside, Guak Dawson screamed, his lips moving as if cursing the heavens and his rotten luck. Then there was a loud explosion from outside, a blinding flash lighting up the sky. It was the moment Guak Dawson's martial arts were shattered, as if his whole world collapsed in a single breath. When the dust settled, Guak Dawson lay sprawled out on the gambling den floor, face down, his whole body convulsing. Yonho dusted his hands as if he finished a chore, turned to JWA Jil and said calmly, "Then lead the way." JWA Jil hurriedly wiped his sweat, voice trembling. "Where would you like to go, sir?" The male lead answered very softly, but each word made JWA Jil's face go pale. Toward that place called the reception room, or the so-called Black Spider Den. And from that day on, the Black Spider Den, once proudest in Hubei and a power that made many tremble at the mere mention of its name, completely collapsed. Scene shifts to Xiangsuzheng. It was quiet on a late afternoon. A light breeze rustled the leaves, making a whispering sound that wove a thread of anxiety through the heart of the person waiting. Jin Yurin folded her arms before her chest, standing in front of the main gate, her gaze following the winding path before the manor. Her face was full of worry, her lips pressed together. Where on earth had that younger sibling gone? Suddenly, the pounding of running footsteps sounded. Jin Soa came rushing like a gust of wind, flinging open the small gate, his face lighting up with excitement. "Sister, sister, sister, do you know what I did today?" Yurin frowned but stepped closer, voice tinged with curiosity. "What's all the fuss about?" Jin Soa nearly jumped with excitement, waving his hands nonstop. "I paid off all the debts for our Saint Han Manor." Yurin couldn't believe it. She bent down to look straight at him, skeptical, like he must be daydreaming in broad daylight. Jin Soa hurriedly waved his hands. "It's not like that, sister. Here's what happened." Night fell. The full moon hung like a lantern in the sky, illuminating the little path before the manor. After hearing Jin Soa's full account, Yurin's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Jin Soa continued to beam, his voice proud. "Yes, sister, now we are free, all thanks to young hero Y." Yurin was moved, clasping her hands tightly over her chest, her gaze softening. "How fortunate. We have received such a great favor from him." But immediately after, her face fell and grew stern. "But Jin Soa, using gambling to pay debts is wrong. Fortunately, you didn't get involved in gambling, so I will forgive you, but from now on you must never set foot in a casino again." Jin Soa hung his head in sorrow. "Are methods really that important?" Yurin kept a serious tone, her gaze resolute like a righteous person. "Those who do not follow the proper path will surely meet misfortune. You've witnessed father's fate and still hope for such empty luck." Jin Soa flared up, his voice full of grievance. "But sister, you were nearly taken into the brothel, and yet you still say method is the issue." Yurin remained cold and steady, unyielding as a rock in the current. "Exactly, a physician must walk the righteous path." Jin Soa pressed his lips in frustration, his eyes lowering in displeasure, murmuring as if only to himself, "Sister, you're too stubborn. I've done my utmost for you, yet you keep finding excuses to blame me." Yurin sighed softly, her eyes gentling though her voice stayed low and calm, as if soothing her brother's anger. "It's all for your own good, really." But Jin Soa wouldn't quiet down. He raised his head, his face a mix of hurt and stubbornness, speaking with strong rebuttal. "Look at Xiangsuzheng. If I live the way you say, I'll spend my whole life here just treating people. Is that truly the best path for me?" He clenched his fist, a new confidence flashing in his eyes. Speaking decisively, "After meeting young hero Y, I've realized many things. I don't want to live the life you expect. I want to live my own life, not Xiangsuzheng's." The air between the siblings suddenly grew heavy as nightfall. One side was the sister's firm protection, the other the brother's yearning to change his fate. Both believed they were right, and the conversation dissolved into an uneasy silence. No one said another word. Cut to Songlin Hanlin Great Academy. The campus was tranquil, ancient tree shadows stretching along the stone paths. Mun Yuhuan, the elderly scholar with a kindly bearing and dignified air, slowly opened his arms to welcome the guests, his voice gently inviting them in. The arrivals were none other than Sanho and Jang Il. Sanho pressed his hands together in greeting, a courteous smile on his composed face. Unannounced guests treated so warmly, what honor, he didn't know how to respond and perhaps secretly felt pleased. Mun Yuwen returned a light smile, a look of understanding on his face. "I heard you are the elder brother of young Yonho. As our guest, of course you must be well received." Sanho bowed slightly, exceedingly humble in his role as elder brother. "On behalf of my younger brother, I apologize for his rude behavior." Mun Yuwen waved his hand, sincere. "Young master, you're too polite. I hear you are searching for your brother. May this old scholar offer a few words?" Sanho replied softly, his tone calm. "Yes." Mun Yuwen's expression suddenly turned grave, as if seeing through the young master's heart. "Do you know about Great Spirit?" "Great Spirit is called great because it cannot be confined. Given your temperament, you may try to force your brother into a mold, but doing so will only destroy him. Trying to keep a spirited steed in a small stable will hurt everyone." He paused, then offered earnest advice slowly. "So please leave him be and give him freedom. One day you will see that steed gallop across the plains." Hearing those words hit Sanho like a thunderbolt. His stern face softened, a flash of awakening passing through his eyes. He bowed his head and replied, "Thank you for your concern and your advice. I will certainly reflect on it carefully." After that, Sanho and Jang Il continued their journey to find Yonho, their steps heavy but their minds in turmoil. Along the way, Jang Il, chewing on a leftover snack, glanced at Sanho's expression and blurted out, "You've eaten your fill, so why the sour face?" Sanho stopped, shot Jang Il a meaningful look, then asked bluntly, "What do you think of my younger brother?" Jang Il was startled, then answered with a truth that hit like a slap. To be honest, I only consider him someone because he's your brother. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't even bother looking at him. Lazy to the extreme and cruel, like a demon, craftier than a eunuch, and above all, utterly despicable." Sanho only bowed his head slightly and fell silent, as if pondering every word Jang Il had said. Finally, he sighed softly and replied, "That's a normal reaction." In Sanho's mind, thoughts quietly echoed about Yonho's extraordinariness, someone not easily read, or perhaps Yonho truly had changed and was no longer as he used to be. Cut back to Seongsujang at night. Under the shimmering moon, Yonho lay sprawled on the roof tiles, so lazy that even the breeze made him yawn. After a sleep that felt timeless, he sat up and stretched, his joints cracking like a cat waking from a nap. He rubbed his eyes and casually wondered how long he'd slept. Yonho landed in the courtyard, his feet lightly kicking up dust from the stone. He rubbed his aching arm and frowned, muttering with bored irritation, "That damned training dream. I got hit in my sleep, but why does it actually hurt?" No sooner had he spoken than a clear, close voice made him start. Jin Yuren suddenly appeared beside him, her eyes holding gratitude as deep as the sea for the favor she had received. Yonho nearly jumped, blurted out instinctively. Before he could compose himself, he saw Yuren drop to her knees, her long hair falling, shoulders trembling slightly, yet her voice remained full of reverence. "I could never repay the great debt you have done for us in this lifetime." Yonho was utterly shocked, flailing his arms. "Miss, what are you doing? Stand up at once." But Yuren stayed kneeling, her cheeks slightly flushed, eyes unwilling to look up, her voice soft but sincere. Though abrupt, "May this humble girl ask one favor of the young hero?" Yonho awkwardly scratched his head and replied cluelessly, "What is it?" All he could think was, did my ancestors owe someone money or something? Yuren bowed deeply again and continued, "Please, young hero, help Jin Soa return to his senses and change his mind. Jin Soa must inherit Seongsujang. He is the one to shoulder the family and restore its former reputation. A child like him is wavering now. Please, why young hero, help Jin Soa come back to his duty." The male lead tilted his head and looked at her with curious eyes. "I don't quite understand. Restoring Seongsujang and becoming a skilled physician are two different things, aren't they? Which is more important?" Yuren lifted her face, her eyes shining yet sad. "Must she choose between the two?" The male lead answered plainly, "They are entirely different matters." Yuren took a deep breath, her face grew unusually serious. "It's about the revival of Seongsujang. Even if Jin Soa becomes a brilliant physician, if Seongsujang cannot be saved, the family's dying wish cannot be fulfilled. But if Seongsujang is revived, among its descendants there will surely be someone who becomes an excellent physician." Yonho smiled faintly, his expression softening as he understood. "I see your point, miss. So the top priority is to restore Seongsujang, and there's a very simple way to do that." Cut to the Hao clan. Inside the main hall, a gloomy atmosphere hung thick. The unsteady black oil lamp reflected the angry face of the female head of the Hao clan. She pressed her lips together, hands on her hips, her voice seething as if about to burst. "I should have killed that damned beggar. Dared to bring the demon-slaying sword. Next time she shows up, she'll be the Kaifeng branch leader, Gui Nangnang." Just as her anger surged, a flustered official burst in, face pale. "Master, there's a major matter." Gui Nangnang snapped, impatient and sharp. "What now?" The official glanced at the two figures behind him, stammered and swallowed. "The thing is." When his gaze shifted, Gui Nangnang noticed the two guests. They were Yonho's parents. Yonho's father stepped forward sternly, eyes piercing. Are you in charge here? Gui Nangnang frowned in annoyance, thinking, who lets anyone wander in these days? Then she replied disdainfully, and so. Yonho's father spoke in a measured tone. I am Wei Jianghen. Gui Nangnang froze. Wei Jianghen, the name exploded in her mind. She then blurted in panic, the chivalrous swordsman Wei Jianghen. Wei Jianghen strode forward with presence. Yes, I am Wei Jianghen. Since you know me, this will be easier. We are looking for our son. But before he finished, a hand pushed him aside. The male lead's mother, furious, shouted sharply, move aside. She shot her husband an irritated glance, scolding, you're standing there making a scene. What are you doing? Jianghen wiped his sweat, flustered. It's not like that, but I do have a reputation. The mother raised an eyebrow and snapped back. Does that matter now? Jianghen bowed his head, silent and sheepish. Gui Nangnang watched the scene, chilled to the bone. One thought rose in her head, the chivalrous swordsman, and he's that terrified of his wife. Then Wei Yonho's mother stepped forward and stood directly before Gui Nangnang. She cleared her throat and forced a smile full of pressure but polite. We heard Yonho sent a letter from here. Could you explain what's going on? Inside the Hao clan's main hall, Gui Nangnang asked, if you mean L letter 1 EC7 and H Lang, do you mean young master Wei Yonho? Yonho's mother immediately answered, yes. Gui Nangnang smiled and continued, if it's young master Wei, then he has likely already gone to Xiangsujing by now. The boy's mother asked in surprise. The boy's mother repeated in surprise, Xiangsujing? Gui Nangnang replied, yes. Earlier, young master Wei had gone to Songlin Hanlin Great Academy. Worried, the mother asked, Xiangsujing is a medical clan. Could Yonho be ill? Gui Nangnang replied, this girl has never heard that young master Wei has any health issues. Standing to one side, Wei Jianghen touched his beard, puzzled. Still, hearing you say that strikes me as odd. My son is naturally lazy. He's not the sort to secretly correspond with a young lady. How do you know his whereabouts so well? Hearing Wei Jianghen say that, Gui Nangnang suddenly felt a cold jolt of fear. She forced a nervous laugh and stammered, about that. In her head, Gui Nangnang panicked, thinking she'd blurted too much in the charged atmosphere and revealed everything she knew. This question sounded like an accusation that she was watching young master Wei. If she slipped up, she might not escape disaster. At that moment, Wei Jianghen stepped forward and said sternly, you'd better answer honestly. Cut to Xiangsujing. The restoration of Saint Han Manor proceeded swiftly and spectacularly. They repurposed the Black Spider Den's building as their new headquarters and used the money seized there to cover the shortfall. Then Wei Yonho claimed he had paid Xiangsujing's debts and laid out conditions for Jin Soa. Jin Soa, seeing the male lead hold up a document before him, asked flustered, what is this? Holding the IOU aloft with one hand and pointing at it with the other, the male lead said, it's an IOU, isn't it? You owe 20 taels of gold back to me. You must sign here. Jin Soa, sweating and stunned, asked, you want me to sign this? Didn't you say last time that you'd repay Xiangsujing's debts? My paying off your debts is also an investment. Work hard to rebuild Xiangsujing to match that sum. I'll pay you proper wages. Your yearly salary is 1 tael of gold. Work diligently for 20 years and the debt's paid off. Hearing 20 years, Jin Soa blurted in panic, oh my heavens, 20 years. The male lead pressed Jin Soa further, holding up the IOU and saying, if you understand, sign it. If you don't like it, you can just pay me 20 taels at once. With no choice, Jin Soa clenched his lips and picked up the brush, fuming inwardly. This is the slave contract people warned about, isn't it? After signing, Jin Soa trudged off muttering, I've been duped, really duped. Back in the room, the male lead and He Dibeng sat. The male lead mumbled, this means we've basically got Xiangsujing's heir firmly in our hands, right? Jin Soa lingered outside, eavesdropping on the conversation. He Dibeng asked the male lead curiously, but why would you do that? Wei Yonho glanced at He Dibeng casually and asked, do what? He Dibeng replied, I mean, why would you sign such a foolish agreement with Jin Soa, young master? You didn't have to be so generous to him. But aren't the terms you offered him overly generous? You know well that no matter how hard Jin Soa tries, he alone can't revive Xiangsujing in just 20 years. Knowing the name Xiangsujing is illustrious, it's still not something essential to young master Yonho. The male lead lifted his teacup and replied, you're not wrong. He Dibeng, still puzzled, asked again, you agreed to pay such a huge fee just to help Jin Soa revive Xiangsujing. I don't see young master Yonho gaining any benefit from this at all. Yonho gently set the cup down and smiled, it's fate, that's all. He Dibeng continued, fate. The male lead glanced at the teacup and went on, Jin Soa is young, but he has the talent to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. If Jin Soa can revive Xiangsujing and become an outstanding physician, he'll save countless lives later. so I want to place my trust in him, watch his steps, and give him a chance. Hei Dibung added, I find it hard to understand, but if that's young Master Yonho's intention. Sitting outside, Jin Soa felt sad and full of thought. He hadn't expected young Master Yonho to care for him so much. I didn't know that and kept grumbling in complaint. The only thing I can do now is work my hardest to repay that kindness, to seize the chance. After Jin Soa left, Hei Dibung ran to the door to peek out. Inside, the male lead asked, has he gone? Seeing no one outside, Hei Dibung answered, yes, he's gone. Hearing that, Yonho chuckled and muttered, tricking a brat whose nose isn't even clean yet isn't that hard, is it? Hei Dibung laughed along, amused. Well, it's not exactly a con, right? And so the two young men laughed heartily in the room, pleased to have successfully hoodwinked a child. Cut to the next day, the Xiangsujing signboard was solemnly rehung above the door. Hei Dibung, who had just taken the position of steward of Xiangsujing, quickly set everything in motion to prepare for the grand opening. On Xiangsujing's opening day, many people came to offer congratulations. Inside it buzzed with preparations. Voices urged, we're out of food, tell them to make more. If we're short-staffed, call everyone you know and say we'll pay generous wages. A servant carried a tray of food to Hei Dibung and said, there aren't enough seats anymore. Hei Dibung ordered, use the empty sick rooms, lay mats across the main hall, seat all the guests. The servant continued reporting, we're running low on ingredients. Hei Dibung barked, go buy whatever's needed, just bring it back, that's all. As for Jin Soa, he had donned attire befitting the young master of Xiangsujing. Hands clenched, he muttered encouragement to himself, get excited, Jin Soa. When Jin Soa appeared, the crowd below immediately stirred. Isn't that the rightful heir of Xiangsujing? Has that little kid grown so much already? If he reaches even half his father's ability, he'll be fit to carry the Xiangsujing name. What about that fake lustful hand grounds, the counterfeit Xiangsujing, won't it wither away? As the crowd murmured, a carriage suddenly arrived and someone announced loudly, Hei Dibung has arrived. Jin Soa was very surprised to see the great administrator's carriage arrive. The great administrator wore a yellow-orange robe and purple shoes. He slowly dismounted. With a long beard and dignified bearing, the great administrator strode through the crowd. Two guards announced loudly, the prefect has arrived. Immediately, everyone inside knelt deeply to bow. Hei Dibung called out, has the great administrator arrived? The great administrator did not answer Hei Dibung. Instead, he merely glanced toward the carriage behind him. Then he turned and looked directly at Jin Soa. Jin Soa immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and paid respects to the great administrator. The great administrator lightly stroked his jet-black beard and said, delighted to see Jin clan's Xiangsujing being rebuilt. You must be the legitimate heir of the former Xiangsujing head, yes. Jin Soa, sweating, answered timidly, yes, this subject is he. The great administrator raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, excellent. Here today I officially recognize the restoration of Xiangsujing. I trust this new head will serve the people wholeheartedly. Jin Soa immediately bowed and replied, this subject is willing to serve the people with all my heart. Firecrackers were set off and the people cheered. Xiangsujing has truly risen again. Our Wuheng's pride has returned. Not just Wuheng's pride, but the pride of all Hubei. Before mounting his carriage to leave, the great administrator turned back and loudly instructed, bring people to Xiangsujing often. If the people are healthy, the country will prosper. Then the carriage carrying the great administrator departed quietly, while inside Xiangsujing the lively atmosphere continued. Jin Soa stood still, moved by memories of his father, thinking, Father, can you hear me? I will surely do well, please watch over me. Cut to inside the carriage, the great administrator, sweating, asked, is that sufficient? Ah yes, sitting inside with the prefect was Wai Yonho. The young man, legs casually crossed like a lord, replied, yes, it's perfect. The great administrator reminded him, then remember to keep your promise. The male lead smiled and answered, of course. He picked up the ledger and slapped it with the flat of his hand, smirking, but I'll keep this bribery ledger for now. If you change your mind later, it would be troublesome for me. The great administrator, sweating and bitter, could do nothing and retorted, HMPH, do as you please, you rascal. The male lead stepped down from the carriage, holding up the ledger to wave goodbye. Sir, travel safely. Inside the carriage, the great administrator ground his pipe in bitter anger, thinking he couldn't believe the black spider den's ledger had fallen into the censor's hands. Guess I'll have to keep my head down for a while. Cut to the next morning at Xiangsujing. Jin Soa stepped outside and was astonished by what he saw. It was a sight of a long line of people queued up, waiting for medical consultations. Jin Soa exclaimed in shock, how far does that line stretch? Hei Dibung, trembling with excitement, muttered, smell it, there's a scent wafting out. Jinsoa asked, puzzled. What scent? Hei Dibung's eyes gleamed as he cried, I mean the strong smell of money. Go drain their wallets dry. Jinsoa, the householder, growled angrily. Drain their wallets? What do you mean drain? That old man. Cut to lustful hand grounds the fake Xiangsujeng. An angry voice rang out, why isn't there a single patient here? Inside, a fat man replied, that's because Xiangsujeng just reopened. Everyone's flocked over there. A skinny man flushed and asked, what Xiangsujeng? He slammed both hands on the table and shouted, the head of Xiangsujeng has been dead for ages. How did a saintly hand establishment spring up? The fat man answered fearfully, his son opened a new clinic. The skinny man angrily asked, but his father's gambling debts are still out there. Where did he get the money to open a clinic? Ever since that bald former head went bankrupt from gambling, things had been running smoothly. And yet, the sweating fat man asked, so what do we do now? The skinny man replied, this was the task our young master assigned. If this goes wrong, it'll all fall on us. The fat man asked again, but do we have any other options now? If we'd known, we could have stopped it, but the boat's already sailed. The skinny man slammed a knife down on the table and barked, if a knot can't be untied, just cut it off. How tragic, the fat man asked in horror. What do you mean? The skinny man continued, the young head of Xiangsujeng, the one who barely managed to pull it back together, should meet an untimely death tonight when bandits break in and kill him. Wouldn't that be regrettable? Prepare a generous funeral donation. Scene shifts to venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. Inside, the man sitting with his arms crossed was the supreme leader of the Min Qian faction, Sama Chinsei. He bared his teeth in a grin and said, what did you say just now? Green Forest made contact with the Iron Blood sect. Yes, sitting opposite Sama Chinsei was a silver-haired man who replied, indeed, Peng Dojuk of the Peng clan confirmed it. Though he was pursued by the 10 swords of Green Forest, by a stroke of luck he fought them off and escaped. Sama Chinsei perked up with interest and smiled. Even the 10 swords of Green Forest mobilized. If it's taken that seriously, it seems Green Forest and the Iron Blood sect really have joined hands, huh? The Jianghu is a mess right now. Thanks to 2 decades without major incidents, factions have amassed unprecedented power, but when something fills, it spills over. The balance between heaven and righteousness centers on the Orthodox Murim Alliance in the east and the Heavenly Will Alliance in the west. Even small grudges between them can spark bloody wars. It's common for a sect to be wiped out after a minor clash. Sama Chinsei asked further, what about the Heavenly Will Alliance? The silver-haired man answered, they are completely inactive, however. The Iron Blood sect has long-standing friendly ties with the Heavenly Will Alliance. If Green Forest negotiated with the Iron Blood sect under the Heavenly Will Alliance's protection, the situation could become more serious than we think. Hearing this, Sama Chinsei grew angry. HMPH, if we turn into enemies with the Heavenly Will Alliance, who knows how much blood will be spilled across the Jianghu. That can wait. I heard the brat Peng Dojuk defeated the 10 swords of Green Forest and escaped. The silver-haired man replied, I was told a youth named Wai Yonho came to his aid. Sama Chinsei asked in surprise, Wai Yonho? The old man continued, apparently he's the second son of the Guangdong Wai clan, child of Wai Jianghan. He'd been missing for a year and only recently reappeared. Sama Chinsei laughed with delight. Wai Jianghan is the upright sword, isn't he? Of course, if not him, who else could have raised a brat like that? That night 5 years ago, he was nowhere to be seen. It turns out he was busy shaping his offspring into talent. The silver-haired man added, and that's not all. The eldest son of Wai Jianghan is Wai Sanho, famed as the Red Horse Sword, notorious for fleeing the martial world. With this brood, in 10 years the Guangdong Wai clan might well become the top noble family in the land. Sama Chinsei rose and moved elsewhere, saying, that's truly good news. Wai Yonho, you say? Being raised by the upright sword that brat's bearing must be very proper. His righteous heart must be vast. The Wai clan truly has hatched a dragon. That child will surely do great things in the Jianghu. Scene returns to Xiangsujeng. Yonho is sprawled asleep on the roof, while below Hei Dibung sits by the window. After a long sleep, the young man drowsily blinked his eyes open. Yonho looked down and didn't see Jinsoa, so he asked, where's Jinsoa? Hei Dibung replied, she fainted earlier and went to rest. Hearing this, the male lead instructed Hei Dibung, make sure to give that brat some restorative tonics, he mustn't fall ill. He Debung smiled and said, no need to remind me, I've already told the medic to prepare some herbs for him. Perched on the roof, Yonho went on, by the way, Steward He Debung, about our bet on the fish. I'm afraid now you'll have to share the cost with me. He Debung asked in surprise, oh. At that moment, just outside Xiangsujang's gate, a group of black-clad assassins charged forward carrying heaters. Inside Xiangsujang, Yonho happily accepted a gold ingot from He Debung and said, see, I told you they'd come today. He Debung, not stingy, replied calmly, ahum, they were too impatient. I thought it would take at least 3 days. Since you anticipated this, I assume you've prepared a countermeasure, right? Yonho hoisted a broom, jumped down from the roof into the courtyard and answered, one broom is enough, who dares lay a hand on my gold stash? Immediately after, the male lead stood alone with the broom at the ready to meet the rushing assassins. As the assassins charged, Yonho gripped the broom like a sword and took a fighting stance, ready to engage. Seeing the assassins, Yonho showed his excitement, chuckling with delight. Die on me then, you ink dogs. Scene shifts to the Hao clan when Hall Kaifeng. Inside, Gui Nangnang's face went pale and panicked upon hearing Wei Jianghen's question. My son is naturally lazy, he wouldn't secretly keep private contact with a young lady. So how do you know his whereabouts so precisely? Gui Nangnang froze, stammering, that matter. In her head she cursed. Damn it, swept up by the mood, I blurted out everything I knew. His question is basically accusing me of shadowing Master Y. One slip of the tongue here could bring trouble. Across from her, Wei Jianghen shouted angrily, you'd better answer honestly. Suddenly, just as Wei Jianghen was striking a majestic pose like a famed figure of the Jianghu, his wife pinched his shoulder, making him wince and cry out, ouch, ah. Sang-ah, that really hurts, I told you it hurts. Sang-ah pointed angrily and scolded, how many times have I told you not to interfere? A young lady of marriageable age paying close attention to an adult man's movements, is that really so strange? Hearing Sang-ah, Gui Nangnang startled and softly exclaimed, ah. After scolding her husband, Sang-ah took Gui Nangnang's hand and fondly asked, so our Yonho is in Hubei? Gui Nangnang replied awkwardly, yes, that's right. Sang-ah continued, then could you tell me exactly where Xiangsujang is? Gui Nangnang answered haltingly, that isn't hard, but I don't know how long young Master Y will stay at Xiangsujang. Before that, young Master Y's stay at Songlin Hanlin Great Academy wasn't very long, but if a Hao clan informant accompanies you too, you certainly won't get lost. In that case, I can assist. Standing to one side observing Gui Nangnang's expression, Wei Jianghen silently judged. She keeps goodwill despite knowing my identity, and she behaves with great propriety. This young lady is not only extraordinary but also decisive. Thinking this, Wei Jianghen said, this time I will regard myself as indebted to you personally, not to the Hao clan. As long as your request doesn't violate righteousness or morality, I will repay your kindness in the future. So who will the informant be to guide us? Standing beside Wei Jianghen, Sang-ah grumbled in annoyance, truly not very perceptive, are you? She then stepped forward again, taking Gui Nangnang's hand as if pleading, may I ask your name and age? Gui Nangnang replied anxiously, I am 26 now. Sang-ah asked, I see, are your parents still well? Gui Nangnang answered, my father is still robust, but my mother passed away when I was young. Sang-ah drew closer, patted and gently embraced Gui Nangnang, consoling, you must have suffered much, right? These days, that's no shame. I almost forgot how delicate you seem. Will you be able to travel with us to Hubei? The question startled Gui Nangnang into saying, yes. Sang-ah continued, if you personally guide us, I would be most grateful, though the roads are long. Gui Nangnang thought inwardly, why me? This is utterly absurd. Wait a moment. The upright sword Wei Jianghen and the red horse sword Wei Sanho, and also that Wei Yonho. With this brood, the Guangdong Wei clan might very well become the family that vies for the title of the nation's #1 noble house. Thinking this, Gui Nangnang bowed slightly and smiled, Madam, don't worry, though I look like this, I'm actually very healthy. I'll go prepare and return at once. Please wait for me a moment. Sang-ah waved her hand and laughed. Ho ho ho, very well young lady, hurry along. After Gui Nangnang left, Wei Jianghen spoke. Sang-ah, doesn't it sound oddly formal that she called you Madam? She doesn't seem to be paying special attention to Yonho, does she? Sang-ah turned slightly stern and warned, you there, think about whether our Yonho could settle down like other men. Wei Jianghen scratched his head and replied, of course not. Sang-ah continued, when he vanished, fine, but now that he's back we should start making arrangements. He's not getting any younger. If there's no love, just match them together. Frequent meetings breed affection. Traveling together often will likely spark something. Though a bit older, that girl is clever and pretty, so accept it. If she weren't clever, how could she manage Yonho? Seeing his wife's deep calculations, Wei Jianghan thought to himself, women are terrifying, truly terrifying. Scene shifts to the next morning at Xiangsujang, seated in the dining hall. Yonho had finished several bowls of noodles. Meanwhile, Jin Soa lay sprawled on the table, moaning, "Ah, my whole body aches." The male lead, mouthful, asked, "Delicious, aren't you eating?" Jin Soa continued to complain, "Someone's nearly dead from exhaustion right in front of you and you can still swallow food. If I keep doing this, can I really become an outstanding physician?" Yonho pointed his chopsticks at Jin Soa and replied, "Of course you can, there's no prodigy in medicine. Those who treat many patients will improve faster than anyone." Jin Soa sighed, "Your lies are pleasing to the ear." The male lead, still chewing voraciously, said, "Hey, I'm telling the truth." Suddenly Jin Soa sat bolt upright and asked, "But what happened last night?" The male lead calmly and innocently replied, "Nothing happened." Jin Soa muttered, "I did hear someone screaming somewhere last night." Yonho smiled inwardly, thinking, "Ho ho ho, I rounded them all up and handed Song Ku to the authorities." While eating noodles, the male lead confidently told Jin Soa, "At this rate, Hubei will soon become our Xiangsujang's turf." As the two were talking, someone peered in at the door and called, "Master of the hall, a woman has come to see you." Scene shifts to the newcomer. It's Jin Yuren, Jin Soa's elder sister. Seeing Jin Yuren arrive, Jin Soa exclaimed in surprise, "Sister." Jin Yuren asked sternly of Jin Soa, "What's going on here?" Jin Soa stammered, "First of all, you cut me off before I finished. Stop this nonsense and come back with me. Medicine is a humane art, not a trade for profiteering. And yet you're using medicine to sell and profit. What are you standing there for? Hurry and pack your things at once." Jin Soa's face darkened as he replied, "Are physicians not human beings?" He then mustered his courage to argue back at Yuren, "Everyone wants to make money and seek fame to establish themselves. Why must physicians sip thin porridge and live poor forever?" Yuren reminded him, "Have you forgotten the teachings of our ancestors and father?" Jin Soa continued to argue, "Our ancestors lived in a large manner like this. Didn't they also make money through medicine and live prosperously?" Yuren cut in, "That wealth came naturally from practicing medicine to save people. That money wasn't earned through selfish greed. Why won't you ever understand?" Jin Soa couldn't bear it and shouted, "You're the one who doesn't understand, sister. I don't claim the path I'm taking is orthodox either, but at least I'm not arrogant or domineering like you. If you keep living the way you want, do you really think the name Xiangsujang will one day be known to the world? I'm not a puppet who only does whatever you say. You go your own way. And I'll use my own method to make Xiangsujang known across the realm." Seeing Jin Soa run off, Yuren reached out calling after him, but to no avail. Standing aside watching, Yonho muttered as he followed Jin Soa's retreating back, "Look at how that brat talks to his sister." Seeing Yonho, Yuren's face began to harden with resentment. As she strode up angrily, Yonho stammered, What's wrong?" Yuren's tone was cold and reproachful. "It's all because of the young hero." Scene shifts to that night. In a forest, a carriage was thundering down the road. The man in the carriage said, "In case of uncertainty, order your men to erase every trace of me at Xiangsujang." The masked driver replied, "Understood, my lord." "But my lord, don't you regret abandoning the entire enterprise you built in Wuhan?" The man inside answered, "I do regret it, but letting it go is better than clinging on and losing everything." The driver asked, "Is nothing serious going on?" The man inside smiled faintly. "The problem began when that youth with a mysterious background got involved. Small omens turning into great disasters are not uncommon. Even if I personally punish him, a master of that caliber doesn't rise by chance. His backer will surely reveal themselves. So it's best to wash our hands of it. Whether we win or lose, the affair will blow up and attract public attention." The driver replied, "Understood, sir." Inside the carriage, the man continued, "My elder brother has already achieved much. A poor younger brother like me is merely doing my duty. For us, wasting time is the real problem." A question then arose in his mind. What is the true identity of that young masterful youth? He ordered the driver, "Send a letter to our family. Report that someone has appeared who may obstruct our great undertaking." Scene returns to Xiangsujang. Someone was pouring wine from a jar into a white cup. That person was Yuren. She sat alone in a pavilion by the lotus pond. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Drinking alone is bad for your stomach." Yonho appeared, scratched his head and said, "If you've cooled down then, may I have a cup?" So the male lead sat opposite Yuren, raised his cup and added, "Drinking alone makes both the wine and your stomach pretty much poison." Yuren sighed softly, seeing Master Y is even more poisonous, isn't it? Yonho puckered and shot back, "Then I'll lie down so the lady won't have to see my face." Yurin smiled faintly and replied, that solution truly has the Yonho touch. Unexpectedly, Yurin bowed her head slightly in apparent remorse and said, I'm sorry, Master Yonho. The gesture surprised Yonho. He turned to her with his mouth slightly open. Yurin continued, you've helped Xiangsujing so much, yet I got angry at you. I should have apologized sooner, but I had no face to come see you. Yonho awkwardly smiled and replied, miss, you needn't worry about such small matters. Yurin's face turned pensive, her gaze fixed downward as if holding unsaid feelings. After a moment, she sighed softly as if to gather courage and spoke. The matters of Xiangsujing and Jin Soa, everything is truly not easy. Yonho asked in surprise, actually I still don't quite understand. What exactly is Miss Yurin troubled about? My master used to say you must seize for yourself what you desire. It's the same with Xiangsujing, the thirsty must dig their own well. Yurin seemed to snap awake, looking at Yonho in surprise and asking, does your lordship mean that I should raise Xiangsujing myself? Yonho countered, isn't that what you have always wished for? Yurin replied that the rightful heir of the Moon Hand is Jin Soa. Yonho cut in, it's not only the rightful heir who can revive the family. Yurin hesitated and said, but I am a woman. Yonho looked at her and smiled, what law says only men may restore a family? And in practicing medicine to save people, are such things really that important? Yurin hesitantly asked, can I really do it? The male lead replied, no one can say for sure. I hope you understand that Jin Soa becoming a skilled physician and rebuilding Xiangsujing are two completely different matters. But because you always believe only Jin Soa has that qualification, you remain obsessed with him. If you want to rebuild Xiangsujing into the ideal medical guild you imagine, you must do it yourself. Seeing Yurin say nothing and just stare, Yonho turned innocently and asked, what is it? Yurin gave a faint smile, eyes half closed. Master Yonho, you really are a strange person. The male lead grinned, that's something I hear quite often. Yurin smiled back, indeed you truly are a peculiar fellow. Yonho raised his cup, glanced at Yurin and continued, those who won't act, those who won't try. People who only spin thoughts around can't achieve anything at all. Yurin chuckled and asked, are you talking about yourself, sir? Yonho turned his head to the sky and replied, I'm content with living like this. I don't aim for any great achievements. Still, compared to you now, I'm much happier because I get to do what I want. Of course, because of that damned inner core from my master, I also have to do things I hate. Yurin smiled and interrupted, your master truly is a good man, for he made Master Yonho take action. After that remark, the two fell silent and looked up at the full, round moon. After a moment, Yonho's voice rose and fell softly, maybe so. Scene shifts to somewhere else that same night. Yonho met Dokbai and said, may I have a cup? Sitting opposite, Dokbai held a cup and asked, how did you know I was here, sir? The male lead sat at the table, lifted his cup and replied, there are people very skilled at gathering news, a little asking and it comes out. Dokbai poured wine into Yonho's cup and then asked, do you have any ties with the Hao clan? After a sip, Yonho grimaced at the cup and complained, goodness, today I've already had 2 rounds of drinking. I really don't understand why people keep drinking this stuff, it's all bitterness. Yonho set his cup down and asked, why did you do that? You intentionally lost to me, didn't you? Dokbai lifted his cup and replied, you speak entertainingly, sir. Do you mean Dokbai here purposely threw the match? Yonho asked, puzzled. With your skill you could have overturned the board at the last moment, yet you chose not to. By rights I should have been the one to lose. I want to know why you did that. Dokbai slapped aside the empty sleeve on his left and asked, sir, what do you think gambling is? Gambling is about winning and losing. Those who drown themselves at the gambling table throw their entire skill into deciding victory or defeat. But lately the casinos have been mixing in too much useless stuff, plots, trickery, and the like. Dokbai's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the male lead and continued, I never deliberately lost, my luck simply ran out. And thanks to that blessing, no one at Jumhuijang will be ruined anymore. Even though sooner or later another casino will spring up and the same thing will happen again, won't we at least get to play some decent hands until then? Yonho asked, just for that you accept losing everything you have. Forget the money, what about your reputation and the people who follow you? Dokbai set his cup down and smiled. The most important thing is nerve. If the cup is empty, fill it again. Losses can be treated as if nothing was ever lost. Yonho smiled and asked, sounds like you're making excuses for losing, doesn't it? Dokbai laughed, haha, excuses. If I think that way, then it is what it is. At that moment, a purple aura gathered in his chest. Inwardly, the male lead thought, Dokbai the Dice King, you live in a world where winning and losing is everything, yet on the other hand you don't treat it as everything. How odd. Yonho said, strange indeed. Dokbai asked in surprise, you mean? That Yonho sincerely means that in the past few days I may have been among the kindest people in the world. But I felt nothing from them. I only felt they were confidently walking paths I wouldn't even dare imagine. My head understands it, but what they aim for doesn't feel very realistic. Yet talking with you made me feel that those frameworks had been broken. Dokbai gave a small smile and replied, people are like that. Even in the same circumstances, they'll perceive things differently and must always bet on the path they've chosen. That's life. So the match between you and me was also a fun affair, wasn't it? So Yonho and Dokbai chatted and drank until nearly dawn. Scene shifts to the next morning at Xiangsujang. Hei Dibeng came running in from outside, panic in his voice shouting, head of the house, head of the house. Jin Soa asked worriedly, what's happened? Hei Dibeng held up a paper with trembling hands and stammered, this. Young hero Yonho left this letter and has disappeared. The letter reads as follows, I'm off. Staying here forever 10,000 years would be odd, so I'm leaving now. I don't think I can help Xiangsujang much, so please manage things yourselves, and don't be too greedy for money. Jin Soa will become an outstanding physician. As for the steward, I trust you'll run this place properly. P.S. Also remember to gather the money together properly. When the time is right, I'll come back to collect it. Jin Soa turned to Hei Dibeng and said, Steward, please go find him. With his personality, he surely hasn't gone far. Most likely he's still nearby. Please help search for him. Scene shifts to a poor village where Yurin is treating the sick. She said, this should do for now. Someone replied, Miss, you came all the way out here to this remote place to make house calls. We're truly grateful. Thank you, true healer, Yurin giggled. Grateful, I'll leave this salve. If you feel pain, just apply it. Yonho was also present, watching Yurin at work and thinking, truly nobody can stop this young lady. Yonho spoke up, if that salve works so well, I'd like to try it once myself. Yurin turned in surprise and asked young Master Yonho. After a while, Yonho and Yurin arrived at a certain well. Yonho sighed, Tusk, you're a descendant of healers, yet making house calls for free like this. Do you know how much money you've spent so far, miss? Why must you go that far? You don't have to choose such a thorny path. Is it some sacred duty to save people or what? Yurin smiled and replied, those who only think but never act achieve nothing. So this little one has decided to rebuild Xiangsujang in Yurin's way. Seeing she had come to that realization, Yonho smiled with great satisfaction. He handed Yurin a pouch and told her to take it. Seeing Miss keeps selling these things, they must be important, right? Anyway, I felt uneasy about it, so I brought them here. Yurin opened it and found sparkling jewelry inside. She wondered in surprise, could the necklace from before also have been from him? Yonho added, from now on don't sell them anymore, can you promise me that? Yurin, moved and slightly flushed, replied, I promise. Yonho turned and said, then I will take my leave. Yurin asked in surprise, wait, where do you intend to go? Yonho sighed, because of my masters, I can't stay in one place too long. If fate allows, we'll meet again one day. Farewell, Yurin blurted, wait. She held out a small blue cloth cord with both hands and smiled softly. Though it's a humble gift, please accept it, young master. Because you often tie your hair up, young master Yonho. Yonho gladly took it and tied it into his hair. After tying it, Yonho glanced back at Yurin and smiled. I'll put it to good use. Yurin smiled and waved goodbye. Thank you. A corner of Yonho's mouth curved as he thought, so she really has decided to bet herself on that difficult road, hasn't she? Yurin will walk Yurin's path. Jin Soa will walk Jin Soa's path. I must keep walking mine. After some distance, the young man's laziness rose up. Yonho made a sour face and groaned, oh heavens, I can't walk anymore. My legs feel like falling off. If I'd known, I wouldn't have played the part. Shouldn't we have brought a horse? Just then he spotted a man leading a covered wagon of goods toward them. Thud, Yonho began his antics, flopping dramatically onto the ground. Then he rolled himself toward the man leading the wagon. The old gray-haired man, seeing Yonho, broke out in a sweat thinking it was a tantrum. At that moment, Yonho called out, old man. He raised one finger and continued, just this once, please give this junior a ride. The old man, taken aback by Yonho's request, replied awkwardly, a ride? If you beg, pay a coin. Yonho stayed in his pose and said, yes, just let me ride to wherever you're headed. Helpless at the young man's thick-faced cheek, the old man sighed, ha, odd request indeed, but fine, get up. In a flash, Yonho sprang onto the wagon and thanked him. Many thanks, old man. Saying nothing more, the young man immediately lay down for a good nap, happily thinking this is really convenient. Until evening, when the wagon was heading toward the towering mountain range ahead. Yonho still lay there, sleeping and smiling in contentment. Not long after, the wagon stopped and the old man softly called, little brother, wake up and have a look. Yonho sluggishly rolled up, and as he tried to make sense of things, the old man continued, I suppose we must part ways here. The male lead rubbed his eyes sleepily and replied, oh heavens, I accidentally fell asleep. The old man went on, little brother, are you all right? There aren't any houses around here. Yonho hoisted his bag onto his shoulder and jumped down from the wagon, replying in a drowsy voice, I can sleep in a tree or dig a hole and sleep, either works for me. Haha. Being given a ride this far by the old man, I'm already very grateful. The old man turned and led his wagon onward, calling back, is that so? Then travel safely. Yonho pressed his palms together and bowed farewell. Yes, you too, old man. And so the two parted in a brief encounter. The old man continued his journey with his loaded wagon. As he traveled, the old man muttered under his breath, an interesting youth indeed. Suddenly his expression hardened, his gaze grew cold as he looked ahead and in a chilly voice called the name Scarlet Moon. Immediately a one-eyed figure in a red cloak leaped down from a tree and knelt with hands clasped. At your service, master, please give your orders. Unexpectedly, the old man raised his left hand and tore the mask from his face. Beneath the mask was the face of a younger old man, but long, fierce scars ran across it. He said, that youth has already noticed your presence. Scarlet Moon, kneeling on the ground, startled and thought, that brat noticed me. The old man walked on coldly and ordered, follow him and investigate. I want to know that youth's true identity. Scarlet Moon bowed quickly, as you command. Scene shifts back to Yonho's spot. The young man stood on the ground looking up at a large tree, muttering to himself, I've been sleeping up there for 2 nights straight, huh? Well, suddenly a pair of very desirable legs came running from who knows where. Dressed somewhat scantily and with an emphatic presence, a sword hung at her side as she ran, panting heavily and thinking her stamina and inner power were maxed out. She couldn't keep running much longer. She had to find somewhere to hide. Where now? She suddenly stopped beneath a tree, looked up into its branches and hesitated, maybe over there. Without further thought, she leapt onto the branches and began climbing higher. As she climbed, she calculated calmly, if I use the breath-suppressing technique, I can conceal myself. A quick note for everyone, the breath-suppressing technique is a stealth method that regulates breathing to completely erase one's life aura, that is, human breath. Yet the girl felt uneasy and wondered why, it's as if someone else is here. Then she glanced back and glimpsed a dark silhouette. Oh fate of heaven and earth, it was KH letter 1E9, a Yonho himself lying asleep. Seeing him, the girl's face went completely white with shock. At that moment, sensing movement, Yonho yawned and opened his eyes, dimly seeing the outline of a beautiful girl before him. The youth yawned and mumbled, what's this? Before he could finish the sentence, the girl lunged forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. My lady, hide Yonho and keep silent. Then she transmitted to the male lead, I'm being chased by enemies. If I'm discovered, young hero, you won't be safe either. So please keep as quiet as possible. Down below, someone holding a spear was looking around and said, no sign of her anywhere. Another man with 2 swords slung on his back pointed a direction and ordered, search that way. Immediately, the spear wielder and the man with the twin broadswords split off in 2 directions in response. After they left, the girl finally released her hand from the male lead's mouth and thought, are they gone? The male lead breathed heavily. He squinted and annoyed muttered, move a bit, ow, you're heavy, miss. Startled, she suddenly realized she had been sitting on the male lead's lap. She jumped up in embarrassment and covered her face. Yonho sat up, stretched like a content rooster, and mumbled, I was sleeping so nicely, what a random mishap to wake up to. The girl hastily dropped to one knee, clasped her hands, and said, sorry, I truly apologize. She glanced back worriedly and said, more importantly, staying here is dangerous, we need to move now. Yonho packed his things onto his back and asked innocently, why? The girl replied, we must not let those people from earlier find us. They won't spare anyone, not even bystanders. She turned and instructed, follow me, young hero. This is my fault, so I'll take responsibility. I'll get you safely out of here. Then Yonho calmly followed the girl as they passed through the forest. As she walked, the girl checked the young man behind her and said, though this situation is a bit ridiculous, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zymen Daein of the Zymen clan. Walking behind her, the male lead casually introduced himself. My name is Yonho. Daein continued, I belong to the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance and am currently on a mission. The male lead still replied nonchalantly, oh, seeing you being chased like that, I thought you were a bandit. Daein explained, at the moment I have no way to prove my identity, but if you encounter those who were chasing me, you'll believe me. The male lead casually asked back, so who exactly were those people chasing you? Daein hurriedly turned and quietly warned him, please lower your voice a bit, young hero. Yonho crossed his arms and answered, that's not hard, but at least I need to know who they are. Daein's face grew serious as she said, they're members of the demonic cult. Yonho's tone finally turned a bit serious. The demonic cult, weren't they wiped out? Daein replied, yes, they're remnants of the demonic cult that was destroyed. Yonho muttered, then this is big trouble. Daein groused irritably, I told you this was serious from the start. Yonho replied seriously, no, that's not what I meant. He then raised his voice, now that I know who you are, you should show yourselves. Suddenly, a pair of eyes flashed in the darkness of the foliage and a cold voice, edged with surprise, asked, how did you notice that we were here? Immediately several figures slithered out from the bushes. Behind the male lead, Daein clenched her teeth and panicked, whispered the name, demonic cults. A demonic cult member asked, are you also sent by the Orthodox Murim Alliance? The male lead calmly replied, no, I have nothing to do with the Orthodox Murim Alliance. If anything, I'm the sort who doesn't want to get involved with them. The demonic cult member merely smiled thinly. His gaze darkened as if to say either way they're dead. Then he drew the gleaming sword at his side and said coldly, I'll tentatively believe what you said. The rest you can tell King of Flames. Suddenly Daein stepped up from behind the male lead, stood between them and barked sternly, wait, this one knows nothing at all, release him. If you let him go, in return I'll tell you what I know. The demonic cult member chuckled with interest and muttered, that offer isn't bad at all. But just as the atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring, the male lead suddenly poked his head out from behind Daein with a punchable expression and said, but there's still one very big problem. I already know those guys are filthy demonic cult members. Daein nearly exploded and snapped back, why are you bringing that up right now? Yonho replied innocently, I was only being kind, didn't want you to forget. Hearing that, those men scowled in anger, thinking, is this brat crazy? The male lead smiled and continued, besides, once I know you are demonic cult, I have no intention of just walking away. Yonho pulled something long from his back and said, my father told me over and over, if you meet members of the demonic sect, you must never let them be. Daein looked flustered and worried, turned back and quietly admonished him, hey, the demonic cult aren't small-time bandits. Who is your father to spout such nonsense? The male lead hugged the object to his chest and solemnly introduced, Guangdong Y clan, there's a Y in the name. Those who heard this were stunned, sweating, and blurted out, Guangdong Y clan, Y Jianghan. One demonic cult member grit his teeth and said, so you're the child of the upright sword himself, someone I've never even dared dream of facing, huh? With that he lunged at the male lead, swinging his sword and bellowing, I'll send you down to the yellow stream first, go there and wail to your father then. Yonho pushed Daein aside with his left arm to dodge. Daein was startled and seeing the male lead in danger could only gasp the two words, so dangerous. On this side the male lead's face went cold, his gaze turned lethal as he looked at the demonic cult member, and somehow the object he hugged rose up to block the man's sword. Seeing this, the man's face drained of color, and his eyes widened in shock. Sensing danger, he quickly recoiled. Standing beside Daein, she froze as if turned to stone, stunned by what she just witnessed. The wrappings on the male lead's object fell to the ground, and his voice was slow, though I wouldn't dare call myself a dutiful son. It turns out to be a treasured sword. The male lead drew the sword from its sheath and said coldly, as my father instructed, I should follow his words, shouldn't I? With a whoosh, he then pointed the sword at the demonic cult men. As the blade sliced through the air, it left a cold streak of light. Yonho gave a faint smile to the group and warned, you'd better brace yourselves because my sword will be even sharper than my father's. On a cliff not far from the skirmish, the old man with the wagon and scarlet moon stood above, silently observing the scene below. The old man noticed Yonho standing guard to protect Daein from the threat of the demonic cult below. A demonic red gleam flashed in the old man's eyes as his voice dropped, why Yonho? Scarlet Moon, standing behind him, replied at once, yes, it seems he is the illegitimate son of that upright sword. The old man continued in a low voice, I see, but why has there been no rumor about him in the Jianghu? A child that talented should have been famous by now. Scarlet Moon answered, I've heard he went missing for a time. I've also heard rumors he was somehow entangled with that lecherous devil Seo Ju act. Studying Yonho's figure below, the old man remarked it seemed that during his disappearance he'd encountered some extraordinary opportunity. To attain such martial skill surely wasn't easy. Suddenly the old man's eyes narrowed in surprise as he saw something. It was Yonho's sword, and it was radiating a chilling aura. As for Daein standing behind Yonho, she was still stunned and reeling in her mind. What the hell is going on? I thought he was just an idiot. The clash began. Yonho swung his sword with a whoop, and in the blink of an eye, he pressed his lips together and appeared right in front of a demonic cult member. His face at that moment was, frankly, hilariously ugly, brothers. When the protagonist brought his blade down, the swordsman hastily raised his sword horizontally over his head and struggled to block. Attacking in rapid succession so the opponent couldn't react, the protagonist drew his right hand back and twisted his body, bringing his left arm forward. It turned out to be just preparation. The protagonist's sword arm curled, and he jabbed the swordsman with an elbow straight into the center of his chest. Immediately, another man wielding two short swords leapt from behind, gripping both blades and thrusting down at the protagonist's head. But when he planted his feet and drove his blade down, it struck only the ground, cracking the earth open. His eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, "He's gone, where did he go?" Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right beside him, lifting his foot to stomp toward his face. Taking a heavenly kick square in the face, he tilted his head and the world spun as if he'd bitten a rock. In mere seconds, Yonho had neatly dispatched two men with effortless ease. Next, two more attackers, a spearman and a broadsword wielder, charged at the protagonist simultaneously. They both thrust at once, but he wasn't just standing there. He lightly spun midair to evade. What kind of pose was that? One of Yonho's feet kicked the spearman's groin, the other foot slammed into the back of the broadsword wielder. After felling the two cultists, Yonho landed lightly, striking an absurdly cool pose. Rising, Yonho stood in place and swung his sword, slashing outlines of sword chi toward the ground. Immediately, the wrists and ankles of the demonic cult members bled. It turned out Yonho had deliberately severed their tendons. The swordsman trembled all over, raised a hand, ground his teeth, and groaned. Suddenly, a plume of black-red smoke-like aura burst from his right arm. Blue veins bulged over his body, his gaze turning fierce like a demon. He planted his hands on the ground and shouted, "Everyone, rise for me." All the others displayed the same, veins bulging, jaws baring, demon-like eyes. It seemed they'd cast some secret technique to temporarily boost their power, exuding a freakish aura. Despite severed tendons, they could still stand. Glancing at the four cultists surrounding him, Yonho showed no fear and instead smiled with relish. "Oh ho, I cut your tendons and you still get up." The swordsman grinned, baring his teeth, and said, "Seems your father didn't tell you everything about the demonic cult, did he?" The protagonist cracked his right shoulder and answered cheerfully, "Ah, you don't have to tell me. Fine, then I won't just sever tendons, I'll lop off legs instead. Problem solved." No sooner had he finished speaking than the four cultists all lunged at him from one direction, shouting, "Deal with him." At that moment, the protagonist remembered his master's warning. In actual combat, mercy only leads to regret. In the Jianghu's deadly currents, you must be ruthless. In real battle, discard any thought of sparing your opponent. Immediately, the protagonist turned to face the two men, one with a spear and one wielding two short swords, who were charging in. Showing no mercy, he spun and brought his blade down in a slash toward the two cultists, sending blood spraying into the air. It's unclear how badly the spearman was hurt, but the man with the twin short swords was missing his torso. His two sword-bearing arms had gone off traveling somewhere. Ahaha. Elsewhere, the broadsword wielder and the man with two swords on his back simultaneously swung, sending a blade of chi toward the protagonist and shouting, "Die." Watching the two slow-moving blade chi coming at him, the protagonist calmly remarked that such sluggish attacks wouldn't even hit a turtle. Suddenly, Yonho glanced back at Daein behind him and sighed, "Ah, forgot there's someone behind me, no choice then." His sword arm flicked lightly, immediately producing a swirl of pretty afterimages, while his mind recalled his master's instruction. A river never stops flowing. You only need to go with the current and return the thrust. Do not go against the flow. The cultists stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, watching the protagonist's swordplay in the air like a dancer's performance. In midair, Yonho continued his sword dance, remembering his master's words. Once the water flows past, the misfortune of the blade will return to you. From above, the old man in Scarlet Moon watched the ground below churn, dust billowing everywhere. He didn't show any anger, instead a faint smile crossed his face. Down below, however they had been fighting, four cultists lay decimated, one dumped in a large hollow in the ground. Only the man with the two swords on his back was still alive, dying, his body ruined. Clutching his stomach in terror, he stared at the protagonist and thought, "Am I the only survivor of that lot?" Thinking that, he pushed with his tongue at something bluish lodged between two of his right molars. Yonho immediately realized and turned to ask Daein, "Hey, miss, do you want to capture him alive? Answer quickly." Daein stammered, If we can capture him alive, that's good, right?" On the other side, the cultist had managed to push the bluish thing from his tooth and placed it on the center of his tongue. With a displeased look, Yonho snatched forward and barked, "Who allowed you to commit suicide?" He grabbed his collar and squeezed tight, forcing him to stick out his tongue, then said coldly, "HMPH, not allowed, I haven't given permission yet." And with that, the little bluish poison pill fell with a clack to the ground. Picking up the poison pill to examine it, Yonho said, "Goodness, nasty lot, pull out a tooth and stuff it with a poison pellet, huh?" The tall tailies my father used to spout, which I used to roll my eyes at, actually come in handy. Daein remained frozen, watching the protagonist's every move since the start. Seeing Daein staring at him, Yonho was startled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? You said to capture him alive, right?" Daein stammered, yes." In her head she thought, this man is an incredibly powerful master. Cut to Jang Il's face at Seongsujang. He had come looking and learned the protagonist had already left. He ground his teeth and blurted, "He's already gone." Hei Dibung replied sadly, "Yes, that's right, he just departed." He privately thought that one looked like a beggar and the other didn't seem wealthy either. Jang Il glanced at Wei Sanho behind him and smirked, "Haha, is that so?" Hei Dibung spoke up, "And who might you two be? You don't really look like you're from around here." Jang Il introduced himself. "I am Jang Il, branch chief of the beggar sect in Kaifeng." Hei Dibung smiled and asked, "So what business do you have seeking young Master Yonho?" Jang Il replied, "That matter isn't because of me." Wei Sanho clasped his hands and said, "I am Wei Sanho, Yonho's elder brother. What greater reason could there be in this world than searching for one's kin?" Hei Dibung started, stunned and stammering, "Elder brother, you just said you're Yonho's elder brother?" Wei Sanho answered, "Yes, I am Yonho's elder brother." Hei Dibung turned and rushed inside, shouting as he ran, "Please wait a moment, I'll go fetch the manor head right away." Seeing him run off, Jang Il whispered to Sanho, "Why suddenly call the manor head? Has your younger brother gotten into some trouble again?" Suddenly, Jang Il turned his head and saw a carriage coming up from behind. His face changed and he panicked. "That carriage belongs to the Hao clan and it's from Kaifeng to boot." Sanho asked in surprise, "Really? The beggar sect branch chief can tell just from a carriage?" Jang Il pointed at the carriage and replied, "Of course not. See that coachman? He's a retainer of the Hao clan." Looking at the coachman with his face covered, Sanho asked, "So does the Hao clan head in Kaifeng chase after us?" Jang Il replied, "Quite possible. That woman is venomous as a snake." When the carriage drew up in front of Sanho and Jang Il, it stopped. A man stepped down from the carriage. He was Wei Jianghan, the father of the protagonist and of Wei Sanho. Wei Sanho was startled. His face froze as he blurted, "Father." The couple Jianghan were also taken aback and looked over, calling to Sanho. The unexpected reunion left everyone dumbfounded. Sanho froze and called, "Father." Jianghan, equally surprised, called back, "We're here to find Yonho. Why are you here?" Sanho replied, "I also came to look for Yonho." Jianghan chuckled softly, "Ha ha, so you beat us here by a step." Jianghan then asked, "All right, so where is Yonho?" Sanho answered, "I heard he left not long ago." Hearing this from Sanho, Jianghan was shocked and stammered, "Left, he's gone." He turned and saw his wife scowling as if she wanted to slap him. She pressed her lips together and grumbled, "I told you to hurry up," and Jianghan, sweating and scared, replied, "Sangha, I didn't want this either." Just then Hei Dibung called out for Jin Soa. The boy clasped his hands and loudly said, "Honored to meet you. I heard you are young master's family, Yonho's kin, right?" "I am Jin Soa, the manor head of Seongsujang. Our manor has received great favor from young Master Yonho, so to host his family, even briefly, would be a tremendous honor for me." Sanho was a bit surprised to see Jin Soa, thinking the boy looked too young to be Seongsujang's manor head. Also, what did he say? Favor. On the other side, Jin Soa quickly added, "Please come inside, I will prepare a feast to receive you." Jianghan awkwardly replied, "We can't trouble the manor head like that." Jin Soa placed a hand on his chest and said earnestly, "To me, the family of young Master Yonho is no different from my own. Please don't make me feel ashamed any further." Sangha gently admonished, "Husband, follow the manor head's wishes. We should also ask where Yonho went." Jianghan agreed, "If she says so." Sangha continued, "Please come inside." Cut to the interior of Seongsujang's reception room. Seeing the table piled with delicious dishes, Jianghan exclaimed in surprise, "Truly a feast fit for the highest seats." "Haha, come on, eat up." Sangha sat beside him inside. "I have no appetite left. I wonder if our Yonho is getting proper meals." Sanho, sitting opposite, comforted her, "Mother, don't worry so much. I've sent word to both the beggar sect and the Hao clan. The filial flame will surely be ignited. They'll find his whereabouts soon enough. First you should eat. Mother must take care of her precious body if she's to continue searching for Yonho, right?" Hearing this, Sangha's face clouded with sorrow. "You're not wrong. Mother does feel her health has declined somewhat." No sooner had she finished speaking than Jin Soa suddenly rushed over and announced loudly, "Her ladyship's body has been harmed. She should have said so earlier. What do you take this place for? Where's the steward?" Immediately Hei Dibung poked his head in and asked, "You called for me?" Jin Soa replied, "I just heard that young Master Y's mother's health isn't well." He Debung stepped forward, clucking his tongue. Goodness, I'll have the female physician prepare to examine her at once. Jin Soa interrupted. An ordinary physician won't do. He Debung asked in puzzlement. What do you mean? Jin Soa's face flushed slightly as he answered. We must invite the best female physician we know here. The three Y family members sitting at the table exchanged puzzled looks, silently wondering what he meant by that. Suddenly, a tremor pressed down on the atmosphere in the room. Jianghan and Sanho sprang to their feet and looked outside, asking in unison, what is it? Outside the gate, several figures were stepping in, emanating a chill of murderous intent. Ah, it's Guak Dawson, leader of the Black Spider Den. He's the ringleader. Stepping into the courtyard, he chuckled through his teeth. Ha ha ha, that damned brat finally left. He's gone. Do you think you'll remain safe now? Jin Soa ran out and froze, his face drained of blood as he asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Beside Guak Dawson were several assassins wearing black birdhead masks with iron claws on their arms like werewolves. Guak Dawson's voice continued, HMPH, the leader of the other forces, lent me his men. Today I will slaughter all of you and pacify Hubei once and for all. Jin Soa worriedly gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, damn it. Jianghan's face tightened slightly. He called out, Sanho, we should at least do something to repay the manor head for his hospitality, right? No sooner had he finished than Jin Soa and He Debung turned to see Sanho coolly descending from above. He raised his sword before him, his expression cold as he said, Yes, I will handle this right away. Across from him, Guak Dawson, unaware he's facing a master, thrust out a hand and ordered, Kill them all for me. At once the masked birdmen leaped up and attacked Sanho. Sanho remained composed, twirling his sword lightly in his hand as a cold blue sword aura emanated. Meanwhile, the assassins still hadn't realized the danger and rushed in all the bolder. Jianghan watched and bare his teeth in a murmured chuckle. Those black birds keep flapping around without knowing the sky and earth are vast, and they'll be torn apart by the dragon's claws. Sanho began to swing his sword, executing a series of flowing turns and stances. The technique Sanho performed is called Soaring Dragon Crossing Heaven, and immediately a dragon's head appeared, raising its claws to slash and shred the birdmen in the air. With a single move, Sanho unleashed it in an instant, so quick that, if you weren't paying attention, few could make out the sword paths he cut. When Sanho sheathed his sword, the assassins were cut to pieces and fell to the ground. Those who had never seen Sanho's skill stood frozen, sweating nervously, while Jianghan folded his arms and smiled, glancing over with obvious satisfaction. As for Guak Dawson, he was now utterly terrified. He pressed his lips tight, sweat pouring off him like a bath, and asked, Are you Jianghan? Sanho, face cold, pointed toward the main gate and said, Fix the big gate you smashed, repair it properly. Also, before that, I'm going to pay a visit to that so-called black gang place, so lead the way. Guak Dawson stammered, Why yes, right away. Cut to the Xinjiang branch of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. At this moment, Ximen Daiyan, carrying someone, arrived here with the male lead Yonho. Gong Sanhyung emerged from inside, surprised to see the two, and asked, What brings you here? Whoa, looking at Ximen Daiyan's figure, one could say she's quite a sight, brothers, right? She hoisted a demonic cult member on her shoulder, panting as she replied, I am Ximen Daiyan of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. She threw the demonic cult member down and continued, I've just captured a devil man. Gong Sanhyung startled and asked, You said a devil man? Ximen Daiyan shrugged off her outer robe, wrung sweat from it, still panting as she said, Escorting him back to our headquarters alone is a bit much, so I've come here to request your assistance. Gong Sanhyung scratched his head awkwardly. It's a bit difficult right now due to manpower shortages. The branch can only offer a carriage for you. Ximen Daiyan asked, Short on manpower? Gong Sanhyung replied, Yes, because there's a rumor that a martial manual of an ancestor was found nearby. Ximen Daiyan flinched and asked in surprise, You mean everyone rushed there just because a manual showed up? You call yourselves Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance and act like this? Gong Sanhyung scratched his head and stammered in reply, Well, that's because it's the manual of the Sword Sovereign. Ximen Daiyan gasped in shock, The Sword Sovereign. At that point, Yonho spoke up, turning to Daiyan, Who is the Sword Sovereign? Daiyan asked in surprise, Young hero, you don't know the Sword Sovereign, you really don't know the first sword of Old Jin, the Sword Sovereign. The male lead replied innocently, I really don't. I know about Patriarch Zhang Sanfeng or Master Dalma, but the Sword Sovereign is the first time I've heard of. Daiyan sighed softly, the two you mentioned are famous because they founded the Shaolin and Wudang sects. Their disciples have widely circulated their founders' stories, so their names endured through the ages. A person's life is short, but with successors or a devoted force, one's reputation can last for generations. The Sword Sovereign's name didn't become widely known because he failed to do that. Yonho asked curiously, you say the Sword Sovereign was formidable. Formidable yet failed to build any following, so what exactly did he accomplish? Daein hesitated and answered, rumor has it his temperament was so strange he severed ties even with his clan, which led to that outcome. The male lead rubbed his chin, looked up at the sky, and hummed thoughtfully, feeling oddly familiar with that line of gossip. Cut to that evening, Yonho and Daein, the two cheeky birds, were assigned a carriage. What the coachman turned out to be Daein herself. She both drove the carriage and sighed, thinking about her two unlucky fates. Outside she said, I told you I must go to the Orthodox Murim alliance in Luoyang. Why does young hero Yonho want to accompany me? And why is young hero sitting inside the carriage while I have to drive? From inside, Yonho, half asleep, replied, I don't have a destination either, anywhere is fine. If you're heading to Luoyang, I'll just follow along. Daein asked again, wouldn't it be better to go to the Sword Sovereign's remains to look for the manual now? Aren't you interested? The male lead's voice drifted out from inside. My master used to say things like manuals and martial techniques are useless. Besides, digesting what I already have is exhausting enough. And climbing mountains again is a bit. Daein thought to herself, translation, he's just lazy. After traveling a while, Daein said, it's getting late, perhaps we should set up camp and rest. Yonho replied, do as you please. Before long, night fell and the two sat facing each other by the fire. Daein asked, you said you come from the Guangdong Wai clan, right? So what is the Scarlet Demon Sword Sanho to you? The male lead answered, he's my big brother. Daein smiled, so you're Master Sanho's own younger brother. The male lead asked curiously, you know my big brother? Daein replied, Sanho and I are fellow disciples. The male lead chuckled, aha, so you're an older sister. Daein nodded, yes, the older sister, your junior. She twisted her body and continued, today I had to drive the carriage for a long stretch, got covered in dust, and the jolting of the floor kept making my lower back ache. The male lead innocently reminded her, is that so? Then you should rest early, sister. Daein smiled inwardly. No sooner did she mention being Sanho's fellow disciple than his attitude changed. It's kind of endearing. But life isn't a dream. Yonho climbed into the carriage, slammed the door shut, and didn't forget to say, I won't chat anymore now, so you should sleep early, sister. Daein's face froze as if turned to stone. She muttered, you damn brat. Then she thought of Sanho and continued, imagining him. People even say he's a gentleman like a jade. Just then someone appeared nearby. 3 cloaked figures appeared. The one leading clasped his hands and said, pardon the disturbance, please don't be too wary. We have business nearby but lost our way in these mountains and dared to trouble you. If possible, may we beg shelter from the chilly night for a while. The man behind suggested, shouldn't we properly reveal our identity to this young lady first? The leader murmured, yes, you're right. He lifted his hood and introduced himself. I am JWA Yang of the Blessing Sect. We beg your help. We are pursuing a demon head. Daein stood, clasped her hands, and replied, so you are lay disciples of Wudang, famed as the Blessing Sect. I have heard of you for some time. Is Senior Master Hyung still well? JWA Yang smiled faintly and answered, no one in our sect actually has the surname Hyung. Daein clasped her hands and continued, indeed you are from the Blessing Sect. My apologies for the rudeness, please come over this way. JWA Yang asked, why are you sleeping outside at night like this? Are you also hunting that demon head? Daein replied, no, I was traveling and it got dark, so I had to stop here. JWA Yang nodded, nights in the mountains are always full of danger. Now Daein pressed to the main point. What do you mean by saying you're on the road to pursue a demon head? JWA Yang replied solemnly, that we are tracking a lecherous demon. Hearing that, Daein jumped up in alarm and asked, a lecherous demon? JWA Yang continued with a grave face, yes, perhaps you have heard of him. He is the one who once spread terror in the past, Seo Juak. Bang! The sudden silence was broken by Wai Yonho kicking open the carriage door. The surprise made the JWA Yang group spring up at once, drawing swords to defend. Yonho, veins bulging, ground his teeth and asked, who did you just mention? Seo Juak, Seo Juak, Seo Juak. The male lead flared with rage, his hands clenched tight, a small smile curling as if at last about to seize the prey he'd long waited for. Yonho's fingers curled. In his head he thought that 5 years had passed and he still couldn't forget that damned lecher. If it weren't for him, if not for that bastard, my life wouldn't be this miserable, would it? Back in the present, veins popping, Yonho's mouth twisted as he demanded, where is he? Where is that filthy lecher who deserves to be chopped to pieces? JWA Yang, pressured by Yonho's aura, began to sweat and stammer, I am not very sure. All I know is he's heading toward Luo and should be somewhere not far from here. Without more words, Yonho stepped forward and ordered, "Move out now." Daein, startled, warned, "Young hero, it's night now." Yonho shot back, "So what if it's night? Can't travel at night." Daein argued that traveling at night would be very dangerous. Yonho put on a half-angry, half-excited look and declared, eyes wide, "Dangerous? I'm the more dangerous one here." Cut to somewhere else, a sneaky-faced man ran panting, thinking, where did things start going wrong? Damn, it all started fine. Those bastards found me in hiding and asked me to return to the Jianghu. In exchange for handing over the secret of my love flower technique, they provided enough money for me to live my old life again. It was not a bad deal at all. For a while everything went well, but it was only a matter of time before my whereabouts were exposed. Who would have expected the manual in the Sword Sovereign's remains to be discovered, and all those martialists to swarm here like this? He held a book in his hand, eyes growling ahead, teeth clenched as he cursed inwardly. Just wait, you bastards, once I master the yin-expelling yang-boosting technique in this book. In a few years, I'll become a master no one dares to look down on. Just then someone suddenly appeared and said, "How can your lecher still be smiling now?" Seo Juak looked pleased to see this person, narrowing his eyes while wearing a lecherous little smile. The newcomer was a young woman in pink robes, holding a long sword. The girl spoke, "I am the second disciple of Mount Hua, Li Xiaohua. I'm telling you my name because you should know who will be sending you down to the Golden Stream." Seo Juak, standing under the tree, asked, "The Golden Stream me? What crime did I commit?" Li Xiaohua didn't argue. She raised her sword ready to strike and shouted, "Shut up! What you've done would not be forgiven even if you died 100 times. Today I will punish you personally." Seo Juak half closed his eyes and smirked, "Girl, you really underestimate me." Pink lightning flickered around Li Xiaohua as she pointed her sword forward and executed a move called the Plum Blossom Path. It turned out not to be lightning, brothers, but plum branches and unopened plum buds. Seeing that, Seo Juak sneered, "You still can't make the flowers fully bloom. The kind of plum blossoms you summon are nothing. Put them before a hand that craves beauty and they'll just get plucked and fall apart." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand struck out, releasing pink, petal-shaped palm forces. It was called the Love Flower Palm. Counterattacked, Xiaohua struggled to defend, but it seemed her efforts were barely effective. In the end, Xiaohua could not hold out. Her body was slammed backward. The sword in Xiaohua's hand flew off elsewhere. She staggered to her feet, clutching her belly. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She frowned, thinking her insides had been turned upside down. Seo Juak slowly stepped up to Xiaohua and said, "Just a brat whose nose hasn't even been properly wiped dares to look down on me. Tonight I'll make that brat blossom like a real woman." On Xiaohua's belly where the palm had struck, a 5-petaled pink flower with a black outline had been imprinted. She clenched her hand and murmured helplessly, unable to move. As Seo Juak bent down and gently lifted her chin, Xiaohua could only cry out silently to her master in her heart. Suddenly someone appeared right behind Seo Juak and laughed. "Oh ho 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 ho, found you." Seo Juak stayed calm and cast a cold glance over his shoulder. "Oh damn, it's that young man Yonho. Got to admit, Yonho sure makes that irritating expression well, huh?" Seeing the male lead, Seo Juak narrowed his brow, thinking, dumbfounded, "Is this a madman?" Over here, Yonho called out, "You're Seo Juak, aren't you?" Seo Juak rose, thinking to himself, "Tusk, so it's the one chasing me." Then he said aloud, "You little runt with milk still on your lips, why open your eyes for fame if you're just hunting for an early death? Yes, I'm Seo Juak, what do you intend to do?" Yonho tilted his head back, clutched his head and laughed like a giddy fool. "Ha ha, first of all, I'll give you a good beating, then we'll talk." No sooner had he finished than the male lead's body flickered as if about to teleport. Seeing that, Seo Juak gritted his teeth and thought, phasing trick. Before he could finish the thought, Yonho had already appeared behind him and said with a grin, "Oh ho, I'm right here." Instantly, Seo Juak shot a cold glance behind him. His left hand gathered Love Flower Palm energy. He spun toward the male lead and shouted, "Die." With a thud, his palm struck Yonho's abdomen, passing through his back and sending him flying backward. Xiaohua, seeing this, worried, thought, "This is bad, another innocent will fall to that villain's hand." However, what Seo Juak struck was actually only the afterimage Yonho had left behind. Immediately, a fist flew in and landed on Seo Juak's right cheek. Before he could glance, the blow had pressed deep into his face, making the flesh ripple. he only managed a choking sound. Then his body was hurled spinning through the air. Afterward, by momentum, his body tumbled and rolled across the ground several times. He rolled to a stop in front of Xiaohua, leaving her stunned and speechless. Xiao Juak coughed a few times, then staggered, bracing himself to push up with his hands. Yonho stood there, fists clenched, barring his teeth in a grin. Ha ha, that's more like it. Get up, you're not allowed to fall yet. My grudge won't be wiped away by just this. Saying this, the male lead's whole body seemed to blaze as he muttered with utter fury, all of it, all of it. Then he lunged at Xiao Juak again, shouting, it's all because of you. Xiao Juak, terrified, hastily raised both hands to cover his face and screamed, wait, I don't even know who you are. Yonho didn't stop. He charged forward and punched Xiao Juak square in the face, roaring, shut your mouth. Xiao Juak could only make a choking sound before being punched and slammed backward again. After punching Xiao Juak, the male lead still looked unsatisfied and glanced down at his own hands. He shook his head and looked around, his temperament like a beast, muttering, not like this, something's still missing. I can't let this end in such emptiness. Then the male lead saw 2 stones on the ground and exclaimed joyfully, found them. Yonho picked up the 2 stones and rubbed them together, eyes glowing red like a demon, teeth clenched as he said, over these 5 years I've felt one thing very deeply, a truth you can only realize by living it. That is. The youth raised the 2 stones and, grinning twistedly, continued, being hit by a rock hurts a lot more than being punched. At that moment, Dayin and the JWA Yang group finally chased out from the deep woods and arrived. Seeing the scene before them, Dayin froze, gritting her teeth as cold sweat dotted her face. They saw Yonho sitting on top of Xiao Juak, pounding down with both hands. Dayin, puzzled, thought, what the hell is going on? She then rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Yonho from behind to stop him, saying, Yonho, young hero, stop, this will become a homicide if you keep going. Yonho, veins bulging with rage, gripped the 2 stones tight and yelled, die, die. Thinking of all the misery I suffered because of that damned lecher. Hearing this, Dayin frowned in surprise and asked, wait, you mean that fellow is Xiao Juak? Yonho sighed and replied, yes, it's him. Dayin thought inwardly, she never expected a human face could be distorted to that degree. After the male lead calmed down, Dayin said, for now, escort him to the Orthodox Murim Alliance. If you beat him more, he'll really die. Yonho tossed the 2 stones aside and answered, fine, do it that way. Cut to that night. The JWA Yang men had bound Xiao Juak. They murmured they couldn't have imagined he'd be beaten to such a state. Terrible. Just then, Xiaohua, sitting to one side, suddenly coughed and hacked, drawing Dayin's attention. Dayin stepped forward to ask, Miss, are you all right? Your complexion looks very bad. Xiaohua replied embarrassedly, yes. Yonho said nothing and silently observed Xiaohua. Then he stepped closer and said, let me see your wrist. Xiaohua, clutching her chest, shyly refused. No need, I'm fine. Yonho sat down, took Xiaohua's hand and said, if I tell you to give it, what do you mean, fine? If you don't regulate your chi and blood now, it could leave lifelong consequences. Standing behind him watching, Dayin thought to herself that she had assumed he was just a fool, but it turned out he even knows some medical skills. Below, after taking Xiaohua's pulse, Yonho rubbed his chin, pondered and sighed, it's no good, this area really isn't my specialty. Tusk, it's not really anything important. Xiaohua, surprised, asked, young hero, did you say it's not important? The male lead calmly analyzed, it's not a big deal, it's possible you may lose all your martial skills, but if you lose them, so be it. Living as an ordinary person is fine, you're lucky if you don't die. Xiaohua, shocked, blurted, I might lose all my martial skills, is there no cure? Yonho scratched his face and replied, it can be healed, but how to put it? I'm not a physician, so I don't know acupuncture. The only way is for me to place my hands directly on your danchin, miss. Xiaohua, hearing that, blushed and thought nervously, place his hands on my danchin. Yonho said nonchalantly, anyway, this is a rather sensitive matter, please decide for yourself. Xiaohua pursed her lips, considering that letting a man she just met touch her danchin felt a bit much. But if later she could no longer hold a sword then. Thinking that, her face suddenly flushed, she slowly took off her robe and embarrassed said, then please, young hero, heal me. Damn, the male lead just hit the jackpot, guys. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Xiaohua grimaced and coughed up a large mouthful of blood in agony. She fainted immediately after. Yonho moved closer, sat down, lifted Li Xiaohua and spoke, there's no time to waste, we'll begin now. The hero's hand radiated a stream of blue internal energy. Then he slowly placed his palm on the flower-shaped wound on Lee Xiaohua's abdomen. As Yonho's energy entered her body, Lee Xiaohua's whole body tensed, her brows knitting in pain. Yonho's chi blazed to its peak as it flowed into Lee Xiaohua. At the same time, her body arched. Honestly, it looked rather dramatic, if not a bit theatrical. Lee Xiaohua couldn't stop moaning in pain. You ah. Seeing this, the male lead hurriedly warned, don't open your mouth or your energy will leak out. After a while, Lee Xiaohua's pain gradually subsided and the flower on her belly slowly faded. She marveled inwardly, how could such a flow of energy exist in the world? About half an hour later, the wound on Lee Xiaohua's abdomen had completely healed. Only then did the male lead slowly withdraw his hand, exhaling softly. It's done. Cold sweat dotted her face as Lee Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes and glanced down at Yonho below. Sweat also slid down the male lead's face. He wiped it away, looked at Lee Xiaohua and instructed, now you just need to rest and recuperate properly and there shouldn't be any major problems. Lee Xiaohua blushed awkwardly, sat up, looked away, and with her right hand tugged her garment to cover her chest, murmuring, thank you, hero. Cut to the next morning when the sun peeked over the eastern mountains and flocks of birds circled the sky looking for their breakfast. Beside her was Lee Xiaohua. On the carriage roof, Xiao Juak lay sprawled like a roast pig. Dayin twisted, groaned softly, my whole body is so sore. She turned to ask Lee Xiaohua, miss, you didn't sleep comfortably either, right? Lee Xiaohua smiled and replied like a proper lady, no, it was quite comfortable, thank you. After a while the two woke. Dayin approached and asked, how is the young lady's condition? Are you all right? Lee Xiaohua, now wearing Yonho's coat, sat up and answered, yes, much better now. Dayin added, if you need it, young lady, rest a bit more. After all, you were injured yesterday. Suddenly, a man's voice spoke up. If you whine over such a small injury, you don't deserve to be my disciple. A man appeared, dressed in robes similar to Lee Xiaohua's. He smiled faintly and added, isn't that so? Lee Xiaohua hurried to the man, clasped her hands and bowed, disciple pays respect to master. Hearing Lee Xiaohua call him master, Dayin was stunned and thought, if he's the master of Mount Hua's second disciple, could he be Plum Blossom Sword Ghost Gong Mujin? Thinking that, Dayin quickly stepped forward, clasped her hands and bowed, allow me to pay respects, elder. I am Ximen Dayin of the Ximen clan. Gong Mujin turned in surprise and asked, Dayin, what is your relation to Ximen Chinsei? Dayin hurriedly replied, the person you mentioned is my father, elder. Gong Mujin smiled and asked, so you were the one who helped my poor disciple, the young lady? Dayin hastily answered, no, not at all. Gong Mujin's curiosity deepened and he asked again, not at all, then could you tell me what happened? Cut to somewhere else, Zhang Il appeared, held up 5 fingers and solemnly declared, our gang found the information even before the Hao clan did. Inside the room, Sanho calmly lifted his teacup and asked gently, could you behave a bit more reservedly? Zhang Il heard that and pursed his lips, murmuring, gee, we found a trace of your little brother. No sooner had he finished than Mr. and Mrs. Y Jianghan burst through the door, shouting, Yonho, have you found any sign of Yonho? Zhang Il stepped forward to the couple and reported, yes, I received word that someone spotted a man resembling Yonho in Xinjiang. Jianghan repeated, surprised, Xinjiang. Meanwhile, no sooner had Zhang Il finished speaking than his father appeared. Sanho pretended to sip his tea calmly but sighed inwardly, thinking, father's behavior really is just like that beggar's. Jianghan clenched his fist and declared loudly that they would set out for Xinjiang at once. At the same time, Jin Soa, hearing the commotion, ran in and asked, what's going on? I just heard something break. Jianghan glanced at Jin Soa and murmured, Lord Jin Soa. The beggar sect said they've found traces of our Yonho. Jin Soa asked anxiously, they've found the whereabouts of young hero Yonho, where is he now? Suddenly a hand shot out in front, cutting Jin Soa off. Don't act so hasty in front of guests. The newcomer's appearance left Mr. and Mrs. Jianghan stunned, frozen in surprise. Jin Yuren stood solemnly, clasped her hands, bowed slightly and greeted quietly, I pay my respects to the house of Yun. I am Jin Yuren, eldest daughter of Holy Hand Manor. Jianghan smiled and replied, pleased to meet you, Miss Yuren. Sang standing beside him asked suspiciously, but what exactly do you mean by the favor of Lord Yun? Jin Yuren smiled softly and answered, young Master Y once saved my life well, saying once isn't quite right. The favor I owe him is as vast as the sea, words can't fully express it. Jianghan glanced at his wife and saw her eyes shining like 2 stars. Clearly she was imagining yet another daughter-in-law. She immediately stepped forward, took Yuren's hand and asked, is that so? So why have you come here today, Miss Yuren? Yurin replied. I've come to take the pulse and treat the gentleman's illness. Please allow me to repay this small debt to your household. Sang-ah, elated, hurriedly asked, Is that so? How old are you this year, Miss Yurin? Have you been engaged anywhere yet? What do you think of our Yonho? Bombarded with questions, Yurin broke into a sweat and stammered, Why yes, why yes. Jianghen and Jang Il stood dumbfounded, thinking to themselves that women really are terrifying, terrifying indeed. Cut back to the forest. After Ximen Daiyan recounted everything, Gong Mujin lightly raised a hand to his chin and hummed thoughtfully. He glanced at Seo Ju-ak on the carriage roof and pondered. Li Xiaohua said, the one who saved the girl subdued that pervert in a single move so he couldn't resist. Catching him was as easy as catching a mouse. Looking at that figure, it's hard not to believe it. Just one move. Thinking that, Gong Mujin turned to Li Xiaohua and asked, During the fight, did you let your guard down at all? Li Xiaohua bowed her head slightly and answered, No, master. Hearing this, Gong Mujin looked at Seo Ju-ak and said, You say you didn't let your guard down but still couldn't defend against a single move. It seems that pervert's skill is quite strong. How is your body now? Li Xiaohua answered, I'm fine, sir. Gong Mujin turned to Li Xiaohua with a reproachful tone. You understand we can't use the opponent's greater strength as an excuse. No matter how strong the enemy, you must fight with all your might. If you died at that pervert's hands, I might have praised your bravery, but you were defeated by him and had to be rescued by others that I cannot forgive. Then he turned his back and continued, You're my disciple and you showed such a pitiful sight. Go down the mountain and return to Mount Hua. Li Xiaohua immediately knelt, clasped her hands, and hurriedly replied, Yes, master. Gong Mujin frowned in annoyance, thinking the punishment for the girl could be decided later. Now I must see the face of the benefactor who saved my adorable disciple. Thinking that, he cleared his throat and called, Little brother, are you awake? But the only answer to him was endless silence. Growing a bit impatient, he knocked on the carriage and asked again, Little brother, are you up yet? This time he only heard a soft snore coming from inside the carriage. A few seconds later, Wai Yonho sprawled in the carriage, opened the door and stuck his head out. He tilted his chin irritably and asked, Hey there, bothering people so early in the morning, what's the matter? Seeing the hero's crude, grumpy manner made Gong Mujin quite uncomfortable. He fumed inwardly. True enough, being woken like that would make anyone irritable. Still, he did save my disciple, so I must endure it. With that thought, Gong Mujin spoke, I've heard that you are the one who saved my disciple. Yonho, still lounging, replied, A disciple, me. Gong Mujin gestured toward Li Xiaohua and explained, My disciple is Li Xiaohua, the girl standing over there, which is why I came to offer my thanks. Suddenly Yonho slammed the door shut with a bang and grumbled, Ah, so that's it, I see now. Insulted, Gong Mujin trembled with anger, grinding his teeth as he called, Little brother. Deathly intent surged around him as he continued coldly, I wish to thank you properly in person. Could you step outside for a moment? The menacing aura made Li Xiaohua and Ximen Daiyan hastily raise their hands to shield their faces. Yonho, annoyed, cracked the door open and said, I'm very sleepy, a brief nod from you is enough. Go ahead and speak. Gong Mujin then reined in his aura and said, Thank you for saving my disciple. If it's not impolite, may I know who is your master? The hero sat up, tied his hair back, and replied while doing so, Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Gong Mujin stepped forward and said, I trust my knowledge of the Jianghu is sufficient, so you needn't worry about that. Yonho bent to put on his shoes and shot back, Even if your knowledge is sufficient, you still wouldn't know. Gong Mujin, irritated, asked, You really won't tell? The hero replied, It's not that, it's that even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Why are you so stubborn about not believing what others say? Gong Mujin grew so angry the veins stood out on his neck, but he forced himself to grit his teeth and say, If that's the case, I'll have to personally sample your skills once. How about it? Surely you're confident in your martial skill. Can you spare one match? Li Xiaohua, sweating, hurried forward and timidly said, Ma master, this is a bit against etiquette for a formal duel. Gong Mujin's aura flared again. He glanced at Li Xiaohua and growled, You dare lecture me on etiquette and ritual. Li Xiaohua quickly knelt and stammered, I apologize, master, but exchanging blades with a stranger in an unofficial duel is truly inappropriate. Besides, he's a benefactor. Gong Mujin said coldly, I bear the responsibility of Mount Hua on my shoulders, between your gratitude and my honor, which is more important. Look at him, he doesn't even dare speak his master's name, so that person is probably not someone respectable. For me to be slighted by some unknown nobody while my disciple won't even declare their master or their skill is no different from Mount Hua itself being disdained. Do not utter another word. Xiaohua, helpless, dared not argue. She thought to herself that her master was not one to show mercy or consider an opponent's circumstances. You're getting big. At this rate, young hero, why will. At that moment, Ximen Dayan stepped up beside her and comforted, Miss, you needn't worry. Even if the young lady's master wanted to go, he couldn't force her to duel if she refused. In a situation where his disciple owes a debt of gratitude, threatening the benefactor into a contest is out of the question. Besides, who is young hero Y, a man too lazy to even walk on his own 2 feet? When would he ever accept such an offer? Before Ximen Dayan finished speaking, Y Yonho cut in. My master once told me, whatever it is, do as your heart desires. But then the hero stepped down from the carriage, holding a sword wrapped in cloth, and continued. For those who dare challenge my sword and yours, you must show them the full solemnity of our master and disciple. Strike and chop their mouths shut, child. He could never forget every word of Baek Muhen's memories, because if he disobeyed, he'd be kicked away in an instant. He wouldn't dare speak of other things, but when it came to the sword Yonho, he could not back down. Gong Mugen chuckled, sounds pretty impressive when you put it that way. But what do you mean by challenging me? Yes, I accept your challenge, and I'll even signal the opening move, come at me. Hearing the challenge nearly drove Gong Mugen mad. For a man of his rank to challenge an unknown junior like that was another blow to his pride, but once the cannon's aimed, you can't retract it. Gong Mugen pointed his sword at Y Yonho and said, very well, I officially challenge you. What is your name? Y Yonho. I am Y Yonho of the Guangdong Y clan. Guangdong Y clan, so you're the son of the sword knight himself, perfect. I've been wanting to defeat him to prove my swordsmanship. So defeating his son first wouldn't be bad either. Beat you and maybe the sword knight will seek me out, 2 birds with 1 stone. Ready? Yonho is always ready. But, senior, you're mistaken in 2 things. First, I don't use the Guangdong Y clan's sword techniques, so even if you defeat me, it's nothing to do with the clan. Second, even if you do beat me, my father will only be pleased. He won't come after you for revenge. Oh, there might be one more thing. Yonho drew his sword, the myriad swords under heaven. The solitary shining sword supreme, his proclamation was grand and bold, basically declaring himself the swordmaster of the place. He also casually warned Gong Mugen to be careful. I may be lazy, but my sword is not. Announcing a duel like a lead character, no wonder Gong Mugen was flustered. Without caring about status, he lunged forward to attack first. A man who prized his face had just thrown it all away today. How could he bear the humiliation? Gong Mugen attacked his opponent's weak points relentlessly, but Yonho easily neutralized them. The pace of the duel quickened. Gong Mugen repeatedly used shifting forms to launch continuous strikes. Yonho thought to himself that the man was fairly strong, but that was all too easy. The sword techniques were merely pretty. To Yonho they felt like child's play. During the fight with Gong Mugen, he wondered how powerful his master must have been if this was a top expert of the era. After a while, Gong Mugen was drenched in sweat. I understand why you're so arrogant now. It's rare to find someone with your skills at this age. You're not bad either, Yonho replied. His tone was casual, not even a hint of praise, which was already generous. But Gong Mugen heard it and flew into another rage. His fighting spirit surged once more. This time I'll widen your eyes, show you how vast the world is, and prove you're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Yonho could sense this air of ancient might. It seemed this time he really was using his strongest move. Gong Mugen sprang forward, his gaze full of determination. At the midpoint, the plum blossoms began to bloom. From one came 2, from too many petals blossomed, spinning beautifully. And how could Xiaohua not recognize that splendid, ever-changing technique? Amid that dazzling transformation, the heart of the sword remained intact, hidden within. This was the 24 movements of the plum blossom sword, combined with the plum blossom clone technique, creating a skyful of petals, all poised to seize the opponent's life. As they closed in, each plum blossom gradually revealed a sharp sword tip. Yonho did not budge. The playful elegance vanished from Yonho's eyes. He was the inheritor of Baek Muhen's swordsmanship. Yonho had the duty to show the world the unique supremacy of the shining sword. He swept his blade through the air. The sword aura radiating from Yonho began to erase the sword chi of the plum blossom technique. From within the petals, the true form of Gong Mugen was revealed, and those tangled clone decoys were also chopped off by the shining sword. They slowly dissipated, leaving Gong Mugen's lone body exposed. He stood utterly stupefied. He hadn't expected Mount Hua's famed technique to be so easily neutralized. But the light from the shining sword remained. Gong Mugen felt death closer than ever. He braced every muscle and clenched his rear like it mattered. The plum blossom's wrath burst forth. It seemed he poured all his remaining strength into this move to meet that light. Yet that momentary burst of crimson was quickly pushed back. A white beam like a giant wave swept over a falling petal, and in an instant there was nothing left. Gong Mujin's eyes went blank. The only surprise left for him now was this. He checked himself, was he still alive? Outside, Xiaohua, worried, rushed toward her master. Gong Mujin's mind was blank and unresponsive until a keen blade was pressed to his throat. A light breeze brushed the blossoms. The victor and the vanquished were clear. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and the two women sighed with relief. Back at the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, those two magnificent towers were the General Strategist Hall. Inside, the tactical scholar Yo Hyan had also just heard about the secret martial arts of the Sword King. The tomb of the man who died 300 years ago was rediscovered. While Green Forest rampages, the Sword King's tomb reappears and rumors spread in Sichuan. The Poison King's vault has been found. Could all these events be a coincidence? Yo Hyan pondered, what if all of this is part of a plot? That possibility was entirely feasible. He narrowed his wrinkled eyelids. Yo Hyan immediately asked about the Beggar Sect and the Hao clan, since those two gather news fastest. The man replied, they are converging on Xinjiang, sir. Yo Hyan pointed to a spot on the map. If the Beggar Sect and the Hao clan pour into Xinjiang, won't eyes elsewhere, outside Xinjiang and Sichuan, be thinned out? Yo Hyan suspected someone was using the Sword King's name to create an intelligence gap. A clever move indeed. In an era without the internet, the value of intelligence is obvious. The bearded man speaking with Yo Hyan was Yeagle Chenji. After hearing Yo Hyan's doubts, he suggested making the matter public. But Yo Hyan shook his head slightly. With today's greedy folk, even knowing it's a pyre, the moths still fly in. They only believe what they want to believe. The real issue lay where the intelligence network didn't reach. He hoped it wasn't serious. Yo Hyan sighed, hopefully I'm just worrying for nothing. He ordered heightened surveillance to guard against mishaps. Yeagle Chenji clasped hands and accepted the order, understood. After that duel, Gong Mujin accepted his defeat. But his desire for a rematch burned stronger than ever. He rode beside the two women in the carriage, waxing poetic about a bright future. Why don't you step out, young hero, enjoy the breeze and ponder martial truth? What a great loss for the martial world in Central Plains. When a young, talented martial artist like the young hero wastes time like this, fighters shouldn't oversleep. A day has only 12 watch periods, yet someone sleeps through 4 of them. Shameful. That leaves the young hero only 8 watches for training. Including other chores, there's hardly any time left. As for why Gong Mujin babbles on like that, turns out he simply wants another match. In another world, saying more than 20 words would have the protagonist punch you. But Yonho just wants to sleep. Why is that so hard? He also wants to sock him, honestly. Trouble is, his father knows the man. What a nuisance. While enduring that mental torture, the carriage suddenly stopped and a voice called out, "May I ask you a few questions?" The newcomers were 5 young people wearing the same robes embroidered with dragons, clearly members of some sect. Little Ximen Daiyin, surprised, recognized them as people from the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. What wind brought you here? The one in the middle, a handsome youth, stepped forward and introduced himself. Honored to meet you. I am Sang Guanheng of Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. I am Ximen Daiyin of the Secret Pavilion. I have long heard of you. You must be the Sword Dragon, right? Sang Guanheng bowed again, just a bit of empty boastfulness. Greetings done, Daiyin became serious. Dojo rules forbid leaving without permission. Why are disciples of Hidden Dragon Martial Hall here? If they didn't give a satisfactory answer, Daiyin threatened she'd consider it sneaking out of the school. But that wasn't the case. Sang Guanheng and his companions had come to reinforce Mount Lua. The situation there was unstable, and reinforcements from the sects were slow, so the Orthodox Murim Alliance had to step in. Daiyin scanned the 5 and noted that reinforcements must be of a certain caliber. She boldly guessed this group belonged to 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes. Is your master well then? She added, being meticulous, she always asked more than once. After confirming their identity, Daiyin asked, a master values talent. Given 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes' abilities, he must prize you highly, right? Sang Guanheng felt awkward but answered without hesitation. To be honest, we're often said to be inferior to the previous class. Master keeps telling us to work harder. Daiyin realized her slip and smiled to smooth things over. Don't take that remark to heart. I was often compared to my seniors back then too. It turns out the standard came from Y Sanho. His excellence set a new benchmark. His skill was so outstanding it left others behind. How could Sang Guanheng not know that? After all, Sanho was the most outstanding disciple the school ever produced. He himself acknowledged Sanho's ability. He knew he still lagged behind. But as he spoke, a flash of determination lit Sang Guanhong's eyes. One day he would surpass him. Such polite exchanges were common, especially among the young whose ambitions ran high. Dayin smiled slightly, praising Sang Guanhong's spirit and wishing the young hero success in his goal. But a strange sound came from the carriage. Dayin immediately knew who it must be. Sang Guanhong frowned. Was that a laugh from inside the carriage? He wondered. His eyes fixed on the carriage as he asked, "Is there a senior inside?" Dayin hurriedly changed the subject. "Is your grandfather well?" "The young lady knows my ancestor." Sang Guanhong looked doubtful and glanced at her. Dayin waved her hands and tried to explain. She said, "I once had the fortune to meet him. He was well connected." Surprisingly, the youth believed her, leaving the girl breathless as she glanced at the carriage. She thought to herself that these juniors truly were talented. The three dragons, Blade Dragon Peng Doyoung, Fist Dragon Yan Hyo, Sword Dragon Sang Guanhong, and Sword Phoenix Nemgung Hai, Martial Phoenix Zhang Muria. Judging purely by martial rank, these juniors had already left her far behind. If it were before, she probably wouldn't have dared to start a conversation, yet now she unexpectedly found them endearing. Dayin knew well the reason for this change. It was surely because of that name. Yes, Yonho takes all the blame. But traveling with someone as exceptional as Yonho, it's not surprising she sees the kid's skills as ordinary. Before long, they found an inn to stop at. Gong Mujin finally had a chance to talk with the youngsters from Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. As soon as he sat, Gong Mujin beamed, enjoying the sight of the future pillars of the martial world. "I don't need food to feel satisfied. Who would have thought I'd meet the 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes of Dragon Martial Hall? It's just a title, of course," Sang Guanhong murmured. But the curiosity of whoever was in the carriage annoyed him. He dared to ask, "Should we wake the person inside? They must eat too, right?" At that, Gong Mujin and Dayin both waved their hands. "No, leave him be. Better not bother him." "Yes, leave him. If he's hungry, he'll come down on his own." Sang Guanhong answered on the surface, "Yes." But their manner only piqued his curiosity more. Who could be inside the carriage? Might it be an eccentric master? While everyone chatted lively, Martial Phoenix Zhang Muria suddenly spoke up. "This little girl hasn't uttered a word since we met." Gong Mujin looked at her with interest to see what Muria wanted to say. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she challenged him. Manhwa's swordsmanship is hailed as peerless. May this junior presumptuously request to be instructed in that sword art. Gong Mujin glanced at Xiaohua, then complimented Muria. Her spirit matched the Martial Phoenix title, but Xiaohua's internal injury hadn't healed yet, so any match should wait until later. But that was a misunderstanding. Muria didn't want to duel Miss Xiaohua. Moreover, she wasn't the only one here who could use the Hueshan sword technique. Aha, pleased as punch, who wouldn't want a bite? An apple stuffed with longan leaves no one out. Not long ago, Yonho had provoked him with continuous challenges. At those words, the juniors all thought the same. Muria, is she crazy? "You want to spar me right now?" Gong Mujin suddenly asked. Muria bowed deeply. "Not a duel, sir, but a request to be taught respectfully." "Ha ha ha!" Gong Mujin nodded slightly, his anger dissipating. "I'd heard Muria was bold, true enough. Very well, I admire your spirit, but do you realize the consequence of trading moves with me could be losing your head?" Muria was resolute now, pursuing the way of martial arts. Isn't risking one's head a fitting fate for a martial artist? Those from Hidden Dragon Martial Hall understood her character clearly. So they stepped outside. The Mount Hua sword technique had been challenged, and Gong Mujin could not take it lightly. Facing each other, Gong Mujin reminded his opponent carefully, "Even if this is a friendly match, I do not intend to go easy." But Muria was no pushover. She warned him that this girl's sword is sharp too. Outside, since they stepped into the yard, Xiaohua was extremely worried and asked Dayin if she should stop them. For in the master's eyes, he looked very serious. Dayin was anxious too. But Xiaohua's master was not the sort to be stopped by others. She thought to herself that in front of young hero Yonho, he only acted magnanimous. In essence, the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost was still the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost. After a moment's thought, Dayin quietly approached Sang Guanhong to try persuading him. But Sang Guanhong's face was paler than a toad's belly. He was helpless. Muria was the type of woman crazed for martial arts. No one could stop her. In the courtyard, Gong Mujin held up 3 fingers and told Muria, "Go ahead, strike. I'll give you 3 moves." 3 moves? Muria nodded slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Muria swung her sword a few times into the air. Seeing that, Gong Mujin forced down his anger and asked, "What are you doing, miss? You said you wouldn't go easy before, and you offered 3 moves. I've already used them up," Muria said calmly. "Ha ha," Gong Mujin laughed. He took this action as a provocation. After being humiliated by young people these past few days, how could he keep calm? A purple aura began to emanate from Gong Mujin's body. Seolwa's face went deathly pale. In her eyes, her master was furious, and he had even used the lethal Hom Steel Chi. At this rate, there would be bloodshed. They had to stop it, but who could restrain the plum blossom ghost sword when it raged? Her gaze shifted backward. There was only young hero Yonho. But before she could call for Yonho, an annoying sound rang out. Ah, really? Could you all keep it down a bit? I just want to sleep a bit. Why is that so hard? Yonho grumbled, speaking sharply to the crowd gathered there. Yonho's appearance made Gong Mujin's wrath vanish in an instant. He cleared his throat and looked over. Young hero, you're awake. Observing everything, Sang Guanhong was astonished. A moment ago he was in a blood-scented fury. Why is Gong Mujin suddenly so meek? And his speech even turns polite to the other party. But an even bigger change came from Muria. Since seeing Yonho, her expression had stiffened. Cut back to Seongsujang. After examining Han Sang-ah, Jin Yurin stopped them from leaving. Madam needs at least 3 days of rest, so please avoid overexerting her. Hearing this, Wei Jianghan nodded slightly and had to postpone the trip. After Jin Yurin left the room, Sang-ah's eyes lit up. She was thoroughly pleased with Jin Yurin. Husband, isn't that young lady simply beautiful? Wei Jianghan croaked. To me, there's no woman prettier than her. Ha ha ha, truly a seasoned one. Brothers should learn from her. But Sang-ah got annoyed. She was only asking about her future daughter-in-law's looks. After that, old Jianghan chuckled wildly. He too admitted she was indeed beautiful. Such a pretty young lady went alone into the slums to check on patients. That kind heart is understandable, yet Sang-ah still felt worried. You needn't worry. Speaking of which, Jianghan then recounted how he had caught the tailor who followed Yurin. After questioning him, he found the girl was under the protection of people from the Hao clan. Crucially, the one who entrusted the Hao clan was our Yonho. Oh my, Sang-ah beamed with joy. Our lazy son would never help a strange woman for no reason. Certainly Yonho must have feelings for that young lady. Jianghan suddenly turned away, seeming unwilling to face Sang-ah. He wanted to agree, but his conscience would not allow it. Wouldn't it be a shame to pair such a talented and beautiful girl with Yonho? He even offered an example, as if smearing a white jade. Those words were truly from his heart, though in future it's not surprising if he ends up sleeping on the street. Then what? He'd get a good scolding, of course. The situation around Yonho was even more comical. After the young man's scolding, Gong Mujin still bent over to explain to him, that little trouble challenged me, I didn't want it. Looking toward where Gong Mujin pointed, the young lady was even younger than him. Senior, you're from the Stepping on Saplings Club, right? What is this? Constantly fighting kids who could be your grandchildren? Where's the dignity? All you seem good at is child abuse. Gong Mujin was bombarded with criticism and fell silent. Only little Daein vigorously explained for him. Young hero Yonho, this time sir really isn't lying. Suddenly clink clink, the sword slipped from Zhang Muria's hand and fell to the ground. She's a swordsman who drops their sword like that. Everyone looked puzzled, but she just muttered the name young hero Yonho. Yonho was full of dark lines too, utterly confused. Does that girl know me? He stared but felt no impression. This was his first time meeting her. Miria stepped closer and presumptuously asked for the honored name of the young hero. Is it Wai Yonho? Taken aback by her strange manner, he didn't know what to make of it, but his identity was nothing to hide. Yes, I am Wai Yonho. No sooner had the name left his mouth than her hand reached out. Smack! A slap like thunder rang deafeningly. Yonho's face contorted, and he whirled round like a top, then shot up into the air. He spun several times, before crashing face first into the ground, sprawled out. Normally, his body would auto-activate defenses even while sleeping, so why didn't it react now? What the heck is this? Everyone was bewildered. Perhaps the most horrified was Gong Mujin. Yonho sprang up and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You brat, who the hell do you think you are slapping me? Do you think I'm crippled? If I hit back, you'll be dead meat." But in response to Yonho's words, Muria merely pressed her lips together, her body trembling, just as he was about to continue speaking. "You cried like this? I've searched so hard for you all this time. Where have you been, second brother? Why do you only show up now?" Everyone only heard the first sentence. The second was drowned by her wailing. Gong Mujin even burst into laughter. A real man must take responsibility for the trouble he causes. Young hero Yonho, while Seolhwa and Daein scowled. By those looks they must think him scum. Basically, he'd gone into hiding for 5 years, doing nobody harm. This is so unfair, he tried to explain frantically, even claiming he didn't know the girl. Waya Muria's cries grew louder. Second brother. Second brother, now everyone heard clearly. Yonho was bewildered too. Zurion, the way she cried, how could he forget? His pupils suddenly contracted, memory surged back. Miria no longer cared, she rushed forward and hugged her brother tightly. Yonho broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Could it be you're Suryeon, you're why Suryeon? Hearing his question, she began sobbing again, tears pouring down. Yes, I'm Suryeon. I've been searching for you and everyone has worked so hard. Where have you been, brother? Yeonho let his sister pummel his chest to her heart's content. At last, he had his first reunion with family. Later, he grew to cautiously trust her, though he still asked, "Little sister, are you really Suryeon?" "You're so heartless," she sniffed. "Second brother, you don't even recognize your own little sister." Yeonho patted her head to comfort her. How could he be blamed? When he left, she was just a little child. Now she's a young woman with formidable martial skill. He suddenly asked, "So what's with the name Jong Muria?" Suryeon finally stopped crying and looked up, her eyes swollen. That name Jong Muria was given by Big Brother. She recounted that Big Brother had warned her about his fame. If others knew she also bore the Y surname, they'd watch her closely. He specifically advised that if she wanted to focus on martial arts, it was best not to reveal their relationship. Makes sense, he recalled his brother's bearing and felt a chill. She pinched him hard, scolding where he disappeared to all these years. Did he know how hard their parents and Big Brother searched for him? For a moment, he had no way to explain. He chuckled. "In those 5 years, I lived among demons. To tell it properly would take more than 3 days and nights. For now, let's go inside." So Suryeon happily clung to Yeonho and wouldn't let go. The 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes group stared in disbelief. Is that the Muria they knew? A person normally cold and indifferent, yet before that man she was like an innocent young girl, not yet of marriageable age. And also her name is Suryeon, meaning she is the little sister of Wai Sanho. No wonder it could explain how she reached that level at such a young age. If she's Sanho's sister, it becomes easy to understand. He looked at Yeonho. This fellow is also Sanho's younger brother. Why hadn't I heard of him? Afterward, the group returned to the guest room and sat at the breakfast table set out for Yeonho. "Second brother, you must eat this and this too." One of them gaped like a fledgling, snapping up everything offered. Another kept stuffing the big greedy bird with food. Everyone noticed, but Sang Gwanhong couldn't take his eyes off them. Is everyone in the Gwangdong Y clan like this? The brothers love each other and the old man just prowls around. Gong Mujin suddenly spoke up. So Muria is the 3rd miss of the Gwangdong Y clan, the successor of the righteous sword that produced both Zich Ma sword and Vu Feng. He jokes. Do you Guangdong Ys plant 10,000-year ginseng in the courtyard or own a spring that spouts crystal rock? Even if the righteous sword was a martial prodigy recognized by the martial world, to be fair, why the great hero of old, don't even compare him to young hero Yeonho. His realm wasn't even on par with that Zich Ma sword, was it? With that kind of lineup, the name Gwangdong Y clan, awe-inspiring under heaven, is not far off. Little Suryeon, sitting beside them, interjected. I don't know about big brother, but second brother won't be of much help, haha. The young lady doesn't know. Gong Mujin was about to say something, but Suryeon continued. Even if second brother were formidable, he hardly ever leaves home to do anything grand. Gong Mujin suddenly realized how true that was. Why hadn't he thought of it? So he found it odd. Why would a lazy fellow like the young hero travel all the way to Luoyang? My master told me to come, he said. Master told me that martial arts ultimately rely on experience to be perfected. So he wanted me to watch, listen, and use my body to feel and awaken. Gong Mujin nodded as if he'd just uncovered some great truth. He closed his eyes and absorbed each of the young man's words. After all, martial arts are experience. If you always stay inside your sect's mountains, how can you understand that truth? He murmured these things and suddenly fell into a meditative state. Sang Gwanhong was the first to notice. He cried in alarm, everyone spread out and protect the great hero. Everyone immediately understood and fanned out around Gong Mujin. Only Yeonho remained perplexed. Why is everyone suddenly so worked up? Psst, come over here with me, she said, pulling him to one side. Gong Mujin, the great hero, is undergoing enlightenment. Gong Mujin sat motionless. The purple chi of the T letter 1ED H letter 1EA1 technique flowed around his body. The wind began to gather toward Gong Mujin. His eyes started to glow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that brief moment, Gong Mujin's body erupted with fierce chi power. His hair rose and his chest heaved. After a while, that stream of chi seemed to be entirely absorbed by Gong Mujin. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Congratulations, great hero, on your grand success. Disciple congratulates master on the breakthrough to the middle realm. The onlookers all offered their congratulations. Gong Mujin stood up and spun once to thank everyone. Then Gong Mujin turned back to Yeonho with a complex look and bowed to thank him. Were it not for the young hero opening the way, I couldn't have overcome the bottleneck that trapped me for so long. As a martial artist, I am deeply grateful. Midway, Sang Gwanhong cupped his hands to congratulate Gong Mujin. Mount Hua's #1 sword has broken through the bottleneck. At this rate, soon the great hero will be hailed as Central Plains' top sword. Hearing that, Gong Mujin only felt awkward and cleared his throat. Even if he were the top guest swordsman, he couldn't claim that, unless that guest were named Wai Yonho. He had to play it down. Wasn't it that before I become Central Plains' top sword you'll catch up to me? Those words were mainly for Yonho, but Sang Guanhong, unaware, humbly replied, that cannot be. Time is fair. However strong a junior becomes, the great hero will grow stronger too. That's the way of the world. That remains to be seen. Gong Mujin laughed wildly. While everyone flattered each other, the two siblings Yonho were still wrapped up in affection. Little Suryeon looked at her brother with concern. You must eat a lot to regain your plump, chubby figure. Yonho chewed noisily and whined. Lately I've had insomnia and my bones ache. I wasn't like this before. Suryeon moved, covered her mouth. You've suffered so much, brother, but from others' perspective, this scene is so strange. The young man looks healthy, yet she acts as if he's been starved for a month. So what do you plan to do now? She suddenly asked. You mean big brother, if he catches you, he'll beat you nearly to death, right? Imagining her brother, Yonho cleared his throat. But on second thought, would he really do that? He didn't understand how someone could show affection with fists. Still, that's a kind of personality disorder. Thinking it over, it's probably fine, just handle it casually and it'll be over. Handle it casually, you plan to fight big brother. He smiled faintly. Well, my second brother has gotten a lot stronger now, you know. He couldn't help glancing at Gong Mujin, still boasting to the juniors, using him as a reference. No matter how strong big brother is, he probably can't surpass Uncle Gong, right? Only then did Yonho recall what Baek Muhan had said. It's not mere posturing, his martial skill truly surpasses this era. Hearing him declare that, she asked, puzzled, you mean you could beat big brother? Yes, I really can. That was Yonho's sincere answer, but to the Three Dragons, Two Phoenixes group it sounded like boasting. Even Suryeon didn't believe it and pummeled her brother. Second brother, please be sensible. Years without being beaten have made you forget what fear even looks like, right? He was still getting thumped by his sister. How could he explain? To make matters worse, he realized his auto-defense mechanism had no effect against Suryeon. That sibling banter was normal for a family, but once outsiders interfered, it ceased to be ordinary. Sang Guanhong spoke up irritably. Sanho has long been rated above all rising stars. If, as you say, he can be beaten so easily, does that mean none of us here are your match? Well, yes, so what? Yonho said blankly. The brows of the whole Three Dragons, Two Phoenixes bunch twitched. They'd long carried the title of rising stars and a sense of superiority. Now some nameless nobody had shattered that feeling. How could they not be furious? Being questioned, but Yonho's words were sincere. He already knew the likely outcome without testing it. Suryeon, hearing this, resumed pounding him. Better to beat him herself than let others do it. Scolding and spanking indeed, the very wet weather little sister of Yonho. Sang Guanhong snorted coldly, saying anyone can talk big. He looked annoyed and issued a challenge to Yonho. But they were talking to the girl. What is this guy barging in for? He replied without hesitation. I don't like it. Sang Guanhong became bewildered and declined the duel. In this situation, wouldn't anyone accept to save face? But Yonho scoffed, face won't feed you. Cowardice. If the clan's honor slips, big brother will restore it, so it's fine. One of the Two Phoenixes suddenly spoke up. Does that mean you are tacitly admitting you're a coward? Yes, that's right, I'm a coward. Yonho answered nonchalantly. Cowardice keeps you alive. Suryeon chimed in. Our second brother is a bit timid indeed. Both were suddenly at a loss. Once they've admitted cowardice, what can you say to that? Just as the tension peaked, Gong Mujin slowly interjected. He reminded everyone of Yonho's earlier words. Didn't he say he'd accept without condition any challenge aimed at his sword? Gong Mujin was not wrong. It was a challenge to Yonho's sword only. Matters concerning the Guangdong Wai clan could be let pass. The reason being his master died alone, so he won't act. No one will guard that honor. Yonho spoke absurdly, yet it was oddly convincing. Sang Guanhong picked up on the crucial point. He pointed boldly at Yonho and declared, then I formally send a challenge to Yonho, the young hero's sword. Yonho snorted coldly and looked at him as if to say, so you chose poorly. He hesitated, unsure whether to accept. Suryeon suddenly stood up. Young Master Guanhong, I apologize on behalf of my second brother. He's inexperienced in the ways of the world and spoke rashly. If you insist, I'll take his place in the duel. Yonho suddenly became someone who didn't want to take center stage, who asked him to be so clever. Guanhong looked awkward, unsure why this lanky fellow had a bias against Yonho. At that, Yonho rose and told Suryun to step aside and watch. Principles are principles. After accepting the challenge, the group moved out to the empty courtyard in front. I am Sang Guanhong of the Sang clan. Today I wish to learn the sword technique of young hero Yonho. No long-winded preamble. Yonho looked bored, even stifling yawns to show his displeasure. This attitude hit exactly the sore spot for young Sang Guanhong. Veins bulged across his neck. Yonho calmly raised a finger to his lips and signaled, "Quiet, once the sword is drawn, no need for many words." Same old provocation, beckoning the opponent. "Come on, hurry up kid, I'll finish and go rest early." Sang Guanhong truly flew into a rage and declared clearly that after defeating Yonho, Wai Sanho might come looking for him, so he would show no mercy. But if it's a fight, then charge in and dance about. Yonho was already feeling sleepy. "Too much time wasted. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." In a second, he was right in front of Sang Guanhong. The terrifying speed sent Sang Guanhong reeling. He couldn't believe the opponent could be this fast. His mind went blank and the only thought was to dodge. Yonho's foot had just left the ground. He intended to kick the man's stomach. Well, but if he dodged that way then? By accident or chance, some weird twist of fate, two non-matching objects collided with a ripping sound. Everyone who witnessed it felt horror, especially the men. A painful scream as a quail egg gets crushed, an indescribable pain, comparable to childbirth. Sang Guanhong lay on the ground on his back, legs in the air, writhing, his hands clutching his crotch as he groaned. Peng Doyoung and Yan Hyo, the other two in the trio, involuntarily grabbed their own crotches. This was a sight no man wanted to see. Gong Mujin also shut his mouth to avoid making a sound. Could this kick have ruined Sang clan's rear end for good? In a dark room, an aged hand carefully trimmed a few branches. The old man suddenly opened his mouth and asked the person behind him, "What have you done about the treasure map matter?" "It has fallen into the hands of the pursuit guests. They are already heading for Mount Lua without a hint of suspicion." "And Heavenly Mountainside," he continued. "That person thinks they will act soon. We've set the board this far and they still sit idle, truly incompetent." The old man paused his movement. "Do you understand why we need to do these things? In life, letting things follow nature is fine, but some cases, if left alone, will grow into an ugly weed. The Jianghu is the same. You must cut away what needs cutting so the tree can properly flourish." The man clasped his hands. "Our grand plan will proceed without a single mistake." The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. This time he was determined to stir the tranquil Jianghu with the sharp sword he'd been hunting for so long. As for Yonho, after kicking Sang Guanhong's balls, he was forced to leave the carriage to make room for the patient. Dayan knew his temperament too well and had to step in to reason with him. So Yonho reluctantly accepted. Though lazy, he wasn't that heartless. Sang Guanhong's condition was truly pitiable. As Sang Guanhong prepared to board the carriage, he saw little Xiaohua crawl out from it, bustling in with a bundle of blankets in her arms. Before anyone understood what was happening, the woman nimbly jumped onto the carriage roof and gave the lecher a well-placed kick. Xiaohua beamed, her small hands nimbly arranging things on the roof. Then she even checked to make sure everything was comfy enough. After finishing, she called to Yonho, "This young lady has finished preparing for the nobleman." He joyfully leaped onto the roof and slipped under the blanket, feeling the comfort immediately and utterly satisfied. Gong Mujin looked at her blankly. "What about master?" Xiaohua pretended not to notice and tossed him a huge lump of butter. Gong Mujin squeezed his eyes shut, a strange jealousy stirring in him. The more he felt lost, the more he began to resent Yonho. With everything arranged, they set off again. Gong Mujin had found a fine horse. Poor Xiao Juak though, he was dangling like a rice cake skewer hung awkwardly on the carriage. Throughout the journey, Gong Mujin couldn't stop replaying the scene, indulging in self-pity. How could someone as illustrious as him be tossed aside by a junior disciple? Suddenly, Gong Mujin grew serious. He glanced toward two people walking the opposite way and became alert, sensing a powerful aura. There was no doubt the two were masters, one taller, one shorter, both with hair turned completely white. Gong Mujin tried to reassure himself. He knew he wasn't alone here. If danger struck, wasn't that other guy around? But that thought was quickly discarded when Gong Mujin realized the young man was still dozing. The closer the two came, the tenser Gong Mujin became. But the two kept walking straight past, not bothering to glance at Gong Mujin even once. Gong Mujin suddenly jumped down from his horse as the two approached. The tall, thin man with a scar on his forehead finally spoke. "Are you disciples of Manhwa?" "Yes." Gong Mujin cupped his hands in salute. "If you don't mind, may I ask the honored names of the two seniors?" "Ha ha." The two glanced at each other and burst into laughter. honored names is it? To live to this age and be called senior by people from Manhwa who would have thought, "Kid, you're amusing, today we'll let you off." He said a few words, then turned away and warned them to travel carefully. Gong Mujin didn't fully grasp the implication of the remark. He felt uneasy, but what else could he do but stand and watch? Just when it seemed things would end, Yonho, having somehow woken, called out, "Please, two elders, stop. If you don't mind, may I ask one question?" Both men glanced at him. They turned back to see what he wanted to say. After some small talk, Yonho suddenly asked, "Did something happen up ahead?" From the direction the two had come, the tall elder answered, "Nothing much, just a few households living there. Sadly, I saw no one, only beasts." Yonho leapt down from the carriage. "There are houses there, but no people." "Oh, is that a problem?" the elder replied. Yonho's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the other's sleeve. "So the blood on it is from killing those wild beasts." "Ha ha," the tall elder lifted his sleeve to check. "Too long away from the Jianghu, so a slip up," the short one chimed in. "Blades and swords dull without real battle. Just don't make the same mistake again." Only then did Gong Mujin realize the seriousness of the matter. His hand unconsciously tightened on his sword. Gong Mujin grew solemn and asked, "May I ask once more the honored names of you two? Even if I offend this time, I must know." Tusk, the two elders showed regret. "Out of respect for you calling us senior, we intended to spare your lives, but you insist on digging your own graves." The tall man named himself Kong Zhai, known in the world as Ghost Demon, while the short one called himself Baob Hang, referred to as Blade Demon. As they spoke, murderous intent radiated like something tangible. At the names, Gong Mujin began to stammer. "Ghost Blade Duo, how dare you demons of slaughter return to the Jianghu?" He didn't dare slack off and drew his energy to the maximum. Gong Kai sneered, "Why, the Sword Emperor's relic called us here. Even at our age, we have ambition." Baob Hang licked the cracked rim of his lips. "We just happened to slaughter a village along the way that blocked us." Wiping out an entire village as if it were nothing, Gong Mujin roared in anger. Gong Kai remained utterly calm, even gesturing as if warming up, his words laced with contempt. "You think you can take us down?" Gong Mujin's gaze sank. If he knew their names, why didn't he understand how terrifying they were? At that moment, Xiaohua and three people from Hidden Dragon Martial Hall appeared behind him. Gong Mujin gave a faint, pleased smile and felt somewhat moved. Although aware of the huge gap in strength that made Gong Mujin tremble, the youngsters still did not flinch. In that instant, the balance shifted. Gong Mujin glimpsed a ray of hope. If he allied with these kids and young hero Yonho, they might stand a chance against the two old men. But the hope was snuffed again. Yonho stretched and looked utterly tired, and in Gong Mujin's head curses began to form. Facing them, Gong Kai regarded the group as nothing but clowns. He laughed coldly, lowered his stance, crossed his long hands before him, which began to turn green as his claws seemed to lengthen and sharpen. "All right then, today I'll taste the blood of you brats." Gong Mujin also erupted with momentum, sweeping out a sword stroke, plum petals scattering. Blades slashed down from the sky, yet Gong Kai didn't even twitch. He only sneered, "Crude swordplay, kid of Manhua." He dug his claws into the ground and lunged forward. With only a few flashy gestures, he easily overcame Gong Mujin's sword aura. "Poison demon hand," he shouted, and a whirl of green wind enveloped his arm. At that speed, Gong Mujin was utterly powerless, watching the sharp talon drive in. Just when it seemed Gong Mujin would be taken out, the juniors rushed to cover him, each unleashing their strongest techniques. Gong Kai's pupils suddenly contracted. He spun once, used the Rising Six Demons technique, and effortlessly nullified the entire assault. But thanks to that, Gong Mujin managed to live. Gong Kai's fierce face stared at the Mount Hua kids, the Peng clan, then the Namgung clan. "Tonight is a bounty," he looked at them like prey. "I'll savor each one slowly." Gong Mujin muttered inwardly, "It's no good, oh great king." That surprise combined strike left not a scratch on Gong Kai while his comrade just sat watching. Baob Hang stood by and watched. Why was that bastard just standing there so indifferent? With no other option, they had to call for help, but they even asked Yonho, "What would your master teach you to do when facing such monsters?" Yonho had listened and assessed his master's words, to leave it alone and not meddle. Who gets karma is for fate to decide, not people. Thinking he wouldn't help, unexpectedly Yonho turned the carriage. His master once said, "If you're in a bad mood, just draw your sword and strike. That's it." He drew his gleaming sword. "There are two thorns here that need pulling." Yonho strode forward at ease. Gong Kai and Baob Hang looked at each other, then burst into laughter again. What's up with this brat? Is he some fearless madman? Yonho's face gradually darkened. Do masters these days have to make such faces before they fight? To make sure he's not crazy, Gong Kai asked, "Boy, do you know who I am?" At that moment, a strange sight caught Gong Kai's eye. Yonho raised his sword and slowly brought it down. At a glance, the motion looked like a casual swing to loosen the muscles. But a bad feeling suddenly rose in Gong Kai. A flash of light suddenly flickered, like a cool breeze passing through, carrying off some of his fingers. When Gong Kai looked again, his hand, once a claw, was gone. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through Gong Kai's hand. Blood spurted everywhere, and his stunned expression was unmistakable. Yonho stood there and clicked his tongue. "Slipped away, how well, that's fine." At the same time, Yonho couldn't just let these demon heads have it easy. Beab Heng hadn't acted yet, while Gong Kai had already lost several fingers. Blood streamed from the stumps. He trembled in agony. "Don't look down on Yonho in front of you." Beab Heng stepped forward from behind, his voice rough as he called to his companion. "Clear your head, Gong Kai. The so-called flashy name is actually a supreme master." Gong Kai gritted his teeth in pain and replied, "I know." Then he looked up at the protagonist and stammered, Who exactly are you?" Expressionless, Yonho replied casually, "What difference would it make if I told you? I don't concern myself with so-called chivalry or the like, nor do I have time to meddle in other people's business. But for some reason, my blood's been boiling since earlier, so you owe me a punching bag to vent my anger on." No sooner had Yonho finished than Gong Kai suddenly leapt forward and shouted in his face, "A little anger? How dare you use the famed twin demon blades of the world as your plaything? That arrogant brat." Gong Kai's left arm struck down. Immediately, a phantom green serpent emerged from his arm, opening a wide mouth lined with sharp fangs. Kongjai shouted, "Six demon corrupting strike." Swiftly, Gong Kai repeatedly launched claw techniques at Ngai Yonho. Countless razor-green streaks crisscrossed. Barely brushing them would wound you, and their poison would seep into the body. After leaning back to dodge, Yonho twisted his body. His right arm holding the sword arced back like a bent branch to gather momentum for a strike. Just as Gong Kai regained his fierce posture and lunged to attack, he was stunned. Before he understood what happened, a white streak of sword chi had cleaved down right in front of him. Fortunately, with years of experience and decent skill, Gong Kai bit his teeth and tilted his head, just managing to let the sword chi graze his left cheek. Suddenly, one ear went muffled, then his left ear fell clattering to the ground. Gong Kai hurriedly grabbed the bloody ear and screamed in pain, "Ah!" Like a mangy dog with one hand and one deaf ear, Gong Kai recklessly used his remaining left arm to lunge and swing claws at Yonho. He screamed, "Ah, I'll kill you." Seeing Gong Kai reckless like that, Beab Heng hurriedly shouted to stop him, "Don't, Gong Kai." Yonho's gaze turned icy as he glanced at Gong Kai ahead, then clicked his tongue and muttered helplessly, "Old fool, completely daft." Gong Kai charged up close at Yonho and yelled, "Six demon corrupting dance." Immediately another green serpent like before appeared, coiling and snapping its jaws, but Yonho quickly bent down and slipped past so the serpent missed. In an instant, another blade chi slashed out, accompanied by Yonho's cold voice, "A person must at least understand basic principles of life." Oh my, Gong Kai was done for. The protagonist's sword bit through his left arm clean off. Oh dear, now he'll have to use his feet to scoop his rice. With a face contorted in agony, Gong Kai clutched his severed left arm with his right stumpy hand, mouth wide as he screamed, "Ah!" Not finished, Yonho leapt, spun once in midair to build momentum, glanced down at Gong Kai below and continued as if lecturing a human being. Whoosh, another wave of sword chi descended. The protagonist's blade first cut through the right arm, then sliced straight through Gong Kai's two thighs below. A perfect cut, the lower halves of Gong Kai's legs separated, bidding farewell to his thighs as they flew away. Without his legs, Gong Kai lost balance and fell backward. Blood and entrails sprayed everywhere. After finishing the strike, Yonho remained standing in a cool pose. Smirking, Yonho tilted his head and lectured Gong Kai, "Evil deeds usually have their reasons. But what about you lot? Do you kill just for fun?" Now covered in blood, he gasped and groaned, trying to speak but too weak. You. And with that, he took his last breath and officially kicked the bucket. Seeing this, Yonho added, "Good to die that way. Ending you in one stroke would be too extravagant for scum like you anyway." Finished speaking, Yonho flicked his sword to spray Gong Kai's filthy blood off the blade. Bayab Hang stood behind, his whole body trembling. Surely he thought he wouldn't survive this disaster. Clack! Suddenly Yonho turned his head and glanced at Bayab Hang behind him, making the man jump in fright. Bayab Hang held two sabers in his hands like a pair of large knives, his voice still shaking as he stammered for his companion Gong Kai. Seeing him frozen like that, the protagonist spoke up, feeling sorry for them. The families of those you killed feel far more grief. What grievance is there? Bayab Hang pointed his left saber at the protagonist and barked, "You, what the hell would you know, you bastard?" Yonho took a slow step forward and replied in a calm, low voice, "I don't want to know either. I'll send you off to join that old man right here. Go down to the Yellow Spring and meet your friend." "Thought you were all ironclad, but you're just baked clay." Bayab Hang panicked when he saw Yonho step toward him, sweat beading on his face as he stammered, wait, give me a moment, I'm not ready yet." The protagonist calmly kept walking forward and said, "Talking won't change anything now." Bayab Hang began to falter and take a step back, still stammering, "No, I'm not stalling." "That's too mysterious, it makes me rusty." Bayab Hang shouted wildly, "I just want to fight you with all my might as a martial artist." "Enough, I'm bored." The protagonist's eyes narrowed mockingly. "Oh really, as a martial artist, huh?" With that, Yonho planted his feet and leapt from his spot, lunging toward Bayab Hang. Kang! The clash of metal rang painfully as the protagonist's blade descended, but Bayab Hang quickly raised his sabers to block. With the advantage of two weapons, his right hand swung an upward strike toward Yonho. Yonho spun quickly, drawing his sword back over his shoulder with his right hand, his cold gaze fixed on Bayab Hang below. Another ear-splitting kang as the weapons met and sparks flew. Yonho deftly and smoothly deflected Bayab Hang's attack. But this blow carried a bit more force, jerking the right saber from Bayab Hang's grip. His arm went numb and he howled in pain. Sweat pouring down his face, his remaining left hand immediately rose to bring the blade down. He screamed, "Bastard." As Bayab Hang's blade swung in, Yonho suddenly twisted his right hand back, stabbing his sword down to catch and parry one of Bayab Hang's strikes. Not stopping, Bayab Hang pressed the attack, repeatedly swinging his left hand and sending countless waves of saber chi forward. But Yonho's body flowed like an eel, always slipping aside. The saber chi sliced through only afterimages of him. The protagonist's right arm gently traced a curve through the air and swung downward. Snicked, sheeing, sword chi slashed down. Luckily, Bayab Hang quickly ducked to avoid it, though he still cried out in alarm, "Ah." After that strike, Yonho coldly looked at him and asked, "You call yourself a martial artist? Scum who only kill civilians and call themselves fighters." Hearing that, the man seemed to have his angry nerve hit. One eye wide, the other squinting, he snarled, You. Then he rushed forward, swinging his saber down and yelling to shut Yonho up. But when the saber chi came, Yonho merely leaned back and dodged it easily, not troubled in the least. Next, the protagonist spun around and drove his right foot backward into Bayab Hang's belly. Bayab Hang slid backward, coughing in pain. Cough, cough. Swish, swish, the protagonist slashed several waves of sword chi forward, his voice now laced with anger as he barked, "What do you mean, give it your all as a martial artist? You have no right to spit such grand words." Bayab Hang struggled to swing his saber and block the sword chi Yonho sent. Sweat drenched his face. He dared not let his guard drop for a moment. With bloodshot eyes, he pressed his thin lip together, thinking, he's already unleashed moves at this level and still has energy to mouth off. That bastard's nothing short of a monster. Suddenly he screamed, "Ah!" A ghostly aura swirled around him like a gale, blowing away everything nearby. His hand gripped the cleaver, gripped the saber's hilt tight. That demonic aura flowed from his arm down the blade like fire becoming one. Then abruptly he leapt into the air, raised the saber high and brought it down as thunderous energy gathered on the blade. It looked like the thunder god's stance from some Avenger flick, brothers. Think what you will, this is still ordinary. Yonho retracted his sword, preparing to counterattack, muttering, the so-called martial artist's posture. In midair, Bayab Hang's hair stood on end. In truth, this move used a full 100% of his strength. The saber flashed, carrying terrifying saber chi. Around Yonho now, a drifting bluish vital energy swirled about. His hand tightened on the sword's hilt as he continued, "The only 4 postures of a martial artist allowed for you. There is only one." As he spoke, the protagonist's body shone with a white light. Space seemed reduced to only black and white. He swung his arm and sent several slashes of sword chi forward. Yonho's face was cold as he declared, "The only posture permitted for you is deathmatch." Boom boom midair, before Bayab Hang could strike, 2 sword chi beams crossed into an X and tore him to pieces. Bayab Hang's aged face lost its ferocity, his eyes growing dim. He muttered his final thoughts, so that's it, this is. The myriad blades, thinking that, a slight happiness crossed his face at being dispatched by such a master. And so up in the air, his body was chopped into countless fragments. Standing to the side watching, from Yonho's first move until now, Xiaohua and the two from Three Dragons, two phoenixes went from one shock to another, mouths agape. Gong Mujin inwardly felt lucky to have kept his life, murmuring to himself, this is terrifying. Zurion also stood stunned, thinking, was that really his second brother? Everyone present had two words form in their minds, Master Swordsman. One hand clenched, the other tightened on the sword hilts. Yonho looked toward Bayab Hang and murmured, while alive you couldn't live up to a martial artist's form. Then at least when you die, die with the bearing of a martial artist. Cut to another place, a middle-aged man asked the kneeling subordinate behind him, how goes the struggle to seize the manual? The kneeling subordinate answered, sir, everything is proceeding smoothly. Both Wudang and Shaolin have mobilized, the contest is fierce. The middle-aged man glanced back and added, let the manual fall into the hands of the strongest. The subordinate replied, yes. Also, young master, the one who sabotaged second and third young master's plans, has been confirmed to be the same person. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and frowned, asking again, the same person. The subordinate replied, yes, his name is Wai Yonho, from the southern Guangdong Wai clan. He's a top-tier master, but rumored to be the laziest man under heaven. The middle-aged man turned, surprised, a lazy fellow. You mean our brother's plans were blown to pieces because of one lazy man? The subordinate, sweating, answered meekly, it's embarrassing, but that's the truth. What's stranger is the manual's convoy is currently tailing right behind him. It seems the two sides will meet soon. Hearing this, the middle-aged man stroked his beard and mused, if it's a coincidence, it's a very strange one. As if heaven sent that man to block our path. He's the son of the famed swordsman Wai Jianghen, isn't he? Seems a hard nut has interfered with our plan. The subordinate hurriedly said, please give orders, young master. The middle-aged man replied in a low voice, for now, just observe. See whether he can survive among the martial artists crazed over the manual. And my father, what about him? The subordinate reported, he is still meditating in the garden, looking at the flowers to calm his mind. The middle-aged man sat and said, it seems my father has reached a new insight. Then he fell silent, narrowed his eyes, and pondered, why Yonho? The laziest man under heaven, could you become the variable that blocks our grand undertaking? Witnessing the two notorious underworld lords, Bayab Hang and Gong Kai, being cut to pieces by Wai Yonho, Gong Mujin with Peng Doyoung and Yan Haio stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Cold sweat rolled down Gong Mujin's forehead, his face went hard as he muttered, a monster. Yan Haio, standing right behind Gong Mujin, was equally stunned. Seeing it with their own eyes was hard to believe. Who would ever believe this? Gong Mujin replied, indeed, it's like watching a rabbit bite a wolf to death. After finishing, the two old fiends turned back toward the carriage, stretching and rubbing their backs as they muttered, it's been a while since we've been this active, my back aches. At the same time, Sang Guanheng woke up in the carriage, groggily opened the door and asked, what just happened? Facing Sang Guanheng's question, his fellow disciples fell silent, eyes wide, surprised and somewhat worried. But Peng Doyoung and Yan Haio closed their eyes and sighed. A light sheen of sweat on their faces showed how helpless they felt. Sang Guanheng, with dark circles and a pale face, asked curiously, why are you all looking like that? In their heads, Peng Doyoung and Yan Haio thought, don't be upset over the loss, at least you kept your life. Seeing them say nothing, Sang Guanheng asked again, what's with those faces? Yonho wasted no time. He climbed onto the carriage roof, pulled the blanket over himself, and went asleep, looking perfectly content. Truly, sleep is his one true love. Gong Mujin closed his eyes, sighed, and pondered. The martial world's future looks bleak. Someone with that level of skill is less a hero than a rogue. Suddenly, Xiaowu appeared and sat keeping watch beside the protagonist, offering a skewer of candied fruit with a smile. Eat a bit, you must be exhausted, sir. Yonho immediately sat up, accepted it, ate heartily, and chatted merrily with Xiaowu atop the carriage. Gong Mujin sighed again at the sight, so my disciple's future is bleak then. Cut to the next day, everyone continued the journey atop the carriage. After the protagonist fully woke, Xiaohua beside him asked, aren't we going to eat? Riding alongside, Gong Mujin snapped, eat, sleep, then eat and sleep again. Do you do anything else besides that? Yonho, not angry, opened his mouth for Xiaohua to feed him and replied nonchalantly, doesn't this gallant hero eat and sleep? If everything's fine, what's the problem, right? When he finished, the protagonist rolled his cheeks and kept voraciously chewing. Gong Mujin, hearing Yonho's answer, felt deeply indignant. Nam's hand clenched, thinking, damn it, all I've been eating these days is jerky. Suddenly Yonho leaned forward and asked Daein how much longer until Luyan. Daein answered while driving the carriage, about 3 days. Yonho flopped back down, sighed wearily, still a long way off. Daein glanced back slightly, thinking to himself, whose fault is that? Still, it's impressive. Thinking that, Daein asked, should I speed up? No sooner had she spoken than a groan came from Sang Guanhong in the carriage. He was still in a lot of pain, as the carriage's jolting kept his 2 jewels far from peace. Hearing Sang Guanhong's groan, the protagonist replied to Daein, no, go slowly, there's a child with us after all. Riding beside them, Gong Mujin asked curiously, aren't you going to train at all? At this rate your body'll get weak. What training? The protagonist trains in his sleep, so Yonho pretended to misunderstand and called out, training, Suryeon, someone's calling you. Suryeon's voice asked in surprise, huh? Seeing Gong Mujin stunned, she hurriedly corrected him, that's not what I meant really. Yonho didn't answer but turned onto his back to ponder. If I said I train by taking hits in my dreams, they'd call me insane. Not long after, the group moved to a small rest stop set up in the middle of the quiet forest. Spotting a house, Yonho sat up at once and exclaimed, oh, finally this guest gets a decent meal. Suryeon, walking just below, teased with a grin, oh, brother's palate has improved, you used to eat anything. The protagonist replied, after 5 long years of gnawing on moss, I finally realized my mother's cooking is the best. Suryeon tilted her head and said, mother didn't know how to cook, everything at home was done by the servants. If you eat food cooked by mother, you'd end up missing the taste of moss again, mark my words. Yonho's expression now was hard to read, moved, or terrified. He pressed his lips together and thought 2 words, mother. Cut to elsewhere, a carriage sped along a trail, with Wei Sanho and Jang Il of the beggar sect sitting as coachmen. Sitting beside him, Sanho asked, is this the right way, are you sure? Jang Il glanced at Sanho and replied confidently, it's me, Jang Il, I'm completely sure. Sanho squinted ahead and asked doubtfully, then why aren't there any people around here? Jang Il answered, civilians have fled and the martial world folk have all gone to chase the manual. Sanho glanced and added, if so, it's very possible your brother got swept into this without realizing it. Jang Il smiled and replied, the world is vast, it's not that easy to bump into each other, don't worry too much. Sanho shook his head, no, my brother has a talent. Jang Il asked curiously, what talent? Sanho's brows knitted and his face showed worry. A talent for attracting calamity, it's like he has a magnet on him, it draws all trouble to him. Sitting inside the carriage, Wei Jianghan couldn't help but lean out the window to add, it's true, whatever he does, he always causes trouble. Jang Il, hearing that, gave a wry laugh and asked, are there really people like that in the world? Father and son Jianghan and Sanho answered in unison, our younger brother, our son is like that. Who knows what disaster he'll bring this time. Cut to another place. A man, his body covered in blood, gasping, clutched a book to his chest and fled forward in panic. He seemed badly wounded. While running, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Still, he gritted his teeth and forced himself on, holding the book tightly to his chest. He stopped and leaned against a tree, panting. He thought that if he paused, he'd die. His inner energy was drained, his dantian aching as if pricked by 10,000 needles. But with this secret manual, I can become the best in the world. I absolutely cannot hand it over to anyone else. When his vision cleared, a shadow suddenly passed before him. A stranger to him, yet strangely familiar to us, it was Wei Yonho. Suspicion flared, he hid the manual inside his robe, raised his sword with his right hand toward Yonho, thinking, that man intends to snatch the manual. I'll kill you, but after a few steps he hacked and coughed, and another mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his lips. The sword dropped from his hand. He collapsed to his knees, braced himself on the ground, and kept coughing up blood. Yonho turned, stood before him, and asked, injured? From beneath hair that hid half his face, the man's eyes glanced at the protagonist. He ground his teeth and thought, I'm coughing up a whole tub of blood and you ask if I'm hurt? Am I hallucinating? With that he said, I won't give it up, absolutely won't give it to anyone. The protagonist tilted his head and judged silently. In that state he won't live long, but dying angry like this is pathetic. Thinking that, Yonho stepped forward, put a hand on the man's shoulder and said, all right, it'll be fine, don't worry so much. No one will snatch that from you, so just close your eyes in peace. Hearing this, the man's face relaxed. He gasped weakly, no one will steal it. No sooner had he spoken than his body slumped into his own pool of blood, utterly lifeless. Seeing this, Yonho's face changed. Sweat broke out as he worriedly called, hey, you can't just go like that. Sheesh, leaving the body here is kinda awkward. Then the protagonist bent down, slung the man over his shoulder, and muttered with a wry face, ah, whatever, don't expect me to hold a funeral. At that moment, the secret manual fell from the man's person onto the ground. On the cover were the words Sword Emperor Legacy. Picking up the manual, the protagonist was startled and muttered, Sword Emperor Legacy? Be a good person and the heavens reward you, prizes falling from the sky, is this it? If only it were actual gold and jewels instead of a book. That said, Yonho still tucked the manual into the band around his waist and returned to the inn. Cut to a while later, the protagonist arrived back at the inn. Suryun's voice called out, brother. She ran out from the house and curiously asked, did you go fight just now? But seeing the protagonist carrying a man on his shoulder, Suryun gasped, sweat on her face, brother, did you kill him? The protagonist asked back in a detached, disappointed tone, little sister, in this situation is it unreasonable to ask if he's dead? Suryun, flustered, asked, okay, so did you kill him? The protagonist angrily threw the corpse to the ground and yelled, I didn't kill him, he died on his own, didn't he? Suryun asked in confusion, how could he just drop dead like that for no reason? Yonho snapped back angrily, I told you it wasn't me. He suddenly showed up and coughed up blood, then keeled over on me. At the loud commotion, Gong Mujin, Yan Hyo, and Peng Doyoung immediately ran outside. Seeing the scene, they were furious but helpless. Gong Mujin said, open your eyes and look closely, this is the brutal reality of the Jianghu. Yan Hyo mumbled, it's terrifying. Peng Doyoung added, no matter how strong you are, you can't do something like that. Gong Mujin muttered back, the strong can do anything. Furious, Yonho pulled out the secret manual, held it up, and shouted, no, I told you so. That old bastard brought this here and then suddenly died. Seeing the manual, Gong Mujin looked struck by lightning, stunned and speechless. He pointed at the manual with a trembling, stammering voice. No, could that really be the Sword Emperor Legacy? It must be right, it's written right on the cover, Sword Emperor Legacy. Suddenly Gong Mujin, as if remembering something, shouted, no, why did you pick it up? Can't you see he's dead? Keeping that will only attract enemies, it's a death-attracting charm. The protagonist still held the manual, looked at Gong Mujin and smiled, besides, it doesn't have an owner anymore. Gong Mujin, still panicked, blurted, throw it away quick, toss it. If you keep it, hungry wolves will come howling. Yonho just smiled and replied innocently, but it fell into my hands, isn't it mine now? If someone dares to try and take it. Gong Mujin grew even more frantic and shouted, what are you plotting now? Don't make that face. At that moment, several figures suddenly dashed out from deep within the forest. Leading them was an old silver-haired man, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the middle of the inn's courtyard. Each of them wore a fierce aura, not a trace of friendliness on their faces. Their gazes fixed on the corpse lying in a pool of blood on the ground. The silver-haired elder narrowed his eyes and murmured coldly, Guak son, finally you had to die. It's all because he greedily grabbed a treasure beyond his capacity. One of the men behind him stepped forward and whispered, look, Sword Emperor Legacy is in that brat's hands. The old man glanced over and indeed saw the manual in a young man's hand. The elder immediately stretched out a hand toward the protagonist and said, it seems before he died he passed the manual to someone else. Kid, hand the manual over. Yonho casually turned, raised the manual in his right hand and asked, this thing? The old man replied, yes, that thing is not suitable for someone like you, give it here. The protagonist kept up his innocent act and asked again, but it's mine, why should I hand it over? Tucking the manual into his robe, Yonho spoke coldly and challengingly, if you want it, why don't you try and take it from me? A man sitting on a nearby tree, a bow slung over his back, spoke up, isn't threatening a child like that just embarrassing? Two more men in black, their faces masked to hide their identities, had also appeared on the inn's roof. Two more showed up, one big, scar-faced, the other thin and looking a bit perverted at first glance. The big one growled, yeah, what does a child know? Why would you kill it? The situation had turned. The white-haired old man and his companions were now surrounded by many others. The air grew extremely tense. Sweat beading on his forehead, the white-haired old man ground his teeth and muttered, they came in like a pack of dogs. Tusk, I shouldn't have held back because it's a child. I should have finished it from the start. A burly man with a little tuft of black hair laughed and asked, old man, do you think the manual will belong to you if you act like that? When he finished, the rest immediately stepped forward a few paces, encircling the white-haired old man and his group. Standing inside the yard observing, Gong Mujin frowned, thinking to himself a fierce battle is about to happen, and it'll be tense if I also have to protect Xiaohua. Thinking that, Gong Mujin muttered that a bloodbath was unavoidable. As he turned, he saw Yonho sitting down the slope fiddling with something. Oh my goodness, it turned out Yonho was calmly opening and reading the manual like nobody's business. Gong Mujin, sweating, stared in shock and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Acting as if everything were as normal as milk on a scale, Yonho lifted the manual and looked at Gong Mujin. I'm reading this book, what else? Gong Mujin heard this and grew so furious he was helpless, veins bulging on his face. He squeezed his eyes shut and muttered inwardly, "What are these damned freaks doing? Why don't they just drag that loudmouth away?" After thinking that, he opened his eyes, ground his teeth, but pretended calm and asked, "You still have the nerve to read in this situation? Your head about to be ripped off." The protagonist nonchalantly continued reading the manual and replied, "That's exactly why I'm reading it. I want to know what's worth people risking their lives for." Gong Mujin fell silent, having nothing more to say. Yonho even stood, touched his neck, and laughed. "Don't worry, my neck's pretty tough." Gong Mujin was utterly exasperated, turned away, covered his face with his hands, and kept telling himself to stay calm. At that moment, the man with the black tuft stepped forward and said, "I am JWA Jil of Henan." He spread his arms, looked at everyone around, and continued, "If we all fight, we'll just die for nothing. Wouldn't it be better for the strong to cooperate and share this manual?" The white-haired old man smiled faintly and replied, "Cooperate? Not a bad idea." JWA Jil turned to the muscular man and the archer in the tree and called, "Siak Il, HWI Gong, come out, and life-reaping bow up there, come down too." The muscular guy hefted his crutch down to the ground and said, "If you let me join in." JWA Jil led his group closer to where Yonho sat reading and said, "So we're agreed on cooperation then. Little brother, you understand the situation, right? If you don't want to die, hand it over obediently." But in response to JWA Jil, there was only silence. Yonho didn't care in the slightest. Seeing that, JWA Jil looked up at Gong Mujin and asked, "You're his companion, can you persuade him properly?" Gong Mujin just sighed and replied, "Try and take it." JWA Jil startled, surprised, "What did you say?" Gong Mujin couldn't hold it anymore. He turned to the crowd surrounding them, pointed at Yonho and shouted, "Deaf or what? If you want it, rush and rob him. He'll never spit out what he swallowed." JWA Jil angrily stepped forward with murderous intent, his right hand lightly resting on the sword hilt at his left hip. He glared at Gong Mujin and muttered, "How dare this guy speak up in front of me?" Gong Mujin showed no fear. He clenched his fist and murmured, "This one." JWA Jil suddenly glanced down and saw the 3 plum blossom insignia on Gong Mujin's robe. He thought in surprise, that seal is. Gong Mujin spun his robe to reveal the sword at his hip. Aura poured out, forming fluttering plum blossom petals. He shouted loudly, "I am Gong Mujin, don't expect to live if you dare dishonor the supreme blade of Manhwa." That single roar from Gong Mujin terrified JWA Jil's men and they quickly backed off. JWA Jil stammered, "Plum blossom sword." Seeing them frightened, Yonho turned to Xiaohua and asked innocently, "Is this uncle really that famous?" Xiaohua stepped closer to the protagonist and replied, "Of course, Master's reputation is legendary." Yonho mumbled, "Strange, he looks so frail, I thought he was just an ordinary old man." Gong Mujin heard that and felt stung but could do nothing. He only cleared his throat a couple times and thought inwardly, "Shut your mouth, don't call me weak." Across from them, JWA Jil, sweating, clasped his hands and said cautiously, "I didn't expect Gong Mujin to be here. I apologize for earlier rudeness. Is Manhwa also planning to meddle in the struggle over the manual?" Gong Mujin raised his hand and replied, "No, we merely passed by chance. We have no interest in that manual." JWA Jil then requested, "In that case, may I settle matters with your companion?" Gong Mujin's voice answered, "By all means." JWA Jil, surprised, asked again, "Really, truly, you won't intervene?" Gong Mujin waved his hand and said, "Even if someone's head falls right here, I will absolutely not interfere. I stake my honor on that." Outwardly he said that, but Gong Mujin silently chuckled in his head. Of course the ones losing their heads will be the 9 Flashes Blade lot. Don't hold a grudge, I warned you clearly. JWA Jil stepped up to Yonho with a smug grin and said, "You heard that, kid, now there's no one left to save you." Yonho just pointed at Gong Mujin beside him and replied, "I'm not expecting anyone to come save me, am I? Besides, that old man is exactly the helping type. Gongmyujin, hearing this, could only cough awkwardly. JWA glared coldly at the protagonist and said, HMPH, I don't have time for these pointless games. My patience ends here. Suddenly, Yonho sprang up and shouted, told you I'm not giving it. Not giving it, got it? I said I won't hand it over. What did you hit your head on to not understand human speech? I'm not a dagger, you know. That outburst made JWA flinch back a bit. He pressed his lips and cursed under his breath, damn it. Immediately he drew his saber and swung it forward, barking, fine, you brat, let's see if you can keep it. As JWA's blade slashed close to his throat, Yonho casually glanced at the blade with not a shred of fear. The martial fighters outside were sweating and their hearts pounded nervously, thinking, you're done for, you'll surely lose your head. But things didn't go as predicted. Unexpectedly, the protagonist tilted his body back in a smooth dodge. His right arm drew back, his hand clenched. Yonho's eyes flashed as he glared at JWA. His right arm swung forward and he growled, old man, you started this provocation, you know. From as far as Vietnam, they could hear the thump. Yonho landed a solid punch to JWA's jaw. His body flew spinning through the air like a cannonball. The saber slipped from his hand and whirled around midair. Thud, he crashed down into the middle of the martial fighters. The ground behind him split open, sinking into a deep crater. The fighters backed away and stared at him in shock. JWA let out a choking sound. He wanted to cry out for his mother but couldn't, tears mixing with sweat as they streamed to the ground. Yonho stepped in front of him, spat to the right, then looked at him, cracking his knuckles and asking, old man, how dare you swing your blade at me? No sooner had he finished than the protagonist sat down and began hammering JWA's body with both fists like pounding rice, shouting, what if I couldn't dodge? I'm asking what would happen then. His face swelled like a giant steamed bun. Taking the blows, he cried inwardly, but you still managed to dodge, didn't you? The surrounding fighters were sweating coldly, thinking nervously, defeating JWA. Could 9 Flash's blade be this easy? Although Gongmyujin had anticipated Yonho's move, he still felt unsettled, thinking if I hadn't behaved properly at the start, I'd have shared that miserable fate. From now on, before fighting, I must bow and greet. Proper manners keep you alive. With that thought, Gongmyujin stepped behind the protagonist and forced a smile. Hey brother, maybe you should stop. Come on, isn't this a bit cruel? Yonho halted his barrage, still angry, and replied, cruel? If I were a bit weaker, I'd be dead. This guy clearly tried to kill me. After saying that, Yonho kicked JWA with his left foot, sending him flying far away, and barked, scram, get out of here. Then the protagonist pulled the manual back out and stood reading, muttering, why would anyone pick a fight with someone just sitting here? I'm busy reading this, you know. The fighters fell silent, not daring to make another sound. Suddenly from behind them, a shirtless fighter who looked a bit perverted sneered coldly, ha ha ha, this brat is really arrogant. Wow, this one looks creepy as hell, folks. He stepped out of the crowd toward them and introduced himself. I'm Yi Ryong, ghost demonic hand. It seems this brat doesn't know who I am, huh? Seeing him approach, Yonho raised his right hand in a beckoning wave and said, come closer, I have something to tell you. Yi Ryong startled and angrily asked, what did you say? No sooner had he spoken than there was a bang as if Yi Ryong took a knockout punch from Yonho to the jaw. Yonho shouted, get out of my sight. Yi Ryong's body spun through the air, while the protagonist stood there engrossed in reading the manual, not caring a bit. Gongmyujin asked curiously, wait, he didn't even get to act, why did you hit him like that? Making a disgusted face, Yonho replied, because his face looked like he was about to make a move on me, didn't it? Gongmyujin recalled Yi Ryong's nauseating expression and thought to himself, I hate myself for being convinced by that excuse. This time, the tall, muscular man stepped forward. Yonho turned to look at him with curiosity. He said, I am Seok-il of the blood-soaked fortress of the mountain. Seeing him come up carrying a large axe in both hands, Yonho said, you look like you want a beating. Do you want to come closer for one? Suddenly, Seok-il hid his axe behind his back, raised his left hand out and waved awkwardly. No, I'm just a passerby commoner. I won't attack. The protagonist's face showed skeptical existential doubt as he asked, a passerby commoner. Seok-il scratched his head and replied, it's just that my appearance looks a bit fierce. Because of that, I'm constantly misunderstood. It really hurts my feelings, you know. Hearing that, Yonho turned back to look at the crowd of martial fighters behind him, causing them to flinch and step back. Seeing no one step forward, he sighed, HMPH, there's no reasoning with these folks. The protagonist tucked the manual into his chest and continued, I want that manual, so I intend to take it by force. If anyone else is thinking the same, step forward now. Yonho stretched his tendons, slapped his shoulder, spun his arm, and added with a wink of mild humor, "Things are starting to get messy, so let's just settle everything at once." After challenging the Jianghu figures, "The martial manual is in my hands. Whoever wants it can try and take it." Yonho turned to look behind him and saw only fearful faces, nobody daring to step forward even half a pace. Seeing no one brave enough to come forward, the hero sighed helplessly and mumbled, "Ha, what can I do?" Yonho tucked the blood-stained manual into his chest and continued, "I'm keeping an eye on this manual, so I will take it. If anyone intends to claim it, step out now." After stowing the manual, Yonho stretched his sinews, switched into punching mode, and said, "This is starting to annoy me, so let's settle it once and for all." Yet no matter how he warmed up his limbs, not a single one of them volunteered to die. They stood frozen, motionless, all quietly watching. Finding it odd, Yonho glanced to his right toward the rear. The people behind turned away, some pretending to look elsewhere, others baring their teeth like angry birds. Since no one dared step forward, Yonho plopped down onto the ground, crossed his legs, and mumbled, "Then I'll continue reading." Xiaohua, quick as lightning, appeared with a pastry in hand, carefully offered it to the hero, and whispered, "Yonho, chivalrous one, have some sweets." With a bowl present, he couldn't refuse. Yonho turned and replied softly, "Ah, thank you, miss, I'm starting to get hungry." Mouth chewing the pastry greedily, he held the manual with both hands and flipped through each page to study. No one dared disturb him at that moment. Standing at the back, Daiyin with Yan Hyo and Peng Doyoung were also surprised but dared not make a sound. Daiyin thought to himself that when a master is determined to cause trouble, there's nothing to stop him. After a long while, Yonho finally finished reading the manual, then decisively closed it. Seeing him finish and stand up still pensively staring at the cover, Gong Mujin stepped forward curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Is it hard to understand?" Yonho raised a hand to his chin in a thinking pose and answered, "No matter how I think about it, I still can't make sense of it." Gong Mujin pressed on, "Make sense of what? The profundity of its doctrine." The hero kept that pensive look and replied, "Not that, the price." Gong Mujin was startled and, beads of sweat forming, asked in shock, "The price?" Then Yonho made the most miserly face in history and declared, "Since I've read it, I have to sell it. 2 taels of silver for a transcription." Oh my, who would have guessed Yonho would play this card, the precious manual copied to sell for money. I'm truly impressed, very impressed. Gong Mujin panicked, exclaiming, "Are you mad? A treasure worth 1,000 gold sold for 2 taels of silver." The Jianghu martial artists behind him were equally baffled, touching their ears in disbelief. They buzzed loudly, "A manual for only 2 taels. Did you hear? The Sword Emperor's legacy for just 2 taels." In the center of the crowd, Yonho raised the manual high and proclaimed loudly, "Whoever comes first gets it." It began at once. As soon as he finished, the Jianghu folk swarmed like wasps with broken nests, rushing toward him, shoving and shouting, "Hurry, take my money, give it to me first." Cut to another place not far away. A group of monks were rushing altar speed toward the manual's location. Leading that band of monks was Master Gong Ryong. As he moved, he thought to himself that the Sword Emperor's legacy, the emergence of this treasure, would surely spark a bloodbath. We can't just stand by and watch this hellish scene. Following Master Gong Ryong were the 18 Arhats, a famed Shaolin formation. Sweat beading on his cheek, Master Gong Ryong worriedly thought that this would turn into a bloody mortal chaos. But if he didn't enter the hell, who would? So as they reached a cliff near the inn, not even knowing what was happening below, Master Gong Ryong shouted at the top of his lungs, stopping them, "You foolish mortals, I will not allow any more slaughter." But no sooner had he finished speaking than his face went rigid, as he saw some horrifying sight below. "Oh my, what is this mouth?" It was Yan Hyo holding the manual, reading it aloud while the martial figures knelt below and diligently copied. As they copied, the crowd kept whispering and losing decorum. "Hey, don't shove, there's no more room. What do you want me to do? Don't hit me. If I copy even one character wrong, I might go mad with demonic possession. Do you want me to go mad right now?" Master Gong Ryong descended from above, carefully assessing the situation, still unable to believe his eyes as he wondered, what in heaven's name is going on? Suddenly Gong Mujin approached from one side, bowed with hands clasped and said, "Greetings, Master Gong Ryong." Gong Ryong startled and turned to reply, "Ah, and you are?" Gong Mujin stepped closer and introduced himself gently, "I am Gong Mujin of Mount Hua. We have met before." Master Gong Ryong replied gravely, "Long time no see." Being called a great hero made Gong Mujin blush. "Calling me great hero is a bit much, just call me Gong Mujin." Master Gong Ryong still looked puzzled, glancing around and asking, "Yes, pleased to meet you again, benefactor. but what is happening here? Gong Mujin pointed toward Yan Hyo, who was holding the manual up for everyone to copy, and replied, "You can see for yourself, they are copying the Sword Emperor's legacy." Those words from Gong Mujin shocked Master Gong Ryong into alarm. He blurted, "Copying the Sword Emperor's legacy." Gong Mujin turned away with a helpless sigh and said, "The owner allowed copying as long as you pay." Sweat poured down Master Gong Ryong's forehead. He asked, "Who is this benefactor?" Gong Mujin leaned in, raised a finger, and whispered, "Master, for the future of the Buddhist order and for your own life, you'd best not get involved with that man." Master Gong Ryong murmured back in curiosity. "A rogue," Gong Mujin continued. "He's someone who specializes in manipulating people." Master Gong Ryong clasped his hands and smiled as if satisfied, pondering that even Gong Mujin reacted that way, truly intriguing. Then he chuckled, "Ha ha ha ha, isn't it a monk's duty to save all beings? Let's go meet him and see." And so Gong Mujin led Master Gong Ryong to the carriage. He knocked gently on the rear door and called, "Come out quickly, Yonho chivalrous one. Master Gong Ryong of Shaolin is here to see you." When there was no response, Gong Mujin knocked harder and louder. "A senior has come in person, at least show your face." Suddenly, Yonho kicked the white blanket off the carriage roof, his face annoyed as he made a clucking sound. Then the hero jumped down from the carriage. He clasped his hands and bowed to Master Gong Ryong, saying, "I am Y Yonho, second son of the Guangdong Y clan." Master Gong Ryong clasped his hands in front of him and smiled kindly. "I have heard you shared the Sword Emperor's legacy, a heart unattached to worldly goods, truly like the Buddha's mind. Amitabha." At Master Gong Ryong's Amitabha, the 18 arhats behind him immediately clasped their hands and echoed in unison, "Amitabha." Then Master Gong Ryong continued, "But if that manual spreads widely across the Jianghu, it will cause great trouble. Could you hand it over to us? We vow never to use it for personal gain and swear to use it only for the peace of the martial world." Hearing Master Gong Ryong, Yonho pointed a finger at Yan Hyo holding the manual behind him and said, "Master, I understand your intent, but this belongs to me. How I deal with it is my right." Master Gong Ryong's face fell, unsure what to do. He had said all he could. Across from him, Yonho's eyes lit up. He raised a hand and explained, "I'm not giving it away. The original is mine. I only allow them to copy it." He demanded 2 taels of silver. Suddenly, a man stepped up behind the hero. Scratching his head, he awkwardly said, Sorry to interrupt, but someone told me to find you if I didn't have money right now." Yonho turned, surprised, and replied, "Ah, you found the right person." He then pointed to the right and told the newcomer, "Go over there." Holy moly, what a surprise! The Silver River Exchange showed up, Luyang Branch, a temporary office offering quick loans. Heading it was fund manager Huang Chung, who warmly greeted and welcomed customers. "Are you Zhang Pil, the 9 lightning sword hero from Shanxi?" The man stammered, "Yes, yes." Huang Chung rubbed his hands and laughed. "This is a once-in-a-thousand-years chance, the Sword Emperor's manual for only 2 taels. I'm offering a special preferential interest rate of 50% per year." Hearing that sky-high interest rate, Zhang Pil panicked and slammed his hands on the table. 50%? You loan sharks. After 1 year, the interest alone is already 1 tael. Fund manager Huang Chung continued to cajole, "Sir, when you master this manual and become a top expert, will 3 taels still be a problem? It'll just be pocket change. Look, those people have already seized the opportunity. Will you accept being left behind?" At that, Zhang Pil's eyes welled up. He bit his lip and thought, "I can't be left behind." With that, he reluctantly agreed, I will borrow the money." Immediately, Huang Chung produced a loan document and had Zhang Pil put his thumbprint on it, saying, "Excellent decision. Please thumbprint here." Then he pointed toward Dayin at the counter and told Zhang Pil, "You can go follow that young lady now." Zhang Pil curiously asked, "There's more requirements?" Dayin produced another paper and said, "This is a confidentiality contract for the copy, strictly forbidding sharing or reselling without permission. You know the consequences if you break it, right? Damn, this is copyright." Dayin held the contract up for Zhang Pil to inspect and emphasized that if he violated it, the owner Y Yonho would personally punish him. Zhang Pil, sweating profusely and embarrassed, asked, I can't even show it to my son." Dayin explained further, "Immediate family is allowed, from your uncle's generation upward is not." Hearing this, Jong Pil awkwardly picked up the pen and said, I understand. Once everything was settled, fund manager Hwang Chung went over to Wai Yonho. He smiled cheerfully and shoved several gold bars into the hero's hand, which surprised Master Gong Ryong. It turned out Hwang Chung placed 3 shining gold bars into the hero's hand, my friends. Master Gong Ryong, puzzled, asked Hwang Chung, the manual costs 2 taels, why is it 3 taels here? Hwang Chung made a shushing gesture and replied in a low voice, 1 tael is the customer finding fee. Thanks to Yonho, we found a lamb, a customer. Master Gong Ryong asked further, so your loans don't yield profit? Hwang Chung leaned in and whispered, Master, you're too naive. Do you really believe those people can repay both principal and interest within a year? The real business begins when they can't repay, compound interest accumulates, and eventually their very souls become collateral. This is a mutually beneficial opportunity. Seeing Wai Yonho and Hwang Chung so merrily together, Master Gong Ryong helplessly muttered to himself, Amitabha, a devil, a true devil. Yonho then patted Hwang Chung on the shoulder and reminded him, all right, get back to work. Master Gong Ryong turned to ask the hero, how many people have copied it so far? Yonho answered, about 100. Hearing that, Master Gong Ryong was startled, thinking in alarm, 100 people and another 30 still in line, a total of 390 taels of silver. Shaolin's annual incense and lamp funds aren't even 300 taels. At this rate, he could easily build an entire golden mansion. Thinking that, Master Gong Ryong frowned and said seriously, young hero, if this manual spreads out of control and falls into the wrong hands, the Jianghu will be thrown into chaos. It could very well lead to a real bloodbath. Yonho glanced at Master Gong Ryong and smirked lightly. Then you knights should step up and stop it. Someone of your caliber, Master, surely wouldn't just stand by with folded arms, right? Master Gong Ryong was flustered and replied, of course I can't do that. But they turned to look at the martial figures busily copying, and Yonho said plainly, I didn't cause any bloodbath. I actually prevented one. If I had left things as they were, they'd have been killing each other long ago. Besides, if everyone can learn this manual, no one would dare monopolize it to stir up trouble anymore, right? That's true peace. Hearing that, Master Gong Ryong pondered for a moment and thought, that actually makes some sense. Standing behind and watching, Gong Mujin nervously rubbed his ear, wondering how this guy could argue reason with a Shaolin elder like that. This one is not simple. Suddenly, Master Gong Ryong asked, but what if someone tries to seize the manual by force instead of paying? The question caught the attention of a martial man at the end of the line. He looked up curiously to eavesdrop. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, Master, that's absurd. Why risk a bloody fight when you can just pay for a copy? If you have no money, borrow it. Back here, Yonho replied that anyone who misses this chance has only themselves to blame. These things are meant for the public anyway. Besides, I'm planning to head to Luoyang next. Master Gong Ryong asked curiously, Luoyang, what are you going there for, to hide? The hero replied nonchalantly, why would I need to hide? I'm of course going on to continue selling the manual. Master Gong Ryong asked in surprise, continue selling. The hero dropped to one knee, clenched his right fist and raised it, declaring excitedly, the more crowded the place, the more customers there are. It's prime business season, how could I miss it? Ha ha ha. Master Gong Ryong's face went ashen at this unexpected outcome. He thought to himself, could it be that right in the city of Luoyang he's going to sell the Sword Emperor's legacy? Then he recalled his earlier conversation with Gong Mujin. Master, for the future of the Buddhist order and for your own life, you'd best not get involved with that man. Master Gong Ryong had asked, a rogue? Gong Mujin added that he's someone who specializes in manipulating people's hearts. Seeing Yonho flaunt his greed and declare, I'll surely get rich, Master Gong Ryong inwardly cried, oh heavens, he's truly the incarnate devil. Yonho replied nonchalantly, why would I have any reason to run away? Of course I'm staying to keep selling the secret manuals. Master Gong Ryong asked in surprise, keep selling. The male lead dropped to one knee, clenched his right fist and raised it jubilantly, declaring, the busier the place, the more customers there are. It's the buying season, you can't pass that up. Ha ha. Master Gong Ryong's face drained. He couldn't have expected this outcome. He thought inwardly, could it be that right in Luoyang the boy is selling the Sword Emperor's legacy? Seeing Master Gong Ryong still worried, Yonho turned and gave a slight smile, continuing, thanks for your concern, but I have no intention of handing it over to Shaolin Temple, nor of yielding it to anyone else. I know my own limits, so there's no need to worry. Master Gong Ryong, beads of sweat on his face, sighed and mused, Ha, this fellow really is a walking nuisance. After a while, only Master Gong Ryong and Gong Mujin remained, standing there in silence as they watched the martial artists obediently line up to take their turns. A flood of indescribable emotions rose in Master Gong Ryong. He pondered quietly, just looking at that line. Everyone seemed like righteous gentlemen. But a manhua sword alone won't be enough to suppress these ferocious beasts. Could Yonho be up to some trick? Thinking that, Master Gong Ryong turned to Gong Mujin and asked, Gong patron, who exactly is that way fellow? Gong Mujin smiled and replied, even I find it hard to explain. There was a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Master Gong Ryong glanced at Gong Mujin and asked again, then let me put it another way, how would your martial skill compare to his? In response, Gong Mujin fell silent, closing his eyes slightly as if embarrassed, unsure how to answer. Seeing that demeanor from the manhua sword master, Great Master Noling was startled and thought, he hesitated just now. That means speaking the truth would offend him, right? Then he looked at the male lead drooling asleep on the wagon roof and continued thinking. He actually surpassed me at that age. This was the beginning of a great era of chaos. After careful thought, realizing they lacked the strength to intervene, Master Gong Ryong bowed to Gong Mujin. If the slaughter has been halted, I beg leave to withdraw. Gong Mujin returned the bow. You depart again without resting, truly worrying to others. Master Gong Ryong hurriedly declined. Your kindness is more than enough. Please don't trouble yourselves for our sake. Scene shifts to that afternoon, when the flocks of birds that had gone to forage began flying back to their nests. Master Gong Ryong told one disciple to stay behind. Musin, you remain here, Musin asked in surprise. What? Master Gong Ryong replied, just cloistering yourself in the temple to seek the way won't lead to enlightenment. If you truly want to touch nirvana, you must integrate with the dusty world. Go follow Gong Mujin and experience secular life for yourself. Musin was moved and thought, Master, is all this for my cultivation? With that thought, he clasped his hands crisply and said, I will engrave this in my heart. After I understand life, I will return at once. Master Gong Ryong added, and one more thing. Then he stepped forward and whispered something rather important into Musin's ear. After hearing it, Musin was suddenly astonished, his face contorting. After a while, Huang Cheng's lecherous expression suddenly appeared. He propped his chin on his hand and squinted with a grin. It turned out Musin had come to borrow money. Embarrassed, Huang Cheng said, lending money to a monk is a bit. Musin, sweating, hurried to explain, this is absolutely necessary. The temple will repay it later. Hearing that, Huang Cheng chuckled and mused, if Shaolin Temple has money, why would they be stingy when their monks are all dirt poor like this? And besides, you can't exactly sell off a monk if he can't repay a debt. As for Musin, his mind kept returning to his master's earlier instruction. We need that manual, but we haven't any silver on us now, so sign on to borrow a little first. The temple will repay it later. Thinking that, Musin wondered, I won't be sold off somewhere if the temple can't pay back, right? Suddenly, Huang Cheng stepped forward and said, come here, I need to discuss this with you. Just then Yonho appeared, twisting a disdainful smirk and asking, so you want the item now and will pay later, whenever you can afford it. Musin stood between Gong Mujin and Huang Cheng, remaining silent with his head bowed. Yonho pressed on, is it because you like temple gear so much that your head looks like that, huh? Gong Mujin, angered, pointed at the male lead and shouted, how dare you speak to a monk like that, you madman? The male lead snapped back angrily, hey, what's wrong with calling a bald guy baldy anyway? Gong Mujin retorted that shaving one's head is the sacred path to enlightenment followed by those who leave the world. Yonho sighed, wow, free food, martial training, and respect on top of it, what a cushy life they have. Gong Mujin turned away helplessly, folding his arms with a weary sigh. Musin, I can't help you anymore, handle it yourself. Unexpectedly, Musin dropped to his knees and begged Yonho, please have mercy on me. Yonho held up a piece of paper and said, then use this, the certificate of personal ownership. Musin anxiously replied, personal ownership? As a disciple of the Buddha's gate, this lowly monk cannot own anything privately without sharing it with Shaolin Temple. The male lead grinned and asked, so you're planning to take it back to the temple to share, right? That'll cost 500 taels of gold. Musin froze solid, stammering. He pointed to the right and asked, 500? Isn't it only 2 taels for others? Yonho sighed and answered, that's because they only pass it down within their own clan. Hearing that, Musin pressed a hand to his chest and protested, Shaolin Temple is a big family too, please give this monk a discount. Yonho glanced at Vo-sun and replied, don't try to fool me, what family has 500 members? Fine, 300 taels and that's the final cut. Even with the 200 tael reduction, Musin was extremely worried and said, How is a little monk supposed to raise such a sum? The male lead replied, then you'll have to repay with your own body. Immediately, Huang Chung hurriedly finished writing a contract and held it up. It read, Debt Agreement. The debtor Musin will serve as a bondservant to creditor Yonho until the debt is fully repaid. Reading this, Musin stammered, a bondservant? This isn't something I can decide on my own, Yonho said. What a bother. Then who has the right to decide? Musin replied, at the very least I must seek my master's instruction first. As soon as Musin finished speaking, Yonho's figure suddenly darted away from his spot. In the blink of an eye he was gone. Musin, astonished, wondered, where did you run off to? Very quickly, Yonho returned in front of Musin, holding a piece of paper in his hand. He handed the paper to Musin and said, take this, it's your master's letter. Musin was amazed, thinking to himself, did he just chase down my master and get a reply that fast? Is his lightness skill even faster than mine? Musin opened the letter and read, his hand trembling as he did. The letter read, Musin, why do you ask again about something already decided? Put your fingerprint on the agreement and be sure to send a copy of the manual back to the temple. Thank you for your efforts. Signed, Gong Ryeong. After reading the letter, Musin froze, gritted his teeth, and cursed inwardly. This was clearly his master's handwriting, damn it. Cut to that night, Yonho's caravan finally set off, now accompanied by the bondservant Musin. As they traveled, Musin kept staring at the letter his master had sent and sighed. How could master really have abandoned me? Riding beside him, Gong Mujin comforted him, of course not. Though he said it aloud, Gong Mujin privately accepted a bitter truth, they'd been abandoned. The person who took the manual left, abandoning the disciple as collateral. Meanwhile, up on the wagon roof, Suryun was feeding the male lead. Brother, open your mouth. Yonho immediately opened his mouth. Ah, so sweet. Gong Mujin glanced at Yonho again and thought to himself, this guy is genuinely terrifying. Flashback an hour earlier, Yonho lay on the wagon and called to Musin, I'm craving sweets all of a sudden. Hey you bondservant, I want some traditional sweet dim sum. Startled, Musin turned and asked, bondservant, but at this late hour where am I supposed to find any? The male lead propped a hand on his cheek and replied, either pay 300 taels to end the contract or bring the dim sum here. Make your choice. Musin had no choice but to dash off to find the dim sum, furious tears welling as the poor monk went shopping. Back in the present, chewing the dim sum with puffed cheeks, Yonho muttered that Musin even ran faster than a legendary steed, truly worth the 300 taels. Suryun curiously asked the male lead, brother, how much have we actually earned so far? The male lead, surprised, asked back, us? Daein awkwardly replied, I mean, how much silver have you made? Yonho held up one finger and said, counting the contracts, about 800 taels of gold. Suryun gasped in shock, wow, I've never even dreamed of seeing that much money. Yonho stretched out on the wagon roof and laughed, see, live righteously and heaven rewards you. He thought to himself that just remembering risking life and limb for 100 taels at Sacred Hand still made him boil with resentment. Suryun shyly asked, so from now on I can eat whatever I want, right? Yonho smiled. Definitely, then you should go to the palace and learn their lightness skill. I'll feed you so much the only way you won't get fat is to master their lightness technique. Suddenly Sialhwa also fed him and the male lead, surprised, asked, thanks for the meal then. Suryun looked puzzled and surprised. Sialhwa hesitated and didn't answer. Seeing her blush shyly, Suryun smiled, thinking, I get it now. A disciple of the Manhwa sword master who is not only beautiful but of noble birth. Then Suryun glanced secretly at Yonho and thought, and big brother isn't so bad either, handsome, well-born, powerful martial skills just ruined by laziness. But on second thought, that young lady won't suffer any loss either. With that, Suryun held up a piece of dim sum and asked Sialhwa, sister, could you feed me too? Sialhwa gently took it, and the two of them sat awkwardly staring at each other. Chewing vigorously, Yonho found their behavior puzzling and cleared his throat. Not long after, Yonho's group arrived before the gate of a small fortress. Strangely, a crowd stood waiting at the gate, red lanterns blazing. Seeing this, Gong Mujin frowned and muttered, what on earth is this? Yonho jumped down from the wagon and replied, it's a person. Gong Mujin folded his arms angrily. Since when did animals learn to use fire? Obviously it's a person, why would you think I asked because I wasn't sure? Yonho shot Gong Mujin a look and asked puzzled, what possessed you? What have I ever done to make you so mad at me? Gong Mujin snapped angrily, this isn't something you need to worry about. At that moment Musin stepped forward, looked up and said, it seems they're waiting for someone to arrive. Yonho folded his arms and asked, who ambushes people at this hour? Gong Mujin replied, isn't it obvious? They're setting up an ambush to seize that manual. The male lead asked in surprise, but it was put up for public sale, can't they just buy it? Gong Mujin spoke more gravely. I warned you, every kind of bandit will come sniffing around, you should always stay on your guard. At that, Daein stepped up and asked, so what's the plan, should we take a detour? Yonho disagreed, listen, Luyang is only a little farther. If we can't avoid them, we'll just face them head-on. And so the group moved closer to the city gate. As they advanced, Musin glanced back at the crowd. Did all these people come just to copy one manual? Is this really okay? At the gate, the leader suddenly stretched out his right arm to signal everyone to stop. Yonho muttered from the wagon roof, wow, what a gathering of heroes. Gong Mujin loudly declared, I am Gong Mujin of Manhwa. Suddenly the leader shouted, shut your mouth and call the owner of that manual out here at once. With that, they and the torchbearers advanced closer. Gong Mujin gave a faint smile, pointed at himself and sighed, perhaps I misheard. I am the Manhwa sword master. But the leader kept pointing and barking, I won't waste words on an unknown pawn. Bring that owner out now, you damned dog thief. Gong Mujin's veins bulged and he glared, thinking, how dare you consider a great Manhwa sword master like me an anonymous pawn? He was about to charge in for a fight, but Musin leapt forward and held him back, while Xiaohua turned away, thinking, Master, please calm down a little. Your disciple will definitely defend your honor. Yet Gong Mujin continued to roar wildly, At that point, Yonho stepped forward, held up 2 fingers and said, oh, so you refuse to speak to this anonymous pawn? Well then, the VIP has personally arrived. Gong Mujin was about to shout more, but Musin clamped a hand over his mouth. Poor fellow. The leader called out, are you the owner of that manual? If you value your life, hand it over smartly. Yonho raised 2 fingers and replied, if I remember correctly, I already gave you a chance to obtain the manual, didn't I? Not true. Fine, I'll repeat it. A copy costs 2 taels of gold. The leader snapped angrily, who do you think has that kind of money here? I'm not crazy enough to pay that just for a shabby book. Yonho glanced back at the crowd and asked, did everyone hear that? They want to take it without paying, while all of you are borrowing at interest just to copy the manual. And did you hear the rest? He shouted that anyone who actually pays is a fool. So it turns out you're all a bunch of idiots. If it were me, I'd never stand for that. The crowd heard this and shouted in anger. What? Who do you dare call an idiot? We've been saddled with a mountain of debt because of this thing. The leader broke out in a sweat and hurriedly blurted, what do you mean? I never said any of that about you. Seeing the people behind him curse nonstop, he realized none of his words would be heard anymore. And so Yonho's provocation worked perfectly. Ha ha ha. The crowd glowered, clenching their hands until knuckles cracked, making the atmosphere suddenly heavy. The leader sensed things were going wrong, immediately shouted for Yonho to shut up and tried to calm the crowd. But no one would listen now. Everyone was flushed with anger, already in debt and now being called fools. Who could stand it? Yonho even pointed at him, sneering that the man just wanted to seize the manual for free and didn't respect anyone. Immediately the crowd found a common voice and long-suppressed anger exploded. That's right, you damned thief, get out of here, someone shouted. Brothers, fight together, don't think we'll surrender. Yonho spoke up, you all choose, be robbed or follow me, either way they'll try to take your goods. Hearing that, everyone nodded and the hesitant ones quickly fell in behind Yonho. With a few words, he became the group's leader. He waved his hand and coldly declared to the roadblock, get out of the way or get beat. Someone at the back worriedly asked, can we break through? Yonho calmly replied, just a bit farther to Luyang, even the boldest won't cause chaos there. Luyang has the Zhengwu court, and the prefect won't sit idle. After explaining the situation clearly, he stepped forward, voice ringing, charge into the city, once inside we'll handle it. Yonho leapt onto the horse and shouted, no more negotiation, move or die. 2 lashes cracked, the horse neighed, and the wagon shot forward like an arrow, terrifying Daein, but she'd already mounted the tiger. There was no turning back. The wagon barreled straight ahead, and the men guarding the manual were determined to protect it to the end, all brandishing weapons and ready to risk their lives. What the heck is happening? They'd gathered to apply pressure and force the other side to hand over the manual. But now the situation was clearly being pushed toward a massacre. The roadblock began to waver when they saw the crazed crowd charging. The bearded man panicked inside but tried to stay calm and loudly reassured them. Don't panic, we outnumber them. Despite the wagon hurtling along, the male lead stood straight, hands on his hips, laughing wildly, ha ha. Daein, stunned, asked trembling, young hero, what's so funny? Are we about to die? He paid her no mind, seeming to relish the thrill. He laughed loudly. Before, whenever I rode a horse, I wanted to die. Who knew this would feel so exhilarating? Hearing that, Daein's face darkened. What a madman. She muttered, really, did you think he was normal? The wagon sped ever closer to the target, the shrinking distance sending Daein into utter panic. The bearded men wore the same terrified look. I can see just fine. Yonho said this as he raised his sword high. Even though it was covered in thick cloth, a brilliant light could not be hidden. The sword tip pointed to the sky, its radiance growing blinding. The people below couldn't help but panic. What is that? A few had seen Yonho fight before. He'd only ever slashed with his sword, but now, with sword chi blazing, everyone stepped back in fear. With a whoosh, Yonho raised the sword high and then chopped down hard. Instantly, the area was flooded with blinding white light, so dazzling that no one dared look directly at it. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out as sword aura struck the ground. The bearded man hurriedly raised a hand to shield his face and peered forward. Only a few steps away, a deep cross-shaped crater had suddenly been carved straight into the earth. His body began to tremble, eyes fixed on the pit. Is this really human strength? No one answered him. After the sword swing, the wagon continued to barrel forward. Don't block my way, Yonho swung his sword with a smack. The blade lashed the bearded man, sending him flying like a torn sack. Without another glance, Yi and Hao pressed on, his sword flashing nonstop. Anyone who dared rush out was knocked away with a single strike. Whack, 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 each crack knocked another person flying. You dare gather here to rob my goods, he snarled. You vermin need a lesson. Driven into a corner, the crowd had no choice but to charge desperately. They couldn't let the manual fall into others' hands. We outnumber them, don't be afraid. In the blink of an eye, the wagon was surrounded from all sides as wave after wave of people surged in. Yonho snorted coldly, no payment, no taking. He raised his sword high, spinning it so fast it formed a dense defensive barrier. Daein cried out in alarm, Yonho, I'm not afraid, but I am. At this point, and you're still thinking about money. Yonho glanced at her as if she were a fool. If not now, when? Can't you see they're trying to steal our stuff? You parasites freeloading, I'll see you all bald. He volleyed insults while fighting, his words angrier than his blows. On the side, Musin heard every word and immediately erupted with rage. He vowed that one day he'd put Yonho on Shaolin Temple's list of mortal enemies. Flying into fury, Musin unleashed it on those fighting for the manual. He shouted and performed a Shaolin technique, twirling his hands until an invisible armor appeared, making the enemies unable to touch him. Those who rushed in were repelled by an invisible force. Musin glanced at the crowd, pressed his palms together and said, Amitabha, it's immoral to covet others' things without paying. Please, patrons, step back. You bald guy, what kind of stunt are you pulling? Musin clenched his fists so hard his knuckles popped and veins stood out on his forehead. I'm not bald, I just shave my head. At that moment, another man grabbed his sword and yelled, Die, you bald-headed monk. Musin gritted his teeth until his jaw strained, eyes flashing killing intent. I told you, I'm not bald. With a Bai-Bu divine palm stance, a blow descended like the sky collapsing, striking the chest of the attacker. Struck by the blow, he was sent flying, his fate uncertain. Musin sighed softly, realizing he'd gone too far, and pressed his palms together, chanting, Amitabha. The real reason for his anger was that Yonho had insisted on calling him bald and linked baldness to freeloaders. The crowd had accidentally hit that sore spot. Before Musin could calm down, another group rushed in. That bald man hit our people. He's an evil monk. What kind of practice is that? They cried. Musin's expression darkened instantly, his huge fists clenching as murderous intent surged. And from that moment, the legend of the Blood Arhat, the one who wields the twin fists that never run dry of blood, officially began. Immediately after, only anguished screams rang out from the crowd. Over on the other side, Gong Mujin wasn't idle either. Each time he swung his sword, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Taste it, taste this nameless blade. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gong Mujin plunged into the fray, cutting and killing without pause. His bloodlust was driven by the earlier insult. So now he showed no mercy, his face twisted, murderous intent pouring out as if possessed. Have you all seen the power of the Manhwa demon sword? Behind him, Xiaohua was supporting, when suddenly a man lunged forward with lecherous eyes. Hey miss, you look so cute. Get lost, keep your hands off my disciple, you scum. Despite the chaos, Gong Mujin never took his eyes off his disciple. Spotting the man, he immediately rushed over and swung decisively. A killing stroke tore open the man's chest and blood sprayed. He fell backward, and before dying caught a glimpse of her beauty, a twisted smile on his lips, death both painful and oddly satisfied. Behind the carriage, Yan Hayo pushed back attackers while sighing non-stop. Why do we have to fight like this? One of the three dragons, Peng Doyoung, spoke up to reassure rather than complain. Keep it together. At this point, we can only stand with Yonho on the same side. Yan Hayo sighed but knew he was right. The two quickly coordinated and continued resisting the enemy. Just then the creaky carriage door opened. Sang Guanhong poked his head out, face pale. His eyes rimmed dark, voice weak. That spot of mine hurts so much I can't stand it. Can we go a bit slower? Oh my, from now on we'll have to call you Sister Sang Guan, he. The soft, slightly feminine voice made Yan Hyo and Peng Doyoung blush involuntarily. But a second later both felt as if they'd fallen from the clouds to the ground, nausea rising in their throats. He's not a woman, you two idiots. So both immediately threw themselves back into frenzied fighting to forget the moment. Peng Doyoung stood nearby, bewildered. When did things take this turn? Could Yonho's kick have really changed Sang Guanhong like that? Back on the battlefield, after breaking through the encirclement, Yonho's group urged their horses straight for the city gate. But the crowd behind refused to relent and kept up the close pursuit. Standing on the carriage roof, Suryun saw this and cried out in alarm, "Brother, it's getting dangerous. We have to go faster." Yonho replied that going faster wasn't possible. Hearing that, Daeyeon's heart burned with panic. Why? She turned to look back. The massive walls of Luoyang loomed ahead, but the gate was tightly closed. What do we do? Daeyeon urged her horse and asked anxiously, "Can we get through? Didn't you say you'd handle it, young hero?" Yonho pointed ahead and smiled cryptically. "Trust me, go straight." Oh my god, Daeyeon nearly burst into tears, heart in turmoil, while Yonho kept his mysterious air, making her even more unsettled. He grinned slyly. "I've actually wanted to try this for a long time." He reached into his chest as if searching for something. On the city wall, two guards had already noticed, faces terrified. Aren't they fighting? Why are they charging straight this way? One of them shouted to stop, and at that moment, a brilliant golden flash lit up the night. The two guards couldn't react in time, when Yonho had already raised the object in his hand high. Under the golden light was the ceremonial sword staff he had taken from Lord Li, the token of the Imperial Inspector. Yonho laughed loudly, his voice booming. "The Imperial Inspector has arrived." Xiaohua behind covered her mouth in astonishment, eyes full of admiration, while Gong Mujin could only think, "Please don't cause any more trouble." One man hadn't reacted yet when the other shouted in panic, "Open the gate now." "That's the token of the Imperial Inspector. If there's any delay, none of us will keep our lives." The soldiers below, though unsure of what was happening, saw the urgency and dared not hesitate, hurriedly obeying orders. Rumble, rumble, the Luoyang city gate began to open, cracks of light appearing between the doors. The troops lining the entrance held their breath, standing at attention without daring to move. A piercing shout rang from outside, "Clear the way!" Boom! The partially opened gate was then ripped apart by a powerful force from without. An overbearing aura slammed in, hurling the soldiers backward to the ground. Leading the group was a young man, stride full of momentum. He sat straight on his horse, gripping a golden saber, eyes sharp as if to pierce the night. That person was none other than Yonho. He charged into the city smoothly, tilting his head back to laugh wildly. "Ha ha ha, get out of the way, I'm coming through, hurry up." Horses galloped like flying, wind whistling past. Yonho was thrilled, but those behind were in dire straits, each forcing themselves to keep up with the carriage. Gong Mujin angrily yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" Yonho laughed loudly without looking back. Where else? To the Orthodox Murim alliance, of course. So it went, some ran, some chased. All of Luoyang erupted in chaos that night. Chickens flew, dogs barked, the sounds of pursuit never stopped. From afar, Daeyeon shouted with joy, "We've reached the Orthodox Murim alliance." But before her joy rose, she noticed something odd. "This isn't the main entrance, we have to turn back." Daeyeon shouted desperately, voice full of alarm. But Yonho paid no mind, merely glanced back once, then coldly ordered, "Go straight, do not look back." Daeyeon panicked, not understanding his intent, and could only beg in a low voice, "Please, hero, don't do this, I'll surely find the entrance." But all pleas were useless. Yonho tucked the golden saber into his chest, then drew his long sword, eyes turning icy. He declared loudly, "The great path has no gate. If it's a broad road, there's no need for doors." A seemingly simple line, yet the air around froze. A cruel glint flashed in Yonho's eyes. "If there's no gate, then make one." Hearing that, Gong Mujin was instantly uneasy, a bad premonition rising. This bastard, those words aren't meant that way. But Yonho no longer listened to anyone. He slashed, and a blinding white sword light tore through the night, racing forward. Gong Mujin was terrified, flinging out his hand and screaming in despair. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the dazzling light, the sturdy wall of the Orthodox Murim alliance shook violently. Massive stones splintered and collapsed as if crushed by an irresistible force. Gong Mujin stood frozen, trembling all over, for he understood better than anyone the meaning of this place. The alliance wall had never fallen to any external enemy, yet now it was smashed by a madman. some things are less painful not to know. Yonho continued to shout, voice high with exhilaration and madness. The path is open, let's go. Daein was nearly stripped of thought, only one idea left, risk everything. Without hesitation, she cracked the whip and the horse lunged forward. After that earth-shattering blast, the entire Martial World Association immediately fell into chaos. In the dead of night, such a tremendous commotion led many to believe an earthquake had struck. A group of young disciples, still in their sleepwear and not yet properly dressed, hurried outside with alarmed faces. What's happening? But what met their eyes was an even more terrifying sight. A carriage was barreling in like mad, followed by a crowd of people pale-faced, chasing and shouting, creating utter chaos. Clear the way, Daein screamed at the top of her lungs. I am Zyman Daein of the secret pavilion, move aside. Yanhyo also shouted hoarsely. I am Yanhyo of the hidden, please, everyone help us. Hearing those familiar titles, some nearby people immediately recognized them and their expressions changed. That's Miss Zyman, make way. The crowd parted to both sides, forming a narrow passage. Daein tightened the reins and pulled with all her strength. The horse neighed, hooves sparking against the ground. The carriage dragged a streak across the stone, then abruptly spun around neatly and stopped before the astonished eyes of the entire Orthodox Murim alliance. Everything seemed to freeze in that instant. Yonho sighed softly and casually stepped down from the carriage, walking slowly toward the wall that had just been smashed, still belching smoke. He stood there with his hands on his hips, unnervingly calm, as if he'd just finished an ordinary chore. In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. The air fell into an eerie silence. The pursuing crowd behind remained frozen. No one dared step across the boundary of the collapsed wall. Some even quietly took a few steps back. Everyone clearly understood that crossing over meant entering the territory of the Orthodox Murim alliance. Once inside, there are many ways to die, and nobody wanted to choose the stupidest one. Yonho tried to hold back a laugh, but finally let it out aloud. What a pity you almost had us. Humiliated, a few reckless ones in the crowd, more blood than brains, couldn't help but lunge forward. But luckily, they were immediately pulled back. No one wanted to die uselessly for a few fools. Seeing that, Yonho even looked sympathetic and flicked his hand. Life doesn't always go your way. If you survive, try harder next time. At that moment, rumble, 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 the ground began to shake violently, shockwaves rippling out. A piercing shout rang from the distance, you bastards. The crowd immediately turned to look. And through the billowing dust, a fully equipped troop of soldiers marched in, their steps precise and imposing, drawing a held breath. Leading them was a mounted figure, majestic, eyes sharp as blades. The already tense atmosphere grew heavier, and the one to break the silence was still Yonho. He curled his lips in a smile that wasn't really a smile. Why are you all so surprised? After causing such a big commotion, you expect to withdraw peacefully. At that moment, if they could, more than 100 people in the crowd would have gladly cursed at him at once. Everyone shared the same thought. This situation couldn't be explained even if they cried to the heavens. The commander of the palace guards urged his horse forward, voice booming. You stop right there, one more step and you'll be opposing the court. Saying that, he advanced slowly and the crowd automatically stepped aside. No one dared to block him. At the same time, another armed unit from inside the Orthodox Murim alliance quickly appeared to quell the disorder. The Dacian battalion, newly arrived soldiers with the character Tian engraved on their chests, presented a solemn, intense presence. In an instant, the captain of the palace guard faced off directly with the commander of the Dacian battalion. The tension was taut as a drawn bowstring. At that moment, Yonho cleared his throat softly and slowly stepped forward. Both sides seemed to have the same thought, exchanging a glance before their eyes simultaneously turned to him. Everyone was waiting for an explanation. Yonho wasted no words. He quietly drew his long sword. The metal flash immediately glittered in the air before it settled, and he even winked at the guard, looking as relaxed as if everything were in the palm of his hand. Recognizing the token, the guard's face changed at once. He hurriedly clasped his hands in salute. Sir, what exactly happened here? Yonho gave a soft chuckle, then turned and pointed firmly at the crowd behind him, saying, They are bandits, people plotting to seize property and even committing murder. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before continuing in a heavier tone. In the quiet of night, they not only caused a disturbance but brazenly entered Luoyang without travel permits. and on top of that, they dared to show up at the Orthodox Murim alliance and make trouble. Saying this, he tilted his head to glance at the commander and the guards. His low voice hit the crucial point. "You can't just ignore that, can you?" A casual remark, but it made both sides' faces noticeably awkward. Without waiting for their reaction, Yonho shifted tone and pretended to sigh. "Oh well, suddenly feeling nostalgic for home. Wonder what's for dinner if I go back today?" At that, everyone's faces soured and silence fell again, this time a suffocating quiet. Yonho grinned smugly. "I'll leave the matter here to you then." Having said that, he turned and strolled back toward the carriage, as if everything were completely settled. When he reached it, he casually hauled two men out of the vehicle. "We're here, get down, you two old geezers." He didn't even spare Sang Guan Hong any courtesy, dragging him out so that the man could only clutch his private parts and stagger away. Then Seo Jo Ak, the one he'd been roughing up all the way, was tossed out like a torn sack. "That's it, do what you want now, I'm going to sleep," the self-styled gentleman declared. Clack, the carriage door shut. A moment later, steady snoring came from inside. A mob, a mess, he'd left it all behind him without a second thought. After a while, dawn began to break on the horizon, dispelling the darkness of a chaotic night. Though no one knew the full story, it was clear they had stormed the city, broken the gate and wall, and caused a disturbance. The commander of the palace guards glanced around, his cold eyes sweeping over each person. Anyone caught in his gaze immediately put on a look of injured innocence. "We didn't break the gate or the wall, did we?" But he did not waver. His deep voice rang out, accusing them of nighttime rioting with weapons, attempted murder, and robbery. Seize them all. On command, the guards immediately spread out, surrounding the entire group. The Dacian commander also waved his hand, his cold voice coordinating with the soldiers to suppress all the ruffians. "Run, run fast!" The crowd instantly scattered like a beehive struck. No one dared face these two great forces. People fled in disorder, others abandoned their weapons. Luoyang was left shaken to its core. "Is it over?" Gong Mujin stood motionless, eyes dazed as he watched the scene before him. Everyone sighed in relief as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. They collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. "Finally, it's over." Gong Mujin looked up into the distance, his tension slowly easing. And the one who caused it all was sleeping soundly in the carriage as if nothing had happened. A long night in Luoyang thus ended in chaos. The magistrate's office casually dumped all the blame on the crowd, while Yonho calmly shook off the trouble as if nothing had happened. In another corner of the Jianghu, Zhou Hyun went pale when Gong Mujin and Daiyin recounted the whole affair. A seasoned strategist like him humbled, and the Sword Emperor's secret manuals put up for public sale. This was beyond imagination. Gong Mujin nodded in confirmation. Zhou Hyun laughed loudly. Absurd, has that brat lost his mind? A mix of anger and bewilderment rose in him. He gripped his teacup and said in a low voice, "If the Sword Emperor's legacy is sold off like that, won't anyone on the street be able to call themselves a Sword Emperor in 10 years? He looked up at Gong Mujin, eyes flashing. "So why did he do it?" Gong Mujin replied calmly. "He said he preferred money to martial arts and did it for the good of everyone." Hearing that, Zhou Hyun fell silent for a long moment, then said coldly, "The logic isn't wrong, but the more I think about it, the angrier I get. He wrecks the martial world and then explains it with such decent words." He set down his teacup, eyes sharpening, and asked, "So where is that young man now?" At the same time, in a place completely opposite to that tense atmosphere, Yonho was sleeping soundly in bed, soft blanket, warm mattress, sunlight high overhead, and he still didn't want to get up. He lazily turned over, thinking to himself how long it had been since he'd enjoyed such comfort. But just as he was savoring it, a knock sounded at the door. "Knock, knock," he lazily called, "come in." The door opened and Xiaohua entered carrying a tray of food. Yonho's eyes lit up and every annoyance vanished in an instant. She stepped forward and sat down beside the bed. Her face was slightly flushed. Then she gently held a steamed bun to his mouth. Yonho froze for a beat, a thought flashing that this was throwing away his last shred of dignity. But in an instant, he opened his mouth. He told himself it would be a sin not to eat. The childhood daydream had at last become reality. Right then, the door was kicked open. Bams, Gong Mujin stormed in, booming, "Young Hero Y awake already." He stopped dead when he entered. His gaze caught the exact moment Xiaohua was feeding Yonho a bun. The room froze. Yonho curled in the blanket like a grub, only his head poking out long to receive the bun, looking utterly indulgent and entirely unseemly. Seeing that, Gong Mujin bit his lower lip, frowning, and his eyes landed straight on Xiaohua. Caught looking, Xiaohua instantly flushed bright red. She hurriedly sprang up, bowed deeply, then sped out of the room so fast she left only a breeze. Gong Mujin hadn't time to call before she was gone. Yonho watched her go in bewilderment, not understanding why she'd rushed off like that. But when he turned back, he found Gong Mujin scowling, eyes like they wanted to eat someone alive. Yonho asked in surprise, why did you draw your sword? Gong Mujin didn't answer. He lunged with his sword, shouting angrily, I will not hand my disciple over to you, you shameless wretch. The outcome was predictable. A while later, Gong Mujin's face was swollen and he was struggling all over. The two of them went off together to the strategist's hall. Yonho was full of energy, skipping as he walked, while Gong Mujin trudged heavily, sore all over from having been well fed. Yonho sighed and complained, why did you draw your sword and chop at me first? At your age, you still act so hot-headed. Gong Mujin roared in fury, shut your mouth. And so the two of them traded barbs all the way there, each insisting he was the one wrong. As they neared their destination, Gong Mujin lowered his voice to remind him, the strategist we're about to meet is a figure of world stature. Even the leader shows some respect. You must observe proper manners. Seeing Yonho still indifferent, the old man grew more annoyed and continued, I'm telling you plainly, you must be truly respectful, absolutely no rudeness. But Yonho found it bothersome, said nothing, and simply pushed the door open and walked in. Gong Mujin hurried after him, pulled him back, clasped his hands in salute, and said, Master Strategist, I have brought Wai Yonho. Ahead, Jo Hyun rose from his seat, fanning himself with an air of composed dignity. He looked at Yonho, his tone calm but meaningful. You are the second son of Wai Jiangshan, right? Even the leader greatly respects your father's chivalry. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. Thanks to that righteousness, we at home only get the leftovers. Yonho replied nonchalantly, oh really? Then you've had it tough, haven't you? At that reply, Gong Mujin's face immediately darkened. Standing beside him, he kept poking Yonho's side to remind him. Irritated, Yonho turned and said, why do you keep poking me like that? It's annoying to watch. After a few pleasantries, Jo Hyun had somewhat sized up the young man's character and felt amused. He smiled and said, come, sit and have some tea. A neat tea set and pastries had been prepared, and the three of them sat down. The role of strategist demands concealing one's thoughts. Visitors usually try to appear calm and not reveal emotion. But Yonho displayed everything on his face, showing no restraint. Jo Hyun studied him for a moment, then blurted out, judging by your expression, it seems you don't like me very much, do you? Yonho stroked his chin and answered bluntly, ah, yes I do, how did you know? Gasped. Gong Mujin nearly choked. His face froze and one thought raced through his mind. Traveling with this guy truly means not a single peaceful day. Jo Hyun remained composed and slowly asked, if that's the case, may I know why? Yonho replied immediately without hesitation, because you look too handsome, old sir. The blunt answer hit like a hammer, causing Jo Hyun's brow to twitch. Yonho inspected him closely, rubbing his chin as he spoke. I mean, you look too trustworthy, rosy skin, silver hair that's glossy and pure, and that kindly white beard of yours. Jo Hyun was momentarily taken aback, then waved his fan and restored his ethereal bearing, teasing slightly. So you envy my looks, young master. Yonho shook his head, his tone casual but his words sharp as a blade. Not that, it's just suspiciously perfect. If a con artist looked like a con artist, who would be fooled? He stared straight at Jo Hyun, eyes sharpening. A professional swindler must appear trustworthy, just like you, isn't that so? It sounds absurd, but it's hard to argue with. Standing nearby, Gong Mujin gaped, completely at a loss for words at this brazen yet convincing reasoning. Jo Hyun gave a faint smile, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He asked further, so who said those words? Hearing the mention of his master, he added, if your master said that, does that mean his appearance is somewhat unattractive? Yonho immediately denied it. No, my master is very handsome, more refined and charismatic than you by far. He shrugged and continued naturally, but his point was clear. The more pleasant and trustworthy someone looks, the more you should be on guard, especially those old men who put on a virtuous air while harboring wicked intentions. Jo Hyun was momentarily at a loss for words. He realized he had lost the initiative in the conversation, since the other used his master's own words as a shield, leaving him nothing to refute. In the end, he could only clear his throat and say, whether to believe or not, to be wary or not, that is the young hero's choice. Pausing, Jo Hyun dropped the teasing air and grew serious. All right, enough side talk, let's get to the main matter. He stroked his beard, his gaze darkening. Last night's incident had worsened relations between the Orthodox Murim alliance and the court, and the material losses were not small. He looked straight at Yonho and asked testingly, so how do you intend to take responsibility? In fact, the question was meant to probe. Based on Gong Mujin's and Daeyeon's accounts, he already knew the youth was impulsive and didn't expect much. He was even prepared to offer a way out to make future dealings easier. But Yonho's answer was completely unexpected. He neither dodged nor pleaded guilty, but simply said, "I want to make a deal with you, deal." Scene changed to the main hall of the Orthodox Murim Alliance at early dawn, where the atmosphere had already grown lively. A large tent had been erected early with a clear sign outside, selling the Sword Emperor's Supreme Manual, guaranteed genuine by the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Word spread like wildfire and the curious crowd kept swelling. Beside it, the Yunha Money Shop sign was hung high, as well cash deals available on the spot. At first many were skeptical, since the whole thing sounded absurd. Daring to stage a scam right outside the Orthodox Murim Alliance was brazen beyond belief. But as people recognized that those selling were Alliance members, doubts began to waver. Finally someone couldn't help but ask, "So what's the price?" When they heard the number, the crowd went pale and cried out in unison, "3 taels, are you mad? A lifetime's savings might not cover that." Even a nearby scar-faced man shook his head in awe. This trick was too clever. He didn't know whether they were selling a manual or digging a mass grave. At that moment, the back suddenly grew noisy and a loud voice shouted, "Make way, move aside, we have business in there." The crowd's attention snapped to them. The scar-faced man smirked, thinking, are they really staging actors as decoys to sell a manual? But when he took a closer look at the newcomers, he froze, startled. Aren't these two renowned masters? Both strode with confidence, not like performers. The man at the front held up a receipt and said decisively, "Checked and confirmed, let us in." After verification, the two immediately went inside, sat down, and began copying the manual. Yang Jion frowned in displeasure. "At least give me a table." The man beside him sighed, spreading paper. "Never mind, copy quickly, we don't have time." The sight of two famed masters obediently copying left the outside crowd stunned. Eyes shifted instantly from doubt to burning greed. In the blink of an eye, the entire square erupted. People jostled and clamored, everyone scrambling to get in first. The chaos even worse than the scramble outside the city. Seizing the moment, Huang Chung loudly shouted, "Quick, anyone needing a loan go left, anyone paying cash go right, everyone will be served, stop pushing." Amid the chaos, a neatly dressed young man stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Is this really genuine?" Huang Chung glanced at him and sneered, "Unless I'm tired of living and willing to bet my head, do you think I'd dare scam right in front of the Orthodox Murim Alliance?" Saying that, he pointed to a large board hung high with confidence. "See clearly, guaranteed by the Orthodox Murim Alliance, signed and sealed." All eyes immediately fell on the board. In an instant, all suspicion vanished. Some nodded, wryly remarking that Alliance endorsement was even more trustworthy than the Emperor's token. The atmosphere boiled over. Someone pushed forward shouting, "Let me in, 3 taels here." Others didn't want to be outdone. "I've got money too, let me in first." Just as the crowd was pushing until their eyes turned red, a piercing shout rang out, "Everyone stop!" The air froze instantly. All eyes turned to the voice. A middle-aged Taoist strode forward with imposing bearing. In a blink, someone recognized him and said, voice trembling, "People of Wudang." Another shouted, "It's Songmun the true man." Songmun waved his hand coldly. "You lot have some nerve, daring to scam right in front of the Orthodox Murim Alliance's precincts." He stepped forward, eyes full of killing intent. "Today I will personally set things right and clear away this chaos." As he spoke, he gathered his chi, his voice growing colder. "These religious thieves who swindle people's hearts, I will deal with them immediately." Before his words finished, a light breeze brushed by and a whisper sounded in his ear. "Do what immediately?" Songmun flinched, chilled through. He could not sense the other's aura at all. He hurriedly turned and saw, to his shock, a youth standing beside him, Yonho. Songmun's eyes widened and his heart trembled. How could this be? Yonho looked at him calmly, yet his gaze sent a chill down the spine. He asked the swindlers and profiteers, "Who are you talking about?" Stammering, Songmun blurted, "The manuals you sell are fake." Yonho fell silent for a few seconds. The corner of his mouth twitched and his eyes went ice cold. He pointed directly at the Orthodox Murim Alliance headquarters and said clearly, "We operate with proper permits. This is an above-board transaction." Having said that, he turned and pointed at Songmun with a cold look. "Who do you think you are, coming here to cause trouble?" But the Taoist leader merely stood there, taking it. His worldly experience told him the person before him was by no means ordinary. He could not sense any chi, and the young man's contemptuous expression was completely unabashed. Songmun had never met anyone who made him so uncomfortable. Seeing the leader stunned, Yonho feigned boredom. "Ah, never mind." He waved his hand and signaled to bring it over. 2 henchmen quickly carried out a brand new long bench. Small orders like that for a head clerk were fulfilled with a single word. Yonho sat down without ceremony in his usual posture and said lazily, "Standing is tiring, why don't you sit too and we'll talk slowly." Songmun's face flushed and paled, his thoughts unreadable, but he quickly regained composure and shouted, "Are you their master? Who are you trying to deceive? How dare you sell a counterfeit Sword Emperor manual?" Yonho raised his head, stroked his chin in mock thought. "Really? Everyone knows this manual comes from Sword Emperor Mountain. Are you the only Taoist here with a conch for a head who doesn't know that?" he said with a faint laugh. Immediately murmurs and whispers rose all around. People looked at Songmun as if at an anachronism, making him wish he could sink into the ground. If it wasn't a matter of lost bearings, it was because he'd secluded himself in cultivation for too long and become out of touch with the world. Yonho raised a hand as if to say, "See," then he shrugged. "Honestly, you're too naive. If I sold fakes, would I dare do it right in front of the Orthodox Murim alliance?" Songmun rubbed his chin, his lips twitching, but he could not utter a word. What the other said was irrefutable. Seizing the advantage, Yonho thrust the manual before him. "Hearing isn't as good as seeing. If you don't believe me, have a look, just the opening section." The words "just the opening section" were emphasized, which only annoyed Songmun more. He snorted and snatched the manual. He cast a sidelong glance at D-I letter 1EC5 and H letter 1EA10 and thought to himself, "If it's fake, you'll see the consequences." At first he read slowly. The opening was like many manuals, lofty and vague, as if catching stars in the sky. But the more he read, the deeper it went into the essence of swordsmanship. His hand began turning pages faster and faster. What he had once scoffed at now opened up a new horizon before his eyes. Songmun quickly realized this was the key to breaking the prison that had held him for years. The old man's breathing grew rapid, just a little more, just a bit more. The mystical sword intent in the book seemed about to push him past his final limit. Just then Swish Yonho snatched the manual back. Songmun froze, feeling as if he'd fallen straight from the clouds to the ground. Yonho curled a lip. "What are you gawking at? You've seen enough already. Others have to pay to look, no freebies," he sneered playfully. "Even stealing birds costs you, a manual is no different." Songmun was now in a tangle, as helpless as a lamb about to be shorn. He stammered, "You mean 3 taels of gold?" as his hands fumbled about his person for money. Huang Chung laughed. "Not so simple, 3 taels is the personal price." He pointed at Huang Chung. "If you want to buy, negotiate over there." Then he leaned in and whispered to Songmun's ear, "Shaolin Temple already bought it for 300 taels of gold." Songmun flinched and cried out, "What?" Although Yonho had meant to whisper, that shout drew attention. He moved closer and lowered his voice. "They didn't pay cash but issued an IOU, yet Shaolin is a reputable Orthodox school, no questions there." Seeing that wasn't enough, he added, "Also, I recall Manhwa Ghost Sword's Gong Mujin sent envoys to Hua Shan already." Hearing that 2 great sects were involved, Songmun felt his insides burn. How could a sword sect like Wuding be left behind? He blurted out, "Write me an IOU. I am a Wuding elder. My status should be assurance enough, right? Hand the manual over." Yonho waved him down, cutting in, "Not hand over, copy it. Sign the IOU, then go over there and copy." Songmun nodded repeatedly. "Fine, whatever." By now he was completely swept up, standing before the Sword Emperor manual with his mind nearly blank. After signing and stamping, he hurried to a corner and bent over to copy diligently. A Wuding elder had begun copying. The news immediately shook all of Luoyang. At this point, no one bothered to verify authenticity, just fork over the money. So the crowd jostled to copy the manual, and the commotion lasted until late into the evening. Yonho reclined on the bench, flipping through the manual page by page, his expression growing pensive. He muttered, "Strange, Master Gong Ryong and Chief Songmun harbor no doubts. Yet this content hardly seems sufficient to be called the Sword Emperor's manual. I can even sense a thread of murderous intent hidden in each line. If this truly is the Sword Emperor's manual, then how powerful must my master have been?" Thinking that, old memories surged back. That he had survived to this day was a miracle in itself. A sudden unease rose in him. He sprang up, a vague discomfort gnawing at his core as if something was wrong. Yonho snorted coldly, "If you can't figure it out, then don't." He turned, curled his legs up, deciding that a good sleep would fix it. Elsewhere, Wei Jianghan's group continued day and night searching for Yonho. As soon as the carriage stopped, they immediately gathered information. Wei Sanho reported that there were rumors Yonho had arrived in Luoyang. Wei Jianghan nodded and said they should leave at once. No delay was possible. Sang Ah agreed but warned grimly, if you two go there and don't find him, deal with the consequences yourselves. Jianghan sighed and patted his son's shoulder. When you marry someday, never get involved in these martial affairs. Stay home for peace. The family matters most. Sanho's head spun at the words, but he nodded perfunctorily. Just then, the intelligence officer added that Yonho had passed through the Xinyang precinct, and someone said he was accompanied by a woman. Thud, the medicine pouch in Jin Yiran's hand fell to the ground. Her face turned ashen, hands trembling as she gripped the informer's shoulder. What did you just say? Master Y was with a woman. Without waiting for an answer, she turned and said decisively, if something big happens, people will surely get hurt. A chief physician can't be absent. I will go along. A female medic with calm bearing and determined eyes. The three of them instinctively glanced at her, then at one another. Each understood perfectly without a word. So the carriage rolled on. Yiran had planned to part ways here, but after hearing that news, how could she leave? On the road searching for Yonho, each carried their own thoughts. Sanho longed to reunite with the brother he'd thought dead and to untangle the knot in his heart. Sang Ah laughed nonstop along the way. The thought of meeting that brat again made him visibly happy. Wei Jianghan knew his son too well. He thought only that the kid was surely causing trouble somewhere, a nature that would never change. Those words made Sanho's ears ring, but he couldn't exactly argue. Elsewhere, Yonho grimaced at an unexpected proposal to become a head instructor. Jo-hyun nodded calmly. That's right, you didn't mishear. Yonho asked several times, still incredulous, so I have to teach others. Jo-hyun smiled. Exactly that. Yonho's mind immediately became a tangle. Someone as lazy as him being made head instructor sounded wrong from the start. After hesitating, he spoke up. Strategist, I'm too young to teach others, and I'm lazy by nature. I'm not qualified. Jo-hyun, seeing him looking for excuses, retorted, I've never heard age as an obstacle to passing on martial arts, and if you're truly lazy, how would you have achieved what you have now? Yonho clicked his tongue. It's just a special circumstance. Flashes of the old demon elder torturing him day and night, even in sleep, passed through his mind. No one would believe that if he said it. Jo-hyun laughed. That's exactly why I want you. No one expects someone like you to be a master, so I want you to share that path. Yonho avoided his gaze and asked, seriously, you won't regret it. Jo-hyun waved his hand. No, we won't. Yonho still hesitated, finding the whole affair bothersome. Jo-hyun changed tone. If you don't want to, I won't force you, but there are a few matters to remind you of. He fanned himself, eyes narrowed, smile suggestive. Complaints about selling manuals at the mountain gate were piling up. So far, I've used my authority to protect you, but there are limits. Hearing that, Yonho mentally cursed the old fox. But he had to admit it was a significant opportunity that was hard to refuse. After a few beats of thought, he slammed the table. Fine, I agree, but we must make a pact. Whatever happens during training, I accept no responsibility. Tuition is 1 tael of gold per disciple. No signature, no deal. Having said it, he smugly thought no one would accept such terms, but immediately felt something was off. Jo-hyun broke into a sly grin, then laughed aloud. Not too hard to accept, I sign. Yonho immediately deflated, nearly collapsing onto the table. Clearly, he had fallen into a trap. With Jo-hyun's craftiness, he never acted without reason, and Yonho was still too green. Life was truly harsh. Before he had rested for a few days, he was already about to be drained dry. A mischievous thought flashed through Yonho's mind. Then he must find a way to make them give up, or else make a mess of this place. Across from him, Jo-hyun looked pleased, thinking to himself, this brat, I will squeeze you to the last drop. The two signed the pact, each carrying their own calculations. In the leader's main hall, Sama Chinsei snorted coldly after hearing the story, his gaze full of doubt. Gong Mujin couldn't remember how many times he'd repeated this tale, but listeners' reactions were always the same. He affirmed the information was completely accurate. Sama Chinsei still didn't believe someone of that age. Gong Mujin nodded, yes. Sama Chinsei frowned, how could it be? But he also understood Gong Mujin wasn't the type to invent baseless stories. It's just that the truth was too hard to accept. He continued, you mean some nameless martial art whose realm can't be measured? Gong Mujin nodded once more. That's exactly it. Sama Chinsei's expression grew grave. Have you fought him? Gong Mujin answered briefly, yes. Sama Chinsei spoke in a low voice, with your strength and still unable to see his limits. Gong Mujin bluntly replied, indeed. The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy. Sama Chinsei stared at him. You've dueled Huashin's top swordsmen, encountered the world's leading experts, and yet you reached that conclusion. Gong Mujin fell silent for a moment, then inhaled deeply. I'll speak plainly. I fought against a sword immortal, but He paused, eyes darkening. I've never felt such a vast gap before. Only when facing that brat did I understand what true disparity means. Those words shook Sama-Chinsei. What? A sword immortal. The two words struck his mind like a blow. Sword immortals rank among the pinnacle of the world's three great swordsmen, on par with Wuding's Taiji True Immortal and the Mangun clan's Emperor Sword, and yet still inferior. Sama-Chinsei sprang up, incredulous. Did the youth gobble up an entire forest of ginseng or what? His hand clenched. Only such an explanation could be provisionally accepted. A teenager like Wai Yonho had reached that realm. Sama-Chinsei's momentum unexpectedly ignited, his inner fervor rising, and that very aura alone made Gong Mujin feel a heavy pressure. But the leader's eyes now shone brilliantly, a prodigy surpassing even a sword immortal at such a young age. Sama-Chinsei tightened his fist, heart pounding. The long-dormant thirst to conquer the summit surged awake. How would the world look compared to his seat of power now?